Chapter 1. The Great Island Survival. Neural Storage. Beep. All Blue Star humans have been successfully transferred. Those under 18 shall not join for now. All others return to the state of 18 and are cured of all congenital and acquired diseases and imperfections. In this vast, boundless ocean, countless desolate islands of various sizes drift, inhabited by all manner of strange and perilous creatures, concealing numerous indescribable opportunities. The Great Island Survival begins now. Your sole objective is to survive. Waves crashed rhythmically against the shore. They jolted Chen Lang, who was completely unclothed, from his stupor. Great Island Survival? Where am I? Is this still my homeland? Chen Lang's expression was one of utter bewilderment. The mechanical voice continued. To assist you in surviving, we will now randomly awaken a survival talent for each of you. Talents are categorized into combat, support, and comprehensive types, ranked from lowest to highest as E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and unique. Talent extraction is commencing now. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light surged forth that enveloped Chen Lang entirely. What a dazzling legend! Beep! Congratulations on awakening the unique support talent. Enhancement. Enhancement refreshes once daily at midnight, allowing any object to be elevated by one tier. The same object cannot be enhanced repeatedly. Current enhancement opportunities. 1. I've awakened a unique talent. My luck is off the charts. Chen Lang was elated by his fortune that he momentarily forgot his utter nudity, bouncing several times in delight. Carefree cheers erupted from him. Eagerly seeking something to enhance, he longed to test the application of his survival talent. Yet, he found himself devoid of any objects. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck him. Tentatively, he inquired, "System, can anything truly be enhanced? Even talents? Please select the object you wish to enhance." The absence of denial was tantamount to acquiescence. Chen Lang felt fortunate for his imaginative leap. Enhancing talents was indeed possible. He promptly declared, "I choose to enhance my enhancement talent." As soon as the words left his mouth, the golden light surrounding Chen Lang intensified, shooting skyward like a beam. Beep! Enhancement successful. Survival talent. Enhancement has been upgraded to Super Enhancement. Daily refresh of 3 free enhancement opportunities at midnight. Additional energy crystals can be consumed for unlimited super enhancements. Super Enhancement allows any object to be elevated by 1 tier, with the probability of a direct 2-tier increase. The same object cannot be enhanced repeatedly. Current enhancement opportunities. 3. Transforming from enhancement to super enhancement. Not only did the free opportunities increase, but the enhancement ceiling also rose significantly. Even if the free chances were exhausted, resources could still be consumed to augment enhancement opportunities. Remarkably, the free chances were reset due to the talent upgrade. Essentially, a windfall. This stroke of luck was absolutely phenomenal. Chen Lang was overwhelmed with joy that he immediately attempted to enhance his talent once more. This time, he met with failure. The system displayed a notification. The same object cannot be enhanced repeatedly. Not to worry, this stroke of luck has already set me ahead. Chen Lang shrugged. He chose not to dwell on this matter further. With the awakening of his talent, other system functions gradually began to unlock. The first to materialize before Chen Lang was the detailed survivor panel, recording various attributes. Survivor, Chen Lang. Territory, island number 2887 mediocre. Talent, Super Enhancement unique. Attributes, Spirit 13, Strength 8, Speed 8, Endurance 7, Magic 1. Level, none. 100 experience points required for advancement to the next tier. Blueprints, none. Equipment, none. Items, none. Resources, none. Minions, none. Title, none. Good heavens, aside from my talent, I possess absolutely nothing. Not even a stitch of clothing. Truly starting from scratch in this island survival. Gazing at the utterly bare panel and inventory, Chen Lang sighed deeply. His gaze shifted to other functions: World Channel, Trading Square, and Inventory Space. He first opened World Channel. The World Channel consists of system announcements and regional exchanges, divided into 2 sections. As the name suggests, the former can only be issued by the system, while the latter allows survivors within the same region to communicate with one another, albeit limited to 3 messages per person each day. For any game, system announcements are an essential element not to be overlooked. Thus, Chen Lang directed his attention to the system announcements. Survival Guide. Each survivor's initial island will feature a wooden cabin during the 7-day beginner protection period. The cabin cannot be breached or destroyed, serving as your sole refuge. Inside the cabin, you'll find a bed and a fishing rod, which can randomly catch supply chests. Personal strength and territory development are both crucial in island survival. Neither can be neglected. After the 7-day beginner protection period ends, a primary maritime disaster will ensue. Survive, and you live; fail, and you perish. Seize the time to develop. The 3 survival guidelines were succinct and to the point. Immediately, Chen Lang followed the guidelines to locate the small wooden cabin at the island center. It was a classic matchbox-style cabin, built of wooden planks, square-shaped, facing south with a door and 2 windows. If opened simultaneously, it would allow for good ventilation. Pushing the door open, Chen Lang entered the cabin. He instantly understood the meaning of bare walls. Inside the entire room, aside from a wooden bed and a fishing rod placed atop it, there was truly nothing else. Even a rat would shed tears. A thief would leave with a bag of rice. This isn't a creative mode. Starting with nothing is completely normal. It'll develop gradually. Chen Lang maintained a positive mindset that he adapted to his circumstances, that he promptly picked up the fishing rod from the bed. While the daylight still lingered, he prepared to go fishing by the sea. The details panel materialized. Equipment: old fishing rod not for sale. Grade: ordinary. Description: standard equipment for survivors, allowing 3 fishing attempts daily, with a 50 chance of catching nothing, a 40 chance of obtaining a driftwood chest, a 9 chance of acquiring a first-tier ordinary chest, and a 1 chance of securing a second-tier fine chest. Note: the catch rate improves with the island's level. Is there really a 50 chance of catching nothing? That's unacceptable. This catch rate is far too low. What if I have a bad day and exhaust all 3 attempts without a single catch? The old fishing rod's dismal odds made Chen Lang shake his head in disbelief. Without hesitation, he activated his talent. Beep. Would you like to utilize a one-time free opportunity to super enhance the old fishing rod? Yes. Chen Lang nodded. In the next moment, his innate talent activated. The old fishing rod shimmered with light, transforming into a brand new state with significantly improved durability. Beep. Super enhancement successful. The old fishing rod has been upgraded to renovated fishing rod. Equipment: renovated fishing rod, not for sale. Grade: Tier 1. Description: essential gear for survivors, allowing for 5 fishing attempts daily, with a 20 chance of catching nothing, a 50 chance of acquiring a driftwood treasure chest, a 20 chance of obtaining a Tier 1 ordinary treasure chest, a 9 chance of acquiring a Tier 2 fine treasure chest, and a 1 chance of securing a Tier 3 outstanding treasure chest. The fishing yield rate increases with the level of the island. Beep. First use of your innate talent has achieved the milestone. Newbies first time, experience points 10. Beep. First acquisition of equipment has achieved the milestone. Equipment Master I, experience points 10. The drop rates have certainly improved. Moreover, my fishing rod will always be 1 tier above the island. Even a Tier 2 island will yield Tier 3 or even higher resource treasure chests. I'm already ahead of the game at the starting line. Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction. He then spread his legs into a bow stance and forcefully cast a fishing hook into the sea. He patiently sat down, silently anticipating. Chapter 2. A fishing rod at the start. Miracles await. Waiting for a catch is a lengthy process. Chen Lang decided to bring up the interface. He clicked on the second section of the World Channel, Regional Communication. He wanted to see how the other survivors were faring. Regional Communication 100,001,0000. So, 10,001 region. It seems everyone is still alive. None have perished upon landing, but how long they can survive depends entirely on their own abilities, Chen Lang murmured. The regional communication interface resembled a group chat, displaying each survivor's real name and avatar, with a plus sign next to each avatar, allowing for the addition of various titles. Due to the abrupt onset of the island survival scenario, many had been caught off guard. One moment, they were at work or out on a date, and the next, they found themselves stark naked on an island. Thus, most appeared bewildered. The messages varied greatly. Liu Mangyi, im Dolmet. I awakened an grade trash talent. Survival? What a joke. Can I switch accounts and restart? Doozy Tong, what are you thinking? Haven't you played EarthOL? Restarting is impossible. Just wait for the next life, brother. Wang Hengwei, alert. Alert. Everyone, do not recklessly venture into the sea. I was just lingering on the beach, and a massive black shark lunged at me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd probably be in its belly by now. Zheng Ro. So, it seems the wooden house is the safest place. But we can't just stay inside the wooden house forever, can we? Didn't the system say that after the 7-day novice period, maritime disasters would commence? Songshuren, exactly. So we must seize the time to develop quickly. That's our chance to survive. Chen Lang glanced through the messages, but he noticed that most of the participants were either lamenting their misfortunes or searching for loved ones, while some had already begun to quietly develop their skills. As an orphan, Chen Lang had no family to seek, which also meant he was utterly alone and had to rely solely on himself. While he was lurking in the group chat, the fishing hook cast into the sea suddenly stirred. A catch! Before long, a wooden chest, bobbing on the surface of the sea, was reeled in. Beep. Obtained driftwood treasure chest X1. Would you like to open it? Beep. First successful fishing, achievement unlocked. Fisherman and the Sea Eye. Experience points 10. Chen Lang examined the driftwood treasure chest he had just caught. It appeared to be a dilapidated box made of wooden planks, roughly the size of a suitcase. Its contents unknown. Item. Driftwood treasure chest. Grade. Common. Description. A survival treasure chest made from driftwood. Opening it may randomly yield a trivial item, such as equipment, blueprints, potions, resources, and more. Beep. Would you like to utilize a one-time free opportunity to super enhance the driftwood treasure chest? The mechanical voice of the system inquired whether Chen Lang wished to employ his talent to enhance the chest. No, not yet. Chen Lang shook his head in refusal. He currently lacked energy crystals and had only 3 free super enhancement opportunities each day. Having already used one to enhance the fishing rod, only 2 remained. Opportunities are limited, they must not be squandered. He'll finish today's fishing attempts first. Thus, he stored the driftwood treasure chest in his backpack space. Backpack space is one of the initial functionalities provided to every survivor, containing slots where items of the same type occupy only 1 slot and can stack infinitely. The backpack initially unlocks 10 slots. Chen Lang placed the driftwood treasure chest in the first slot, leaving him with 9 empty slots, providing ample storage space for the time being. If he runs out of slots later, he would need to spend energy crystals to unlock more, with the exact costs unknown. The system indicated that Chen Lang's current survival level was insufficient. He must reach Tier 1 survivor status to unlock additional backpack slots. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Lang resumed fishing. Once again, he cast the hook into the sea. After a while, the bobber began to bob. Beep. Obtained driftwood treasure, chest X1. Would you like to open it? Not opening. Chen Lang shook his head once more. Whether it was the system targeting him for not opening the chest or simply a stroke of bad luck, he was unsure. System notification. Beep. Missed attempt. Fishing failed. Hey, is this targeting me? A 20 chance of nothing. And I had to hit it once to make it feel better? Bring on the next empty attempt if you dare. Chen Lang grumbled. The next 2 attempts finally went smoothly without any mishaps. That on his 4th fishing attempt, he caught another driftwood treasure chest. Now, 3 driftwood treasure chests were stacked in the first slot of his backpack. On his final fishing attempt, Chen Lang waited unusually long. Minutes passed. Suddenly, the bobber surged violently. I've got something, and it's a big one. Chen Lang's eyes lit up, reeling it in felt significantly more strenuous than the previous attempts, as if he had hooked something far more substantial than a driftwood treasure chest. Using all his strength, he finally managed to drag it ashore. Beep. Obtained ordinary treasure chest X1. Item. Ordinary treasure chest. Grade. Tier 1. Description. A survival chest made of black iron. Opening it may randomly yield a Tier 1 item, such as equipment, blueprints, potions, resources, and more. A Tier 1 ordinary treasure chest. The potential rewards surpass those of the driftwood treasure chest. If enhanced, the rewards could be even better. Without hesitation, Chen Lang activated his talent. Enhance this ordinary first-tier treasure chest to a superlative level. Grant me the super enhancement. In an instant, the ordinary treasure chest shimmered, its material transforming from black iron to bronze, appearing more exquisite and elevated in status. Item: refined treasure chest. Grade: second tier. Description: a survival treasure chest crafted from bronze. Upon opening, it may yield a random second-tier item, such as equipment, blueprints, potions, resources, and more. Shall be opened. From first tier to second tier, what a lucrative turn of events. While others remain inconsequential, I have already procured a second-tier treasure chest, far ahead of the competition. Chen Lang excitedly rubbed his hands together. Open it. Let it be open now. As his words fell, the exquisite bronze chest lid automatically flipped open. A radiant glow emanated from within the chest. Ding. Opening successful. Acquired building. Fertile farmland 1. Ding. First-time acquisition of a building. Achievement unlocked. Architectural expert I. Experience points 10. Chapter 3. The innate farming gene. The system's prompt resonated through the air. Chen Lang gazed into the confines of his backpack. To his astonishment, a miniature agricultural plot appeared in the second slot. Building: fertile farmland. Grade: Tier 2. Description: a meticulously cultivated piece of farmland, rich in soil fertility, allowing crops of Tier 2 and below to flourish at an accelerated pace. Supplement 1. Continuous planting requires replenishment of nutrients and water. Otherwise, the farmland may become barren due to excessive nutrient depletion, resulting in a downgrade to a lower tier. Supplement 2. The farmland can be extracted from the backpack and placed at a designated location with a single command. But the location cannot be altered thereafter. Choose the placement site wisely. Upon inspecting the farmland in the slot, Chen Lang contemplated using his final free opportunity of the day to super enhance the Tier 2 farmland, in hopes of elevating it to Tier 3 or even Tier 4. However, after attempting the enhancement, he found no reaction. The system elucidated that the farmland is integrated with the reward and the chest. When he activated his talent on the chest, the farmland was simultaneously enhanced. Once an item has undergone enhancement, it cannot be enhanced again. Therefore, enhancing the chest first and then the rewards obtained from it in a nested manner would not yield success. Indeed, attempting to exploit the system's bugs was no simple task. Rubbing his shin thoughtfully, Chen Lang mused aloud. The description states that once placed, the farmland cannot be relocated, correct? In that case, I must carefully consider the optimal placement for the Tier 2 farmland. It should not conflict with the future development of the island. To identify a suitable location for the farmland, Chen Lang began to wander around the island, simultaneously gaining a more detailed understanding of his surroundings. The island numbered 2887 was modest in size, measuring over 300 meters in length and around 200 meters in width. A sandy beach encircled it, while the interior consisted of quaint wooden cabins and a vast expanse of grass. After a thorough exploration, Chen Lang concluded that his island could hardly be described as bountiful. It was rather desolate, devoid of any resources. Not a single wild rabbit or chicken was in sight, save for a solitary dead coconut tree. Beneath this tree lay 2 items. One was a coconut, and the other was also a coconut point. One of the coconuts appeared rather old, sprouting green shoots, suggesting it was no longer edible. However, the other coconut remained fresh enough to serve as a source of hydration. The sprouted coconut, he decided, would be planted in the Tier 2 farmland in hopes of cultivating a new coconut tree. With a plan forming in his mind, Chen Lang resolved to position the farmland near the coconut tree. This location was conveniently distanced from the beach, ensuring that even during high tides, the farmland would remain safe from inundation. Thus, with a thought, he commanded, "Place." The miniature farmland in the second slot of his backpack soared into the air, rapidly expanding to a 10-meter by 10-meter plot of fertile farmland, replacing the patch of weeds beside the dead coconut tree. The detailed status of the farmland emerged. Building: fertile farmland. Grade: Tier 2, current fertility 100. If it drops below 20, it will degrade to Tier 1. Growth rate: ordinary crops 3x. Tier 1 crops 2x. Tier 2 crops 1x. Tier 3 0.5x. Tier 4 and above cannot be cultivated. It is said that the people of the Dragon Kingdom possess an innate farming gene. Upon reaching a certain age, they yearn for a patch of land to cultivate whatever they desire. Chen Lang had previously dismissed such notions. Yet, upon witnessing this fertile farmland before him, he found himself captivated. He hurriedly retrieved the sprouted coconut, dug a hole, and buried it in the earth. Crop: coconut tree. Grade: ordinary. Status: sprouted. Estimated maturation time: 3 days, accelerated by 3x. A coconut that has just sprouted can mature into a coconut tree and bear fruit in 3 days? Typically, it takes at least 5 years. This growth rate is astonishing. Moreover, with the Tier 2 farmland providing a threefold acceleration for ordinary crops, a new coconut could be ready in just 1 day. In this light, it appeared that he would have more than enough water to drink in the short term. While coconut water is indeed plentiful, relying on it exclusively could pose risks of diarrhea. Nevertheless, it was better than having nothing at all for now. He would make do, but he still needed to devise a way to obtain pure fresh water. Lost in thought, Chen Lang brushed the dirt off his hands. Suddenly, another system notification appeared. Ding! First time planting a crop, achieve the achievement. Farming expert I, experience points 10. Currently, he was in the novice survival phase, and virtually any action could yield achievements, providing a decent amount of experience. After a busy half-day, Chen Lang had amassed 50 experience points at this rate. It wouldn't be long before he advanced to Tier 1 Survivor. He wondered what changes awaited him upon leveling up. Never mind, he thought. He would discover the specifics once he reached that milestone. For now, he still had 3 remaining floating wooden chests to open. What other treasures might they yield, since the chests and the rewards extracted from them could only be enhanced in a binary choice? He resolved to first open the chests. Based on the quality of the items obtained, he would then decide whether to enhance them. After all, if he enhanced the chest first and the rewards turn out to be useless, it would be a wasted opportunity to enhance for free. Chen Lang had yet to acquire any energy crystals, and the opportunities for super enhancement were limited to 3 free chances that refresh daily at midnight. He could not afford to squander them. Ding! Floating wooden chest X3 successfully opened. Received equipment: fishing net X1. Received blueprint: campfire blueprint X1. Received equipment: dagger X1. Ding! First time obtaining a blueprint, achieve the achievement. Blueprint collector I. Experience points 10. A fishing net and a campfire blueprint? Both are essential for survival. Chen Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he returned to the wooden cabin and examined his backpack. The 2 floating wooden chests in the first slot had vanished, replaced by a refurbished fishing rod. The second slot now contained the fresh coconut, while the third, fourth, and fifth slots held the recently opened campfire blueprint. Fishing cage and dagger, respectively. Let us take a closer look. First, Chen Lang pulled out the campfire blueprint. Blueprint: campfire blueprint. Type: production blueprint reusable. Grade: ordinary. Description: gather the required materials, place them on the blueprint, and it will automatically synthesize the final product. Required materials: wooden sticks X3, stones X3, flint X1. Wooden sticks and stones were easy enough to come by, but flint... Chen Lang frowned slightly. He had just wandered around the island and had specifically looked for fire-starting materials. Yet he had found none. Where could he procure it? A moment of inspiration struck. The trading square. Realizing that while he might not possess flint, it did not mean others lacked it, he immediately summoned the system panel, accessed the trading square interface, and began to search diligently. Chapter 4. Trading Square. Exchanging coconuts for flint. Crafting a campfire. The trading square's interface bore resemblance to a certain seafood market with a yellow icon. Upon entry, the homepage presented various trading posts, featuring a search bar at the top and category filters and my trades below. Chen Lang quickly scanned the homepage. In the brief half-day since the universal transition began, many had likely yet to grasp the situation, and few had made substantial progress. Consequently, there were hardly any valuable items available. Most postings consisted of items deemed useless or requests for goods, seeking to barter with others. Zhao, Song, wooden boxes from treasure chests, incredibly spacious. Anyone interested? Zhang Jinshaw, a set of lace battle attire, ladies first, but cross-dressers are welcome too. Interested parties can private message with offers. Xiao Mao, the previous poster is a bit indecent. I have just hand-woven grass skirts, willing to trade for food and water, or other offers via private message. Lu Renjia, I have a blueprint for arrows, currently bulk purchasing feathers. The more, the better. Zheng, I have purified water condensed using my talent. Who is interested? As Chen Lang perused the listings, he noted that amidst the vast pool of survivors, some fortunate individuals had emerged, deserving of his attention. For instance, Lu Renjia and Zheng. The former possessed a blueprint for arrows, enabling mass production of projectiles, potentially allowing for the crafting of bows, as the saying goes, while neighbors stockpile food. One should stockpile weapons. Having arrows would give Lu Renjia a distinct advantage in combat compared to other survivors. The IT was wise to remain vigilant or perhaps even reach out to procure some arrows for self-defense. The latter, Zheng, appears to have awakened a talent related to water, enabling her to conjure pure water. This vital freshwater resource for survival on the island is not lacking for her, leading many to seek her out for water, which could potentially impact her plans for the coconut trade, marking her as a potential competitor. The homepage refreshes far too slowly, so it would be wiser to directly search in the search bar. What Chen Lang desires most at this moment is a flint. With a flint, he can create a campfire, which serves not only to provide warmth but also to cook food. Its significance is self-evident. Thus, he promptly enters the keyword in the search bar. To his surprise, he finds 4 individuals: Lu Jikai, Han Zhao, Lian, and Guman. The 3 men and 1 woman have all posted about trading flint on their profiles. According to their descriptions, they all originated from the same large island, which also houses a fairly sizable mine. While they have yet to venture deep into the mine, there are plenty of scattered flint shards near the entrance, and it is possible to strike a couple of pieces together to create sparks. However, as the saying goes, the drought kills the thirsty while the flood drowns the flooded. Lu Kai and his companions can easily gather a handful of grass, strike the flint, and ignite a fire for warmth. Yet the vast majority of people are utterly incapable of starting a fire. The temperature difference between day and night at sea is immense, and many are inadequately clothed. When darkness falls, even if they hide in a small wooden cabin, they risk freezing and potentially falling ill with a cold or fever. In such a scenario, even a minor ailment could be fatal. Given the lack of medical resources, hence, many have sought out Lu Jikai and his companions, offering food, water, or other useful items in exchange for flint. In this purely seller's market, Lu Jikai and his friends quickly amassed a considerable amount of supplies, likely ranking among the fastest in development. Chen Lang also left a message under Lu Jikai's post. "Coconuts for flint. Are you interested?" "Sure, brother," Lu Jikai replied amicably, unperturbed by the booming business. Both parties fulfilled their needs, and the transaction was completed smoothly. In Chen Lang's backpack, the compartment that once held coconuts now contained 2 freshly acquired pieces of flint. Item: broken flint. Grade: common. Description: 2 shards make a set. Friction between them can produce sparks, though the ignition probability is low, and they cannot be used in damp environments. Just as the transaction concluded, the system chimed with a notification. Ding! Successfully completed a buyer's transaction at the trading square for the first time. Achieving procurement experience points 10. At last, the flint was in hand. Inside the small cabin, Chen Lang gazed out the window. The sky had begun to darken, and in a few hours, the sun would dip below the horizon. He hurriedly unfolded the blueprint, ready to craft a campfire. Creating a campfire requires 3 sticks, 3 stones, and flint. Chen Lang quickly gathered enough sticks and stones on the island. Additionally, he selected some longer, sturdier grass to fashion a makeshift grass skirt for himself. Finally escaping the state of being inadequately clothed, thus donned in his grass skirt. Resembling a primitive man, Chen Lang arranged the sticks, stones, and the recently traded flint on the spread-out campfire blueprint. With a thought: create. In the next moment, the wood, stones, and other components on the blueprint were enveloped in light, transforming into the depicted finished product. The blueprint has 2 types: one-time use blueprints, which disappear after single use, and production blueprints, which can be reused multiple times, though each use diminishes their durability. Once the durability is exhausted, the blueprint will wear out significantly and require repair at a drafting table. Ding! Creation successful. Obtained item: Campfire 1. Ding! First time using a blueprint to create an item. Achieving Engineer experience points 10. Item: Campfire. Grade: common. Description: a mass-produced campfire created using a blueprint. with weak firepower. Capable of providing warmth over a small area and simple cooking. Requires fuel to burn for extended periods. A series of notifications chimed, and the durability of the campfire blueprint dropped to 99. The campfire created from a blueprint was automatically stored in his backpack. Chen Lang had achieved yet another accomplishment. Gaining 10 experience points, he decided to place it there, far from the bed, ensuring warmth without the worry of igniting the house. Making it more convenient for future cooking of meat or fish, he retrieved the campfire and placed it on a clear spot inside the small cabin. Instantly, a square wooden frame with a grid structure appeared before him. The central base lined with stones, with burning charcoal piled atop it, casting an orange glow that brightened and warmed the chilly little cabin. Ding! First time igniting a flame, achieving warmed up experience points 10. Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction. Although he could ignite a fire using just flint, it was ultimately less comprehensive than the campfire. The two are somewhat akin to matches and lighters. One is not useless. But the latter is certainly more convenient. Shivering slightly, he crouched beside the campfire, extending his hands to bask in its warmth until he felt sufficiently warmed. He then stepped outside. The coconuts he had intended to keep for food had been exchanged for flint, prompting him to head to the shoreline, but he planned to use the fishing net, also obtained from the floating treasure chest, to see if he could catch a few fish for dinner before darkness fell. Chapter 5. Advanced Fishing Net. Item. Fishing net. Grade. Common. Description. A fishing net woven from fine fishing line, quite resilient, capable of catching small fish and shrimp. With one last enhancement opportunity remaining, he decided to use it now. Hopefully, the upgrade would allow him to catch more fish that, if all goes well, the fishing net would become an essential tool for sustenance over the next few days. Sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter. It was entirely sensible to use his final free enhancement opportunity on the fishing net. Thus, with a thought, Chen Lang activated his Super Enhancement talent once more. The brilliance of Super Enhancement enveloped the fishing net. In no time at all. Ding! Super Enhancement successful. Fishing net has been upgraded to Advanced Fishing Net. Equipped. Advanced Fishing Net. Grade. Tier 2. Description. An advanced fishing net crafted using exquisite techniques. Remarkably durable. Capable of catching aquatic creatures of Tier 2 or below. Supplement. Also has a binding effect on land creatures, including survivors, capable of restraining them for up to 30 minutes. The stronger the target, the shorter the duration. Good heavens, it upgraded from common to Tier 2, doubling its level. My luck is quite remarkable. Moreover, this advanced fishing net after Super Enhancement possesses a new mechanism. Besides fishing, it can also be effectively used against beasts and enemies. Chen Lang grew increasingly pleased with his decision to use the last free Super Enhancement wisely. He then walked barefoot into the sea, progressing deeper until the water reached his waist. His body swayed slightly with the waves, and taking a few more steps would likely see him engulfed by a large wave. Chen Lang halted, gripping the braided long cord tightly in one hand while spinning the net in the other, then suddenly released it. With the force of inertia, the net opened into a standard circular shape, its mouth agape like a whale's maw. As he cast the fishing net into the sea, he secured the cord to a dead coconut tree to prevent the net from being swept away by the waves. Gradually evaporating the moisture from his body, Chen Lang pondered his future plans. Regardless of his willingness, the island-wide survival game had commenced, and this was merely the first day. Many days lay ahead, necessitating careful planning. At the very least, he could not afford to adopt a haphazard approach, lest he encounter trouble. The most pressing matter at hand was the third guideline from the survival manual, which mentioned the impending maritime disaster that would sweep through the region after the 7-day beginner period concluded. To withstand this calamity, both his personal strength and the island's development must keep pace. After a day of pioneering, he had already accumulated 70 experience points. He only needed 30 more to elevate his survival level from novice to Tier 1. At which point there should be special changes. For the island to upgrade from novice to Tier 1, it requires at least 3 buildings, and he must first advance to Tier 1 himself. With a thought, Chen Lang called up his survivor panel. Territory: Island 2887, Novice, Talent, Super Enhancement, Unique. Attributes: Spirit 13, Strength 8, Speed 8, Endurance 7, Magic 1, Level, Novice 7100. Blueprints: Campfire blueprint with equipment. renewed fishing rod 1, advanced fishing net 1, dagger 1, items, campfire 1. He clicked on the territory to enter the territory details. The details of island number 2887 unfolded before Chen Lang's eyes. Territory. Island No. 2887. Level. Subpar. Buildings. Initial wooden house 1. Fertile farmland 1. Evaluation. A barren and obscure initial island, lacking in notoriety, yet possessing significant potential for agricultural development. Promotion conditions. The Lord's level must reach Tier 1. At least 3 buildings must be owned. Advancing to Tier 1 was not a daunting task for him. He estimated he would achieve it by tomorrow. However, constructing buildings was not as straightforward, apart from the initial wooden house he possessed. The Tier 2 farmland was purely a stroke of luck he had uncovered from a chest, and the timeline for acquiring another building remained uncertain. He could either find one in a chest or hope to see someone selling blueprints or similar items on the trading platform. Chen Lang muttered to himself, his thoughts meandering. An hour soon slipped by. The sun began to set on the horizon. The deeper the water, the better the fishing net performed. He had initially thought casting his net by the shore would yield little. To his surprise, the net felt quite heavy, indicating a bountiful catch. The weighty sensation at the end of the fishing net made Chen Lang's heart leap with joy. If he indeed pulled up a net brimming with fish, he would have no worries about food. He could even barter the fish with other survivors for more essential supplies. Fueled by renewed vigor, he heaved the fishing net out of the water. Upon closer inspection, although the haul was not as grand as he had imagined, it was still quite satisfactory. He beheld more than 10 fish of various species within the net, the smallest barely the size of his palm, while the largest was nearly as long as his forearm, clearly weighing several pounds. Whoa, time to feast. Tonight, he could indulge in roasted fish. Chen Lang cheered, his exuberance dispelling his earlier sense of crisis. However, at such a moment, it was likely that an unexpected turn of events was imminent. His jubilant exclamation had drawn the attention of seabirds circling nearby, a massive blackbird, with a wingspan of 3 meters, its feathers as sharp as blades, and talons akin to those of a hawk, locked its gaze on Chen Lang from the sky, then swiftly narrowed its wings and dove towards him like an arrow. Chen Lang, clutching the fishing net filled with several fish, was making his way towards his house when he suddenly sensed a darkness enveloping him. Only the area around him was shrouded in shadow, while the surroundings remained relatively bright, as if a colossal shadow loomed overhead. He quickly looked up. The sight nearly stole Chen Lang's breath away. A large, pitch-black bird was descending from the sky, as if it intended to snatch him away like an eagle would a chick. Fierce beast, black-feathered eagle, juvenile. Level, Tier 1, description. A predatory bird often patrolling the seas, with an expansive wingspan and razor-sharp feathers, formidable in combat, primarily feeding on other seabirds and fish, but also preying on terrestrial creatures on the island. Skills. Note. This individual is still a juvenile in the process of growth and development, with limited hunting experience. What the hell? A Tier 1 predatory beast, and its juvenile form is this large. It must have been my earlier shouting that attracted it. No way, I can't fight it head-on. I need to run. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Lang dashed towards the wooden house. The new player protection period meant the wooden house would remain unbreached. As long as he could slip inside, he would be safe. However, the black-feathered eagle was far too swift, and no matter how hard he tried, his 2 legs could not compete with its speed, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. In a moment of resolve, he thought, if I don't sacrifice the fish, I won't save my life. He decisively began tossing the fish he had just caught, one by one, from smallest to largest, in an attempt to divert the eagle's attention. This strategy proved effective. Chapter 6. A brush with death as a predatory bird. Once the black-feathered eagle set its sights on prey, escape was nearly impossible. Yet, luck was on Chen Lang's side. The eagle that was diving towards him was not an experienced predator, but rather a novice like himself, lacking in hunting skills and easily distracted by other stimuli. When Chen Lang tossed the first fish, the eagle diverted some of its attention, flapping its wings to change direction and snatching the fish in its beak, increasing the distance between itself and Chen Lang. Chen Lang had moved a step closer to the wooden house. There was hope. With renewed determination, Chen Lang thought, I can catch more fish later. but if I lose my life, that's truly game over. Thus, he continued his tactic, akin to a butcher being pursued by two wolves, continuously tossing fish from his net to lure the young black-feathered eagle in another direction. When only two fish remained in the net, Chen Lang finally reached the door of the wooden house, since he was the only living soul on the island and hadn't spotted any wildlife. He didn't bother closing the door behind him, allowing him to stride inside with haste. He quickly shut the door and secured the windows, successfully taking refuge in his safe haven. Chen Lang was the type to remain calm and collected in a crisis. Therefore, the entire sequence of actions was executed with fluidity, leaving the black-feathered eagle no time to react. With a loud bang, it crashed against the wooden wall of the house, the 3-meter wingspan of the eagle. Propelled by its full-speed dive, exerted tremendous force, making the wooden house tremble. Fortunately, the 7-day new player protection period was still in effect. The house was enveloped in a faint glow, ensuring that despite its precarious state, it would not collapse. And no matter how fiercely the eagle flapped its wings, or how much it pecked and clawed with its sharp beak and talons, it was powerless against the protective barrier. After over half an hour of futile effort, it finally screeched in frustration and took its leave. Chen Lang, hidden within the wooden house, let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally gone. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, murmuring to himself, "Though I've escaped death this time, it has taught me a lesson. Survival on this island is not only about scarce resources, but also about monster attacks. I had previously overlooked this aspect, and it nearly cost me my life." As his emotions settled, Chen Lang retrieved the remaining 3 small fish from the fishing net. Using a simple dagger acquired from a floating wooden chest, he scaled and gutted the fish, skewering them on a wooden stick to roast over the campfire. Ding! First cooking attempt, achievement unlocked. A warm meal, experience points, 10. An achievement notification popped up before him. He was one step closer to Tier 1. While awaiting the fish to cook, Chen Lang accessed the system panel, clicked on the world channel, and entered the regional communication section, curious about the progress of other survivors throughout the day. However, his attention was drawn to the online user count at the top of the page. Regional communication, 8792 10,000. The number of online users had decreased by over 1,000. Chen Lang was taken aback. In this survival game, players did not log off, and since their IDs had been changed to account canceled, it indicated that these individuals had truly perished. Scrolling down through the conversation logs, he found that many had shared their harrowing experiences. Xiaobo, this is terrifying. Brothers, I was just about to dive into the sea with my buddy Lumongi to catch some fish, when suddenly a shark bigger than a bus lunged into the shallow water and swallowed Lumongi whole. His E-rank talent, fleet-footed, was useless. If I hadn't been close to the shore, I would have been the one devoured. My heart is still racing. I'm too scared to go into the water again. Wang Hengwei, brother, I warned you from the start to be cautious of the sharks in the sea. Sai. Li Yutong, the island isn't safe either. Mine is quite large with a forest. And at night, a pack of wolves charged out from the woods to attack me. I'm now trapped inside my wooden house. What should I do? Song Shuren. It seems that nightfall has brought forth many nocturnal predators. Everyone should stay inside their wooden houses until morning. After observing for a while, Chen Lang found Song Shuren's advice reasonable. Meanwhile, in the time it took to read, the fish had finished cooking. Although lacking seasoning and possessing a strong fishy odor, it was a rare delicacy for Chen Lang, who had been starving all day. He quickly devoured it, leaving no bones untouched. He then lay down on the rigid wooden bed, forcing himself to sleep, preparing to recharge for the next day's survival on the island. The following day, Chen Lang awoke early. To be honest, due to the universal crossover phenomenon and the life and death experiences he had encountered. He and T slept well the previous night. But time waits for no one. With less than 6 days left in the new player protection period, the impending maritime disaster loomed closer. He had to swiftly enhance both himself and the island. He wondered if the black-feathered eagle was lurking outside, waiting for him to step out for a surprise attack. Better safe than sorry. Chen Lang cautiously opened the wooden door crack, peeking out to survey his surroundings. Confirming that the black-feathered eagle had long departed by yesterday evening, and with the island restored to safety, I finally felt at ease to push open the door and step outside. The number of fishing attempts and the 3 free enhancement opportunities for my talent had reset at midnight. But there was no rush to head to the seaside just yet. I decided to first check on the harvest at the Tier 2 farmland. Chen Lang strolled towards the fertile fields. He beheld the old coconut tree that had sprouted from the seed planted the previous morning. After a single night, it had grown into a tall, robust coconut tree, its crown bearing 3 fresh coconuts that had yet to fully ripen. Crop: coconut tree, grade, ordinary, status, fully grown, estimated maturation time, 10 minutes, 3x acceleration in effect. With the 3-fold growth acceleration in the Tier 2 farmland, the last 10 minutes of the coconut tree's growth were reduced to just over 3 minutes. Bang, bang, bang! The 3 tender green coconuts, each larger than a bowling ball, were knocked down from the tree and collected into my backpack. Ding! First harvest of a crop achieved. Accomplishment unlocked. Abundant harvest die. Experience points 10. Ding! Current experience points have reached the requirement for leveling up. 100. Do you wish to level up? At last, I had gathered enough. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Lang nodded decisively. Level up. Let us do it now. Chapter 7. Ascending to Tier 1. Ding! Level up successful. Congratulations, you have become Tier 1 Survivor. The system's notification chimed, and simultaneously, Chen Lang's Survivor attribute panel automatically appeared. Survivor. Chen Lang. Territory. Island No. 2887. Mediocre. Talent. Super Enhancement. Unique. Attributes. Spirit 13. Strength 8. Speed 8. Stamina 7. Magic 1. Free attribute points available. 10. Level. Tier 1. 0200. Blueprints. Campfire Blueprint 1. Equipment. Renewed Fishing Rod 1. Advanced Fishing Net 1. Dagger 1. Items. Campfire 1. Supplies. Coconuts 3. So upon reaching Tier 1, I gain an additional 10 attribute points to allocate at will. Chen Lang murmured to himself. The leveling system rewards points that can enhance various attributes, thereby strengthening oneself. My current attributes are Spirit 13, Strength 8, Speed 8, Stamina 7, and Magic 1. Spirit is my strength, while Magic is my weakness, with the other attributes being relatively balanced. Should I fortify my strengths, compensate for my weaknesses, or distribute points among Strength, Speed, and Stamina? Chen Lang found himself momentarily perplexed regarding his point allocation. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. The reason I am so conflicted is solely due to the lack of points. I should find ways to increase my attribute points. System, I wish to super enhance my points. Chen Lang attempted to activate his talent. To his delight, it worked. It seemed that anything directly linked to himself could indeed be enhanced. Ding! Super enhancement successful. 10 free attribute points have been enhanced to 20 free attribute points. Transforming 10 points into 20 points provided a significant surplus. Chen Lang could now address both his strengths and weaknesses simultaneously. He wanted all. With spirit already sufficiently high, he decided to add 2 points. Raising it to 15. For strength, speed, and stamina, he allocated 5 points each, resulting in 13, 13, and 12, thus narrowing the gap with spirit. Finally, he assigned the remaining 3 points to magic. Although it might not be immediately useful, it could prove invaluable later on, so it was wise to prepare in advance. Thus, the 20 free points were allocated, achieving a well-rounded enhancement in the very next moment. Chen Lang felt a surge of power emanating from deep within his body. He returned to the physique of an 18-year-old. He had initially been a slender lad standing at 1.78 meters. But now he had gained a few centimeters, reaching 1.83 meters. His muscles appeared more robust, resembling those of a seasoned bodybuilder who frequented the gym and consumed protein shakes. With such a physique, his speed and stamina were sure to be impressive as well. Moreover, Chen Lang sensed a newfound vitality coursing through him. Despite having had a poor night's sleep and noticeable dark circles, he now felt invigorated and mentally sharp, as if a veil had been lifted from his mind. Lastly, he experienced an indescribable sensation, as if the air around him had suddenly become infused with something unseen yet instinctively perceptible. This change was likely related to the enhancement of his magic attribute. In summary, upon ascending to Tier 1, Chen Lang's overall strength had escalated significantly. Previously, he was the archetype of an ordinary person, but now his physical capabilities were akin to those of an Olympic champion or a special forces operative. Retrieving the dagger from his backpack, his eyes gleamed with determination. Should I encounter that young black-feathered eagle again, I would certainly not find myself as helpless as before. I now possessed the strength to fight back. That said, Chen Lang did not intend to seek out the black-feathered eagle for revenge. That would be a waste of time. Instead, he needed to focus on his development. Having broken through to Tier 1, he had fulfilled a prerequisite for upgrading the island, now only needing to gather 3 buildings. There were 2 primary avenues for acquiring buildings: trading at the plaza or fishing by the seaside. Chen Lang opened the regional communication channel, initially planning to observe how others fared the following day, only to find a notification in the input bar. You are the first Tier 1 survivor in the region. Would you like to make a regional announcement? Yes. Chen Lang chose to make it public that in the early stages, the competition among survivors was not overly intense, so there was no need to hide. Revealing his achievement could also help him build momentum and reputation. Consequently, across the islands, every survivor, regardless of their activities, was met with the system announcement interface, hearing the system's notification. Ding! Chen Lang has become the first Tier 1 survivor in the region. Accomplishing, leading the charge, experience points 50, hereby announced. Ding! Chen Lang has become the first Tier 1 survivor in the region. Ding! Chen Lang has become the first Tier 1 survivor in the region. The important message was repeated thrice. The numerous survivors witnessing the system announcement erupted into a frenzy, flooding the regional communication channel with exclamations. Du Zitong. Wait, what? I've only completed 4 achievements. Accumulating a mere 40 experience points. How did someone already gather 100 points of breakthrough to Tier 1? What kind of divine speed is this? Su Huaying. Chen Lang, big shot. Could you share how you leveled up to Tier 1 so quickly? Any tips? Lu Rinjia. Congratulations, brother Chen Lang. May I ask which island you are on? If we're close, perhaps we can support each other. Zheng Ro. Darn it. I've already amassed 90 experience points. And I thought I would be the first Tier 1 survivor. I can't believe someone beat me to it. How frustrating. Song Shuren. Looks like I need to speed up as well. I hope to be the first to elevate my island to Tier 1. It was evident that Chen Lang's announcement of his level up had greatly spurred the other survivors in the region. Many hastened their efforts, eager to keep pace. However, catching up to Chen Lang would not be an easy feat that in fact, only a handful of survivors, such as Lu Rinjia, Zheng Ro, Wang Hengwei, Song Shuren, and Lu Zhihai, had any hope of trailing behind him. After harvesting the mature coconuts, the coconut tree in the farmland would enter its next fruiting cycle, and the next harvest would not occur until tomorrow. Thus, Chen Lang turned his attention to the seaside. He first cast the advanced fishing net into the shallow waters, waiting for the automatic fishing duration of 1 hour. Meanwhile, during this waiting period, he began to fish with his renewed fishing rod. The fishing rod bound to the island could only be used to catch treasure chests. Yesterday, he had managed to reel in 3 driftwood chests and 1 black iron chest, along with 1 empty catch. Wondering whether today's luck would be good or bad, he cast his line into the sea. Not long after, he caught a driftwood chest. Ding! Obtained driftwood treasure chest 1. Would you like to open it? Chapter 8. Narrow paths of enmity for the first opportunity. Chen Lang had reeled in a driftwood treasure chest. Just as he had done on the first day, he refrained from hastily opening it. Opting to wait and gather a few more before opening them together, he cast his line again, but this time it was an empty catch that he persisted. Thus, with 5 fishing opportunities available each day, Chen Lang gradually utilized them all. The results of his 5 fishing attempts were summarized as follows: 2 empty catches, 1 driftwood treasure chest, and 2 black iron treasure chests, although the number of empty catches had increased by 1 compared to yesterday. He had also secured 1 additional black iron treasure chest. Since he could only choose 1 item to enhance from the chests or treasures obtained, he decided to open the treasure chests first, determining whether to proceed with a super enhancement based on the value of the items acquired. Otherwise, if he enhanced the chest first only to receive something of little use, it would be quite awkward. Chen Lang thought to himself as he opened the first driftwood treasure chest. Ding! The floating wooden treasure chest has been successfully opened, yielding supplies. 1 empty mineral water bottle. An empty bottle? Chen Lang gazed at the empty plastic bottle nestled in his backpack. In his youth, he had frequently watched Bear Grylls and other survival challenges, understanding that in the city, this empty plastic bottle might be considered trash, yet on this island, it often transformed from waste to treasure. Hence, he chose not to discard it. Even if it was of no immediate use to him, it could be placed on the trading square for barter with others. Next came the highlight of his fishing haul, 2 black iron treasure chests. Chen Lang opted to open them simultaneously. Ding! 2 black iron treasure chests opened successfully. Acquired blueprint. Freshwater well blueprint 1. Acquired item workbench 1. Blueprint. Freshwater well blueprint. Type one-time blueprint. Grade first tier. Description: gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials: wooden barrel 1, wooden sticks 5, hemp rope 1, large stone 10. Item workbench. Grade first tier. Description: a platform for survivors to perform simple processing and manufacturing of items and equipment. A workbench and a well blueprint. One serves as a production tool, while the other is architectural schematics, both of great utility to me. It is only fitting that such valuable items emerge from the low-probability black iron treasure chests. Far superior to the ordinary floating wooden chests, Chen Lang felt a surge of joy. The workbench would allow for the crafting of rudimentary gear and tools, while the well blueprint signified that once he gathered the materials, he could erect another structure, fulfilling another condition for upgrading the island. Excellent. Chen Lang contentedly stowed away these 2 rewards and proceeded to the nearby beach. Goodness, today's catch was even heftier than yesterday's. At least a dozen fish. As he pulled the hand rope, Chen Lang distinctly felt that today's net was significantly heavier than the previous day's. However, having upgraded his strength after advancing to the first tier, he found it easier to haul the fishing net onto the shore. Upon closer inspection, he discovered there was only 1 fish in the net, but it was a sizable one. It measured over 1 meter in length, with sharp teeth, thick scales, and a deep blue hue. Clearly a formidable carnivorous fish. Beast, blue-scaled, sharp-toothed fish, level first tier. Description: a carnivorous fish often found in shallow waters, known for its ferocious habits and tendency to attack any prey it encounters. Its sharp teeth and hard scales make it a formidable opponent with high attack power and substantial health. Skill: none. Supplement: as a marine creature, its power diminishes when removed from the water, and it cannot survive on land for extended periods. Splash, splash, despite being ensnared in the fishing net and dragged onto dry land, the blue-scaled, sharp-toothed fish continued to thrash and resist vigorously. Weighing over 100 pounds and measuring more than 1 meter long, it flailed its tail and snapped its large mouth, seemingly intent on tearing Chen Lang apart at the slightest approach. Now that the fish was on land, it had become his meal. Would it dare to defy him? Chen Lang was not one to indulge the foul nature of the blue-scaled, sharp-toothed fish. Armed with an ordinary quality dagger he had acquired from fishing, he strode confidently towards it. After a fierce struggle, the fish was becoming more entangled in the net, and having been out of water for some time, it could hardly move, gasping desperately to extract oxygen from the air. Seizing the moment, Chen Lang plunged the dagger into the fish's gill as it opened its gill cover for breath. The dagger penetrated through the gill opening, thrusting deep into the blue-scaled, sharp-toothed fish, whose impressive defenses, cloaked in thick blue scales, proved no match for Chen Lang's precision. With a single thrust, even this shallow water tyrant succumbed to its fate. It lay lifeless. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier beast. Blue-scaled, sharp-toothed fish 1, earning energy crystal 1 and 10 experience points. Ding! First kill of a first-tier beast. Achievement unlocked. First blood, earning 10 experience points. Resource: energy crystal, grade, first tier. Description: contains a substantial essence of energy from the beast with various uses. Slaying beasts above the first tier yields additional experience points and energy crystals. Defeating monsters grants experience, yet only the slaying of first-tier beasts rewards such bounties. A classic trope. Currently, 99 of survivors lack the capability to kill first-tier beasts. Only Chen Lang can accelerate his leveling speed through this method. It was time to move. Last time he lingered by the shore, he attracted the attention of a juvenile black-feathered eagle, but he needed to depart early today, with the previous encounter fresh in his mind. He was uncertain if it was mere coincidence or if the eagle had been nursing its grudge, circling the skies nearby. This time, the black-feathered eagle approached even faster. Chen Lang had only taken a few steps when he heard the aggressive cry of the eagle once more. Turning around, he confirmed it was indeed the same black-feathered eagle. Spotting Chen Lang, the eagle was infuriated at being outsmarted by such a seemingly weak prey on their last encounter. Chen Lang had long since placed the black-feathered eagle on his revenge list, determined that upon encountering it again after advancing to the first tier, he would settle the score. Enemies on the same path, their eyes burned with animosity upon meeting. Chen Lang reacted first, darting toward the small wooden cabin. But it was merely a ruse as a first-tier survivor. His speed was slower than the previous day, deliberately enticing the eagle to dive down, just as the eagle swooped closer to the ground. Chen Lang prepared to unleash the advanced fishing net from his backpack, hoping to give his fledgling bird a harsh lesson about the treachery of mankind. Chapter 9. Revenge, Slaying the Black-Feathered Eagle. Meanwhile, the eagle, fixated on its desire for vengeance and eager to succeed, failed to recognize Chen Lang's feigned weakness and the trap laid before it accelerated, diving like an arrow straight towards him. Its sharp hooked talons poised to snatch him away before he could reach the cabin. Ready for a feast, the trap sprung. Chen Lang observed the eagle's approach with keen eyes, and upon realizing it was closing in rather than retreating, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Seizing the moment, he swiftly retrieved the advanced fishing net from his backpack and hurled it skyward. The net unfurled, resembling a divine palm descending from the heavens, ensnaring the diving black-feathered eagle. Originally an ordinary fishing net, it was now transformed into an advanced fishing net, endowed with a new mechanism to restrain other beings, including survivors, capable of binding for up to 30 minutes, with the duration shortening based on the target's strength. Thus, it had become a formidable control tool. The black-feathered eagle, caught in the net, found itself powerless against the first-tier trap, unable to escape despite its frantic wing beats. It crashed heavily onto the beach, the tide of battle having turned. How arrogant you were! And now look at you! I can finally exact my revenge. Chen Lang, dagger in hand, laughed triumphantly as he approached. Even after crashing to the ground, the eagle still posed a threat with its sharp beak and talons. But Chen Lang had no intention of playing fair. With a swift motion, he ensnared it in the net, rendering it helpless, a fish on a chopping board, awaiting its fate. While the ordinary quality dagger required effort to find weaknesses in the tough-scaled, blue-scaled, sharp-toothed fish, the black-feathered eagle, being of the same tier, had feathers and skin less formidable than the fish. Thus, a few slashes were sufficient to penetrate its defenses. Consequently, a torrent of hot blood gushed forth. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier beast. Black-feathered eagle, juvenile, 1. Earning energy crystal 1 and 10 experience points. Another notification chimed. Chen Lang exhaled deeply, feeling immensely satisfied with his day's bounty. Not only had he caught a first-tier fish, but he had also slain the first-tier bird that had nearly bested him the previous day. Successfully avenging himself, he dragged the carcasses of the black-feathered eagle and the blue-scaled, sharp-toothed fish into the small wooden cabin. The wooden sticks he had casually collected while wandering the island were neatly stacked in a corner by the door to serve as firewood. Chen Lang pulled a few sticks and tossed them into the fire pit, reigniting the flames that had begun to dwindle. Next, he set about processing the two prey he had just hunted. First, for the blue-scaled, sharp-toothed fish, Chen Lang skillfully sliced off its head at the gill injury, then opened its belly to remove the entrails, and finally pried off the thick, blue scales from its body with his dagger. He successfully gathered resources. Blue hard scales, 488. So many scales can be fashioned into arrowheads or woven together with ropes to create a pair of arm guards. Chen Lang had made arrangements. Then, employing a similar technique, he plucked the feathers from the black-feathered eagle. Meticulously removing the flesh and preparing it as food and other supplies, he reserved the eagle meat and fish for his own consumption. The bones, numbering 10, could later be ground in a bone meal to hasten crop maturation. The entrails and such were set aside to be placed in the fishing nets, as the scent of blood would attract more fish to their doom. Additionally, he collected 30 flight feathers, located at the edges of the wings, each exceeding 20 centimeters in length, pitch black as ink, and sharp as a blade, possessing immense value. After a considerable amount of work, Chen Lang promptly strung the fresh eagle and fish meat together and placed them over the campfire. Treating himself to a sumptuous roasted meat lunch, he opened a coconut as well. Once satiated, he realized it was already the afternoon of the following day. His assigned task was to swiftly gather all necessary materials to construct a freshwater well. This would ensure a continuous and stable supply of fresh water, enabling the island to accumulate 3 buildings and ascend from a minor island to a first-tier island. Without delay, he set about the construction of the freshwater well, which required 1 wooden barrel, 5 wooden sticks, 1 hemp rope, and 10 large stones, far more materials than those needed for the campfire. Crucially, aside from the wooden sticks, he had collected in abundance around the island. All other materials were absent. Thus, he decided to first explore the trading square. Chen Lang reopened the trading square interface, but he found himself with a considerable stockpile of resources, making it likely that he could acquire sufficient materials through trade. As anticipated, he quickly discovered the first type of raw material, dukong. Selling large stones, private chat for price, serious buyers can use a knife. Chen Lang immediately initiated a private conversation. My friend. What's the price for the stones? His tone carried an air of pleasant surprise. Oh, it's actually the esteemed Chen Lang. If you come to me for business, I shall definitely offer you the most favorable price. 1 large stone for a portion of food or water. These stones were cut from a solid rock face using my innate abilities, and it took considerable effort, ensuring their worth. Dukong welcomed him warmly, clearly aware of Chen Lang's burgeoning reputation as the first-tier survivor in the region, bolstered by the system's triple announcement. However, upon inspecting Dukong's pricing, Chen Lang merely shook his head inwardly. Despite the time and effort involved in obtaining large stones, they were not an essential commodity for the majority of survivors at this moment. Noticing that Dukong had posted several trade offers, it was evident that these large stones were more talk than demand, leaving ample room for negotiation. Thus, Chen Lang boldly proposed 10 units of large stones for 2 coconuts. How about it? Dukong hesitated. As this offer fell below his expectations, he had hoped that by warmly welcoming Chen Lang, he could entice him into a more favorable exchange, but Chen Lang remained unmoved. Meanwhile, Dukong's stomach grumbled, having gone hungry for some time. Realizing that opportunities might soon dwindle, he gritted his teeth and conceded. All right, it's a deal. If you need anything else, feel free to come back to me. The exchange was completed smoothly through the platform, with Chen Lang trading 2 fresh coconuts for 10 units of large stones, each approximately 1 cubic meter in volume, piled together like a formidable stone wall. Truly a spectacular sight. With the first type of raw material secured, he continued his quest for the next materials needed to construct the well. Chapter 10. Constructing the freshwater well, island upgrade conditions met. The remaining materials were the wooden barrel, wooden sticks, and hemp rope. A few wooden sticks could easily be obtained from the firewood pile by the door, eliminating the need for further collection. Thus, he only needed to gather the wooden barrel and hemp rope. The wooden barrel surely could be crafted at the workbench. Chen Lang positioned the workbench beside his bed, serving as both a nightstand and a workspace. The workbench featured a grid layout. Clicking on the grid would enlarge it, allowing him to arrange items in a specific order to create tools. It evoked a familiar essence of Minecraft. Moreover, if he possessed blueprints, they could be stored in the workbench for future crafting, eliminating the need to place materials directly on the blueprint, as they could simply be placed on the workbench instead. Of course, the workbench only accepted reusable blueprints. The blueprint for the freshwater well, being a one-time use, was not accepted, so Chen Lang stored the campfire blueprint in the workbench instead. Additionally, the workbench came with a set of initial crafting recipes, including fishing rods, wooden swords, wooden axes, wooden picks, wooden shovels, wooden hoes, wooden barrels, and an entire set of leather armor. There are no advanced stone or iron tools available, indicating that he would need to add more blueprints or upgrade the workbench to unlock them. However, wooden tools would suffice for the time being. Crafting a wooden barrel required 4 wooden planks and 3 wooden sticks. He had plenty of sticks, but would need to trade for the wooden planks. Trading required resources, and the items in Chen Lang's possession were primarily essential materials like first-tier fish scales and first-tier flight feathers, making it unwise to exchange such valuable items for wooden planks. Observing the scarcity of food among many survivors, he decided to use food for trading instead. Chen Lang ventured to the seaside and, using a high-grade fishing net, spent an hour catching fish. The catch was similar to his first haul, yielding no substantial first-tier fish like the azure scaled toothfish, but rather a dozen smaller fish, more than sufficient for trade. Chen Lang accessed the Trading Square's search bar, entering the keywords for hemp rope and wooden planks. After a brief wait, several trading posts were refreshed. Sulian, I have oak, ripened by my innate ability, in limited quantity, first come, first served. Fong Shu Fong. I found a piece of hemp rope in a floating wooden box. Willing to trade for food. I'm starving and will perish without sustenance. Yang XN. Seeking wooden planks, need for, if available, please private message, ensuring a fair price. Chen Lang first opted to trade with Fong Shu Fong. According to her, she had been without food for an entire day and night on her island, number 1145.Thus. When Chen Lang offered a fish for the hemp rope, she readily agreed. Ding, trade successful. Obtained item. Hemp rope 1. Item. Hemp rope, grade, ordinary. Description, a rope woven using traditional techniques, relatively strong but with low durability. With the hemp rope secured, Chen Lang reached out to Sulian, who was selling oak. Again, he proposed the same exchange, offering fish meat. However, Sulian shook his head. I have my fishing rod and can catch food, so I'm not lacking in sustenance. Just as Chen Lang thought this trade might fall through. Sulian continued, however, we could arrange a different type of trade. I don't need items, but I request a favor from you, Chen Lang. I can give you the wooden plank for free. How does that sound? To be frank, this trading method revealed Sulian as a shrewd individual, clearly aiming to curry favor with Chen Lang for potential future assistance. Chen Lang did not mind Sulian's desire to befriend him. After all, no one could predict how survival on the island would unfold, and having more allies was certainly preferable to acquiring more enemies. Thus, he nodded in agreement. All right, that works. However, since the system did not acknowledge verbal agreements as valid trades, Sulian proactively traded 5 wooden planks for a wooden stick. Afterward, Chen Lang stood before the workbench, arranging 3 wooden sticks and 5 wooden planks according to the shape of the barrel's body, leaving a single space in the center. With a thought, the workbench glowed, and a standard-sized wooden barrel materialized. Item, oak barrel, grade, ordinary. Description, a barrel made of oak and wooden sticks, relatively lightweight, but with average durability, prone to aging and damage over time. With the wooden barrel acquired, all materials needed for the freshwater well were now in hand. Chen Lang clapped his hands together. After all his efforts, he was finally ready to proceed. He promptly retrieved the blueprint for the freshwater well and placed the 10 large stones, 5 wooden sticks, 1 wooden barrel, and 1 hemp rope, the required materials, upon the blueprint. Ding! Manufacture successful. Obtained building. Freshwater well 1. The system's announcement echoed. The one-time blueprint transformed into motes of light. Vanishing without a trace, a miniature icon of the well appeared in Chen Lang's backpack. Building, freshwater well, grade, first tier, description, a well constructed from common materials, capable of producing 3 units of pure freshwater daily. You are allowed to extract and designate a location for the freshwater well from your backpack at any time with a single click. However, the location cannot be changed thereafter, so please choose your placement wisely. The well can produce up to 3 units of freshwater per day. Quite ample. Chen Lang was very pleased with the water output of the well. After all, according to the system's classification, 1 unit of water equates to a standard cubic meter. Currently, he was the only living person on the island, and even with the need to occasionally irrigate a 10 by 10 meter second-tier farmland, 3 cubic meters of freshwater daily was more than sufficient. Thus, Chen Lang stepped out of the wooden cabin. With a mere thought, he positioned the freshwater well beside the farmland. Before him appeared a deep well encircled by stones, complete with a winch and hemp rope. The other end of the rope was tied to a wooden bucket, allowing him to draw water. After the structure was placed, a more detailed water usage panel emerged. Building, freshwater well, water output, 3 units day, water used a day, 0 units, crucially. With the completion of the freshwater well, the island finally boasted 3 buildings. The system's prompt echoed. Ding! Detection indicates that island number 2887 has met all upgrade conditions. Would you like to advance to the next tier? This was the day he had been awaiting. Naturally, Chen Lang would not decline. He nodded eagerly. Level up. As his words fell, the island underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 11. Island Upgrade. Resource Refresh. The upgrade of the island first resulted in an increase in land area. Originally measuring approximately 300 meters in length and 200 meters in width, the island expanded outward, with both dimensions extending to around 400 meters, significantly increasing its size. Moreover, it was not solely the area that changed. The island also randomly generated numerous new resources. For instance, several trees had appeared in the newly emerged region, and he could faintly see a few small animals roaming about. However, the most striking transformation was the sudden emergence of a small mine. Coinciding with the island's upgrade, Chen Lang was eager to explore it. Ding! Promotion successful. Island number 2887 has upgraded to Tier 1 Island. Would you like to make a regional announcement? The system's inquiry sounded once more. The previous announcement unlocked an achievement and granted experience points. This time would likely yield similar results, so Chen Lang nodded and opted for a regional announcement. Consequently, all survivors in the vicinity received a barrage of system notifications once again. Ding! Chen Lang has upgraded island number 2887 to Tier 1, achieving the milestone. One step ahead, gaining 50 experience points. Hereby announced. Ding! Chen Lang has upgraded island number 2887 to Tier 1. Ding! Chen Lang. The familiar notifications created quite a stir. The World Channel's regional communication section erupted once more. Luringia. No way, that was so fast. I just broke through to Tier 1 Survivor, thinking I could catch up to Chen Lang. But I didn't expect him to elevate the island to Tier 1 as well. Soaring. It seems our gap with him has not only failed to narrow, but has actually widened. I am rather curious about what talent Chen Lang has awakened. It couldn't possibly be S tier or above, right? Otherwise, there's no reason for his rapid development, and it's only the second day. Suliang. Congratulations, Chen Lang. Big shot. Zhengro. Chen Lang, can I cling to your coattails? I have plenty of water, guaranteed to meet your needs. Duzi Tong. Although I know Zhengro is a water attribute talent. Why does that sound a bit odd? Chen Lang paid particular attention to other rapidly developing survivors. According to their own accounts, Lu Rinjia, Song Shuren, Zhengro, and Lu Jichai had all broken through to become Tier 1 survivors. It wouldn't be long before their islands also advanced to Tier 1, placing them in the first echelon. In the second echelon were Du Zitong, Su Liang, and others who had also advanced to Tier 1. But their islands mostly only had one building, leaving them far from upgrading to Tier 1. The vast majority of individuals who had yet to attain Tier 1 were relegated to the third and fourth echelons. If they failed to develop in the coming days and catch up with the frontrunners, once the novice period ended and maritime disaster struck, the survival odds for the third and fourth echelon survivors would likely be quite low. In summary, although Chen Lang was currently the foremost in regional development, with progress far ahead of others, it was still far too early to rest on his laurels. The conditions for upgrading the island to Tier 2 required him to advance to Tier 2 Survivor while possessing at least 6 buildings, with at least half of them needing to reach Tier 2. This posed a significantly greater challenge than Tier 1. Chen Lang inhaled sharply. He first glanced at his experience points, 130-200. Thanks to the 2 announcements and the defeat of the first-tier beasts, the azure-scaled fongfish and the black-feathered eagle, his experience bar had surpassed the halfway mark. That he decided to make a circuit of the island to observe how many resources had emerged following the expansion to Tier 1. The increase in island size brought about a noticeable change in terrain. Before the upgrade, the island consisted of a belt of beach surrounding a central patch of mud. Now, several trees had formed a small grove, alongside a mining area featuring a small mine. The grove contained 5 ordinary oak trees, all relatively stout. Chen Lang exerted considerable effort with an ordinary dagger to fell these trees. Ding! First time tree felling. Achievement unlocked. Lumberjack I, gaining 10 experience points. He collected dozens of wooden sticks, several wooden planks, and 7 or 8 saplings. The sticks and planks were standard resources, which he carelessly piled around the small wooden cabin for easy access. As for the oak saplings, he planted them in the second-tier farmland. Crop: oak sapling, grade, ordinary, status, established roots, estimated maturity time, 3 days, currently accelerated by 3 times, thanks to the exceptional fertility of the second-tier farmland. Nearly all ordinary grade crops matured within a day. With minimal depletion of fertility at present, the fertility of this farmland had only decreased to 99, eliminating any concern about it diminishing to Tier 1 or lower. Chen Lang could plant with confidence. Now, he had a stable source of wood supply. Development proceeds in measured steps, gradually transitioning from nothing to abundance. While felling the oak trees, Chen Lang also observed that the previously barren island had spawned 2 sheep, a chicken and 2 rabbits after the upgrade. This sparked an idea in him. He could construct a pen to domesticate these animals, thereby not only adding another building, but also developing a beast-raising industry. However, this idea was temporarily set aside. Chen Lang's primary interest lay with the small mine. He was eager to delve into its depths. Yet, prior preparations were necessary. He retrieved 2 wooden sticks and 3 wooden planks to craft a wooden pickaxe at the workbench. Additionally, he used some sticks and leftover charcoal from the campfire to create a torch. Thus, he could wield the torch in his left hand for illumination while mining with the pickaxe in his right. With preparations complete, Chen Lang strolled to the mining area, beholding the small mine that had emerged after the upgrade. Resource: barren small mine, grade, Tier 1 description, a depleted vein that has been mined. With luck, one might discover some remaining mineral resources. Mineral types and proportions: iron or 50, copper or 40, lapis lazuli 8, gold or 2. The mine contained iron and copper along with lapis lazuli and gold. Albeit in minuscule quantities, if it were any other survivor, the discovery of such a mine would have them exuberantly celebrating. However, Chen Lang felt somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He possessed a talent. Ding! Would you like to use one free opportunity to super enhance the barren small mine? Yes, I wish to enhance this mine. Suddenly, radiant light enveloped the mine. Once the brilliance faded, the mine size had doubled. Ding! Super enhancement successful. Barren small mine has been enhanced to abundant small mine. Chapter 12, Gold Miner. Cave poison spider resource. Abundant small mine. Grade, Tier 2. Description: a small mine rich in mineral resources. Mining can yield various minerals, but the mine will also spawn various monsters, presenting both danger and opportunity. Mineral types and proportions: iron or 10, copper or 8, lapis lazuli 4, gold or 2. With the upgrade to Tier 2, the total quantity of mineral resources had also doubled, yet the mine would spawn monsters, necessitating caution. Holding his breath, Chen Lang raised the torch and stepped into the dark, profound small mine. Though it was termed a small mine, its scale was not insignificant. The paths twisted and turned, shrouded in darkness. Illuminated only by the faint glow of his torch, barely allowing him to see 3 meters around as he walked, he occasionally used the pickaxe in his other hand to scrape the walls of the mine, leaving marks to chart his route and prevent getting lost in the dimness. While traversing, he made a discovery. Was this iron ore? Chen Lang glanced down at his feet, where the warm, yellow light of the torch illuminated an area that reflected a gleam distinct from its surroundings. Upon closer inspection, he discerned resource: inferior iron ore, grade, ordinary, description: a type of or containing trace amounts of iron. It can be refined into iron particles after mining and smelting. Indeed, it was iron ore. Although the iron content was low, even the tiniest morsel is still meat. Iron products would undoubtedly be essential in future developments. Not a scrap of iron could be overlooked. Thus, Chen Lang thrust the torch into the ground, grasped the wooden pickaxe with both hands, and swung vigorously. His robust physique as a first-tier survivor allowed him to mine with remarkable efficiency, in no time. He unearthed the chunk of inferior iron ore and added it to his backpack. The system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations on mining inferior iron ore. You have obtained rough iron 1 experience points. 1. Ding! First time mining achievement unlocked. Golden Miner Eye experience points 10. He had garnered 11 experience points. Chen Lang did not pause. He continued to delve deeper into the cave. Soon, he made another discovery. The stones within the cavern could also be mined. After a few strikes with a wooden pickaxe, he extracted 10 stones. While metals like iron, copper, and gold were scarce, stones were abundant. It seemed he could return to the mine whenever he needed stone, eliminating the need to purchase it from others of the trading square. He could even sell stones if desired. However, since stones were not classified as minerals, mining them would not yield experience points. Otherwise, he could deplete the pickaxe's durability while extracting dozens or even hundreds of cubic meters of stone, effortlessly accumulating enough experience for a second-tier promotion. Chen Lang mused to himself as he arrived at a fork in the path. In addition to continuing straight, there was also a slanted tunnel to the side. The destinations of both tunnels were unknown, but he decided, I'll choose the one that fate points to. It shall be you. The turn. Chen Lang opted for the slanted tunnel that he estimated he had traversed over 100 meters within the cave, and since the tunnel sloped downward, he was now likely around 10 to 20 meters underground. As he descended, the resources within the cave gradually became more abundant. Chen Lang discovered several veins of iron ore. Ding! Congratulations on mining inferior iron ore. You have obtained rough iron 1. Experience points 1. Ding! Congratulations on mining inferior iron ore. You have obtained rough iron 1. Experience points 1. He also found copper ore. Ding! Congratulations on mining copper ore. You have obtained rough copper 1. Experience points 1. Ding! Congratulations on mining copper ore. You have obtained rough copper 1. Experience points 1. After a thorough excavation, Chen Lang's backpack now brimmed with 7 pieces of rough iron and 6 pieces of rough copper, closely aligning with the resource ratios indicated on the details panel. However, he had yet to discover lapis lazuli or gold, which were likely buried in deeper strata, having spent a considerable time in the mine. Chen Lang wished to leave. Just as he prepared to exit, a rustling sound suddenly echoed through the dim, silent cave, instantly alerting him he had not forgotten that the cave, enhanced by his super strengthening, could spawn monsters. He promptly switched the wooden pickaxe for a dagger, remaining vigilant with the feeble light of the torch. In the next moment, a greenish-black figure, the size of a basin with multiple legs, lunged down from above. An ambush from above. Chen Lang's hair stood on end as he rolled aside, just in time to narrowly evade the assailant. Utilizing the torch's dim glow, he discerned the true nature of his attacker, a large, green spider with 8 powerful, hairy legs and long, thick fangs, venom already seeping from them. Its compound eyes reflected the torchlight, glowing a blood-red hue. Beast, cave venom spider. Grade, Tier 1. Description, a monstrous insectoid creature residing in dark places like caves. It is relatively large, has weak web-spinning capabilities, and typically ambushes prey with its venomous fangs. Its venom is potent enough to kill beasts of Tier 2 and above. Having gleaned the essence of the cave venom spider, Chen Lang had no time to retaliate as the creature lunged again. It scuttled up the cave side wall, intending to execute another aerial ambush from above, hell-bent on injecting its venom into Chen Lang. No matter how formidable, you're merely a large insect. Even a black feather eagle cannot match my strength. Do you truly think a mere bug can overturn me? Chen Lang scoffed. Once more, he retrieved the high-grade fishing net. Seizing the opportunity, he dodged the cave venom spider's fangs with the agility befitting a first-tier survivor, then swiftly tossed the net, ensnaring the spider. The second-tier high-grade fishing net was an inescapable trap for the first-tier cave venom spider. Unless the binding effect automatically released after half an hour, the spider would remain trapped and unable to regain its freedom. However, Chen Lang was determined not to grant it that chance. Seizing the moment, he plunged the dagger into the cave venom spider's head. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a Tier 1 beast. Cave venom spider 1. You have obtained energy crystal 1, spider eye 1, silk 1, experience points 10. In addition to 10 experience points and 1 energy crystal, the cave venom spider, akin to the azure scale toothfish and black feather eagle, yielded additional drops. Chapter 13. The furnace of iron smelting after vanquishing the cave venom spider. Chen Lang temporarily exited the cavern and took stock of his mining gains. 7 pieces of rough iron, 6 pieces of rough copper, along with the spider eye and silk obtained from the monster's defeat. Indeed, a bountiful harvest. It is worth noting that the small wooden house, as the initial structure bound to the island, would also be upgraded alongside the island's level. Although the wooden house maintained its original size without expanding, it now bore a noticeable difference. The planks had become thicker and appeared sturdier and more stable. Building, initial wooden house. Grade, Tier 1, description. the initial structure for survivors, furnished with rudimentary furniture to meet basic survival needs. Supplement 1. The wooden house's level will increase with the island's level. Supplement 2. Currently under a novice protection period, the wooden house will be protected and cannot be destroyed, ensuring absolute safety within. Besides the wooden house, the fishing rod used for treasure chest fishing would also upgrade with the island. The current details panel was as follows. Equipment. Renovated fishing rod, not for sale. Grade. Tier 2 description. Standard equipment for survivors. It allows for 5 fishing attempts per day, with a 20 chance of no catch, 30 chance of obtaining a driftwood treasure chest, 30 chance of acquiring a Tier 1 ordinary treasure chest, 20 chance of receiving a Tier 2 fine treasure chest, 9 chance of a Tier 3 excellent treasure chest, and 1 chance of a Tier 4 rare treasure chest. Supplement 1. The fishing success rate increases with the island's level. Supplement 2. Today's fishing attempts have been exhausted. Reset at midnight. Previously, Chen Lang had utilized his talent to super enhance the old fishing rod into a renovated one, thus maintaining a level above the island. Hence, when the island advanced to Tier 1, the fishing rod ascended to Tier 2, always remaining 1 tier higher than the island. However, since he could only utilize the fishing rod with improved drop rates the following day, Chen Lang redirected his focus to the spoils from this mining expedition. Rough iron could not be processed directly. It needed to be smelted into iron particles or ingots for weapon or equipment crafting. Yet, to smelt iron, a furnace was essential. It appeared he would need to try his luck at the trading square. The existence of a trading square greatly facilitated the exchange of resources among survivors, effectively alleviating bottlenecks caused by the lack of critical materials. For instance, Chen Lang posted a request for a furnace blueprint or a finished furnace, offering generous compensation. With 2 consecutive system announcements, Chen Lang became a well-known figure within the area. In a short time, his post garnered 1,000 to 2,000 views, with many leaving comments asking if he would accept other items in exchange for the furnace. This response made many realize that Chen Lang had begun to delve into metal resources. Fuchin, no way, I just uncovered a workbench blueprint, and he's already smelting iron? Lu Rinjia, Chen Lang, big shot. Where did you get your metal resources? Can you share? I can trade my secrets in return. Let's discuss privately, shall we? Ultimately, it was Lu Zikao who made contact with Chen Lang. Brother, do you need a furnace? Indeed, Chen Lang nodded. Previously, he had exchanged a coconut for flint with Lu Zikao, creating a campfire. Leaving a lasting impression, he inquired, do you have a finished furnace? Not exactly. Lu Zikao elaborated, It was Gu Min from our island who, while fishing today, caught a black iron box, which contained a furnace blueprint. As long as you provide us with 8 units of stone as raw materials, along with an additional fee for labor, we can offer you a finished furnace. What do you think of this deal? What kind of labor fee do you require? Chen Lang did not immediately agree, but instead inquired for further details. Liu Zhichai did not respond right away, seemingly discussing with a few others on the island. After a moment, he replied, We gar mine, yet lack the tools to excavate. If you have any convenient tools, we would appreciate one as a labor fee. Suitable tools? Chen Lang glanced at the wooden pickaxe resting beside him. Equipment: oak pickaxe, grade, common, description, a wooden pickaxe crafted from oak, suitable for digging stone or minerals. Durability: 77-100, with its durability dwindling to less than 30 points. It seemed that using a wooden pickaxe for mining was quite taxing, and it would not be long before a replacement was necessary. Regardless, a new pickaxe needed to be made anyway, so he thought it prudent to offer this wooden pickaxe as the labor fee. Upon hearing that Chen Lang's offered labor fee was a wooden pickaxe, Liu Zhichai appeared quite satisfied. The 2 parties reached an agreement. Before long, Chen Lang received a brand new furnace in exchange for 8 units of stone and a wooden pickaxe. The furnace was about the same size as the workbench, both being cubic with a 1-meter edge. The entire furnace was constructed from stone and was divided into 2 layers, the lower layer for adding fuel and the upper for smelting and firing. Item: stone furnace, grade, first level, description, a furnace for simple smelting and firing, suitable for survivors. Chen Lang positioned the furnace beside the workbench and casually retrieved a few pieces of charcoal from the campfire that had not yet burned completely. It must be said that the ability to occasionally produce charcoal was a hidden feature of the campfire. which Chen Lang had cleverly utilized. However, after burning for most of the day, the campfire could only produce 2 or 3 pieces of charcoal, clearly insufficient to meet the furnace's fuel demands. Therefore, Chen Lang intended to use these 2 or 3 pieces of charcoal to generate more. The specific operation involved placing wooden planks in the upper layer of the furnace. This way, the charcoal in the lower layer would burn, releasing heat to gradually convert the planks into charcoal, and he placed a total of 10 units of wooden planks inside. After a period of waiting, all had been transformed into charcoal, which should suffice for the upcoming iron smelting. It was his first time using the furnace. An achievement notification popped up. Ding! First use of the furnace. Achievement unlocked. Smelting all things I. Experience points 10. Chen Lang began the iron smelting process by transferring all the charcoal produced from the 10 wooden planks into the lower layer of the furnace and placing the 7 pieces of crude iron he had mined into the upper layer. The furnace ignited, and the lengthy process of iron smelting commenced. Rather than idling by the furnace, which would be a waste of time, Chen Lang decided to let it operate on its own and turned to exit the wooden cabin. Preparing to check on the harvest from the fields, Chapter 14. Lingmi rice seeds, second level survivor. The farmland remained unchanged. Currently, Chen Lang had planted 2 types of crops, both of which were trees, 1 coconut tree and 8 oak trees. The coconut tree had grown lush and tall, reaching over 10 meters in height, bearing 4 still green and unripe coconuts. Thanks to the accelerated growth effect of the second-level farmland, a harvest would be ready by tomorrow. The 8 oak trees were similarly thriving. Although planted a bit later, these saplings had taken root and grown to about 3 meters in height, with a trunk diameter of 30 centimeters. They seemed to grow a ring in size almost every minute. Chen Lang checked the details of the farmland. The fertility remained at 98, but the water supply was somewhat lacking, so he decided to fetch some water for irrigation. He promptly made his way to the freshwater well, drawing bucket after bucket to water the fields. After completing this task, Chen Lang opened the trading square. His farmland was classified as second level, yet he had only been cultivating ordinary crops, which felt like a waste of potential. He sought to acquire some other crop seeds to expand his agricultural endeavors. After a thorough search, he discovered a survivor named Zhang Xiaoxing who had listed several grains of rice seeds for trade. Zhang Xiaoxing, 5 unhulled rice seeds obtained from a fishing box. They could be planted in the ground and exchanged for fresh water. Just 1 bottle will suffice. 1 bottle of water for 5 grains of rice. Some might consider this deal unbalanced, but Chen Lang found it quite advantageous. With a freshwater well at his disposal, he had achieved freedom in freshwater supply and was more concerned about food production. Thus, he immediately sent a private message expressing his willingness to trade. Upon seeing Chen Lang's message, Zhang Xiaoxing was overjoyed. He understood the importance of these rice seeds. Yet without land or tools, he could not plant them and had no choice but to sell them at a loss. The trade was finalized, and Chen Lang's nearly bursting backpack now contained 5 unhulled rice seeds. Resource: rice seeds. Grade: common. Description: a high-yield variety of rice, suitable for large-scale cultivation to meet the food needs of ordinary people. It seemed promising, yet Chen Lang was not satisfied. He immediately activated his talent. Ding! Would you like to use 1 free opportunity to super enhance the rice seeds? Ding! Super enhancement successful. Rice seeds have been enhanced to Lingmi rice seeds. Resource: Lingmi rice seeds. Grade: second level. Description: rice infused with trace amounts of spiritual energy. Long-term consumption can enhance physical attributes, greatly beneficial for survivors. Note: requires a substantial amount of water for planting, and must be cultivated in second level or higher farmland. Otherwise, it will affect yield and final quality. Second level Lingmi, which can gradually enhance physical strength with prolonged consumption, was indeed impressive. To elevate from common to second level in a single enhancement was a significant gain. Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction. He immediately crafted a wooden hoe at the workbench and dug several holes in the fertile farmland, watering them before planting the 5 grains of super-enhanced Lingmi rice seeds. He awaited patiently for the seeds to germinate, grow into seedlings, and ultimately mature for harvest. Crop: Lingmi rice seeds. Grade: second level. Status: planted. Estimated maturity time: 2 days. 1x acceleration in effect. Due to being a second level crop, The growth acceleration effect of the second-level farmland was not as exaggerated as it was with lower-level crops, but it was still relatively swift, with a harvest expected by tomorrow. Moreover, as Chen Lang planted the lingmi seeds, the system notification chimed. Ding! Cumulative planting of 3 types of crops achieved, unlocking achievement. Master of Farming 2, experience points 30. The system rewarded him with 30 experience points. His current total experience points were as follows: 213 to 100 ding. Current experience points have reached the requirement for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade? Level up? Chen Lang nodded decisively. Thus, the familiar sensation surged once more. After leveling up, he gained 20 attribute points. It appeared that as levels increased, the number of attribute points awarded per upgrade also grew. Chen Lang came to this realization and proceeded to repeat the successful strategy, using his last free opportunity for a super enhancement today. Ding! Super enhancement successful. 20 free attribute points have been enhanced to 40 free attribute points. The attribute points gained from leveling up had once again doubled. Previously, he had allocated 20 points at first level, allowing him to face first-level ferocious beasts without falling behind. Now, with an additional 40 attribute points, he had a total of 60 points to distribute. Normally, such an increase would only be available to a third-level survivor. This disparity would continue to grow in the future. Perhaps as a 7th-level survivor, his attributes could rival those of 9th or even 10th-level survivors. How exhilarating! Chen Lang felt a surge of pride. He then commenced a new round of attribute allocation. Attributes: Spirit 15, Strength 13, Speed 13, Endurance 12, Magic 4. Chen Lang determined that his development direction would be that of a balanced warrior, ensuring no attribute would be a weakness. Thus, his allocation plan was as follows: Spirit 5, Strength 7, Speed 7, Endurance 8, with the remainder all invested into magic. Ultimately, his second-level attributes stood at Attributes: Spirit 20, Strength 20, Speed 20, Endurance 20, Magic 17, aiming for a well-rounded balance. Without any weaknesses, Chen Lang triggered another system announcement. Ding! Chen Lang has become the first second-level survivor in the region, unlocking achievement. Far ahead, experience points 50, special announcement. Ding! Chen Lang has become the first second-level survivor in the region. Ding! Chen Lang has become the first second-level survivor in the region. Without a doubt, the regional communication channel erupted once more. Lu Zhichai. Congratulations, Brother Chen Lang. Lu Rinjia. Impressive. Song Shuren. Wait a minute. I just leveled the island to first level. And you, Chen Lang, have already advanced to second-level survivor. Du Zidong. Is this what being a big shot is? Always one step ahead of us. I am impressed. Zheng Ro. Chen Lang. Esteemed one. Do you accept leg ornaments? The astonishment among the survivors surged in waves, each gasp more profound than the last, igniting concerns over global warming. Chen Lang had grown accustomed to the surprise of others. Returning to the wooden cabin, he roasted meat over the campfire for dinner, then lay down on the wooden bed, drifting into slumber until dawn. On the third day, the first task that Chen Lang undertook upon waking was to check whether the iron in the furnace had finished smelting. Upon inspection, he discovered that the process had indeed been completed. With a mere thought, the iron particles, forged from the crude iron in the furnace, were deposited into his backpack. 0.7 pieces of substandard crude iron had yielded a total of 21 iron particles. He placed them on the workbench, where 9 iron particles could be combined to form an iron ingot. In total, Chen Lang procured 2 iron ingots, leaving him with 3 iron particles, which he decided to hold on to for the time being. Equipped with his fishing rod and advanced fishing net, Chen Lang exited the wooden cabin and made his way back to the seaside, preparing to commence his third day of fishing. Chapter 15. The Beginner's Treasure Map once again. He set up the advanced fishing net in the sea. Then, while waiting for an hour, he approached the shoreline to fish for treasure chests. Due to the island's upgrade, the fishing rod in Chen Lang's possession had also ascended a level, progressing from the first tier of Super Enhancement to the second tier. But he still had 5 fishing opportunities each day, with a 20 chance of catching nothing, a 30 chance of obtaining a driftwood treasure chest, a 30 chance of acquiring a first-tier treasure chest, a 20 chance of a second-tier treasure chest, a 9 chance of a third-tier treasure chest, and a 1 chance of a fourth-tier treasure chest. What would his first cast yield? Chen Lang cast the line, and after waiting for approximately 7 or 8 minutes, he hooked a driftwood treasure chest. Ding! Obtained driftwood treasure chest 1. Would you like to open it? The driftwood treasure chest could only yield ordinary items, which did not pique Chen Lang's interest, so he opened it immediately. Ding! Driftwood treasure chest 1 opened successfully. Obtained item. Arrow blueprint 1. Item. Arrow blueprint. Type. Production blueprint can be used multiple times without disappearing. Grade. Ordinary. Description. Gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials. Stick 1, feather 1, iron particle 1. The arrow blueprint was quite decent. Once he acquired a bow or crossbow, he would be able to craft a set of ranged weapons. Chen Lang felt satisfied with his initial catch. Stowing the arrow blueprint away, he cast his line again. This time, the waiting period was longer, with the buoy bobbing on the waves for quite a while before he finally hooked something. Ding! Obtained black iron treasure chest 1. Would you like to open it? Open. Chen Lang opened it instantly. Ding! Black iron treasure chest 1 opened successfully. Obtained equipment. Leather chest armor 1. Equipment. Leather chest armor. Grade. First tier. Description. A chest armor crafted from tough, thick beast leather, offering a degree of protection. Armor was indeed a valuable find. Chen Lang donned the leather chest armor immediately, no longer bare-chested, though he still wore the grass skirt he had woven himself. The eclectic style was rather unique to in the wilderness, who cared about appearances. Practicality was of utmost importance. Using his dagger, Chen Lang tested the surface of the leather chest armor. The ordinary quality dagger failed to cut through, leaving merely a few white marks on the armor's surface. The ordinary dagger couldn't breach its defense. This armor was indeed effective. Chen Lang nodded in approval and continued casting his line. Utilizing all 3 remaining fishing opportunities without a single miss, he hooked 2 black iron treasure chests and 1 second-tier bronze treasure chest. One by one, he opened them. Ding! Black iron treasure chest 2. Opened successfully. Obtained item. Ranch blueprint 1. Obtained equipment. Iron sword 1. Item. Ranch blueprint. Type. One-time blueprint. Grade. First tier. Description. Gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials. Fence 100. Fence gate 2. Stone 20. Plank 30. Equipment. Iron sword. Grade. First tier. Description. A sword forged from iron ingots, featuring a wide attack range and high damage. The ranch blueprint. Akin to the previous freshwater well blueprint, once the materials were gathered, another structure could be constructed on his island. The iron sword was a commendable find. With it, he could finally retire the ordinary quality dagger he had been using. Finally, Chen Lang focused his attention on the last treasure chest, the most significant prize of today's fishing endeavor. The second-tier bronze treasure chest. The last time he opened a second-tier chest, he received a second-tier farmland. He wondered what this one would yield. Filled with anticipation, he focused his thoughts and opened the bronze treasure chest. Ding! Bronze treasure chest 1 opened successfully. Obtained item. Beginner's treasure map 1. A treasure map? What sort of item is this? This was the first time Chen Lang encountered such a type of system item, prompting him to quickly click to view the details. Item. Beginner's treasure map, single player. Grade, second tier. Description, a map depicting the location of an ancient treasure. Clicking to use will teleport the user to the starting point of the treasure map, route to commence the treasure hunt, until reaching the endpoint to find the treasure. Supplement. The location of the treasure map is often fraught with danger. It is advisable for survivors to be at or above the map's level before attempting the challenge, or the risk of failure is substantial. Supplement. Treasure maps come in both single-player and multiplayer types. Multiplayer treasure maps allow survivors to form teams for treasure hunting. To think such a system item exists, a means to seek out treasure, Chen Lang couldn't help but feel intrigued by the beginner's treasure map and had already resolved to embark on a quest. However, it would be wise not to act rashly, as he had done before with mining. Thorough preparations were necessary to ensure he was well equipped. After all, as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Thus, he began his preparations for the treasure hunt. Today, he had caught several ordinary fish of less than first-tier quality. Chen Lang decided to roast some fish and meat over the campfire and filled an empty mineral water bottle with water. After all, this treasure hunt would teleport him to an unfamiliar area. leaving his current island and potentially being away for several days. He needed to stock up on food and water. Furthermore, he carried his weapons and armor, including the leather chest armor and first-tier iron sword, along with the advanced fishing net that could be used to ensnare enemies. Lastly, he took a torch for illumination and a workbench that might come in handy. After thoroughly organizing his supplies, everything was in place. Chen Lang retrieved the beginner's treasure map from his backpack. With a thought, he clicked to use IT, and the next moment, a beam of light descended from above, enveloping him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transported away from the bound 2887 island, arriving instead on a desert island amidst the vast ocean, a sprawling expanse covered in golden sands. The beginner's treasure map in his hand displayed a clear starting point and end point, marking an entire treasure trail. Ding! First time using a treasure map. Achievement unlocked. Treasure Hunter I. Experience points 10. As the system notification chimed, Chen Lang thought, having come this far, he might as well gather something before leaving. After orienting himself, holding the treasure map in one hand and the iron sword in the other, he set off from the starting point of the route, traversing through the endless sands in search of the buried treasure. However, as the system's description warned, the treasure's location was often fraught with peril. Presently, the desert island where Chen Lang found himself was home to many unique, ferocious beasts, which soon began to take notice of him. Before long, he encountered the first wave of the beast's assault. Chapter 16. Sand Scorpion, Ancient Altar, Sand Puppet. Upon his arrival, Chen Lang exercised caution, frequently glancing around to ensure he was still on the designated path marked by the treasure map and to observe for any potential dangers. It was this vigilance that led him to notice something amiss. The ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble faintly, not like an earthquake, but rather as if unknown creatures were scuttling beneath the sandy surface. And there seemed to be more than one. Gradually encircling him, trouble had arrived sooner than expected. The hunt for treasure was indeed fraught with peril. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Chen Lang stowed the treasure map and gripped his sharp iron sword tightly. In the next moment, a flurry of sand erupted beneath his feet, and a black-brown scorpion with enormous pincers emerged from the ground. Beast, Sand Scorpion. Level, First Tier. Description, a beast of the insectoid variety dwelling in arid desert regions. Clad in a heavy exoskeleton, capable of burrowing underground. Its tail's stinger harbors venom and often acts in groups of 2 or more. The sand scorpion's ambush was swift. For an ordinary first-tier survivor, it would likely catch them off guard, resulting in instant peril. However, Chen Lang was no ordinary individual. While he was officially a second-tier survivor, his actual attributes rivaled those of a third tier. Thus, he deftly evaded the sand scorpion's surprise attack. Another insectoid beast, Chen Lang spat disdainfully, recalling the harrowing experience of descending into the mine, where I was ambushed by the venomous cave spider. A surge of indignation welled within me, gripping my iron sword tightly. I hastened forward, intent on dismembering the scorpion before me, which measured over 1 meter in length. This cunning sand scorpion was no fool. Upon sensing danger, it swiftly burrowed into the sand, attempting to escape. Humph, you think you can flee? Chen Lang scoffed. Advanced fishing net. Ensnare it. With a swift motion, he cast the net, which instantly unfurled, enveloping the scorpion that sought to dig away into the earth, under the binding mechanism of the advanced fishing net. The sand scorpion met the same fate as the black-feathered eagle and the cave spider. Approaching, Chen Lang thrust his iron sword downwards. The sharp blade, augmented by immense force, effortlessly pierced through the scorpion's exoskeleton, delivering a fatal blow. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier beast. Sand Scorpion 1. Awarded Energy Crystal 1. Venom Gland 1. Scorpion Tail Hook 1. Experience points 10. The system's notification chimed, yet Chen Lang remained vigilant. He remembered that the description of the sand scorpion indicated that they often traveled in pairs or threes. Having dispatched only one, it was highly probable that others lurked nearby. Sure enough, 2 scorpion tails stealthily emerged from behind him, their hooked tips glinting ominously in the sunlight, exuding a palpable sense of danger. The 2 sand scorpions intended to ambush him, taking advantage of the moment he had just vanquished one of their kin, likely believing he would be caught off guard. Whoosh! 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air. Anticipating such a maneuver, Chen Lang, with 20 points of mental acuity, was exceptionally perceptive. Within a 3-meter radius, any rustle of leaves or whisper of wind would not escape his notice. The sand scorpion surprise attack, seemingly undetected, was in reality anticipated. He unleashed a brilliant arc of cold light with his iron sword, severing the 2 scorpion tails, prompting the creatures to emerge from the sand, brandishing their exaggerated pincers, ready to confront him head-on. How amusing! Their ambush failed. Who granted them the audacity to think they could prevail in a direct confrontation? Chen Lang, confident in his abilities, merely laughed. Yet he did not let arrogance cloud his judgment. He swiftly cast the advanced fishing net again, ensnaring one of the sand scorpions, and then hurled a dagger, using it as a throwing knife, which was deflected by the pincers of the other scorpion. However, this was merely a ruse. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Lang maneuvered to the side, delivering a horizontal slash with his iron sword that severed several legs on the right side of the sand scorpion, rendering it partially immobile. Seizing the moment of weakness, he thrust the sword deep into the creature, twisting it violently before making a decisive slash, eviscerating the sand scorpion. 2 down. Finally, only 1 sand scorpion remained, ensnared by the advanced fishing net, rendering it helpless and at his mercy. Chen Lang swiftly dispatched it in a matter of moments. The system's notification echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier beast. Sand Scorpion 2. Awarded Energy Crystal 2, Venom Gland 2, Scorpion Tail, Hook 2, Experience Points 20. Chen Lang retrieved the treasure map and continued along the designated route, perhaps due to the 3 slain sand scorpions, which had instilled a palpable aura of intimidation. He encountered no further attacks from desert beasts, allowing him to focus on his journey. He pondered the identity of the treasure's creator, buried so far away. After a half-day's travel, he estimated he had covered several dozen kilometers without yet discovering it. This desert island was undoubtedly vast, far exceeding the size of the 2887 island to which he was bound. Chen Lang, while walking, expressed his frustrations. Having traversed this desert for 7 or 8 continuous hours, he had journeyed from noon into the afternoon. As he noticed the sun beginning to set, he quickened his pace. At last, as the sun dipped below the horizon, he arrived at the endpoint marked on the treasure map, discovering an ancient altar long abandoned. Was this the final resting place of the treasure? Chen Lang circled the dilapidated altar, noting its age and the ravages of time. Much of it lay buried beneath the sands, with only the uppermost portion exposed, severely damaged. What remained was a bizarre, armored statue hewn from yellow-brown rock. Chen Lang ascended the altar, intending to search for the buried treasure. The statue in the center suddenly emitted a crimson glow from its eyes and let out a hoarse, furious roar, coming to life before him. This was entirely unexpected, sending a chill down his spine. Monster, yellow sand puppet. Level, Tier 3. Description, a combat puppet from ancient times, crafted entirely from hard sandstone, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Supplement, this puppet serves as the guardian of the altar, tasked with annihilating any who dare covet the buried treasure. Chapter 17. Overcoming the odds to claim the treasure. A Tier 3 puppet monster. Chen Lang's expression turned grave. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the most formidable challenge he had faced since the ambush by the black-feathered eagle the day prior. Although his attributes rivaled those of a Tier 3 survivor, a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Life was singular and precious. Despite his name suggesting recklessness, Chen Lang preferred a more cautious approach. Most crucially, the treasure map afforded him a single opportunity to retreat. Using it would mean starting over, but it could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Thus, Chen Lang resolved to give it his all and take the initiative. Clang! The iron sword clashed against the yellow sand puppet's massive rock axe, sparking bright flashes. The two appeared evenly matched, yet the puppet's strength subtly exceeded his own, gradually forcing his sword down. This yellow sand puppet was clearly a Tier 3 monster with remarkable physical power. Thus, he decided to outmaneuver it with speed. Adapting swiftly, Chen Lang abandoned brute force for agility. Towering over 2 meters, the puppet's imposing form offered great strength but compromised its nimbleness. As expected, once Chen Lang evaded direct confrontation and circled behind the yellow sand puppet, He seized the opportunity. The iron sword thrust forward, ringing with a crisp clang that he struck true, but the puppet's sandstone body boasted formidable defenses, making it challenging for his iron sword, a mere Tier 1 weapon, to penetrate its armor. Weapon level too low, no matter. Time for a super enhancement. Chen Lang activated his innate ability, consuming a free enhancement opportunity to supercharge his iron sword. Instantly, the sword was enveloped in radiant light, which dissipated in an instant. What was once a 1.2-meter iron sword transformed into a 1.5-meter great sword, its blade thickening and gleaming ominously, exuding a menacing aura. Ding! Super enhancement successful. Iron sword has been upgraded to Xian Iron Greatsword. Equipment: Xian Iron Greatsword. Grade: Tier 3. Description: forged from large blocks of Xian iron, it is now more formidable and unstoppable. A remarkable weapon. After the super enhancement, the ordinary Tier 1 iron sword had ascended 2 levels to become a Tier 3 Xian Iron Greatsword. Chen Lang marveled at the transformation. Gripping the Xian Iron Greatsword firmly, he launched another thrust. This time, the puppet's rocky exterior could no longer withstand the assault, a crack appearing at the tip of the sword. Seizing the advantage, Chen Lang continued his relentless assault, exploiting the fissure to land several more strikes, causing the damage to escalate. The yellow sand puppet, sensing its own deterioration, intensified its attacks, wielding its rock axe with fervor, cleaving deep gashes into the altar, further degrading the already dilapidated structure. Yet Chen Lang, leveraging his speed, narrowly dodged each descending axe strike, skillfully managing the distance, waiting for the puppet to exhaust itself. Chen Lang remained calm and collected. Engaging the yellow sand puppet in a battle of attrition, night fully enveloped the desert. The heat from the day dissipated, replaced by a bone-chilling cold, creating a stark contrast between day and night. Frost began to form upon the altar. The battle had reached its critical juncture. Die. Chen Lang leapt into the air, his Xian Iron Greatsword descending with the force of a mountain, shattering the puppet's upper body and revealing its inner workings, which appeared to be driven by a core resembling a heart. Clearly, this core was the yellow sand puppet's Achilles heel. Without hesitation, Chen Lang plunged the sword forward. Crack! The red crystal-like core shattered instantly, leading to the puppet's immediate demise. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a Tier 3 monster. Yellow Sand Puppet 1, awarded Energy Crystal 1, Rock Axe 1, Damage Puppet Core 1, Experience Points 30. Ding! Upon the triumphant defeat of the enemy at the first tier, an achievement was unlocked. Over-level Kill I, granting 10 experience points. Resource: Energy Crystals. Grade: Tier 3. Description: crystals formed from the essence condensed within the bodies of Tier 3 fierce beasts or monsters. Utilized for refining weapons, enchanting, and various other purposes. A duo of alert tones resonated, accompanied by a plethora of dropped items, and a new achievement was attained. The Huangsha puppet served as the final boss. Vanquishing it signified the absence of any further obstacles hindering Chen Lang from claiming the treasure. However, this battle had drained a considerable amount of his energy, prompting Chen Lang to sit and recuperate for a moment. Rising thereafter, he retrieved the treasure map. Following a thorough search and comparison around the altar, he pinpointed the exact location of the buried treasure, which lay at the very center of the circular altar. Consequently, Chen Lang deployed a workbench from his inventory, arranging 2 wooden sticks and a plank within a grid to craft a shovel. He then proceeded to the altar's center, digging downwards until reaching a depth of 3 meters. Ultimately uncovering the treasure chest. Item: Basic Treasure Chest. Grade: Tier 3. Description: a lost chest sealed with unknown treasures. Upon opening, it may yield 1 or more random rewards. After toiling for the better part of a day, he finally excavated it. Time to open. Chen Lang opted to open the chest on the spot. Thus, the lid of the treasure chest flipped back, and a radiant light burst forth from within. Ding! Basic Treasure Chest 1, successfully opened. Acquired resource: gold coins 1,000. Grade: Common. Description: currency circulated in ancient times, still in use in certain regions. Can be smelted into gold nuggets or ingots for other purposes. The first reward from the treasure was a bag of gold coins, which Chen Lang weighed in his hand, finding it quite substantial. How wonderful it would have been to receive this sack of gold before the survival game commenced. Wealth freedom would have been achieved in an instant. Chen Lang stored the coins, only for the system's alert tone to sound once more. Acquired item, Enchantment Table 1. Grade, Tier 3. Description: a surface imbued with mysterious powers. Consuming lapis lazuli can resonate with the enchantment table. Applying enchantments to equipment. An enchantment table? What a splendid find. Chen Lang's eyes sparkled. In his previous endeavors with MC, he had often enchanted a complete set of top-tier armor and weapons, making survival immensely enjoyable. Just as Chen Lang was reveling in the joy of acquiring the enchantment table, the third reward from the treasure emerged. Acquired equipment. Xian Iron Heavy Armor 1. Grade, Tier 3. Description: a complete set of armor forged from Xian Iron, including a helmet, breastplate, arm guards, leg guards, and boots. It boasts high defensive power, significantly mitigating damage received, though it restricts movement and reduces agility. The upgrade to Xian Iron Heavy Sword, coupled with the acquisition of Xian Iron Heavy Armor, resulted in a complete set. Yet such an exquisite suit of armor would be a waste without Super Enhancement. Chen Lang activated his innate talent once more. Ding! Super Enhancement successful. Xian Iron Heavy Armor has been enhanced to Flowing Silver Armor. Chapter 18: Flowing Silver Armor. Energy Crystal Defense Tower. Equipment. Flowing Silver Armor. Grade, Tier 5. Description: special armor crafted from shimmering secret silver by a master refiner. It possesses formidable defensive capabilities, remarkable flexibility, and is quite comfortable to wear, although it comes at a steep price and is highly sought after. Note: flowing silver armor can transform into various styles at the user's discretion, requiring a drop of blood to recognize the owner. Tier 5 Armor. Now, there's no need to worry about inadequate defenses. Chen Lang laughed heartily. The flowing silver armor, yet to be donned, remained a swirling mass of silver fluid, approximately the size of a basketball. Chen Lang pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the flowing silver armor. The blood was absorbed by the silver orb, and in an instant, the orb transformed into a liquid that enveloped Chen Lang entirely, morphing into an exquisite knight's armor. Not only did it look magnificent, but its defensive power was also outstanding. Chen Lang struck his arm fiercely with the Tier 3 Xian Iron Heavy Sword, yet it failed to inflict any damage upon the flowing silver armor. Not even a scratch. Moreover, upon receiving an attack, the surface of the flowing silver armor would automatically ripple with vibrant patterns, dissipating the majority of the force, rendering Chen Lang entirely oblivious to his own strikes. However, maintaining the flowing silver armor requires the expenditure of the wearer's stamina, and for Chen Lang, the consumption was considerable. Merely wearing it for a short while had noticeably drained his endurance. A hint of fatigue crossed Chen Lang's face as he realized that fully activating and sustaining the flowing silver armor would impose a significant toll on his energy. Thus, with a mere thought, Chen Lang willed the flowing silver armor to alter its form, transitioning from the heavy knight's armor to a form-fitting battle suit, its color shifting from a radiant silver to a subdued gray. While this transformation would result in a slight decrease in defense, transitioning from the ability to mitigate Tier 5 attacks to buffering Tier 4 attacks, it was still adequate considering that his current strongest adversary was merely the Tier 3 Huangsha puppet. The strength of Tier 4 would suffice. The key advantage was that in its form-fitting battlesuit state, the flowing silver armor would not consume excessive stamina, allowing Chen Lang to wear it for a full 24 hours. At last, he bid farewell to the impracticality of his upper body leather chestplate and lower body grass skirt, leaving behind the days of inadequate coverage. Initially, Chen Lang believed that these treasures were the entirety of his discovery. To his astonishment, another orb of light suddenly emerged from the treasure chest. Was there yet another surprise? Chen Lang hastily checked his inventory, only to find a miniature blueprint of a building materializing in the last slot. The final reward from the treasure was, indeed, a structure, building, Energy Crystal Defense Tower, Grade, Tier 3, Description, a high tower inscribed with mysterious patterns. Upon consuming energy crystals to activate, it can generate a defensive barrier encompassing a radius of 100 meters. Note: Each activation requires the consumption of 300 energy crystals, lasting for 1 hour, extendable. With one final opportunity for super enhancement remaining, Chen Lang resolved to apply it here. He decisively activated his talent. Thus, the system's alert tone sounded. Ding! Super enhancement successful. Energy Crystal Defense Tower, Tier 3, has been upgraded to Energy Crystal Defense Tower, Tier 4. The Tier 4 Energy Crystal Defense Tower retained much of its original description from Tier 3, with the most significant change being the increase in activation consumption. The Tier 3 Defense Tower required 300 energy crystals per hour. The Tier 4 had risen to 400 energy crystals. The consumption was indeed substantial. However, considering that the barrier's radius increased to 150 meters and its strength rose correspondingly, such an escalation was to be expected. This final reward truly delighted Chen Lang. After all, while the flowing silver armor could only protect him, the Energy Crystal Defense Tower could generate a protective barrier for his hard-won island. With this defense tower in place, he felt far more confident in weathering the impending maritime calamity as the novice period drew to a close. However, it would be imperative to gather more energy crystals. It seemed he needed to slay more monsters in the future. Chen Lang muttered to himself, clenching his fist. The treasure hunt concluded. Chen Lang initially contemplated wandering around to explore if the desert island held any additional secrets. Yet, as he stepped beyond the altar's confines, a beam of teleportation light descended from above. When Chen Lang opened his eyes once more, it was already deep into the night. He readily lay down on his bed. Succumbing to a deep slumber, it was not until the 4th day that he stretched and yawned. The arrival of the 4th day signified that the 7-day novice protection period had officially surpassed its midpoint, leaving survivalists with dwindling time for development. Chen Lang habitually accessed the World Channel's regional discussion board to observe the progress of other survivors. The first sight that greeted him was, once again, the dwindling number of survivors in the area. Regional discussion. 6,654, 10,004 days had passed, and the number of deceased had steadily risen. Now, merely over 6,000 remained in their struggle for survival. Lu Rinjia. Tier 2. I have broken through to Tier 2. Han Hung. You are impressive. I am still at Tier 1, but my island has also ascended to Tier 1. Wang Hengwei. In the early stages of survival, fishing for treasure chests and personal talents are crucial. Both luck and skill are indispensable. Zheng Rou. Speaking of which, now that we have over 6,000 survivors in our area, how many have ascended to Tier 1? Du Ziting. That's simple. We could just tally it up. Du Ziting. Everyone. Could those who have reached Tier 1 please respond? Gu Min. I'm there. Song Shuren here. Lu Zhizai. I've reached Tier 2. Kong Hung. Count me in. Chen Lang joined in, posting a message of his own. Count me in. He noticed that, over the course of 4 days, a considerable number of survivors had indeed broken through to Tier 1, with messages flooding in one after another, becoming overwhelming, until one message caught his eye. Zhou Zhao. I've also broken through to Tier 1. I just used a harpoon to slay a Tier 1 fish, finally accumulating 100 experience points. As Zhou Zhao spoke, the system's notification chimed in. Ding! Detected that the number of first-tier survivors in the area has reached or exceeded 1,000 individuals. Resource refresh in progress, resulting in the emergence of numerous unexplored islands waiting to be discovered. Resource refresh? Chen Lang was momentarily taken aback. Then, through the window of the wooden cabin, he gazed out at the boundless azure sea. After a tumultuous wave rolled in and the mist gathered and dispersed, several new islands suddenly appeared in the previously empty waters. Not only on the 2,887th island where he resided, but over 6,000 other survivors were equally astonished to discover that new islands had materialized around them. As if conjured from thin air, truly a marvel. Chapter 19. The 4th day, resource refresh in the area. Island exploration livestream. This sudden change ignited a flurry of activity in the regional communication board. Song Shuren. Has the number of first-tier survivors in the area really reached 1,000? Dukong. No way, guys. 3 new islands just appeared around my island. Is this the so-called resource refresh? Du Zitong. It seems so. I can see a new island from my end as well. Wang Songyun. These islands are likely different from our bound islands that I have a telescope on hand, and just observe that these newly emerged islands generally show signs of fierce beasts, with some even revealing what appear to be ancient ruins. Lu-Ringia. Danger and opportunity coexist. These newly emerged islands are undoubtedly fraught with peril, but they may also conceal significant fortunes. Panduan. However, these islands seem quite distant from us, generally several hundred meters away over the sea, where sharks and other sea monsters lurk. Venturing to explore the islands is no trivial task. One could easily fall victim to a shark attack along the way. Zhangguang. All right, brothers, focus your attention on me. I have a boat that I just retrieved from a crate, and I plan to row to the nearest island to assess the situation and relay information back to you all. Wang Hengwei. Zhangguang. Be sure to exercise caution. If anything feels amiss, retreat promptly. Zhangguang. Yes, I have set off. My speaking opportunities are limited, so I'll send updates once I reach the island. Zhangguang volunteered to be the first survivor to set foot on a new island. Nearly everyone in the region focused their energy on the unfolding developments. Chen Lang, while awaiting news, made his way to the shore. Gazing at the several islands faintly visible a few hundred meters away, he set up advanced fishing nets in the water and cast out his fishing rod, waiting for treasure chests to bite while keeping an eye on the communication board. After about 10 minutes, Chen Lang reeled in his first chest of the day. Ding, obtained driftwood treasure chest 1. Would you like to open it? Open, ding, driftwood treasure chest 1, successfully opened. Obtained item, small wooden boat, blueprint 1. Item, small wooden boat, blueprint. Type, production blueprint, can be used multiple times without disappearing. Grade, common. Description, gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Require materials, wooden plank 5, wooden shovel 2. A small boat blueprint? Now, he could freely traverse between islands. It seemed he could even craft several more to sell. Chen Lang casually tucked away the blueprint. Just then, he noticed Zhangguang had posted a new message in the communication board. Zhangguang. Brothers, I have landed on the island. The system just informed me that this is an adventure island. If I can defeat the island's lord, I can claim it. However, I don't know who or how strong the lord is, so I'll proceed with caution for now. Accompanying his message were several images. The communication channel allowed for image sharing, with a maximum of 3 images per message. Zhangguang's 3 images depicted the scenery of the island he was on. From the pictures, it was evident that it was an island lush with forest vegetation, abundant in wooden resources and home to various plants, resembling a verdant primeval forest clearly fraught with danger. After a while, Zhangguang posted again. Brothers, this place feels quite eerie. The forest is too dense. I'm struggling to find my bearings. Whoa, this is terrifying. I just spotted a 5-meter-long tiger wandering through the forest. I checked the system's description, and it says this tiger is actually ranked at tier 3. Definitely not something to provoke. Zhangguang attached an image of the tiger he had seen in the picture. The tiger displayed an unusual pattern of deep and light green stripes, deviating from the traditional coloration, appearing as though it had evolved to adapt to the forest environment. The green tiger was quite large, with a notably gaping maw and 2 robust, half-meter-long saber teeth. Just the sight of it would cause most to quail in fear. Chen Lang's expression turned grave. The power of this tiger likely surpassed that of the yellow sand puppet, and it could very well be the island's lord. Zhangguang. It seems the green tiger hasn't noticed me. In that case, I'll explore the island's edge for a while, hoping to find something good. After all, I just picked up a first-tier fruit when I first arrived, something called a cleansing fruit, which granted me an extra attribute point when consumed. Quite the windfall. Zhangguang shared an image of the fruit, resembling a dragon fruit, but with translucent flesh. This was indeed the cleansing fruit he had described. There was even a fruit capable of directly increasing an attribute point. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. The others in the communication channel expressed their envy and jealousy towards Zhangguang. Just then, however, Zhangguang abruptly sent a new message, his tone indicating panic. This is bad. I've been targeted by a monster, not the green tiger, but the message abruptly cut off in the communication channel. Typing was not required. Thoughts were input directly. Zhangguang's message ended abruptly, his avatar turned gray, and his ID reverted to its default style, indicating only one possibility. He had met with misfortune. Accompanying this message was a blurred image, revealing only a mass of pitch-black mist and a pair of glimmering crimson eyes within, a sight both terrifying and uncanny. The entire communication channel bore witness to Zhang Guang's journey from departure to landing on the island, culminating in his sudden encounter with death. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that the newly refreshed adventure islands were far more perilous than they had imagined. In an instant, many who had been eager to venture onto the islands reconsidered their intentions. Those who still wished to explore felt a wave of trepidation wash over them, with many speculating about the nature of the shadow that had claimed Zhang Guang's life. Chen Lang voiced his conjecture in the channel. That shadow is likely the true lord of the island, having detected Zhang Guang, the outsider, and thus appearing to eliminate him. Chen Lang's perspective garnered unanimous agreement. He himself harbored the desire to explore the island, but for now he chose to finish some tasks at hand first. For instance, he utilized the remaining 4 opportunities on his fishing rod. Aside from 1 empty catch, he reeled in 3 treasure chests, 2 black iron and 1 bronze. Rubbing his hands together, he prepared for a new round of treasure chest openings. Chapter 20. Lu Renjia's invitation to team up, crafting the advanced horn bow. Ding! Black iron treasure chest 2, successfully opened. Obtained item. Storage wooden box 1. Grade. First tier. Description. A special wooden box. Internally divided into 18 compartments, each capable of stacking up to 64 items. Supplement. Multiple wooden boxes can be combined into a larger box, increasing the number of compartments and the stacking quantity per compartment. Obtained item. Hornbow Blueprint 1. Type. One-time blueprint. Grade. First tier. Description. Gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials. Horn tendon 1. Wooden stick 3. Silk thread 1. Opening 2 black iron treasure chests yielded promising results. Chen Lang set up the storage wooden box, placing less critical materials such as stones and wooden planks inside. He then examined the newly acquired equipment blueprint, the Hornbow blueprint. Chen Lang immediately began to study it that he intended to try his luck at the trading platform for the horn tendon, posting a request for purchase. Due to his considerable reputation, the moment he sent out the post, he quickly received numerous replies. Among the many survivors, the prominent Lu Renjia sent a private message. Chen Lang, I see you're looking to purchase horn tendons. It seems you've also obtained the blueprint for the hornbow. I too possess this blueprint, and I happen to have horn tendon on hand from a cow I previously hunted. I'm ready to trade with you. Lu Renjia has the goods? What do you desire in return? Across from him, Lu Renjia pondered for a moment before speaking. It is as follows, esteemed Chen Lang. While fishing today, I uncovered a basic treasure map from the box that I lack the confidence to embark on this venture alone and wish to recruit a few more individuals to join me. The distribution of the treasure or other reward will be determined by circumstances that if you, esteemed Chen Lang, agree to team up with me, I shall gladly offer you the bullhorn sinew free of charge. Do you possess a treasure map? Chen Lang inquired. Intrigued, he had just completed a treasure hunt yesterday and was quite familiar with the entire process, having tasted the sweet fruits of success. Very well. I agree to form a team with you. When shall we depart? Ha ha, esteemed Chen Lang. Your willingness is refreshing. I anticipate we can set off this afternoon or tomorrow once all preparations are complete. I will message you to coordinate. Let's trade first. Upon learning that Chen Lang was willing to team up, Lu Renjia felt a surge of joy. The two parties conducted their trade with great satisfaction. Lu Renjia symbolically exchanged a stick for the bullhorn sinew from Chen Lang. The crucial material for crafting the bullhorn bow was now in hand.as for the silk thread. Chen Lang approached the workbench and discovered that 3 strands of spider silk could be synthesized. Currently, he possessed only 1 strand, a drop obtained from slaying cave venom spiders in the mines. This task seemed simple. He would venture into the mines once more to slay additional cave venom spiders and gather more ores. Without hesitation, Chen Lang crafted a new wooden pickaxe at the workbench, slung it over his shoulder, and held a torch in his other hand as he once again entered the mine. Ding, congratulations on mining inferior iron ore. Gaining rough iron 1, experience points 1. Ding, congratulations on mining inferior iron ore. Gaining rough iron 1, experience points 1. Ding, congratulations on mining inferior iron ore. Gaining rough iron 1, experience points 1. With each increment in his survival level, Chen Lang's physical prowess grew stronger after each point allocation. Wielding the pickaxe, he resembled an unyielding mining machine. This time, he delved deeper into the mine and encountered several cave venom spiders, even when he was a first-tier survivor. He had no fear of these creatures. Now that he had advanced a tier and donned superior equipment, Chen Lang swiftly cut through the cave like a scythe through grass, eliminating 4 cave venom spiders in quick succession. Ding! Congratulations on slaying first-tier fierce beasts. Cave Venom Spider 4, gaining energy crystals 4, spider eyes 4, spider silk 4, experience points 40. Upon exiting the mine, Chen Lang reflected on his haul from today's expedition. 18 pieces of rough iron, 9 pieces of rough copper, and quite fortuitously, a piece of lapis lazuli suitable for enchanting. He had amassed a total of 68 experience points, a truly bountiful yield. Back at his wooden cabin, Chen Lang resumed his work. He first tossed the rough iron into the furnace to smelt, then turned his gaze to the workbench. Arranging 3 strands of spider silk on the grid, he focused his intent, and the workbench began to synthesize. A single thread was produced. Immediately, Chen Lang unfolded the blueprints for the bullhorn bow and placed the bullhorn sinew, wooden stick, and silk thread upon it. The blueprint vanished, and the system notification chimed. Ding. Manufacture successful. Obtained equipment. Bullhorn bow 1. Equipment, bullhorn bow. Grade, first tier. Description, a powerful longbow that, when paired with arrows, can strike distant targets with precision. The bullhorn bow appeared in a deep black hue, measuring approximately 1 meter in length, with considerable tension in its string. Chen Lang then retrieved the arrow blueprint. Item, arrow blueprint. Type, production type blueprint, can be used multiple times without disappearing. Grade, common. Description, gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint for automatic synthesis of the final product. Require materials, wooden stick 1, feather 1, iron grain 1. He had wooden sticks and iron grains readily available as for the feathers. Chen Lang had previously slain a first-tier juvenile black featherhawk, obtaining 30 feathers. Now, they could finally be put to use. The furnace had already smelted some of the rough iron, bringing his total iron grains to 32. With a decisive gesture, he utilized them all to craft arrows. Ding! Manufacture successful. Obtained equipment. First-tier arrows 30. At last, the bow and arrows were complete. Yet Chen Lang felt it was insufficient. The first-tier arrows, while useful, were starting to feel inadequate for him, so he decided to enhance his equipment. Thus, he activated his talent. Ding! Would you like to use one free opportunity to super enhance the bullhorn bow? Chen Lang nodded. The black bullhorn bow in his hands was suddenly enveloped in radiant light. Ding! Super enhancement successful. Bullhorn bow has been enhanced to Advanced Bullhorn Bow. Equipment, Advanced Bullhorn Bow. Grade, second tier. Description, an upgraded version of the bullhorn bow with increased durability and power potential. Note, while drawing and nocking an arrow, it can be charged for an extended period, potentially tripling the power of a single arrow, or simultaneously firing 3 arrows at standard power. Chapter 21. Establishing the port. Harvesting the fields, constructing the ranch. The second-tier advanced bullhorn bow, now featuring a charging mechanism. Quite splendid. With this, I no longer have any shortcomings in range combat. The upgraded advanced bullhorn bow felt significantly more solid in his hands. Chen Lang retrieved an arrow, drew the bowstring, and shot towards the sandy beach below. The arrow plunged deep into the sand with such force that it kicked up dust upon impact, embedding itself a full 3 meters deep. The power was nothing short of terrifying. This arrow could undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to a second-tier fierce beast, and even a typical third-tier foe would hesitate to withstand its force. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lang opened the 2 black iron chests. He then proceeded to open the final bronze treasure chest. Ding! Bronze treasure chest 1. Successfully opened. Acquired building, port 1. Building, port. Grade, second tier. Description, a port constructed from stone blocks and wooden planks. Positioned along the shore, capable of mooring vessels for the convenient transit of people and goods. Note 1. Fishing with a rod in the port area slightly reduces the chance of aerial attacks. Note 2. can be retrieved from the backpack and placed at a designated location with a single action, but the location cannot be changed afterward, so choose the placement site wisely. To receive a completed second-tier building was a delightful surprise. Chen Lang's eyes brightened as he immediately set about establishing the port. With this, the number of structures on the island had reached 4, 2 of which were second-tier buildings. But that was not all. He had also acquired a defensive tower from the treasure chest, which he would set up as well. Chen Lang once again opened his backpack. Retrieving the 4th-tier energy crystal defensive tower, which he had enhanced, he positioned the energy crystal defensive tower at the core area of the entire island, encompassing the freshwater well, wooden cabin, and second-tier farmland, ensuring this region received comprehensive protection. With a mere thought, a towering structure over 10 meters high, constructed from ancient stones adorned with mysterious engravings and topped with a massive crystal, rose majestically on the 2,887th island. As long as Chen Lang infused energy crystals into this tower, he could activate a defensive barrier with a radius of 75 meters, enveloping a total area of 150 meters. With this tower in place, the impact of maritime disasters would be minimized. Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction, surveying his surroundings. The number of buildings on the island had increased to 5, with more than half being second-tier structures. Just one more building was needed to meet all conditions for upgrading the island to second-tier status, granting a larger area and more resources. Chen Lang was well prepared for this last structure. Having previously obtained the ranch blueprint from the fishing treasure chest, item, ranch blueprint, type, one-time blueprint, grade, first tier, description, gather the required materials, and place them on the blueprint for automatic synthesis of the final product. Required materials: fence 100, fence gate 2, stone block 20, wooden plank 30. The materials listed were hardly daunting for Chen Lang at this stage. He would quickly gather them. First, he turned to the wooden planks. After the consumption over the past few days, the wooden planks he had initially obtained from felling oak trees when upgrading the island to first tier had been nearly depleted. However, that was not a concern. After chopping down the trees, he had planted saplings in the fertile farmland, allowing them to thrive alongside coconut trees and rice crops. Under the accelerated growth conditions of the second-tier farmland, a day passed, and all 3 crops had matured. Goodness, how lush they had become. Chen Lang made his way to the second-tier farmland behind the wooden cabin. All 8 oak saplings had grown into sturdy, towering trees. Ready for harvest, Chen Lang immediately brandished his mysterious iron sword and felled the trees one by one. Ding! Congratulations on felling oak trees 8, gaining oak logs 80, wooden sticks 800, saplings 18. The oak logs could be processed into 4 planks each. Thus, with this round of logging, Chen Lang had directly acquired over 300 units of wooden planks, 800 wooden sticks, and 18 saplings. Essentially, the freedom of wood has been realized. He replanted the saplings. Then, Chen Lang turned his gaze towards 2 other crops. The first was the coconut tree. With the establishment of a freshwater well, coconuts were no longer the sole source of fresh water. Chen Lang now regarded coconuts more as a beverage. Consequently, he merely shook down 4 ripe coconuts and did not expand the cultivation of new coconut trees. Lastly, the true highlight of the farmland emerged: the spirit rice seeds. Initially, Chen Lang had exchanged for 5 ordinary rice seeds, which after a super enhancement transformed into spirit rice seeds that on the 3rd day, he planted them. The System S crops had relatively short growth cycles, and coupled with the growth acceleration effect of the second-tier farmland, even second-tier crops could yield a harvest in just 1 day. However, with only 5 seeds, even if all germinated and produced plump rice ears, Chen Lang would ultimately gather just over 200 grains of spirit rice, insufficient to prepare even a single bowl of rice. Thus, it was not feasible to consume them immediately. Moreover, to expedite this process, he scattered bone meal across the farmland. This not only replenished the soil's fertility, but also accelerated the growth of the fertilized crops. With the enhancement of bone meal, the growth rate of the spirit rice accelerated further, allowing for a harvest in merely half a day. In this wave, Chen Lang harvested approximately 1 shopping bag full of spirit rice, enough for 4 or 5 meals. Therefore, the remaining portion was reserved for dinner that evening. Once the farmland was harvested, returning to the matter at hand, Chen Lang approached the workbench laden with an abundance of wooden planks and sticks. The workbench came equipped with numerous blueprints for crafting wooden products, enabling the production of building materials like fences and gates. With the grid opened, Chen Lang placed 2 planks in the left and right columns, respectively, and 2 sticks vertically in the center column. Then he began to synthesize fervently. Ding, ding, ding. The system's notification chimed incessantly. Ding. Manufacturing successful. Obtained item. Fence 100. The fences were sufficiently crafted. Chen Lang then swapped the positions of the planks and sticks, transforming them into 2 columns of sticks with a plank in the middle, and continued the synthesis. Ding! Manufacturing successful. Obtained item. Fence gate 2. Finally. He placed the crafted fences and gate, along with a substantial amount of stones and wooden planks, onto the ranch blueprint and clicked to create. Ding! Manufacturing successful. Obtained building. Ranch 1. Chapter 22. Second Tier Island. Battling the wolf pack, the ranch was completed. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Lang ultimately decided to place the ranch on the opposite side of the farmland, more towards the western edge of the island. This arrangement allowed for considerable expansion space for both, preventing them from being cramped together. Additionally, the western side of the island occasionally saw the presence of small animals, making it more convenient for future attempts to lure, capture, and tame livestock. In summary, with a mere thought, a square ranch measuring 25 meters per side was established on the island, sufficient to sustain a dozen pigs, cows, and sheep, or a large flock of chickens and ducks. As the ranch was completed, the system's notification echoed once again. Ding! Detected that Island 2887 has met all upgrade conditions. Would you like to promote? Upgrade. Chen Lang nodded eagerly. Soon, the scene from earlier replayed. The island expanded, resembling a continent gradually rising from the ocean floor, with more land emerging from the water's surface. The island's radius increased to a grand 500 meters, revealing a rocky peak towering over 10 meters high. The terrain became significantly more complex, and correspondingly, more resources began to refresh on the island. Trees and flowers flourished, and the numbers of wild chickens and ducks doubled. The previously barren forest area, stripped of trees by Chen Lang, rejuvenated into a lush green landscape. Moreover, a small lake appeared in the center of the forest. The scale of the mine also increased with the island's upgrade, although the specifics had yet to be thoroughly examined. This time, however, the island's upgrade brought not only benefits, but also new troubles for Chen Lang. To his surprise, fearsome beasts began to appear on the island. He spotted several wolves lurking in the forest, their shapes barely visible. Ding! Promotion successful. Island 2887 has been upgraded to Second Tier Island. Regional announcement to follow. The system's notification rang in his mind. Subsequently, the regional communication board vibrated. Thousands of survivors in the area received yet another flood of system messages. Ding! Chen Lang has upgraded Island 2887 to Second Tier, achieving the accomplishment. Quick steps, steady progress, experience points 50. Ding! Important messages repeated thrice. Having experienced similar announcements before, the survivors had anticipated this one, resulting in a mix of shock and subdued envy. Yet the regional communication interface did not erupt into chaos as before. Each person either sighed in admiration or secretly harbored jealousy, thinking to themselves that they could accomplish it too. Chen Lang remained unfazed, focusing solely on his leading position to secure his territory. He resolved to handle the resources and challenges following the island's upgrade before considering venturing out to explore. With ample time remaining on the 4th day, Chen Lang began to roam the upgraded island. His first stop was the mine area. The so-called mine area was merely an entrance exposed on the surface, with the dark, winding tunnels hidden beneath. Upon approaching, Chen Lang discovered the detailed information about the mine. Resource: complex chain mine, grade, 3rd tier, description: a mine rich in various materials. Extracting it yields coal, crude iron, crude copper, crude gold, lapis lazuli, emeralds, diamonds, and more. But the mine also spawns various monsters, presenting both danger and opportunity. Mineral types and proportions: coal 30, iron or 20, copper or 10, lapis lazuli 5, emerald 5, gold 5, diamond 3. It appeared that the mine S level had also risen alongside the island S level. Transitioning from a small mine to a chain mine, the mineral resources had significantly increased. Chen Lang stroked his chin, muttering to himself. In that case, the next mining expedition should yield far greater rewards than the previous two. After inspecting the mine, Chen Lang turned to explore further. He made his way to the coastline, where he found that the port structure built along the shore moved in tandem with the island's expanding coastline. Remaining on the water's edge without being lifted into the air or buried, the IT remained fully operational. After a thorough inspection, Chen Lang directed his attention to the now sprawling forest. Although it could still not be labeled as a forest, but rather a grove. It occupied about 1/3 of the island's area. The most crucial aspect was that upon entering this grove, Chen Lang discovered a variety of ferocious beasts, not limited to the wolves he had seen earlier. Fortunately, these beasts were all first tier, while Chen Lang stood as a second-tier survivor, exuding an imposing presence that deterred the creatures, causing them to avoid him instinctively. However, uninvited guests lingered, specifically the pack of wolves he had previously encountered. As Chen Lang walked through the woods, he suddenly found himself surrounded by a group of 7 or 8 ferocious wolves, their gray-black fur and purple reflective eyes presenting a menacing sight. Each nearly 2 meters in length. Leading the pack was a larger, darker wolf, seemingly the alpha, baring its teeth and narrowing its purple eyes, fixating intently on Chen Lang. The atmosphere grew tense. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. While the wolf pack scrutinized Chen Lang, he too studied them. Ferocious beast, purple-eyed evil wolf, level. First tier, third tier. Description: wolves that frequently roam forest areas, exhibiting strong territorial instincts. They often act in packs, launching fierce attacks against any intruders or prey that enter their territory, relentless until death. Skill: pack instinct. Initiated by the alpha, it sends the entire pack into a frenzy, abandoning defense for all-out attack, trading injury for injury and life for life. The ordinary members of the wolf pack range from first tier to second tier, while the alpha had attained third tier. So what? Did they truly believe this grove was their territory? This is my island. Either kneel and become my dog, or I shall slay you and feast upon your flesh. Chen Lang scoffed coldly. Without hesitation, he drew the heavy sword forged from dark iron from his backpack. Gripping it firmly, the broad, weighty blade struck the ground with a thunderous thud, akin to the clarion call for battle. Howl. The third-tier alpha wolf immediately threw back its head and howled, signaling the other 7 purple-eyed wolves to pounce upon Chen Lang with claws bared, intent on tearing him to shreds, seeking death. Witnessing these wolves refusing to heed warnings, Chen Lang ceased his words and charged forward, sword raised for combat. The dark iron sword swung down with tremendous force, cleaving the first charging first-tier wolf in half from head to tail. Chapter 23. Total annihilation. Congratulations on vanquishing a first-tier ferocious beast, 1 purple-eyed evil wolf. You have obtained 1 energy crystal, 10 pieces of beast meat, 10 bones, 30 wolf fangs, 1 wolf pelt, and gained 10 experience points. The notification of your kill resonates in the air, and blood splatters as the purple-eyed evil wolf, slain by Chen Lang, dissolves into radiant light midair, automatically decomposing into loot that finds its way into Chen Lang's backpack. Having secured the first kill, Chen Lang's momentum surges, exuding an aura of intimidation. Meanwhile, the remaining wolves, sensing the shift in power, abruptly halt, hesitant to charge recklessly, fearful of meeting the same fate as their fallen comrade. However, the lead wolf remains cunning and composed, realizing that its subordinates are no match for the human before them. It raises its head to howl once more, this time with a sharper, more piercing sound, evidently activating the skill pack will. Under the influence of this ability, the previously intimidated purple-eyed evil wolves regain their ferocity. The second-tier wolf bares its fangs, launching itself with a powerful kick, baring its gaping maw in an attempt to bring Chen Lang down. With a silver armor, Chen Lang stands firm, undeterred by the onslaught of the wolves, knowing he would not lose any health even as they gnaw at him. Thus, he does not flinch, gripping tightly the heavy black iron sword, and engages once more with the pack, undaunted by their increased savagery. Get lost. Chen Lang kicks fiercely, despite being a second-tier beast with third-tier attributes. Focusing on a single wolf allows him to swiftly reduce it to a bloody pulp. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a second-tier ferocious beast. 1 purple-eyed evil wolf. You have obtained 1 energy crystal, 10 pieces of beast meat, 10 bones, 30 wolf fangs, 1 wolf pelt, and gained 20 experience points. The notification echoes again, marking another kill for Chen Lang. Observing this, the once aloof lead wolf can no longer remain passive. It realizes that if the subordinates continue to dwindle, Chen Lang might eliminate the entire pack before his energy is exhausted. Thus, the lead wolf enters the fray, and under its command, the wolves' combat prowess escalates. Initially charging headlong into chaos, they now engage in a more tactical approach, becoming increasingly troublesome. Yet, as always, in the face of absolute power, all struggles are futile. Noticing the pack's guerrilla tactics, Chen Lang decisively alters his combat style. With a mere thought, he stows the heavy black iron sword in his spatial backpack and retrieves the advanced hornbow, drawing an arrow. After a brief moment of focus, he releases the arrow, which whizzes through the air, striking true at a wolf's head. Despite the wolf skull being the hardest part of its body, the advanced hornbow's enhanced damage mechanism proves effective. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a second-tier ferocious beast. 1 purple-eyed evil wolf. You have obtained 1 energy crystal, 10 pieces of beast meat, 10 bones, 30 wolf fangs, 1 wolf pelt, and gained 20 experience points. A triple kill. Aiming at the pack's leader, Chen Lang knows that eliminating this third-tier wolf will scatter the remaining purple-eyed evil wolves like leaves in the wind, making them easy prey. Accordingly, he draws 3 arrows, knocking them on the bowstring as he dodges the other wolves' attacks. He focuses intently on the agile leader. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows are released. Although the power of each arrow is slightly diminished compared to before, their combined numbers compensate for this shortcoming, providing a greater margin for error. The lead wolf, seasoned in battle, narrowly dodges the first 2 arrows, feeling the rush of air as they skim past, causing a few tufts of fur to be severed. The arrows, propelled with great force, smash into a nearby tree and a moss-covered boulder, exploding upon impact. Yet, as the saying goes, once or twice is a fluke, but thrice is a pattern. The initial 2 arrows were merely a distraction, intended to manipulate the leader's movements as expected. After evading the first 2 arrows, the lead wolf finds itself unable to dodge the third, which comes hurtling towards it. Although it leaps into the air at the last moment to avoid a fatal blow, the arrow nonetheless strikes its thigh, delivering a tremendous force that sends the wolf crashing to the ground, blood foaming from its mouth as it emits a whimpering roar. While the purple-eyed evil wolves are typically relentless in their defense of territory, the instinct for survival becomes paramount when facing imminent death, prompting the pack to retreat in fear. This moment, the lead wolf is thoroughly intimidated by Chen Lang's assault. With its morale shattered, the pack will skill falters, and the other purple-eyed evil wolves also lose their nerve, hesitating to confront the formidable human before them and seeking to withdraw. However, retreating is not an option without Chen Lang's consent. Oh, you wish to escape? Not on my watch. Chen Lang will not allow these wolves to flee unscathed. He pursues relentlessly, launching a barrage of arrows that dispatch the last 3 first-tier wolves. Ding! Congratulations on defeating 3 first-tier ferocious beasts, purple-eyed evil wolves. You have obtained 3 energy crystals, 30 pieces of beast meat, 30 bones, 90 wolf fangs, 3 wolf pelts, and gained 30 experience points. Switching back to the heavy black iron sword, he beheads another second-tier wolf. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a second-tier ferocious beast, 1 purple-eyed evil wolf. You have obtained 1 energy crystal, 10 pieces of beast meat, 10 bones, 30 wolf fangs, 1 wolf pelt, and gained 20 experience points. Following this onslaught, the wolf pack is nearly annihilated, leaving only the lead wolf, wounded and limping, attempting to escape. Still try to run. If you were whole, I might struggle to keep up, but now that one of your legs is crippled, where do you think you can hide? Chen Lang exerts little effort in catching up to the fleeing lead wolf. This third-tier beast, if found on another island, would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary for any survivor. Yet, unfortunate for it, it has spawned on Chen Lang's territory. Even with the pack well activated, it is utterly defeated, suffering heavy losses. Prepare to perish. The heavy black iron sword descends, delivering a fatal blow to the lead wolf. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a third-tier ferocious beast. 1 purple-eyed evil wolf. You have obtained 1 energy crystal, 10 pieces of beast meat, 10 bones, 30 wolf fangs, 1 wolf pelt, and gained 30 experience points. The system notification chimes. The entire wolf pack is obliterated. The most significant threat on the island has been eradicated by Chen Lang's own hand. Coincidentally, just as the battle concludes, Chen Lang notices a red dot on his regional communication interface. Someone has sent him a private message. He promptly opens it to find a message from Lu Rinjia. Lu Rinjia. Great Chen Lang. Everything is ready on my end. We can team up to seek treasure. Are you available? Chapter 24. Team Formation. Treasure hunting again. During their previous discussion of the trading square, Lu Rinjia had mentioned that he would contact Chen Lang today or tomorrow, and after an extensive period spent upgrading his island and slaying the wolves. Chen Lang thought Lu Rinjia might have forgotten. However, the invitation did indeed come this afternoon, just as promised. Excellent. Given the limited number of messages one can send in the regional communication channel, the two decide to converse privately for a more detailed discussion regarding their treasure hunt. Lu Rinjia speaks first. Great Chen Lang, including you, I have contacted 4 individuals total, bringing the group to 5 survivors. The other 3 are LV Liang, Meng Dashuan, and Zhang Xiang. They're all first-tier survivors. They may have advanced later, but their strength should not hold us back. For this treasure hunt, you and I will be the main forces. I will take 40% of the rewards. You will take 30%. And the others will each receive 10%. That if there are rewards that cannot be evenly divided, we can discuss them at that time. What do you think? That sounds fair, Chen Lang replies with a nod. Ultimately, the treasure map belongs to Lu Rinjia, and it is reasonable for him to take a larger share. Chen Lang, as a powerful ally, receiving 30% is also justifiable. As for the remaining 3 survivors. Having agreed to team up, they must have accepted these terms. However, through Lu Rinjia's distribution of rewards, Chen Lang discerns a deeper insight. With more individuals breaking through to first and even second tiers from the 4th day onward. The disparity in strength is becoming increasingly apparent, leading to differences in status and rewards. This is only the novice phase. As the game progresses, the stratification based on levels and abilities will undoubtedly intensify. If one wishes to avoid being trampled underfoot, they must continuously strive to ascend and secure the top position. In any case, after discussing the details, Lu Rinjia pulls out his treasure map, inputting the names of Chen Lang, LV Liang, Meng Dashuan, Zhang Xiang, and himself. With a mere thought, the treasure hunt commences. Whoosh, 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 beams of teleportation light cascade from above, landing on distant islands scattered across the sea. Chen Lang and Lu Rinjia, among others, were momentarily dazzled, as if a flashbang had detonated before their eyes, leaving them in a blinding white haze. Once their vision recovered, Chen Lang found himself transported once again to a mysterious island, reminiscent of his first treasure hunt, completely unaware of its location or circumstances. This time, however, the island was not a sandy desert, but rather a rugged terrain of jagged rocks, interspersed with natural, yet seemingly man-made caverns that hinted at human excavation. Clearly, the treasure was hidden within these subterranean chambers. Chen Lang mused to himself. Indeed, he affirmed. Nearby, Lu Rinjia appeared to have regained his composure from the initial shock of their first treasure hunt, nodding at Chen Lang's observation. He unfolded a treasure map. Upon seeing this, Chen Lang, along with Lu Liang, Meng Dashuan, and Zhang Xiang, gathered around, their gazes fixed on the map. This was a multi-person treasure map, and perhaps due to this, it surprisingly indicated 3 locations where treasures were buried. Furthermore, all 3 treasures were located within the subterranean caves beneath their feet. It seemed that an adventure in the caverns was imminent. Lu Rinjia proposed. We are all teammates, although we have communicated in the chat interface before. This is our first meeting in person. Let us introduce ourselves to foster mutual understanding for better cooperation moving forward. His suggestion was met with agreement from the group. Lu Liang was the first to step forward. At the onset of their journey, everyone had been compelled by the system to revert to the age of 18, so regardless of their previous appearances, be it elderly or middle-aged. They now all resembled youthful individuals. Lu Liang, who had once weighed over 200 pounds, now stood transformed into a fit young man that he introduced himself. I am Lu Liang, a first-tier survivor with a C-level strength enhancement talent. My strength attribute reaches 15 points, and when my talent is activated, it can surge to 20 points. He patted his chest, proudly revealing his bare upper body, with only a pair of brightly colored shorts, said to have been found in a fishing treasure chest, clinging to him. Following Lu Liang was Meng Daxuan, who appeared somewhat shy and seemed to have just turned 18. He raised his hand subconsciously as he spoke. Hello, everyone. I'm also a first-tier survivor to My talent is a B-level wind mage, and I have already mastered 3 wind spells, having slain 3 first-tier ferocious beasts. My strength should be quite respectable, right? Lu Liang, taken aback, threw an arm around Meng Daxuan's shoulders. That you're quite impressive. My friend. Oh no, it was just luck, Meng Daxuan replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Next was Zhang Xiang. That if Lu Liang was boisterous and Meng Daxuan was socially anxious, Zhang Xiang was a different breed of social anxiety, one that could be dubbed a social terror. While Lu Liang sported colorful shorts and Meng Daxuan had donned a gray tracksuit from a box, Zhang Xiang's attire was refreshingly primitive. Akin to Chen Lang at the outset, he fashioned a grass skirt out of twine and had worn it ever since, embodying a carefree attitude and an utter disregard for modesty. Upon spotting Chen Lang, he rushed over as if encountering a celebrity. Wow! Chen Lang, the man whose name echoed throughout the system. I admire you immensely. You are undoubtedly the top figure in our region. Could I have your autograph? Oh wait, I don't have a pen. That is all right. Let us embrace from now on. I'll be your loyal follower. Hey buddy, calm down a bit, Chen Lang said, caught off guard by Zhang Xiang's exuberance. Fortunately, Lu Rinjia stepped in, pulling the overly enthusiastic Zhang Xiang aside. Let us do our introductions first, brother. Right, I got a bit too excited. Haha. Acknowledging his earlier enthusiasm, Zhang Xiang chuckled sheepishly and cleared his throat, proceeding with his self-introduction. I am Zhang Xiang, a peak first-tier survivor, just a mere 100 experience points away from leveling up to second tier. My talent is a C-level environmental perception ability, enabling me to vividly sense my surroundings within a 10-meter radius. So you may also call me by my newly coined nickname, Human Radar. Hearing Zhang Xiang's abilities, the others, including Lu Liang, Meng Daxuan, and even Chen Lang, were taken aback with surprise and delight. Given the island's cavernous environment, the ability to perceive surroundings in the dark, intricate depths would prove invaluable during their treasure hunt. It was no wonder Lu Rinjia had included Zhang Xiang in their team. Observing the group's reaction, Zhang Xiang crossed his arms, visibly pleased with himself. Lu Rinjia then stepped forward again, declaring, now it's my turn. I recently advanced to second tier, and my talent is a B-level warrior ability, which is a combat specialization talent. Finally, it was Chen Lang's turn to introduce himself. He disclosed his level truthfully, but chose to keep his talent a secret. Lu Rinjia and the others understood. After all, Chen Lang was undoubtedly the strongest among them, and they required his assistance rather than vice versa. Moreover, Chen Lang's rapid rise to prominence suggested he harbored significant secrets, and prying could easily offend him. In summary, the members of their treasure-seeking team had established a basic understanding of one another. Lu Rinjia, the initiator of the group, was recognized as the leader that he asserted. We must locate the 3 treasures swiftly, as time is of the essence. Let us commence our quest. The first treasure's starting point should be that peak ahead, known as the Heavenly Split. Lu Rinjia pointed towards the distance, where a towering mountain loomed, its summit piercing the clouds. That a narrow, straight fissure ran through its center, aptly justifying its name. The group promptly set off, and after some trekking, they arrived at the base of this majestic peak, where they indeed discovered a sizable cavern entrance. What a grand cave! The entrance must be over 10 meters in diameter. Indeed, this is the location marked on the treasure map. We must enter this cavern to find our first treasure. Lu Rinjia glanced at the treasure map in his hand, confirming its accuracy with a nod. Without further ado, let us proceed. Chen Lang retrieved a torch from his backpack. The second he had crafted, as the first had been consumed during their previous mining expeditions. Upon igniting the torch, The previously pitch-black cavern was illuminated. Lu Rinjia, Lu Liang, Meng Daxuan, and the others gathered around Chen Lang. While Zhangxiang momentarily set aside his jovial demeanor to activate his talent, but a faint green light, akin to a laser, radiated from him, spreading outward. After pausing for a moment, Zhangxiang declared, "We are safe for now. Our surroundings are merely rock walls with no unusual occurrences. Which way shall we proceed next?" Lu Rinjia consulted the map. Ahead, two paths diverged, and according to the treasure map, they were to take the right passage. The group moved forward, and shortly thereafter, Zhangxiang, maintaining his detection ability, suddenly spoke up that I sense two forks ahead. Chen Lang extended the torch forward, its flickering light revealing the two branching tunnels leading left and right. Following Lu Rinjia's earlier guidance from the treasure map, they chose the right tunnel. As they ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly damp, with droplets of water occasionally falling from the rocky ceiling, producing a crisp sound as they struck the ground. Eventually, the treasure-seeking team emerged into a spacious underground chamber, roughly the size of a football field. Floating within the chamber were numerous fist-sized blue fireballs, casting a bluish glow throughout the space. Notably, the walls bore numerous claw marks and teeth marks, along with dark, dried bloodstains. Scattered in the corners lay various skeletal remains, some large enough to retain portions of skulls, clearly belonging to ferocious beasts, while others were unmistakably human. Human bones. Chen Lang approached the pile of bones cautiously, gaze intently upon the following. Item: Adventurer's remains. Grade: Common. Description: the skeletal remains of adventurers from a bygone era. Completely devoid of essence due to the passage of time. Thoroughly weathered and utterly useless. Indeed, these are human bones, and from an ancient time, the bones of adventurers. Chen Lang articulated the introduction he had observed. Adventurers' bones? From an ancient era? This implies that long, long ago, someone traversed this place and met their demise here. Are we the first survivors of this island? And what entity could have slain these adventurers? The group was not lacking in intellect, and soon a series of questions emerged. Just as they found themselves in a quandary, the ground of the cavern suddenly trembled, followed by the resounding roars of beasts emanating from the far end of the subterranean passage. "This is not good. We are in danger. Everyone prepare yourselves," Lu Rinjia immediately exclaimed. Chen Lang, quick on the uptake, had already grasped his heavy sword of Xian iron. Liang and Meng Daxuan assumed defensive stances. Zhangxiang, who possessed the ability to detect, bravely stepped forward to Chen Lang's side and activated his talent. However, the scene he encountered caused him to gasp in shock. It was a horde of ferocious beasts. At least 2 or 3 dozen of them, resembling lizards, each comparable in size to a Komodo dragon, and alarmingly, they appeared capable of breathing fire, rushing towards us in a frenzy. Just as Zhangxiang finished speaking, the swarm of lizards burst forth. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the group. What manner of creature is this? Chen Lang and the others directed their gazes towards the lizard-like beasts. A detailed panel materialized before them. Beast, blue fire lizard, level 1 to 3. Description: fire attribute, lizard-like beasts dwelling in underground caverns, exhibiting pack behavior, hunting and driving off intruders collectively, due to scarce food resources in the depths. They relentlessly pursue their prey until death. Skills: blue fireball, fire lizard roll. Chapter 26. Treasure hunting team versus blue fire lizard horde. Blue fire lizard? What sort of beast is this? A creature that could devour us. Faced with the encircling, bloodthirsty horde of blue fire lizards, the treasure hunting team members Liang, Meng Daxuan, and Zhangxiang felt a surge of anxiety and fear. As the team leader, Lu Rinjia, witnessed the morale of the group faltering. He quickly stepped forward. Indeed, Chen Lang nodded in agreement. Moreover, I do not regard these blue fire lizards as a threat. Upon finishing his words, Chen Lang was the first to charge forward, like an arrow released from a bow. With a swift motion, he plunged into the midst of the blue fire lizard horde, wielding his heavy sword of Xian iron, engaging in a fierce battle with the fire-breathing beasts. The combat instincts of the blue fire lizards were formidable. Upon seeing Chen Lang rush towards them, their immediate reaction was to open their mouths, briefly channeling energy before unleashing basketball-sized, blazing blue fireballs from their throats. This skill, known as blue fireball, was one of their specialties. A reliable tactic against foes and prey alike. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 7 or 8 blue fireballs hurtled towards Chen Lang. To maintain his agility, Chen Lang refrained from fully activating his silver flow armor. Remaining in a fitted combat suit, deftly dodging several fireballs that exploded behind him, illuminating the cavern with brilliant flames and causing the ground to tremble slightly from the blasts. Chen Lang's speed was remarkable, with his attributes of speed, strength, and spirit all reaching or nearing 20 points, akin to a Tier 3 survivor. This extraordinary capability far exceeded the expectations of the blue fire lizards, just as they finished launching a volley of blue fireballs. They were astonished to find Chen Lang had already closed the distance, charging towards them. Die. Chen Lang struck without mercy, his heavy sword slicing through the air, claiming the first kill. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a Tier 1 beast, Blue Fire Lizard 1. Earning Energy Crystal 1, Flame Sack 1, Beast Meat 10, Bones 10, Experience Points 10. Excellent. Impressive. Truly worthy of the esteemed Chen Lang. Witnessing Chen Lang take the lead and secure the first kill invigorated the rest of the treasure hunting team, prompting them to engage with the nearby blue fire lizards. Meng Dashuan gripped a wooden stick, using it as a makeshift staff to channel his spells. His awakened talent was that of a B-grade wind mage, making him relatively outstanding among survivors, at least of above-average talent. Meng Dashuan had a profound understanding of his talent, having developed it well. Thus his combat capability was not to be underestimated. In fact, during their previous time on the island, he had slain 3 Tier 1 beasts. However, his introverted nature, coupled with the overwhelming chaos of encountering a horde of ferocious beasts during his first treasure hunt, left him somewhat flustered. Now, with Chen Lang as a model, Meng Dashuan finally regained his composure. Facing 3 blue fire lizards, he expertly wielded his wooden stick and unleashed his wind spell at the moment they launched their fireballs. Wind shield, a gust of wind suddenly swirled within the cavern, forming a small, light green tornado that enveloped Meng Dashuan. The fireballs fired by the blue fire lizards are deflected by the rapidly spinning tornado. As if it were a shield, boom, 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 the blue fireballs detonated, engulfing Meng Dashuan in flames. Yet when the flames dissipated, he emerged unscathed, ready to counterattack. Wind spike. The wooden stick jabbed forward, and gusts of wind shot forth like arrows towards the blue fire lizards. The 3 Tier 1 blue fire lizards, unwilling to take the hit, scattered in all directions, deliberately drawing Meng Dashuan's attention to allow their companions to launch a surprise attack. To Meng Dashuan's left, a Tier 2 blue fire lizard activated its new skill. Fire Lizard Roll, its entire body engulfed in eerie blue flames as it coiled its tail and rolled towards him like a flaming wheel. Meng Dashuan, focused on the 3 Tier 1 blue fire lizards before him, overlooked the other threats surrounding him. By the time he heard the commotion and turned to look, it was already too late. The Tier 2 blue fire lizard had closed the gap, about to collide with him. It was over. Meng Dashuan felt a wave of despair wash over him. In that critical moment, an arrow shot forth, deftly avoiding Meng Dashuan and striking the Tier 2 blue fire lizard just inches away. The force of the arrow sent the Tier 2 blue fire lizard tumbling aside, with the arrowhead embedded deep within its body. It was only then that Meng Dashuan realized he had been saved. Recovering from his shock, he turned to see the archer who had rescued him was none other than Chen Lang. "How are you? Are you all right?" Chen Lang cautioned Meng Dashuan. "Your talent is commendable, but your reaction in the heat of battle needs improvement. Be more cautious next time." "I understand." Meng Dashuan nodded, vowing to be more vigilant. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiang, with a C-grade environmental detection talent, had been quite helpful throughout their journey. However, in the midst of this combat scenario, he became a liability, his combat prowess lacking to the point where he struggled to defend himself. Consequently, both Chen Lang and Lu Renjia unanimously decided that El Liang should stay close to Zhang Xiang to protect him. "Get away from me." El Liang activated his strength enhancement talent, significantly boosting his already formidable power attributes, temporarily reaching 20 points, on par with Chen Lang, attaining the status of a Tier 2 evolved survivor. Moreover, Liang had equipped himself with iron arm guard retrieved from a fishing crate, enhancing both his offense and defense, absorbing much of the blue fire lizard's onslaught. Zhang Xiang maintained his talent, continually sensing the environment within a 10-meter radius. Whenever a blue fire lizard prepared to attack or flank, he acted as a human radar, providing timely warnings. Their coordination was commendable. For the time being, the treasure hunting team matched the blue fire lizard horde blow for blow. However, we are here to seek treasure, not to slay beasts. Continuing to entangle with these creatures will only drain our energy. Lu Rinjia, possessing a B-grade hunter talent, recognized that while his mental and magical attributes were rather average, his strength, speed, and endurance were commendable. Chapter 27. The hidden space behind the stone wall at this moment, he continuously drew his bow, launching arrow after arrow, having already felled several blue fire lizards, achieving notable success. Yet he understood that such prolonged engagement was unsustainable. Chen Lang sensed Lu Rinjia's intention. Then let us charge forth. Lu Rinjia, chart the course ahead. Everyone, follow closely behind me as I lead you through the blue fire lizard encirclement. With a commanding swing of his sword, he aimed to spearhead the team through the throng of blue fire lizards, determined to break free from their grasp. Excellent. Lu Rinjia immediately nodded in agreement. Following closely behind Chen Lang, he unfurled the treasure map and spoke to guide the way. The exit to the underground space lies at the end of the passage where the blue fire lizards just burst forth. With a newfound direction, the 5-member team sprinted away, pursued relentlessly by the lizards. Some of the creatures accelerated to circle ahead, unleashing blue fireballs and rolling attacks in an attempt to impede the treasure hunting team. Observing this, Meng Dashuan quickly invoked a wind-based spell, Whirlwind Shield. Once more, the underground space was filled with howling winds, enveloping the 5 comrades in a swirling vortex. Meng Dashuan's complexion paled slightly. This should block a fair amount of their attacks. But I can't hold out for long. Hurry! With a swift slash, Chen Lang cleaved a blue fireball that came hurtling toward him. Even without fully activating his flowing silver armor, its 4th-tier defenses allowed him to disregard the onslaught of the blue fire lizards. As he wielded his heavy sword, every path he traversed resulted in severe casualties among the lizards. The system's kill notification echoed in his mind, ringing continuously. Finally, the treasure hunting team broke free from the encirclement. Evading the harassment of the blue fire lizards and continued deeper into the intricate cave system as they advanced, they encountered a fork in the path, this time splitting into 3 distinct tunnels, each leading in different directions. Which path should they take? The middle one. With the treasure map in hand, Lu Rinjia quickly pointed out the new route. Zhang Xiang maintained his environmental detection, ready to react at the first sign of any ferocious beast akin to the blue fire lizards. Fortunately, the subsequent journey was fraught with little danger, ultimately leading them to the end of the line marked on the treasure map. However, Lu Rinjia, are you certain this is the endpoint indicated on the treasure map? There's nothing here. Where's the treasure? Surely it's not playing tricks on us. Lu Liang, brandishing the torch handed to him by Chen Lang, searched the end of the passage, having circled and inspected every nook. But the torchlight merely illuminated the mottled rock walls, revealing no trace of treasure chest. Lu Rinjia, perplexed, flipped through the treasure map repeatedly. This doesn't make sense. The map clearly marks this as the location of the first treasure. Let me investigate further. Just as the group was at a loss, Zhang Xiang stepped forward, activating his environmental detection ability once more. Moving about and searching diligently to their astonishment, he suddenly brightened, pointing at the stone wall directly across the tunnel. This wall seems peculiar. The other 2 walls are solid, but this one is hollow. There appears to be a hidden space behind it. Exactly. The group immediately realized that this wall was an illusion designed to mislead anyone who found it into thinking there was nothing there, thus causing them to leave in disappointment, oblivious to the treasure concealed behind the rock. So, if we break this wall, we can uncover the treasure. Allow me. Lu Liang, endowed with strength-enhancing abilities, volunteered and activated his talent once more. His powers surged as he, clad in bracers, delivered a powerful punch against the stone wall. Boom! Lu Liang's strike was formidable enough to shatter boulders, yet the wall remained impervious. Is it really that tough? I'll get another go. Unwilling to back down, Lu Yang unleashed several more punches, but even as his arms grew sore and numb from the recoil, the wall only bore a few superficial cracks. Just as Chen Lang was about to intervene, Lu Renjia stepped forward. "Let me handle this. That my hunter talent grants me considerable combat prowess, and as the team leader, I can't let you snatch all the glory." Taking a deep breath, Lu Renjia focused his gaze on the cracks created by Lu Yang's fists. Hunter S mark, weak point strike. His talent activated, revealing a red dot marking the crack, known as a weak point mark, which identifies the vulnerable spots of prey or other entities. As a hunter, Lu Renjia's attacks would deal critical damage if they struck the marked area, significantly amplifying their potency. Holding a dagger tightly, he declared, "Stand back." With a powerful swing, the blade struck the hunter's mark, critical damage triggered. The hard stone wall finally succumbed, splitting apart with a resounding crash, revealing the hidden space behind it. As the group stepped inside, their eyes were immediately drawn to a treasure chest at the center of the floor, surrounded by 3 ancient stone statues wielding massive swords. Treasure. I'm Lu Yang, coming for you." Having long coveted the treasure, Lu Yang rushed forward, eager to claim it. Though they had agreed to share the spoils proportionally, the temptation to be the first to open the chest was irresistible. However, Zhang Xiang, maintaining his environmental detection, suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, this is bad." Lu Yang halted abruptly, turning to Zhang Xiang, seeking confirmation. But he saw the expressions of Chen Lang, Lu Renjia, Meng Dashuan, and Zhang Xiang shift to grim astonishment. He then heard a series of creaking noises behind him, reminiscent of inanimate objects springing to life. Surely, those statues couldn't have truly come alive. Turning stiffly, Lu Yang's heart sank as he beheld the 3 statues guarding the treasure chest, now animated, one towering behind him, its colossal sword raised high, ready to strike down. Not good. Lu Yang instinctively raised his arms to block. Yet even with his strength-enhancing talent activated and wearing bracers, he was sent flying by the statue's sword strike. Fortunately, the bracers softened the blow. Otherwise, he might have been cleaved in 2. A single strike had sent Lu Yang reeling. Could these 3 statues be on par with the sand puppets I encountered before? Having had a similar experience, Chen Lang focused intently on the 3 statues, their detailed panels manifesting before his eyes. Chapter 28. Defeat the statues. The first treasure secured. The detail panels of the 3 statues varied. Colossal Sword Warrior. Level. Tier 2. Description. One of the 3 statues guarding this treasure, wielding an exaggerated greatsword with tough hide and immense strength, albeit relatively slow. Fire Demon Puppet. Level. Tier 2. Blade Assassin. Level. Tier 2. Description. One of the 3 statues guarding this treasure, known for its swift speed, adept at launching surprise attacks through agile movements, but with weak defenses. These 3 Tier 2 statue puppets didn't seem too difficult to handle. After reviewing the enemy details, the tension within Chen Lang eased slightly. The foes they faced were manageable and posed no genuine threat to him. However, the others in the treasure hunting team might find them more challenging to contend with. As the battle loomed, the colossal sword warrior, having sent Lu Yang flying, strode purposefully towards its next target. Lu Renjia, "I'll hold this one off. You all handle the other 2 statues." Lu Renjia readied his horned bow, nocking an arrow. Having crafted several arrows for this treasure hunt from the blueprints he had initially obtained, he was well stocked on ammunition. Thus, he opted to engage the seemingly melee-oriented colossal sword warrior from a distance, searching for a weakness to exploit and hoping to trigger his talent with a hunter's mark. Meanwhile, Meng Dashuan took on the fire demon puppet, engaging in a magical duel within the hidden space. Wind Spike. Whoosh, 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 a barrage of green spikes formed from the swirling winds, shot towards the fire demon puppet. The energy crystal embedded in its chest glowed, summoning a magic circle before it. From the center of the circle burst forth a torrent of flames. Boom! The wind spikes collided with the fireball, resulting in a massive explosion. Meng Dashuan was knocked back several steps. Realizing the wind spikes were ineffective, he then brandished his wooden staff, channeling a more potent wind spell. Observing this, the fire demon puppet began to charge its own powerful attack. The next magical clash would undoubtedly be even more chaotic. With 3 statues in play, Lu Renjia managed to hold the colossal sword warrior at bay with his own strength, while Meng Dashuan faced a disadvantage against the fire demon puppet. However, once Lu Yang recovered and joined the fray for a 2-on-1 advantage, they could hold their ground for a while. Thus, Zhang Xiang turned to Chen Lang and said, "Chen Lang, it's up to you now. Our hopes of breaking this deadlock rest on your shoulders. You must take down that blade assassin." "Don't worry." Chen Lang nodded, his full attention focused on the blade assassin before him. The blade assassin, similarly tall, was far more agile than the colossal sword warrior, darting towards Chen Lang in an instant. Yet Chen Lang's reflexes were equally sharp. With each level up, he had significantly enhanced his attributes, amassing points that far exceeded those of others at a Tier 2 survivor. He was ready for the challenge ahead. However, the overall attribute panel can be deemed as a flawless 3rd-tier survivor. Thus, even though the blade assassin possesses remarkable speed, Chen Lang is capable of responding in time, evading any harm from the pair of daggers in its grasp. Instead, the appearance of the heavy Xian iron sword in his hands transforms the situation. This hefty 2-handed sword, forged from Xian iron, is typically unwieldy for an ordinary person. Yet in Chen Lang's hands, the substantial Xian iron sword dances with the grace of a rapier. After deftly dodging the blade assassin's assault, he swiftly retaliates, delivering a fatal thrust that severs one of the assassin's arms. Thud! The weighty stone arm crashes to the ground. As a mere puppet, the blade assassin feels no pain and relentlessly continues its attack on Chen Lang. This time, Chen Lang stands firm, bracing himself. Ding! The dagger in the blade assassin's hand strikes Chen Lang. But rather than drawing blood, it fails to even pierce the silver armor he wears. The metallic clash between the dagger and the armor resonates crisply, rendering the moment rather awkward. The blade assassin appears momentarily stunned, as if questioning, "Are you done yet?" Chen Lang gazes at the blade assassin with a slight smile. "Now, it's my turn." With one hand, he firmly grasps the blade assassin's remaining arm that a surge of exaggerated strength erupts, as the assassin, known for its speed but lacking in defense, cannot withstand Chen Lang's brutal onslaught. Cracks spiderweb across its stone exterior. Finally, with a tight grip on the Xian iron sword, Chen Lang plunges it down, piercing through the blade assassin's chest. The sharp blade shatters its core, eliciting the system's notification. "Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 2nd-tier monster. Blade Assassin 1. Awarded Energy Crystals 20, Assassin's Dagger 1, Damage Puppet Core 1, Experience Points 20. With the Blade Assassin dispatched, only 2 stone figures remain. The previously balanced standoff is instantly disrupted. Chen Lang turns to join the battles at the other 2 fronts. First, he draws back his advanced horn bow, channeling energy to unleash an arrow that severely injures the fire demon puppet, aiding Liang and Meng Dashuan in vanquishing their foe. Subsequently, the trio, alongside Lu Renjia, encircles the last stone figure, the mighty swordsman. Zhang Xiang's environmental detection abilities come into play once more, uncovering the mighty swordsman's weakness. It lies at the lower back, where the wear is notably severe. The exterior is seemingly fragile. Attack there. Following Zhang Xiang's guidance, Lu Renjia successfully marks the mighty swordsman with a hunter's mark. Armed with his weapon, he maneuvers to the rear and delivers a powerful strike to the statue's midsection. Crack! The damage from the hunter's mark triggers a critical hit effect, rendering this blow equivalent to 3 strikes. The mighty swordsman is cleaved in 2. The system's notification resonates in Lu Renjia's mind, signifying the acquisition of loot. Thus, before the group, there are no more obstacles, and they can finally claim the first treasure. Come, let me open the chest. Liang, as eager as ever, steps forward to unveil the treasure. With a mere thought, the chest lid flips open, and a burst of light erupts from within, several luminous orbs springing forth. The group examines them one by one, and the first item is a completed piece of equipment. Glass staff. Grade, 2nd tier. Chapter 29, Promotion to 3rd tier survivor. It is a staff. Upon seeing the glass staff, Meng Dashuan's eyes light up. A wind mage. The glass staff is akin to a boon for him. He immediately raises his hand. Everyone, I desire this glass staff. I understand our previous agreement regarding rewards, which allotted me a smaller share. Therefore, I shall offer my recent loot from defeating the fire demon puppet, 20 energy crystals, 1 damaged puppet core, and 25 lapis lazuli. Captain Liu, Brother Chen Lang, can you agree to this? Meng Dashuan's demeanor is sincere, even willing to relinquish his loot to secure the glass staff to this point. Refusing would seem rather ungracious. Chen Lang nods. All right, that works. Lu Rinjia also hands the glass staff to Meng Dashuan. Overjoyed, he carefully accepts the staff and immediately activates the wind spell, Whirlwind Shield. This time, the whirlwind swirls faster and covers a larger area, significantly enhancing its defensive capacity that if it previously could only withstand first-tier attacks. With the augmentation from the glass staff, it can now mitigate some second-tier assaults. Well then, Meng Dashuan has selected his reward. Who shall choose next? Allow me. El Yang steps forth. Originally, 5 luminous orbs had emerged from the chest, after Meng Dashuan chose the glass staff. For remain 10 units of gold ingots, 1 enchantment book along with 50 lapis lazuli, 300 energy crystals, and 1 beast egg. El Yang ponders for a moment before ultimately selecting the 10 units of gold ingots. Among the remaining rewards, the gold ingots are relatively less valuable. Choosing them would not provoke discontent from Chen Lang and Lu Rinjia. And moreover, the ingots are indeed useful to him. As for me, I will take 100 energy crystals, and the rest you two can split. Zhang Xiang approaches, eyeing the energy crystals. However, he does not take all 300, opting instead for 1/3, 100 crystals, while leaving the remaining 200 for Chen Lang and Lu Rinjia to share. Thus, only Chen Lang and Lu Rinjia have yet to select their treasure. The two quickly come to an agreement. They will split the 200 energy crystals evenly. Consequently, each receives 100 energy crystals. Then, Chen Lang makes his choice. I choose the enchantment book and 50 lapis lazuli to it is not difficult to discern his reasoning. During his last treasure hunt, he had uncovered an enchantment table beneath the desert altar, but lacked sufficient lapis lazuli to utilize it. With this enchantment book and 50 lapis lazuli, the table need no longer gather dust. Well then, the beast egg shall belong to me. Lu Rinjia claims the egg. The first treasure marked on the treasure map has been thoroughly divided among the treasure hunting team. This journey has exposed Lu Rinjia and others, on their inaugural treasure hunt, to numerous perils. The treasure hunting team understands that without Chen Lang's presence, their quartet would likely have faced annihilation or been forced to retreat. They owe their discovery of the first treasure to his support. Even so, El Yang, Zhang Xiang, and Meng Dashuan are quite fatigued, their energies significantly depleted, making it unwise to continue the treasure hunt. Fortunately, as long as a multi-person treasure map identifies a treasure, even if they temporarily depart, the system will not mark it as a failed mission, but will save their progress. When they return, they will find themselves in the same location. Hence, after discussion, the treasure hunting team decides to pause this treasure-seeking expedition for now, to save their progress, rest, and recuperate. Thus, swish, 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 beams of teleportation light envelop everyone once more. When Chen Lang opens his eyes again, he reflects on his gains. First, he checks his experience points. 621,400. By heavens, over 600 experience points. More than enough to surpass the requirement for leveling up. Chen Lang did not anticipate accumulating such a significant amount of experience in just a day or two. It seems that defeating monsters indeed yields a quicker path to leveling. He had overlooked this while completing the treasure map quest. The system's notification chimes in promptly. Ding! Current experience points have met the upgrade requirements. Would you like to level up? Was there even a question? Of course, he would level up. Chen Lang confirms with a nod once more. Thus, he gains a set of attribute points to allocate freely. Advancing from first tier grants 10 points, second tier gives 20, and third tier bestows 30 points. Following this pattern, fourth tier would provide 40 points, and fifth tier, 50 points, correct? Deducing the trend. Chen Lang employs his usual strategy, activating his super strengthening talent. Ding! Super strengthening successful. 30 free attribute points have been enhanced to 60 free attribute points. Each time he acquires attribute points, they can be doubled through super strengthening, meaning his total attribute points will consistently surpass those of other survivors by a factor of 2. At the second tier, his total attribute value already matched that of the third tier. With these additional 60 points, his attributes will exceed those of 4th-tier survivors, drawing closer to the 5th tier. Hee, delightful. Chen Lang grins as he brings up his attribute panel. After his last point allocation, the specific values for his 5 attributes are as follows: Spirit 20, Strength 20, Speed 20, Endurance 20, Magic 17. Chen Lang's allocation strategy remains one of balanced development, distributing 10 points to Spirit, Strength, Speed, and Endurance, while the final attribute, Magic, also known as mana, had previously been somewhat unclear to him. However, after witnessing Meng Dashuan, the Wind Mage, and the Fire Demon Puppet wielding fire magic, Chen Lang has come to understand its significance, though I currently lack any abilities or equipment related to spells and magic. An instinct within me suggests that magical attributes will undoubtedly prove crucial in the later stages. I mutter to myself. I allocate all of my remaining 20 attribute points to the magical attribute. Ultimately, my 3rd-tier total attributes are as follows: Spirit 30, Strength 30, Speed 30, Endurance 30, Magic 37. The enhancement of even a single point in these attributes is not to be underestimated, that I can distinctly feel that my strength has significantly increased compared to before I allocated my points. The energy consumption required to activate the Silver Flow armor serves as a clear testament to this. Chapter 30, Enchanted Weapons, Day 5 of Survival, combined. When I first acquired the Silver Flow armor, I was unable to fully harness its power. If I activated its maximum defensive level, my energy would deplete rapidly, making it unsustainable for long. However, now, with a mere thought, the Silver Flow armor, which once clung to me like a bodysuit, expands swiftly, transforming into the formidable appearance of medieval knight armor, thick, sturdy, and gleaming with silver, clearly impervious to blades and projectiles, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. Most importantly, while I could previously maintain this form for no more than 3 minutes, I can now sustain it for the better part of a day without issue. Finally, I can unleash the full potential of this 5th-tier armor. Muttering to myself, I realize that after my strength has increased, my control over the Silver Flow armor has improved significantly as well. Previously, it could only transform into a silver bodysuit, which, while effective for warmth, appeared somewhat odd. Now, however, it can change both style and color. I decide to transform a Silver Flow armor into a casual outfit, with the boots morphing into sneakers. The defensive level remains unchanged. Yet the appearance is far more aesthetically pleasing. This is much more fitting. Casting a glance at the sea, I notice that night has fallen. The moonlight is particularly bright, casting shimmering reflections across the vast ocean, creating a stunning sight. However, I soon hear some jarring noises. Roar, roar, hisses. Following the sounds, I see several grotesque figures, their decayed flesh emitting a foul stench, staggering toward me, accompanied by a few cave poison spiders. Monster, zombie level, 1st tier. Description: a monster that has mutated from a human corpse. Eroded by corrupt energy after death, dwelling in dark places, exhibiting a strong aggressiveness toward humans, and fearing light. They could be ignited by sunlight. My brow furrows instantly. Zombies and cave spiders. When did so many monsters appear on the island? I ponder, having already eliminated those purple-eyed evil wolves in the forest. Where did these zombies and spiders come from? Never mind, I won't dwell on it for now. I shall simply slay them, having just ascended to the 3rd tier. My hands itch for action, and these monsters have come to me, much to my delight, that I promptly draw my heavy black iron sword from my backpack and approach them. The number of zombies and cave spiders is considerable, totaling about 7 or 8. For an ordinary 1st-tier survivor, this would be a cause for retreat, while a 2nd-tier survivor would have to exert considerable effort to handle them. However, they pose no threat to me. With swift movements, I unleash a flurry of sword strikes, regardless of whether they attempt to spew webs or venom. The zombies that lunge at me are swiftly dispatched into pieces. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 1st-tier ferocious beast, Cave Poison Spider 3. Earning Energy Crystals 3, Spider Eyes 3, Spider Silk 3, and 30 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 1st-tier monster, Zombie 5. Earning Energy Crystals 5, Rotten Flesh 5, Bones 10, and 50 experience points. Easily, I acquire another 80 experience points. However, the experience required to advance from the 3rd to the 4th tier has doubled, now reaching 800 points. My experience bar has increased by about 1/10. I wonder where these monsters came from. Having dealt with these creatures, I follow the trail they left behind, tracing their footsteps back to their source, only to discover it is a mine. When I previously checked the details of the mine, I learned that as the mine levels up, the spawn rate of monsters would increase. The time. I assumed this meant more monsters would appear within the mine itself. I never imagined that some would wander out of the mine and onto the surface. It appears I have indeed been negligent. Fortunately, I haven't been away for too long. I discovered this in time, and it's still manageable. The fact that monsters can emerge from a mine cannot be overlooked. After all, while the current threats are merely first-tier zombies and cave spiders, who can guarantee that in the future a greater number or higher-level monsters won't inadvertently wander out from the mine? I must take precautions. Thus, I approach the workbench and craft a batch of wooden barriers. While wooden barriers have limited strength, they should suffice for temporarily obstructing mindless, clumsy zombies. Once I have more iron, I will create a set of iron barriers for added security. During the time it takes for me to make this round trip, a few more zombies have wandered to the entrance of the cave. Without hesitation, I swing my heavy black iron sword, dispatching them instantly. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the first-tier monster. Zombie 2, earning energy crystals 2, rotten flesh 2, bones 4, and 20 experience points. I then use the wooden barriers to seal off most of the spacious mine entrance, leaving only a small bar door for my own comings and goings. With this, I can momentarily set aside my worries about monsters wandering out of the mine. With a long sigh of relief, I realize that night has deepened. Night. Monsters and ferocious beasts become particularly active, and I notice a few black-feathered eagles soaring across the sky, evidently perceiving me as a potential prey, not wanting to be surrounded by monsters at night. I opt not to go to bed immediately. Instead, I approach the enchanting table. The enchanting table is an item I acquired during my first treasure hunt, which feels like just yesterday. Now that I have ample lapis lazuli, I can finally activate the enchanting table and begin the enchanting process. The enchanting table resembles a furnace or workbench, square in shape, but it features an ancient book floating above it, filled with inscrutable text that I cannot comprehend. However, thanks to the system's introduction, I am aware of how to use the enchanting table. By placing the equipment I wish to enchant on the table and adding a certain amount of lapis lazuli, I can randomly generate different enchanting effects and select one to apply to the equipment. This enchanting table I possess is the most basic type, capable of enchanting equipment from the 1st to the 3rd tier. The more lapis lazuli I add, the better the randomly generated enchanting effects will be. I initially intended to enchant my highest level equipment, the 5th tier silver flow armor. However, since the armor exceeds the enchanting table's maximum enchanting limit, I decide to settle for enchanting my heavy black iron sword instead. Thus, I place the heavy black iron sword on the enchanting table. Under the enchanting table's magical influence, the heavy sword floats gently, as if made of cotton. Next comes the addition of lapis lazuli. I glance at my backpack, which contains a total of 51 pieces of lapis lazuli, 1 from mining and the remaining 50 from treasure chests. Let's max it out. Lapis lazuli can only be added in increments of 10, so I wave my hand dramatically and add 50 pieces to the enchanting table. The lapis lazuli is absorbed by the table, transforming into waves of enchanting light that surge into the ancient book, causing its pages to flutter. 3 enchanting effects appear before me. Sharpness increases attack damage, 1st tier enchantment. Lightness reduces weapon weight, 1st tier enchantment. Sword chi. By firmly gripping the weapon and entering a charging state, one can unleash a powerful sword chi, dealing substantial damage, 3rd tier enchantment. The third option is my choice. I make my decision instantaneously. Sharpness and lightness pale in comparison to sword Qi soon as I voice my choice. The mysterious runes representing the sword chi enchantment soar from the pages and merge into the heavy black iron sword. The system's notification sounds. Ding! Congratulations, your 3rd tier equipment, heavy black iron sword, has been successfully enchanted. Equipment, heavy black iron sword, grade, 3rd tier. Description, forged from a large block of black iron, it is even more formidable and unstoppable. Note, has been imbued with the third-tier sword chi enchantment, allowing for a charged strike that unleashes enhanced sword chi. Looking at the additional description for the heavy black iron sword, my mind races with possibilities. Although an item that has been enhanced once cannot be further enhanced, I wonder if enhancing an enchantment effect would conflict with that rule. With a sense of curiosity, I activate my Super Enhancement talent that, to my surprise, it works. The ancient runes on the heavy black iron sword begin to glow, and the system's notification chimes. Ding! Super Enhancement successful! Enchantment of Sword Chi, 3rd tier, has been upgraded to Enchantment of Sword Chi Sweep, 4th tier. Sword Chi Sweep. Firmly grip the weapon and enter a charging state, allowing a brief accumulation to unleash a powerful sword chi. Or charge for an extended period to unleash multiple powerful sword chis. With a 3rd-tier weapon and a 4th-tier enchantment, the value of my dark iron greatsword has surpassed that of an ordinary 4th-tier weapon. What a lucrative gain. Stowing away the dark iron greatsword, Chen Lang retrieved a book shimmering with an enchanting glow from his backpack. This was his second treasure acquired during the treasure hunt with Lu Ringia and others. An enchantment book? Item. Instant damage enchantment book. Grade. 3rd tier. Description. This book contains a complete instant damage enchantment effect that while using a workbench or an anvil, one can apply the instant damage enchantment to other items. Supplement. This enchantment book is a one-time use item. Once the enchantment is applied, it will automatically disappear and cannot be reused. Instant damage, as the name implies, delivers a burst of high damage in an instant. I shall keep this enchantment book for now, without any rush to use it. Who knows when it might prove invaluable? Chen Lang decided to hold back a bit. However, it would be prudent to enhance this enchantment book with a super upgrade first. After all, midnight is approaching, and the free enhancement opportunities are about to refresh. To not use them would be a waste. Ding. Super enhancement successful. Instant damage enchantment book, 3rd tier, has been upgraded to Instant damage enchantment book, 5th tier. The enchantment book has risen from 3rd to 5th tier. Its other attributes remain unchanged, but the damage it can inflict has significantly increased. In simpler terms, before the super enhancement, it could only severely injure a 3rd-tier target. Now, it poses a threat to 5th-tier foes. Excellent, a 2-tier leap, very satisfying indeed. With a sense of contentment, Chen Lang collapsed on his bed and drifted into a deep slumber. On the 5th day of survival on the island. Today marks the 5th day, and the end of the novice protection period draws near. I must seize these final days to elevate the island to 3rd tier. As I often say, survival on the island hinges on the island itself and the act of survival. Chen Lang's survivor level has already surpassed the 3rd tier, so it is now time to methodically elevate the island to the same tier. The difficulty of upgrading the island is increasing day by day. 1st tier requires 3 buildings. The 2nd tier requires 6 buildings, with more than half needing to be 2nd-tier structures. Now, to advance to the 3rd tier, the requirement has escalated to 9 buildings, with 3 needing to be at least 3rd tier. Never mind, I'll start with fishing. When in doubt, fishing resolves it. Each day, upon waking, every survivor's first task is to take their fishing rod to the seaside. Chen Lang is no exception. He has developed quite a habit. This time, he made his way to the port, which offers a unique geographical advantage. Using a fishing rod in the port area slightly reduces the probability of air assaults. Thus, Chen Lang settled cross-legged on the makeshift platform of wood and stone at the port, swinging his arms before deftly casting the fishing line into the sea. The fishing commenced. Remarkably, the claim that fishing at the port reduces the chances of air assaults was indeed true. After 5 attempts, Chen Lang encountered not a single air assault, and fortune smiled upon him as he reeled in 2 dark iron chests, 2 bronze chests, and a 3rd-tier silver chest. What a bountiful haul from fishing, truly unprecedented. Gazing at the 5 chests neatly lined up at the port, Chen Lang felt a rush of exhilaration. He could hardly contain his excitement as he began to open them, starting with the lowest tier. Ding, dark iron chest 2, successfully opened. Acquired item. Storage wooden box 1. Grade, 1st tier. Description, a special wooden box partitioned into 18 compartments, each capable of stacking up to 64 items. Supplement, Multiple wooden boxes can be combined to form a larger box, increasing the number of compartments and the stacking capacity of individual compartments. Another storage wooden box, though not unwelcome. It could be combined with the one in the small wooden house to create a large storage box. Acquired equipment. Iron hoe 1. Grade. First tier. Description. A tool made from iron ingots and wooden sticks. Primarily used for tilling soil to plant crops, though it can also be used as a weapon, albeit with low damage. One storage wooden box and one iron hoe. While not entirely useless, they lack significant value. For Chen Lang, they merely serve as embellishments rather than essentials. So, his gaze shifted towards the two bronze chests. Ding! Bronze chest 2, successfully opened. Acquired resource. Energy crystals 100. Grade. First tier. Description. Condensed from the majority of energy essence within ferocious beasts. With diverse applications. 100 energy crystals. Chen Lang nodded, equating this to an extra opportunity to use the Super Enhancement talent. Good. Very good. The next item opened brought genuine surprise to Chen Lang. Acquired equipment. Stone pickaxe. Lucky enchantment 2nd tier. A stone pickaxe with a 2nd tier lucky enchantment. Chapter 31. Opening the silver chest. Acquired building teleportation array. Just as Chen Lang opened the chest to reveal the enchanted pickaxe, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Cumulatively acquired 10 pieces of equipment. Achieving the feat. Equipment Master 2, experience points 30. Another achievement unlocked? Delightful. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow and immediately checked the regional communication channel. The familiar upgrade announcement vibrated and flooded the screen amidst the envious exclamations of fellow survivors. Ding! Chen Lang has become the first 3rd-tier survivor in the region. Achieving the feat. Cannot fall behind. Experience points 50. Special announcement. Ding! Chen Lang has become the first 3rd-tier survivor in the region. Ding! Chen Lang has become the first 3rd-tier survivor in the region. In the blink of an eye, another 80 experience points were credited, and the experience bar surged by 1/10. Who said leveling up is slow due to lack of experience? Why is my progress so swift, and even if I wanted to slow down, I couldn't? Chen Lang jested. Equipment. Stone pickaxe enchanted. Grade. 1st tier. Description. Crafted from hard stones and wooden sticks. With slightly improved durability, making it more adept at mining. Supplement 1. 2nd tier lucky enchantment applied. Each time minerals are mined, there is a 20 chance of additionally dropping double the same type of mineral. Supplement 2. This enchantment effect only applies to minerals of equal or lower tier than the enchantment level. It cannot trigger for 3rd tier or higher. A high mining probability. So this is the nature of the lucky enchantment. Quite nice, though its level is somewhat low. Chen Lang promptly activated a super enhancement on the stone pickaxe. Ding! Would you like to use one free opportunity to super enhance the 2nd tier lucky enchantment? Confirm. Ding! Super enhancement successful. Lucky enchantment, 2nd tier, has been upgraded to lucky enchantment, 3rd tier. Lucky. 3rd tier. Each time minerals are mined, there's a 30 chance of additionally dropping triple the same type of mineral. Supplement. This enchantment effect only applies to minerals of equal or lower tier than the enchantment level. It cannot trigger for 4th tier or higher. Now, this stone pickaxe can serve me for a much longer duration, rather than becoming obsolete shortly after acquiring it. Stowing away the enchanted stone pickaxe, Chen Lang turned his attention to the last chest, which was also the highest tier chest he had fished up thus far, the 3rd tier silver chest. His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled as he slowly lifted the chest lid. Ding! Silver chest 1, successfully opened. Acquired building. Short distance teleportation array 1. Building. Short distance teleportation array. Grade. 3rd tier. Description. This array consists of a mother-son dual array, which can be placed at 2 locations within a distance of no more than 3 kilometers. Energy crystals are consumed to teleport back and forth between the 2 arrays. Supplement 1. Each use incurs a 12-hour cooldown. A teleportation array type of building. The reward from the silver chest was even more surprising and delightful for Chen Lang. He immediately contemplated its application. Recently, several other adventure islands awaiting exploration had appeared around the island. I could certainly set up the subarray on those islands after landing, thereby eliminating the need to row a boat and contend with the sharks and other oceanic beasts. Simultaneously, placing the mother array on my island 2887 would grant my island an additional structure. Two birds with one stone. Chen Lang refined his thoughts. Just in time, he also intended to explore those nearby uncharted islands that a day to choose is not as good as a day to act. Now, I shall finish up my current tasks, and then set sail to the islands. With resolve, Chen Lang's initiative was always commendable. He immediately began to search for a suitable location to establish the teleportation array. The teleportation array needed to be positioned within the protective shield of the energy crystal defense tower. Yet it could not be too close to the wooden cabin. A buffer zone was essential to prevent any monsters from being inadvertently teleported along with him. After much contemplation, Chen Lang resolved to place the primary teleportation array on the northern side of the island. With a mere thought, he retrieved the miniature teleportation array from his backpack. The primary teleportation array was now separated from its subsidiary counterpart. With a thunderous crash, dust billowed around him as the primary teleportation array. Resembling both a circular platform and an ancient altar, adorned with mysterious engravings, manifested before him. Building. Close-range teleportation array, primary. Status. Not connected to the subsidiary teleportation array, temporarily unusable. Well, the primary teleportation array is set. Next, I simply need to reach the island and establish the subsidiary teleportation array. Then this close-range teleportation system will be ready for operation. He prepared himself for the upcoming adventure of sailing and landing on the island. Naturally, the first step was to inspect the farmland. Building. Fertile farmland. Grade. Level 2. Current fertility 90. Water source 50. Falling below 20 will downgrade to level 1. Growth speed. Ordinary crops 3x. Level 1 crops 2x. Level 2 crops 1x. Level 3 0.5x. Level 4 and above cannot be planted. Crop status. Coconut trees mature. Oak trees mature. Spirit rice mature. All 3 crops had matured. It was time to commence the new harvest. Chen Lang began his day of gathering, starting with the oak trees. Let me test the lethality of the enchanted heavy sword made of dark iron. He mused, gripping the dark iron sword imbued with a 4th-tier sword energy enchantment tightly. After a brief moment to gather his strength, he swung the sword with great force. A silvery energy blade swept forth, cleaving through all 18 lush oak trees at their roots. Ding! Congratulations on harvesting oak trees 18. Obtaining oak planks 180, sticks 1800, saplings 36. The sticks and planks quickly filled his inventory. Chen Lang decided to leave them piled beside the farmland instead of taking them indoors. He would return for them once the storage chests inside the cabin were emptied. Then he vigorously shook the coconut trees. Bang, bang, bang. 3 fresh coconuts, the size of bowling balls, plummeted to the ground, and Chen Lang collected them into his backpack. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining food. Coconut 3. Now for the final crop. The spirit rice. Chen Lang wielded his dark iron sword once more, skillfully angling the blade to slice horizontally just above the roots of the rice plants. Ding! Congratulations on harvesting spirit rice 208. Obtaining spirit rice 8528, straw 208. In summary, after several rounds of normal planting and using bone meal to hasten growth, Chen Lang had accumulated a small bag filled to the brim with spirit rice. Approximately 2 to 3 pounds, sufficient to provide him with a bowl of rice for a day. For now, he would not lack staple food. Chapter 32. Rowing out to sea. Escaping the sharks, successful landing on the island. After finishing the harvest, Chen Lang took a leisurely stroll around the island, particularly inspecting the forest area where a few level 1 ferocious beasts lingered, as well as the mine area he had blocked off with fences. The forest was tranquil, devoid of any disturbances, while several monsters had indeed wandered to the entrance of the mine. However, they were temporarily trapped by the fences. Excellent, the potential hazards on the island have been eliminated. Chen Lang clapped his hands in satisfaction and turned back toward the wooden cabin. Inside the cabin, he decided to merge the 2 storage chests. The first thing Chen Lang did upon entering was to expand his storage capacity. The initial storage chest he had obtained was placed by the door and was nearly filled with various materials such as planks, stones, and fish scales. With 18 slots already occupied, he took out the second storage chest he had recently fished out and placed it next to the first one. The system notification chimed. Ding, would you like to merge storage chests too? Yes, merge them. Chen Lang confirmed with a nod. The two storage chests gradually became enveloped in light, merging into one that the new chest now occupied 2 slots instead of 1. Item, medium storage chest, grade, level 2. Description, formed by combining 2 storage chests, it contains 36 slots, each capable of stacking up to 128 items. After the fusion, while the number of slots remained unchanged, the stacking limit of each slot had doubled. The capacity per slot had increased. This meant that I could now combine the planks I had previously divided between 2 slots. In any case, with the larger chest, I could store more items. Chen Lang approached the bedside, where a workbench, furnace, and enchanting table were arranged in order. Today, he planned to primarily use the workbench, although he would later be able to teleport back and forth once the subsidiary teleportation array was set up. He still needed to find a way to embark on his journey. As he muttered to himself, Chen Lang retrieved a blueprint from his belongings. Item, small wooden boat blueprint. Type, production blueprint reusable. Does not disappear. Grade, common. Description, gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Require materials, planks 5, wooden shovels 2. Chen Lang stored the blueprint in the workbench. From now on, the workbench could be used to produce small wooden boats in bulk using various types of wood. Currently, the workbench had already stored blueprints for campfires, arrows, and small wooden boats. 3 blueprints in total. Along with the wooden tools that came with the workbench, he had over 10 types of items available for crafting. Following the synthesis table, Chen Lang first manufactured 2 wooden shovels that he then opened the workbench's grid again, placing 5 planks and 2 wooden shovels onto it. Ding! Manufacturing successful. Obtained item, small wooden boat 1. Item, small wooden boat. Grade, common. Description, a simple wooden boat constructed from planks, with wooden shovels serving as oars for propulsion. It can accommodate up to 2 individuals for short-distance water travel. Supplement, the small wooden boat can also be combined with storage chests to create a cargo boat, sacrificing 1 passenger position to carry more supplies. With the boat ready, all preparations were complete. Chen Lang brought the small wooden boat to the harbor, securing it to a wooden post with a rope made from spider silk. He then gazed out at the horizon. On the 4th day of survival on the island, due to the number of level 1 survivors surpassing 1,000, the system had initiated a resource refresh in the region, unveiling several new islands in the water surrounding each survivor. In the vicinity of my island, number 2887, 3 unexplored unknown islands had emerged. Which island should I visit first? As he stared at the 3 indistinct unknown islands on the horizon, Chen Lang felt a twinge of indecision. Rather than overthinking it, he decided to use his finger to point randomly. Whichever little chicken I point to, that's the one I'll choose. Pointing decisively, he selected the leftmost island, with his target set. He promptly set off. Chen Lang boarded the small wooden boat, untied the mooring rope, and began to paddle vigorously, pushing the boat through the waves. However, the sea did not reflect a beautiful white tower, nor were there lush trees and red walls surrounding him. He had to hasten his pace. Alone on the sea in a small boat, should a powerful sea creature like a shark take notice and capsize his vessel, it would spell disaster. Chen Lang remained cautious, vigorously rowing the boat while intently observing the conditions of the sea, staying alert to any disturbances. The first island on his left was approximately 2,000 meters away. With his robust physical capabilities, he could reach it in no time, likely within minutes. Yet, as fate would have it, trouble soon arose. Chen Lang's pupils contracted sharply as he spotted a massive, deep blue shark fin rising from the water behind him. Resembling a flag, that fin was extraordinarily large, standing about a meter tall. It was evident that the shark lurking beneath the surface was a colossal creature, easily exceeding 10 meters in length, enough to swallow both him and the boat whole. Damn it, what bad luck. Chen Lang felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. On land, he would dare to confront even a level 5 monster with his sword. But in the ocean, where humans were out of their element, his strength would be greatly diminished. Thus, the only option was to accelerate his escape. Chen Lang paddled furiously, propelling the small wooden boat at breakneck speed. The vessel creaking under the strain as he nearly dismantled it with his forceful strokes. The massive shark in the water seemed to have noticed Chen Lang's frantic attempt to flee. And while it quickened its pace, it did so without much urgency, trailing behind him with a curious demeanor, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. However, as Chen Lang drew closer to the island, the shark finally grew anxious, thrashing its tail to hasten its pursuit. Yet, Chen Lang was still a step ahead. Ha ha ha. Just now you weren't in a hurry. Only now do you realize the need for speed? It's too late. I, your esteemed self, shall no longer indulge you. I have arrived on the island. Ha ha. With a mere thought, Chen Lang summoned the small wooden boat into his backpack. Immediately thereafter, he let out a hearty laugh and leaped into the air. Before him lay the rugged, steep cliffs at the edge of the island. Chen Lang, relying on his formidable physique, soared high and landed on the upper half of the cliff, approximately 10 meters above the sea. Then, he hurriedly climbed up the cliff, standing triumphantly on this new island. He successfully evaded the great shark lurking in the waters. Chapter 33. Island number 9527. Upon reaching the island, the enormous shark that had pursued him relentlessly was now in a frenzy. Witnessing its prey slip away right beneath its nose, its massive body, over 10 meters long, leapt from the water multiple times, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, attempting to pounce upon the cliff's edge to drag Chen Lang back into the depths of the sea for a single gulp. Oomph! You wish to feast on me? Not a chance. Go indulge in your impotent rage in the ocean. Chen Lang made an international gesture of goodwill towards the great shark. After a callous chuckle, the system's notification chimed. Ding! You have successfully set foot on Adventure Island number 9527. This place is rich in resources, teeming with monsters, and guarded by a powerful island lord who eradicates all outsiders. Should you succeed in defeating the island lord, you may usurp their position and become the new island lord. Glancing at the panel that appeared before him, Chen Lang nodded in understanding. Indeed, just as Zhang Guang described during the previous live stream about the island, Adventure Islands are indeed guarded by lords, and the danger level is likely no less than that of treasure-hunting explorations. While danger is present, Chen Lang held confidence in his own strength. As long as the island lord's level does not exceed 5 tiers, he felt assured in his ability to handle it. At the very least, he could retreat unscathed. Thus, while danger exists, it is not entirely perilous, merely precarious. Murmuring to himself as he walked, Chen Lang spoke of the precariousness, yet he did not let his guard down. He remained vigilant, dividing his attention to survey the surroundings for potential threats. His first course of action upon landing on the island was, naturally, to set up a teleportation array. With a mere thought, a resounding boom echoed as he established the close-range teleportation array on Adventure Island number 9527. Ding! Close-range teleportation array successfully set up. Building. Close-range teleportation array, status, connected to the main teleportation array. Consuming 10 energy crystals allows for 1 round trip, with a 12-hour cooldown period. The details panel emerged, and the teleportation array was activated. Done. Now I need not worry about my retreat, and can explore this adventure island with confidence. Chen Lang clapped his hands and ventured deeper into the island. Adventure Island number 9527 is predominantly shrouded in forest, rich in tree resources. However, as he currently lacked for wood, his gaze quickly shifted from the towering trees to the small flowers and grasses on the ground that caught his attention. Plant, red flame flower, grade, 1 tier, 5 tier, description, a fire attribute treasure brimming with abundant fire energy, one of the raw materials for crafting certain magical potions. Supplement. Red flame flowers can be transplanted into farmland for artificial mass reproduction, a new plant. One that could even be used for potion crafting. While I currently do not know how to concoct magical potions, why not take it while I can? Chen Lang decisively uprooted the red flame flower. Reminiscent of a rose, its core flickering with a faint flame. Having taken only a few steps, he was met with success. It seemed the system spoke true. The resources on Adventure Island were indeed far richer than those on the island I had initially bound to. With this auspicious start, Chen Lang's spirits soared. Then he made another discovery, a few stalks soaking in a puddle. Wild rice, plant, wild rice, grade, Common description: wildly growing rice plants that are now mature. Harvesting them yields straw and rice seeds. Although I already possess spiritual rice, wild rice is of little use to me. Yet, many other survivors in the area are scantily clad and starving. Selling straw and rice seeds on the trading platform would surely be a hot commodity. Ding! Congratulations, you have harvested wild rice 3, gaining straw 3 and rice seeds 76. However, it was not long before Chen Lang encountered trouble. He found himself surrounded by a swarm of freshly unearthed skeleton monsters. Monster, skeleton soldier, level 1 tier description: the bones of the deceased buried in the earth have been corrupted by a strange power, mutating them into skeleton soldiers, classified as undead monsters. Supplement: skeleton soldiers usually come in various forms, including skeleton swordsmen, skeleton archers, and skeleton knights, etc. After glancing at the system's popped-up description and surveying his surroundings, Chen Lang noted that approximately 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers flanked him, 3 of whom wielded decayed bows while the remainder clutched rusted swords. These glaringly exposed skeleton soldiers moved stiffly, inching closer to Chen Lang step by step. Just these, Chen Lang remained calm and composed, merely a group of crumbling skeletons daring to emerge from the earth to cause me trouble. Humph! If I do not deal with you, would I not appear as a soft persimmon? Initially, Chen Lang anticipated that these skeleton soldiers might be a prelude to something greater, possibly sent by the island's lord to deal with him. However, it seemed he was simply unlucky to encounter some randomly spawned wild monsters. Then he decided to eliminate them all. Focusing on efficiency, the enchanted heavy iron sword shimmered into his hand. The 3 skeleton archers drew their bows, unleashing a volley of arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, 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 the arrows flew swiftly from various directions. For an ordinary survivor, even one with quick reflexes would find it challenging to evade them all. Yet, Chen Lang found it unnecessary to even move. The flowing silver armor activated, merging to form a protective shell around him. The Silver Knight's armor enveloped him completely, offering all-encompassing protection. The arrows shot by the 3 skeleton archers were all deflected by the flowing silver armor, producing a series of crisp clinks, leaving Chen Lang unharmed. Meanwhile, the heavy iron sword in his grasp had charged to its maximum potential. With a fierce swing of the sword, Chen Lang spun in place, unleashing waves of white energy sword chi that swept across all directions. Those skeleton swordsmen who dared to advance within a mere step of Chen Lang were all obliterated by the formidable sword chi, reduced to bone fragments. The distant skeleton archers met the same fate, cleaved in half by Chen Lang's strike. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain 8 1-tier skeleton soldiers, earning 8 energy crystals, 3 decayed wooden bows, 5 rusted iron swords, 16 bones, and 80 experience points. If the monsters on this island are all of the skeleton soldier tier, they pose no threat to me. I can effortlessly reap them. With a single strike, Chen Lang dispatched the skeleton soldiers. He did not linger, but continued to wander and explore the island. Before long, he made another significant discovery in the forest. Ahead, it seemed there was a dilapidated building ruin. Chapter 34. Ruin Scavenging. Treasure Chest Monster. In this expansive expanse of primordial forest, stumbling upon a long-abandoned structure overrun with moss was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. After all, Chen Lang had encountered several similar experiences prior, such as discovering the yellow sand altar while treasure hunting on a desert island, or uncovering a hidden space behind a stone wall in a cave. With these experiences in mind, Chen Lang did not rush recklessly towards the ruins upon spotting them. Instead, he observed carefully, ensuring that no puppets or similar monsters were guarding the area before activating his flowing silver armor and wielding his heavy iron sword as he approached the ruins. This ruin was quite substantial. Upon closer inspection, Chen Lang realized that this ancient architectural ruin was the largest he had encountered thus far. However, it was also the most damaged, with only remnants of walls remaining, rendering it unrecognizable from its original form. After wandering about the ruins for a while and believing he would leave empty-handed, he was about to abandon his search when suddenly his gaze was drawn to something familiar off to the side. Was that an enchanting table? Chen Lang hurried over. He had already tasted the benefits of enchanting, which could greatly enhance his power. there might still be some enchanting-related materials remaining around the enchanting table. The potential for scavenging was quite high. Chen Lang first looked at the enchanting table. Item: damage high-level enchanting table. Grade: 7 tier. Description: an enchanting table imbued with high-level magical power, capable of bestowing up to 7 tier enchanting effects on items, but has been damaged and is currently unusable. 7 tier enchanting table. What a pity. Chen Lang shook his head in regret. Although the enchanting table before him was of a high level, it had been completely destroyed, rendering it utterly worthless. Even if one were to harness their innate talents for super enhancement, the outcome would resemble a body, robust from late-night workouts, yet ultimately a damaged super enchanting table, still in disrepair. Consequently, Chen Lang's gaze shifted to other areas. The establishment of a 7th-tier enchanting table implied that its owner must possess a high level of expertise and substantial financial resources. Perhaps there lay some treasures, remnants of time, still buried in this place. Without hesitation, Chen Lang began to dig fervently. After a thorough search, he indeed made a discovery. 2 chests. From the rubble, Chen Lang unearthed 2 chests. Both severely damaged, their surfaces moldy and rusted, appearing as though they might crumble into dust at the slightest touch. He hoped there was something inside. Uttering a silent prayer, he opted to open the left chest. However, the moment he lifted the lid, the once rusty chest suddenly revealed its true form. Instead of treasures, he was confronted with a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. The lid sprouted 2 eyes as well. This was no ordinary chest, but rather a monster masquerading as one. Startled, Chen Lang took a step back. The revealed creature, now transformed, relentlessly pursued him, snapping its lid and mouth in an incessant attempt to bite him. Monster, chest monster, tier. Description: a relatively rare special creature that disguises itself as a chest to ensnare prey, revealing its true form to launch a surprise attack when the prey attempts to open it, often catching him off guard. Such a creature exists? Chen Lang's expression was one of rare astonishment. He had encountered tales of chest monsters in various games and anime, but never had he imagined he would face one himself after his transition. Indeed, it was as the description stated. Its disguise was strikingly lifelike, rendering it nearly impossible to detect. He had narrowly avoided falling victim. The thought that his cautious reputation could have been tarnished by this creature filled Chen Lang with indignation, prompting him to deliver a fierce kick. Although he was only tier 3, his stats surpassed those of the average tier 4, coupled with his armor, forged from 5th tier hard silver. The force of his kick was formidable enough to slay a 1st-tier beast. The chest monster was sent reeling, several of its teeth flying, and the lid misaligned, transforming it into a lopsided creature. Chen Lang's decisive kick made the chest monster realize who held the upper hand. Recognizing the peril, it turned to flee. Attempting to escape? Chen Lang scoffed. How would dare defend him and think to escape? Swiftly, he drew his advanced horn bow, knocked an arrow, and charged it to the maximum. With a sudden release, the arrow, now imbued with enhanced power and speed, swiftly caught up to the fleeing chest monster and pierced it through. The chest monster experienced the chilling sensation of impending doom. Promptly dispatched by Chen Lang's arrow. Chen Lang encountered a cunning chest monster during my island adventure, exerted my full strength, and triumphed effortlessly. Ding! Achieved the milestone of slaying over 10 types of monsters beasts. Unlocking the achievement. Monster Hunter I, earning 10 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Tier 3 monster. Chest Monster 1, earning Energy Crystals 100, Large Storage Chest 1, Lapis Lazuli 23, Jump Enhancement Enchantment Book 1. Saddle 1, and 30 experience points. Item: Large Storage Chest. Tier 3. Description: composed of 2 medium-sized storage chests, internally divided into 64 compartments, each capable of holding up to 256 items. Item: Jump Enhancement Enchantment Book. Tier 1. Description: this book contains the complete enchantment effect for jump enhancement. Using a workbench or anvil, one can apply the jump enhancement enchantment to other items. Note: this enchantment book is a one-time use. Once applied, it will disappear and cannot be reused. Equipment: saddle. Tier: comment description: a saddle crafted from leather. designed for attachment to a tamed horse, enhancing riding comfort and control. A significant treasure trove revealed itself. Did it also regurgitate some of the treasures previously consumed by the chest monster that had yet to be digested? Chen Lang nodded thoughtfully. He approached the pit from which he had unearthed the chests and gazed at the other unopened chest. Truth be told, the previous encounter with the chest monster nearly induced PTSD. He hoped this chest was genuine, devoid of any monstrous transformations. Chen Lang silently prayed, then forcefully lifted the lid. Fortunately, this time, the chest revealed itself as a true treasure chest. Ding! Open the lost chest 1. Earning energy crystals 300, lapis lazuli 100, brewing station blueprint 1, healing potion recipe blueprint 1. Ding! Achieve the milestone of acquiring over 10 blueprints, unlocking the achievement. Blueprint collector 2, earning 30 experience points. Chapter 35, brewing station blueprint. Healing potion recipe, item, brewing station blueprint. Type, production blueprint can be used multiple times without disappearing. Tier 1, description. Gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Require materials. Energy crystals, tier 1, 3, stone blocks 3, cauldrons 4, campfire 1, fire element energy crystal 1. Goodness, is it this complicated? The complexity of the materials required to craft the brewing station had indeed exceeded Chen Lang's expectations. Currently, he was lacking 2 components, cauldrons and fire element energy crystals. While cauldrons could be sourced, the fire element energy crystal, he had no leads. He decided to stow the blueprint for now, turning his attention to the other blueprint he had unearthed from the chest. Item, healing potion recipe blueprint. Type, one-time blueprint, can be reused once entered into the brewing station. Tier, varies based on materials and crafting conditions. Description, contains detailed instructions for crafting healing potions. Gather the ingredients and utilize the brewing station to produce healing potions. Require materials. Energy crystals 10, dew fruit 1, blue spirit grass fruit 2, flame blossom 1. The required ingredients are rather extravagant as well. Chen Lang realized that potion crafting was not an endeavor for the average individual. IT typically demanded an assortment of peculiar materials, making it a challenge for a novice survivalist to gather even a fraction of what was needed. Unless, of course, someone were extraordinarily fortunate, awakening a talent like alchemist upon their arrival. Chen Lang muttered in jest. He resolved to keep the recipe blueprint safe. He was confident that he would eventually gather all necessary materials for the healing potion. Such life-saving essentials would undoubtedly prove useful in time, and anyone who discarded them would be a fool. Aside from these 2 blueprints, the remaining contents of the chest were a plethora of energy crystals and lapis lazuli. My collection of energy crystals continues to grow. This expedition through the ruins had yielded bountiful rewards. The most significant triumph was securing the blueprints for the brewing station and healing potion, opening a new developmental path in alchemy. Should he successfully craft potions, not only would he benefit directly, but he could also sell them. These precious commodities, if listed in the trading square, would surely attract numerous individuals eager to exchange their cherished treasures for them. Having thoroughly scoured the ancient ruins, Chen Lang found no further chests and surmised there were no overlooked treasures remaining. Thus, he departed and resumed his exploration of the forest, keenly observing the peculiar plants that flourished in various locales. Following his encounters with flame blossoms and wild rice, he gathered several new botanical specimens, including one of the essential ingredients for crafting healing potions, the dew fruit. Plant, dew fruit, tier, 1 to 5, description, a water and wood attribute treasure. Abundant in juice and vitality, serves as one of the materials for crafting certain magical potions. Note, dew fruit can be transplanted into farmland for mass cultivation. Since he had discovered the dew fruit, it suggested that other materials for crafting healing potions might also be found on this island. The blue spirit grass fruit could very well be hidden within this forest, having already collected 2 of the 3 required plants. Chen Lang felt optimistic about locating the final specimen. He immediately intensified his search. Although he had never encountered the blue spirit grass fruit before, he scrutinized every unfamiliar plant, consulting the system for detailed information. With the system's assistance, Chen Lang scoured the area, leading to some unexpected discoveries. For instance, he stumbled upon a wild boar foraging for food, and with stealth he switched to his advanced horn bow, drawing an arrow and swiftly dispatching the creature with a single shot to the head. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a common beast. Wild boar 1, earning pork 12, bones 10, leather 2, and wild boar tusks 2. While slaying common beasts does not yield energy crystals or experience points, the other drops were indeed plentiful. Chen Lang, the hunter, had achieved a modest success. The key moment came when he noticed a vine entwined around a tree not far in front of the wild boar, lush and vibrant, bearing several semi-transparent fruits with glowing seeds, resembling a peculiar array of light bulbs from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the final type of alchemical material he sought. Plant, Chen Lang Chao, grade, first order, fifth order, description, a wood attribute treasure of heaven and earth. Growing on vines, faintly glowing, rich in energy, and one of the raw materials for concocting certain magical potions. Supplement, Chen Lang Chao can be transplanted into farmland for artificial mass cultivation. Without hesitation, Chen Lang approached, harvesting the cluster of Chen Lang Chao along with a connecting vine, storing them in his backpack. Upon returning to the island, he promptly transplanted the Chen Lang Chao along with Hongyanua and Gamluguo into the second-tier farmland, ensuring a continuous cycle of maturity and harvest, providing an unending supply of raw materials. Moreover, after collecting the Chen Lang Chao, Chen Lang turned his head and glanced around, realizing he had been wandering in the forest for quite some time. From the edge of Island 9527, he had unknowingly ventured deeper into the interior. A deep canyon lay ahead, seemingly carved by a colossal sword, dividing the forest into distinct halves. He could see the bottom of this canyon. Chen Lang discovered what appeared to be an abandoned artificial mine that had long been neglected. There are two types of mines, natural and artificial. The latter, when excavated by human hands, leaves unmistakable traces. The mine on his bound Island 2887, which he had sealed off with a fence, and this mine at the canyon's base were undoubtedly both carved out by human effort long ago. The only difference was that the mine on Island 9527 was significantly larger than that on Island 2887. Venturing into the mine recklessly posed risks, yet Chen Lang felt confident in his strength, especially since he had recently acquired a lucky, enchanted stone pickaxe from a treasure chest. Not delving into the mine would feel like a loss to him. Thus, he resolutely decided to enter the mine. In a few swift strides, he dashed into the canyon's depths. Extracting a torch from his backpack, he illuminated the dark, vast silence of the abandoned mine. Although long forsaken, the mine still possessed a wealth of mineral resources. After only a few steps, he spotted iron ore embedded in the rock wall. Swiftly, he switched the torch to his left hand and drew out his third-tier lucky enchanted stone pickaxe with his right. He began to excavate. Chapter 36, the handy enchanted stone pickaxe, achievement. Golden Miner 2. In previous mining endeavors, Chen Lang had merely crafted a wooden pickaxe from sticks and planks at a workbench. This time, with the stone pickaxe in hand, he felt a marked improvement in efficiency. Clang, clang, clang. The iron ore before him was successfully extracted, triggering the third-tier lucky enchantment of the pickaxe, yielding an additional 3 drops. Ding, congratulations, you have mined inferior iron ore, gaining rough iron 4, experience points 4. To his astonishment, the extra 3 pieces of rough iron contributed to his experience points. Initially, he thought those additional drops would not be recorded by the system. Yet they indeed added 3 points to his experience, delighting Chen Lang. The surrounding area was not limited to this one deposit of iron ore. Illuminated by the torch, he spotted several more veins. He continued to swing the enchanted stone pickaxe, and the third-tier lucky enchantment activated sporadically. Ding! Congratulations, you have mined standard iron ore, gaining rough iron 2, experience points 2. Ding! Congratulations, you have mined inferior iron ore, gaining rough iron 4, experience points 4. Ding! Congratulations, you have mined standard iron ore, gaining rough iron 6, experience points 6. Iron ore varies in quality based on its iron content. Inferior ore yields only 1 piece of rough iron, while standard ore can yield 2 or 3. Beyond standard, there are premium and exquisite grades. The higher the quality, the more minerals drop upon excavation, combined with the extra gains from the enchantment. Within half an hour, Chen Lang amassed a considerable pile of rough iron and earned substantial experience, achieving the following milestone. Ding! Cumulative mining of over 100 or blocks. Achievement unlocked. Golden Miner 2. Experience points 30. The efficiency of gaining experience from mining rivaled that of monster hunting, yielding significant rewards. Chen Lang's experience bar climbed steadily, drawing him ever closer to becoming a fourth-tier survivor. However, his fervent mining efforts attracted the attention of lurking monsters within the mine, who were drawn in by the clattering sounds. Soon he heard hoarse growls resonating from the dim depths of the mine and the faint patter of approaching footsteps. Had monsters been lured to him? As the creatures drew near, Chen Lang paused his mining activity. Switching from the enchanted stone pickaxe to his advanced horn bow, he planted the torch into the ground, using its flickering light to draw back his bowstring, loosing an arrow that struck true at a lurking creature in the dark mine. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a first-order beast. Cave Poison Spider 1, gaining Energy Crystal 1, Spider Eye 1, Silk 1, Experience Points 10. The system's kill notification chimed, but Chen Lang's initial strike provoked the previously cautious monsters, emboldening them to rush forth from the shadows. Zombies, cave poison spiders, and skeletal soldiers surged towards him, claws outstretched, intent on his demise. I fear not your approach. Rather, I dread your absence, Chen Lang scoffed. Now, these first-order and second-order monsters posed no threat. In his eyes, they were mere walking experience points he continued to draw and fire. Whoosh! 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 Arrows flew forth, their sharp tips slicing through the air, producing a sound akin to a bird's call or a whistle, demonstrating immense power. Each arrow struck home, capable of slaying a monster in a single shot. The system's notifications rang in his mind as his remaining dozen arrows were expended. The marauding monsters fell one by one to his accurate aim, netting him a total of 140 experience points, bringing him tantalizingly close to the threshold of the fourth tier. Approaching the slain monsters, he found that the valuable parts had been automatically collected by the system and stored in his backpack. Would he face inventory overflow with such diverse drops? In truth, each survivor not only began with 10 backpack slots, but also gained additional slots with each level up, 10 for first tier, 20 for second, and 30 for third tier. Thus, Chen Lang's backpack now boasted a total of 70 slots, ample space to accommodate the necessary gear for his adventures and more, eliminating any concerns of overflow. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Lang retrieved all arrows embedded in the monsters' corpses. Having nearly exhausted the iron ore, he decided to explore further into the mine. He lifted the torch from the ground and ventured deeper into the artificial mine. With numerous branches in the mine, he carved arrows into the walls with his Xian iron greatsword to avoid losing his way. After traversing a fork, he arrived at a new passageway. Although he found no iron ore here, he discovered an abundance of coal, with larger deposits than the iron, often several pieces clustered together, allowing for extensive extraction. Ding! Congratulations, you have mined inferior coal ore 5, gaining coal 5, experience points 5. Ding! Congratulations, you have mined standard coal ore 1, gaining coal 6, experience points 6. With the enchanted stone pickaxe, Chen Lang not only mined efficiently, but also reaped approximately an additional 30% in rewards. After about 10 more minutes, he had thoroughly excavated this section of coal. He then turned yet again, entering an uncharted, shadowy passage. Planting the torch in the rock wall to illuminate the tunnel, he furrowed his brow. Strange. Where have all the ores gone? Why are there only pits left? Utilizing the torch's glow, Chen Lang observed that the various ores, iron, coal, even gold and lapis lazuli, were conspicuously absent from the walls, replaced by gaping holes, remnants of mineral debris left behind. Had zombies, skeletons, or cave poison spiders been responsible? Chen Lang pondered, quickly shaking his head in denial. No, those creatures lacked the intellect for mining. Something was amiss. Two choices lay before him. Withdraw with the minerals he had gathered, taking the prudent route, or delve deeper into the mine to uncover the mystery behind the entities that had pilfered his ores. Although I have always prided myself on my prudence, an instinctive feeling tells me that deep within this mine, a significant secret lies hidden, one that could potentially yield great rewards. Fortune favors the bold. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Lang resolved to delve deeper, determined to uncover the truth. Chapter 37. Forging the Primary Weapon. The Silver Flow Longsword, the Iron-Eating Ant Swarm. Additional update. Following the traces left by the dragged, Chen Lang pursued relentlessly. After navigating several twists and turns within the mine, he stumbled upon signs of previous human activity. A sight reminiscent of crumbling ruins in a forest. However, this particular ruin was evidently related to the man-made mining tunnels, likely a place where miners once repaired and forged their tools. There, Chen Lang discovered a forge. Rusted and cracked, yet still standing. Item: deteriorating intermediate forge. Grade: Tier 5. Description: constructed from precious metals such as refined iron and mithril by a master craftsman. This forge can repair and enhance weapons, armor, and tools of Tier 5 and below. Supplement: this forge is severely damaged and cannot be repaired. It will be completely destroyed after a single use. Only one use, a singular opportunity. Chen Lang pondered. My Silverflow armor is already of Tier 5 and currently undamaged, so no enhancement or repair is necessary today. As for tools, the enchanted stone pickaxe could use some enhancement, but its current efficiency suffices for my needs. Indeed, I must enhance my weapon. The advanced horn bow and the enchanted heavy black iron sword are both crucial, but given my current combat style of range control and close combat output, the heavy black iron sword holds greater importance. Making his decision, Chen Lang placed the heavy black iron sword upon the forge. With a focused thought, the deteriorating intermediate forge activated, enveloping the sword in a radiant glow. As the light faded, the forge crumbled to ruin, but the sword had transformed. Its length remained unchanged, yet its form shifted from a broadsword to a long sword that balanced power and agility. And its material evolved from black iron to the same exquisite silver flow as his armor. The enchanting effect remained intact. The details are as follows. Equipment: Silverflow Longsword, enchanted. Grade: Tier 5. Description: a finely crafted longsword forged from shimmering mithril. Its blade is razor-sharp and lightweight, a rare instrument of death. Supplement: imbued with a Tier 4 enchantment effect. Sword Chi Surge. When grasping the weapon in a power-up state, one can unleash a reinforced Sword Chi with a short charge or unleash multiple reinforced Sword Chis with a prolonged charge. Gently caressing the Silverflow Longsword, Chen Lang could not help but nod in satisfaction. Now my primary weapon is enhanced to Tier 5, perfectly complementing my Silverflow armor, a harmonious balance of offense and defense. The weapon upgrade was an unexpected boon, instilling Chen Lang with additional confidence. With his attributes and this formidable gear, he felt assured that even against particularly powerful Tier 5 monsters, he stood a considerable chance of victory. He continued to track the traces, which extended beyond the forge and ultimately led him to a deep underground cavern. The cavern was quite spacious, approximately 100 meters long and wide, with a height comparable to 3 or 4 stories. Unearthly stones jutted out, exuding a faint, ghostly green luminescence. Upon closer inspection, Chen Lang realized that the eerie green glow emanated from a swarm of monstrous insects resembling a cross between ants and fireflies, their abdomens pulsating rhythmically. These insects adorned the cavern walls, their glowing abdomens contracting and expanding, creating a mesmerizing display akin to a starry sky. At that moment, a portion of the insects was using their formidable mandibles to grasp various ores unearthed from the mine, forming a neat line as they methodically delivered the minerals to a colossal queen ant in the cavern's center, whose abdomen was an astonishing 5 meters in size, providing sustenance for her offspring. The queen, in turn, was continuously laying numerous eggs that think that such a colony of ants could reside within an artificial mine. Chen Lang inhaled sharply. Monster: Iron-Eating Ant. Level: Ordinary Tier 3. Description: a mutated ant that dwells in the depths of the earth, subsisting on various minerals, characterized by strong social behavior and a massive colony. Skill: Acid Spray. Supplement 1. Iron-eating ants consist of worker ants and soldier ants, both possessing remarkably tough exoskeletal armor. Soldier ants wield exaggerated mandibles as weapons and can spray corrosive acid. Supplement 2. All iron-eating ants obey the commands of the queen. Should the queen perish, the entire colony will follow suit, resulting in total annihilation. Monster, iron-eating ant queen. Level, Tier 4. Description: the queen of the iron-eating ant colony, possessing the highest status and greatest power among the colony, responsible for breeding and governing the entire swarm, and will personally engage in battle when faced with formidable foes. Skills: colony control, acid spray, massive mandible bite, scythe-like slash, rapid egg-laying goodness, a Tier 4 queen, and so many ants. Chen Lang had uncovered the hidden adversary competing for the ores. Simultaneously, the iron-eating ant swarm became aware of this unwelcome intruder trailing behind. Hiss! The queen raised her head and screeched, waving her antennae frantically, releasing pheromones to command the swarm. In an instant, the worker and soldier ants surged forth, intent on encircling Chen Lang to eliminate the intruder. With his cover blown, Chen Lang decided to reveal himself, leaping from the shadows. His silver flow armor activated in full, transforming into a formidable suit of knightly armor that enveloped him completely. The acid sprayed from the rear of the ants splashed harmlessly against his armor, dissipating into smoke without causing any damage. The corrosive nature of the ant acid emitted clouds of smoke. Yet the Tier 5 silver flow armor remained unscathed, allowing Chen Lang to charge boldly into the swarm. Gripping the upgraded Silverflow longsword, he found that even though the iron-eating ants had developed remarkably hard exoskeletons from a lifetime of consuming minerals, their defenses were no match for the might of his sword, crumbling at the mere touch. With a swift slash, the blade cleaved through an iron-eating ant, instantly severing it in two. Notification: congratulations, you have slain an ordinary beast. Iron-eating ant 1. Gained acid sac 1. Chen Lang reveled in the thrill of battle, but the sheer number of ants meant that once he dispatched one wave, another would inevitably follow. He had no intention of lingering in this cavern for days on end. He aimed for a swift resolution. By defeating the queen, the entire colony would meet its end. Thus, Chen Lang resolutely tightened his grip on the Silverflow longsword, determined to cut through the swarm and confront the Tier 4 queen directly. Chapter 38. One man annihilates a swarm. The queen swiftly sensed Chen Lang's intentions. As he charged towards her with lethal intent, she activated her colony control skill, summoning the surrounding soldier ants to her aid. Determined to obstruct Chen Lang at all costs and prevent him from nearing her side. Hiss! The air was filled with threatening shrieks as 5 or 6 soldier ants, previously guarding the queen, surged forth like unleashed hounds. As soldier ants, their levels were significantly higher. Among the 7, 3 had reached Tier 2, while the remaining 4 had surpassed Tier 3, making them formidable foes just below the queen. Their larger size, reinforced exoskeletons, and spiked armor made them a daunting sight, with their mandibles resembling hydraulic pincers capable of snapping steel. Seeing Chen Lang draw closer, the soldier ants turned, their abdomens pulsating ominously as they unleashed waves of highly corrosive acid. Chen Lang swiftly maneuvered to evade the incoming sprays of acid. The corrosive liquid splattered onto the ground, rapidly eating away at the surface, creating deep pits from which smoke billowed. Some unfortunate worker ants caught in the crossfire let out horrified cries before being reduced to mere puddles of goo. To eliminate the queen, he first needed to dispose of these obstructive soldier ants. Switching weapons, the advanced hornbow materialized in his hands. Drawing the bowstring taut, he released a flurry of 10 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows struck their targets. One Tier 2 soldier ant was pierced through both its head and abdomen, causing its acid sac to rupture and spill its corrosive contents, effectively dissolving it into a puddle of viscous fluid. Notification: congratulations, you have slain a Tier 2 beast. Iron-eating soldier ant 1. Gained Tier 2 energy crystal 1, damaged acid sac 1, and 20 experience points. The other soldier ants sustained varying degrees of injury from the arrows, their formation beginning to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Lang surged into their midst. The soldier ant possesses 2 modes of attack, a long-range acid spray and a close combat bite with its formidable mandibles, the latter being its true lethal weapon. However, Chen Lang's attributes are not something an ordinary third-tier survivor can contend with. Engaging in close combat with the soldier ant is akin to lighting a lamp in a latrine. an act of self-destruction. Clad in 5th-tier armor and wielding a 5th-tier greatsword, Chen Lang did not even need to invoke the enchantment effects of his flowing silver greatsword. A mere swift swing was sufficient to cleave through the soldier ant's boastfully tough exoskeletal armor. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Iron-eating soldier ant 1, awarded with a 3rd-tier energy crystal 1, acid pouch 1, and 30 experience points. Upon witnessing the grievous losses inflicted upon the soldier ants, the ant queen became increasingly flustered. She hastily commanded the swarm to attack Chen Lang with reckless abandon. Observing this, Chen Lang chuckled, "Oh, Ant Queen, how did you know that I had grown weary of picking them off one by one? Your orders for a full frontal assault merely served to allow me to wipe out the entire horde in one fell swoop." Hearing Chen Lang's taunting words, the Ant Queen felt a sense of foreboding. She attempted to command the swarm to disperse, but it was too late. Chen Lang, with a firm grip on his flowing silver longsword, felt the surge of his formidable magical attributes, the higher one's magical prowess. The greater the enhancement gained when activating skills or applying enchantments, this moment, Chen Lang's impressive 37 points of magic came into play. A surge of magical energy coursed through him, resonating with the enchantment runes inscribed on the flowing silver greatsword, which suddenly radiated an enchanting glow. With a mighty shout, he unleashed sword aura, converge. In an instant, streams of white energy sword auras surged forth from Chen Lang, radiating outward in all directions, executing a flawless, all-encompassing assault. The worker ants and soldier ants were unable to flee in time, all mercilessly shredded into countless dismembered fragments by the whirling sword auras. The closer they approached Chen Lang, the more gruesome their demise became. The system's kill notifications chimed incessantly. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain ordinary ferocious beasts. Iron-eating worker Ant 837, awarded with acid pouch 837. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Iron-eating soldier ant 3, awarded with 3rd-tier energy crystal 3, acid pouch 3, and 90 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain. As the sword aura gradually subsided, the vast ant swarm lay decimated, with only a handful of limping survivors remaining. Posing no threat whatsoever, the once mighty 4th-tier ant queen found herself utterly alone. Next, it is your turn. Chen Lang pointed his sword at the ant queen. The ant queen, filled with both shock and dread, emitted a roar that seemed to shake the very air around her. In a fit of rage, she writhed and twisted, severing her 5-meter-long abdomen, which had been specially designed for laying eggs, transforming her into a more slender and proportionate form. Her foremost pair of appendages morphed into exaggerated, razor-sharp sides, and no longer resembling an ant. She now appeared more like a fearsome mantis, transitioning from a state of normalcy to one of desperate combat. Have you unleashed your full power? Yet, it is of no consequence. Your fate remains unchanged. At this moment, Chen Lang harbored a singular thought: to engage in battle, for the sheer thrill of it. Thus, even when confronted by the 4th-tier ant queen, who towered over him, he boldly raised his sword to challenge her. The flowing silver greatsword was thrust toward the queen's head. The ant queen, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Chen Lang, wielded her scythe-like forelimbs in an effort to cleave him into pieces. Clang, clang, the ant queen's scythe-like forearms crossed and descended, successfully blocking Chen Lang's incoming thrust of the flowing silver greatsword, producing a resounding clash. However, the 5th-tier flowing silver greatsword proved to be sharper, and after a brief stalemate, the ant queen was horrified to discover that her sides had been chipped by the blade. Terrified, she hastily retreated, curling her abdomen forward, releasing torrents of even more corrosive acid. Yet Chen Lang, akin to a berserker in a frenzied rage, did not flinch. After all, the acid could hardly penetrate the defenses of his flowing silver armor. With high attack and defense, Chen Lang needed only to focus on relentless assault. While the ant queen found herself burdened with numerous considerations, upon realizing that neither her giant scythe nor her acid spray could inflict any damage upon Chen Lang, the ant queen finally grasped the meaning of despair. Chen Lang, seizing the moment, closed the distance between them in a few swift strides. The enchantment runes on the blade of the flowing silver greatsword had completed their cooldown, and a new wave of sword aura was ready to unleash. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Lang firmly gripped the hilt, channeling his energy. The Ant Queen, witnessing the terrifying lethality of Chen Lang's sword aura, which had annihilated her carefully cultivated swarm with a single strike, knew that if this blow landed on her, it would surely spell her doom. At her wit's end, the Ant Queen resolved to make a desperate final stand, lunging toward Chen Lang to unleash her skill. Giant mandible bite, as if proclaiming, "I am destined to perish, but you shall not escape either. Let us perish together." However, she still failed to breach the defenses of the flowing silver armor. Meanwhile, Chen Lang had completed his energy buildup. Rather than dispersing his sword aura in a wide arc, he concentrated all his energy into a massive, white sword aura, measuring nearly a yard in size. With a tearing sound, the Ant Queen was instantly bisected by the sword aura. After a few futile struggles, she ceased all movement. The system's kill notification resounded. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a 4th-tier ferocious beast. Iron-eating Ant Queen 1. Awarded with 4th-tier Energy Crystal 1. Iron Mother Essence 1. Maternal Acid Pouch 1, and 40 experience points. Chapter 39. Iron Mother Essence. Ascend to 4th tier. Island Lord. Black-Winged Dragon. Item. Iron Mother Essence. Tier. 4th. Description. The essence condensed from various metallic minerals consumed by the iron-eating Ant Queen. A rare biological material that can be infused into or deposits to elevate the level of an entire mining area. The essence derived from the ore deposits that can enhance their levels is indeed a fitting recompense. With a thought, Chen Lang enveloped the Iron Mother Essence in the radiant glow of his Super Enhancement talent. Ding! Would you like to use a free opportunity to super enhance the Iron Mother Essence? Yes, Chen Lang nodded. The next moment his talent activated. Ding! Super Enhancement successful. Iron Mother Essence, 4th tier, has been enhanced to Iron Mother Essence, 6th tier. The Super Enhancement has a chance to elevate an item by 2 tiers in one go. And this time, the Iron Mother Essence experienced just that. The enhancement effect on the ore deposit has similarly increased. Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, another system notification chimed. Ding! Current experience points have reached a threshold for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. It is essential to upgrade. Chen Lang was eager to ascend to 4th tier survivor status and had no intention of stalling his level. The sooner he elevated himself, the better. Consequently, an additional 40 attribute points were added to his tally. As per usual, he invoked Super Enhancement on these attribute points. Ding! Super Enhancement successful. 40 free attribute points have been enhanced to 80 free attribute points. Chen Lang distributed the points evenly across his 5 attributes, each increasing by 16 points, transforming his attributes to Spirit 46, Strength 46, Speed 46, Stamina 46, Magic 53. The total of all attributes now reached 237 points, surpassing even the combined attributes of 6th-tier survivors by a slim margin. Moreover, Chen Lang's attributes were uniformly elevated, rendering him a pentagonal warrior without any discernible weaknesses, an unsettling balance, opening the regional communication channel. The system's official announcement rang out as per the norm. Ding! Chen Lang has become the first 4th-tier survivor in the region, achieving the accomplishment. Unattainable, awarded 50 experience points, and hereby announced. Ding! Chen Lang has become the first 4th-tier survivor in the region. Ding! Chen Lang has become the first 4th-tier survivor in the region. The underdeveloped individuals, upon witnessing the flood of notifications heralding Chen Lang's achievements, were rendered numb. It is often said that when the gap is small, watching others' progress can elicit feelings of envy. However, when the disparity is vast, jealousy transforms into admiration, for one realizes that surpassing the other is an impossibility. Those like Lu Rinjia, ranking among the top survivors, felt a rising sense of urgency as they beheld Chen Lang's continued dominance, having left them far behind as the first to breach the 4th tier. Song Shuren, 4th tier. I have only just broken through to the 3rd tier. Let's work hard. We must not allow ourselves to be left behind by Chen Lang. Lu Rinjia, 666. Chen Lang. I've also broken through to the third tier. Let's coordinate a time to gather with Meng Dashuan and the others to continue our search for the treasures on that treasure map. Sure, you set a time, and I will see if I am available. With that, he exited the chat channel and checked his experience bar. Each time a survivor's level increased, the experience required for the next upgrade doubled, from 100 to 200, then to 400 and so on. Now, as he transitioned from 4th to 5th tier, the required experience had skyrocketed to 1600. The progress of his experience bar stood at 345, 1600. Moreover, with a rise in levels, certain changes to experience acquisition had occurred. As the survivor's level increases, the difficulty of gaining experience also heightens. Slaying 1st tier and ordinary level ferocious beasts will no longer yield experience points, though drops remain unaffected. This system notification echoed in his mind. Chen Lang rolled his eyes in exasperation. I initially thought I could effortlessly slay a plethora of 1st-tier fierce beasts, much like I did with that swarm of ants earlier, rapidly accumulating experience points. But it appears you've obstructed that avenue for me, haven't you? Fine, I'll concede your prowess. He extended his middle finger in disdain at the system's mechanism that indirectly elevated the experience points required for leveling up after reaching 4th tier. Subsequently, he began to scavenge within the subterranean cavern occupied by the iron-eating ant swarm. During the battle with the ants, he had noticed that in the corners of the cave, a substantial amount of ore, excavated by worker ants, had accumulated, presumably stockpiled as the colony's reserve food. With the ant swarm annihilated by Chen Lang, all those reserves had now turned into his spoils of war. Holding a torch aloft, he searched through the dimly lit underground chamber. After a thorough scavenging, he indeed reaped a bountiful harvest. No wonder the Ant Queen could ascend to the 4th tier. It had commanded the swarm to nearly excavate this artificial mine to its limits. He collected 547 pieces of rough iron, 213 pieces of rough copper, 986 pieces of coal, as well as 234 pieces of lapis lazuli and 71 gold ingots. Such a wealth of ore stored as reserve for the ants raises the question of how much the queen must consume to condense the essence of iron mother crystals. Now all of this belongs to me. Chen Lang bundled up all the minerals, fitting them into his expanded backpack, which had gained an additional 40 slots after his elevation to 4th tier. He left the underground cavern with a swagger and exited the artificial mine. Now a 4th tier survivor, Chen Lang resolved not to linger any longer. With my current strength, challenging the island's lord directly seems quite feasible. Once I vanquish the Lord Boss, I shall become the new master of this island, numbered 9527. And the entire expanse will become my territory. At that time, I will have ample opportunity to seek out various resources on the island. With that delightful decision made, it was time to confront the boss. Chen Lang clapped his hands and began searching for the whereabouts of the island lord. The area of island number 9527 was considerable, significantly larger than the island number 2887 he had previously bound himself to, and its terrain was considerably more complex. Initially, Chen Lang thought it would not be so easy to locate the island lord. However, upon exiting the forest and arriving at the desolate desert on the other side of the island, he soon discovered a cave nestled within the cliffs. To the foot of the mountain where the cave was situated, a heap of bones lay scattered, remains of various ferocious beasts, a sight that could induce dread and shivers in any beholder. The crucial detail was that, at the moment Chen Lang stumbled upon the cave, a commanding roar erupted from within, seemingly indicating that the cave's master had sensed the formidable aura emanating from Chen Lang. A colossal, pitch-black figure surged forth from the cliffside cave, with fierce eyes, sharp claws, and massive wings that seemed capable of obscuring the very sun. It was unmistakably a Western dragon, entirely cloaked in darkness. "Are you the lord of this island?" Chen Lang gazed up at the dark dragon, undaunted, his spirit brimming with eager battle intent. Fierce beast, black-winged magic dragon. Level, 5th tier. Description: a terrifying dragon imbued with dark magical power. Its vast and sharp wings can unleash fiery breath. Characterized by a rebellious nature, it is truly a dominant force. Skills: Black Magic Dragon Breath, Magic Wing Firestorm, Black Dragon Hellfire Explosion, Dragon's Pressure, Chapter 40. Not a buddy. This won't end in death. Roar. The black-winged magic dragon circled ominously above the desert, its deafening roar unequivocally signaling its stance. For an intruder like Chen Lang, the black-winged magic dragon had but two options: either be slain by the invader or slay the invader itself. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, the dragon launched an assault. Releasing its draconic pressure, the aura of the dragon filled a radius of 100 meters. The oppressive presence of this apex beast was a true dimensional strike against lesser creatures. Without equal or superior bloodlines to bolster them, they would be utterly paralyzed by fear, shaking uncontrollably, unable to unleash their full potential. However, Chen Lang was not among them. Firstly, he was human, not a magical beast. Secondly, having slain the 4th tier Ant Queen, his level had now reached 4th tier as well, making him only 1 tier lower than the 5th tier Black Wing Magic Dragon. When it came to overall attributes, the comparison was far from straightforward. Thus, the draconic pressure had no effect on Chen Lang, leaving his combat prowess wholly unscathed. Instead, the pressure ignited a flame of anger within him. How dare it attempt to intimidate me? Without hesitation, Chen Lang drew forth a high-grade horn bow from his inventory. Knocking an arrow, he charged it with energy and swiftly shot it towards the black-winged magic dragon above. Roar! The black-winged magic dragon disdainfully swept its tail. Its immense strength combined with its impenetrable black scales effortlessly shattering the arrow into 2 pieces. Then, with a powerful beat of its wings, it dove from the sky, its cavernous maw agape, capable of swallowing a cow whole. A searing breath surged from deep within its throat that, in an instant, a deep violet fireball erupted from the dragon's mouth. The dragon's assault was not something the 4th tier Ant Queen could withstand. Chen Lang did not overestimate his abilities and swiftly dodged to the side as the fireball detonated beside him. Boom! Flames soared skyward, smoke billowed, and a massive, pitch-black crater was blasted into the ground beside Chen Lang. Had he been struck directly, even with the protection of his silver flow armor, he would have found it incredibly difficult to emerge unscathed. Thus, with a powerful leap, he unleashed an exaggerated force from his legs, cracking the ground beneath him as he collided with the descending black-winged magic dragon. Sword energy surged. The silver flow longsword appeared in his hand, its enchanted runes shimmering with magical light. Chen Lang swung it fiercely, unleashing a colossal wave of white energy sword chi that hurtled towards the dragon's face. The black-winged magic dragon. It hastily switched from offense to defense. Its claws, larger than a small cabin, smashed down upon the sword chi, shattering it. Yet, amidst the chaos, the scattered fragments of the sword chi grazed its palm, inflicting several small wounds and drawing forth droplets of crimson dragon blood. Roar! The black-winged magic dragon, wounded for the first time in ages, was truly enraged. This human before it must be eliminated. The dragon retaliated with a powerful tail swipe. Its stout, muscular tail lashed out like a whip, striking Chen Lang with incredible speed and force. Boom! Fortunately, the 5th tier silver flow armor absorbed the majority of the damage. Chen Lang felt a jolt, but sustained no serious harm. That all. Come at me again. Having successfully breached the black-winged magic dragon's defenses and drawn blood, Chen Lang noted that, in contrast, the dragon's fiery breath and tail strikes had failed to inflict any substantial damage upon him. The comparison clearly indicated that he held the advantage. Thus, Chen Lang seized the opportunity to press his advantage. Just then, the black-winged magic dragon landed on the ground, and the two engaged in a fierce battle amidst the wind-swept sands of the desert. The black-winged magic dragon unleashed a new skill, Black Magic Dragon Breath. Unlike the previous fireball, this time, dark magical flames surged forth from its maw, engulfing the surroundings in a blazing inferno. Chen Lang felt as though he had fallen into a volcano, the intense heat of the magical fire threatening to incinerate him from the inside out. This was untenable. Within this sea of flames, he was at a disadvantage. Chen Lang swiftly adapted his fighting style, seeking out the black-winged magic dragon's vulnerabilities while exploiting his own strengths, intending to strike where the dragon was weakest. As a 5th-tier dragon, the black-winged magic dragon excelled in power, endurance, and magic, ranking among the best of its tier, even comparable to some 6th-tier beasts. However, once it landed, its massive size prevented it from using its wings to fly, significantly diminishing its agility. In terms of speed, it simply could not keep pace with Chen Lang. Thus, Chen Lang refrained from confronting the dragon head-on, instead opting to dance around it. He dodged the dark magical flames while waiting for the cooldown of the enchantment on his silver flow longsword to end, seamlessly launching wave after wave of white sword chi, targeting the dragon's more vulnerable scales. The two combatants found themselves in a stalemate. As time elapsed, the black-winged magic dragon grew impatient and unleashed a powerful skill. Aiming for a swift resolution, it began to gather energy. Its maw agape, as dark and fiery attributes converged into its mouth, drawn into its being. Boom! The black-winged magic dragon's aura surged, reminiscent of a balloon being inflated, or a bomb on the verge of detonation, creating immense pressure for Chen Lang. Black Dragon Hellfire Explosion. The earth-shattering explosion emanated from the black-winged magic dragon, sweeping across a 100-meter radius. All that was touched by the fiery blast was reduced to charred wasteland. Chen Lang, caught in the eye of the storm, was instantly engulfed by the raging flames. The searing heat of the dark magical fire unleashed in full force would instill trepidation even in 6th-tier beings and those of higher rank. Had it not been for his silver flow armor, he likely would have been reduced to a charred husk in an instant, his health bar nearly depleted. Thank goodness for this protective gear. This marked yet another instance of Chen Lang marveling at the unparalleled sense of security afforded by the silver flow armor. However, withstand the explosive onslaught of the black-winged dragon with the flowing silver armor, which has finally begun to show signs of strain. Its once resplendent exterior now appears somewhat dimmed, with cracks marring its surface. The durability has significantly diminished, indicating substantial damage. You were unable to eliminate me in one fell swoop. Now, it is my turn to retaliate. Chen Lang tightly gripped the flowing silver longsword, his slightly disheveled figure advancing step by step towards the black-winged dragon. That a rare look of astonishment flickered in the dragon's eyes, as if to say, "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" Chapter 41. Slaying the Island Lord. Dragon Slayer. Pioneer. To be frank, as this battle has progressed, the black-winged dragon has begun to panic. It has never encountered a human who could match it blow for blow at the 4th tier, even seemingly gaining the upper hand, forcing it to unleash one of its ultimate moves, the black dragon's infernal flame, yet still failing to vanquish its foe. Had it been any other beast, it might have chosen to retreat at this juncture. However, the black-winged dragon, being a member of the dragon race, harbors an inflated sense of self-worth and unruly pride. It may concede to death, but it will never bow its head. Moreover, the black-winged dragon is the lord of this island. The entire land is its territory. How could it possibly relinquish its lairs so easily? With a mighty roar, it prepared to unfurl its colossal wings, ready to take to the skies and execute another devastating skill. Dragon Pressure. Black Dragon Breath, Black Dragon's infernal flame. With all these abilities deployed, your trump card must be the final move, the Dragon Wing Firestorm, right? Unfortunately, I shall not grant you the opportunity to unleash it, Chen Lang declared resolutely. After a prolonged battle, both he and the black-winged dragon stood on the brink of exhaustion. The dragon had been thoroughly wounded by Chen Lang's flowing silver sword, its once proud scales now scattered across the ground. It was at the end of its tether. Chen Lang intended to seize this moment of weakness to claim victory. He aimed to interrupt the black-winged dragon's charge, preventing it from unleashing its skills. With swift determination, Chen Lang charged forward, his speed remarkable, closing the distance to the black-winged dragon in the blink of an eye. The flowing silver sword shimmered with cold light as Chen Lang poured all his strength into the strike. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the scales, deeply embedding itself into the dragon's abdomen. Roar! The black-winged dragon emitted a piercing scream, blood spilling from its maw. The charged dragon wing firestorm was abruptly interrupted, causing chaos within its energy flow, exacerbating its plight. In agony, it thrashed desperately, attempting to dislodge the flowing silver sword embedded within, but it was too late. While the formidable dragon scales provided ample defense from external harm, your insides are unprotected. The moment my sword pierced your body, your fate was sealed. Chen Lang's gaze was resolute as he gripped the hilt of the flowing silver sword tightly, with a magical attribute of 53 points. His sword aura, though merely 4th tier, could unleash destructive power on par with a 5th tier attack. Sword aura surged. Chen Lang bellowed, unleashing a torrent of white energy sword auras from the blade, from within. They wreaked havoc throughout the Blackwing Dragon's body, causing catastrophic damage to its vital organs and tearing them asunder. Roar. After letting out a roar filled with resentment and fury, the colossal, ebony creature collapsed to the ground. The system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the 5th tier beast. Blackwing Dragon 1, receiving 5th tier Energy Crystal 1, Dragon Ring 1, Black Dragon Wings 1, Dragon Bones 18, Black Dragon Scales 22, Dragon Meat 10, Dragon Blood 3. Experience points 50. Ding! First time slaying a dragon race beast has achieved the accolade. Dragon Slayer I. Experience points 100. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Island Lord. Blackwing Dragon, becoming the new Lord of Adventure Island 9527. A regional announcement will follow. Ding! All members, Chen Lang has successfully defeated the Island Lord, becoming the first survivor to occupy Adventure Island in this region, achieving the accolade. Pioneer I. Experience points 100. The regional communication channel erupted in activity. Less than half a day had passed since Chen Lang ascended to the rank of 4th tier survivor, and the previous 3 regional announcements had barely faded. New system notifications flooded the screen, once again centered on Chen Lang, yet the content diverged dramatically from before, igniting a wave of excitement. Su Yang. Wow. Has Chen Lang become a lord? He actually occupied an adventure island? Doesn't that mean he now possesses 2 islands? Song Shuren. Based on the intel gathered, the lords of these adventure islands are at least 3rd tier, with some larger islands boasting lords of 4th or even 5th tier beasts or monsters. Chen Lang's strength has far surpassed our expectations. Lu Jichai, impressive. Zheng Rou. Chen Lang, are you taking underlings? I could be your loyal follower. I promise not to slow you down. Meng Daxuan. Yes, yes. Chen Lang, take me with you. Weren't we just a team searching for treasure? Chen Lang merely glanced at the exchange channel before turning his attention elsewhere, for he had a wealth of spoils to assess. Firstly, the drops from the 5th tier Blackwing Dragon .it is a certainty that defeating a monster of 1st tier and above yields an energy crystal corresponding to its level 0.1 5th tier energy crystal is equivalent to 10 4th tier crystals. 100 3rd tier, 1000 2nd tier, and 10,000 1st tier. This singular victory dramatically increased Chen Lang's total energy crystals nearly tenfold. The resources for enchantment reinforcement, the activation of energy crystal defensive towers, and the exchanges for super reinforcement opportunities were all sufficiently met. Just as a wealthy individual achieves financial freedom, Chen Lang had temporarily attained a form of energy crystal freedom. Apart from the energy crystals, the Blackwing Dragon also yielded Black Dragon Wings, Black Dragon Scales, Dragon Bones, Dragon Meat, and Dragon Blood among other materials. The Black Dragon Wings and Black Dragon Scales could be crafted into equipment. The Dragon Meat was a potent source of nourishment. The Dragon Bones could be fashioned into gear or ground into bone powder, possessing a much more potent ripening effect than regular skeleton bones or those of lesser beasts. Dragon Blood is also a prime ingredient for concocting magical potions. The Blackwing Dragon was indeed a treasure trove. However, beyond these materials, it also remarkably dropped a finished piece of equipment. The Dragon Ring equipment. Dragon Ring. Grade, 5th tier. Description, a piece of jewelry crafted from the heart and bones of a dragon, possessing both active skills and various passive effects. Active skill, Dragon's Might. Upon activation, it unleashes dragon pressure, imposing suppression, intimidation, and dispersal effects on beasts of 5th tier and below. Passive skill, Strength Amplification. When worn, the user's strength, endurance, and magical attributes are increased by an additional 3 points. Chapter 42. Dragon Egg, Blood Oath of Ownership. The Dark Absolute Black King Dragon, with inherent pressure effects and additional attribute enhancements. Truly worthy of being the reward for slaying a 5th tier dragon race beast. Chen Lang was immensely pleased with the Dragon Ring, yet he sought even greater enhancements, with 2 opportunities for super reinforcement still available today. With a thought, he activated the system. Ding! Would you like to use one free opportunity to super reinforce the dragon ring? Yes, Chen Lang nodded. Thus, the dragon ring in his palm was enveloped in radiant light. Ding! Super reinforcement successful. Dragon ring, 5th tier, has been enhanced to Dragon ring, 6th tier. The upgraded dragon ring assumed a more opulent appearance, crafted from a muted white bone, featuring a petite, pitch-black dragon head embedded atop the ring. In terms of attributes, the pressure effect of the active skill Dragon's Might was elevated to 6th tier. The amplification of attributes was also increased to an additional 6 points, yielding a doubling of the enhancement compared to its previous state. Upon donning the upgraded dragon ring, Chen Lang's attribute panel reflected the following changes: Spirit 45, Strength 51, Speed 45, Endurance 51, Magic 59. Except for Spirit and Speed, the remaining 3 attributes had surpassed the 50-point threshold, signifying a further enhancement of his overall strength. It appeared that my once formidable Spirit attribute, which had previously reigned supreme, had now fallen to the bottom alongside Speed. It seemed I must devise a means to bolster my mental fortitude moving forward. Chen Lang mused. He then cast his gaze over the entirety of Adventure Island 9527. As the island's new lord, he possessed a unique ability, God's perspective, allowing him to survey the entire island as if controlling a drone from above. With all resources meticulously summarized into data for his convenience. Among the myriad of resources, one particular item captured his attention, a dragon egg nestled within a cliff. From this aerial vantage point, Chen Lang observed that within the cavern where the black-winged dragon resided, there lay a dragon egg. He immediately scaled the cliff and entered the cave, the lair of the black-winged dragon. This cavern was remarkably spacious, with piles of beast bones heaped on either side, clearly remnants of the prey consumed by the black-winged dragon. The deepest recess of the cave lay a dragon's nest resembling a bird's nest. Inside the nest, Chen Lang beheld a pitch-black dragon egg, roughly the size of a person. Item: black-winged dragon egg, grade, Tier 5. Description: enveloping a developing black-winged dragon embryo. Upon maturity, it can attain a power level between Tier 5 and Tier 7. Supplement 1. Blood can be dripped to establish a bond with the embryo while it remains unhatched. Supplement 2. The embryo requires a substantial supply of energy to hatch, typically provided by the mother. Without this energy, the embryo may exhaust itself and perish, necessitating timely energy replenishment, such as providing energy crystals to the young dragon. The unhatched black-winged dragon, gazing at the immense obsidian egg, Chen Lang felt a surge of excitement. The adult black-winged dragon possesses a rebellious nature, making it impossible to tame. However, the juvenile is different if I bond with it while it's still in its egg and raise it. The fully grown black-winged dragon will heed my commands. At that point, I shall possess a magnificent black dragon steed, a thought that fills me with exhilaration. Riding a dragon is akin to piloting a mecha or transforming into a superhero. Any boy would find it irresistible. Without hesitation, Chen Lang pricked his finger with the tip of his silvery sword, allowing his blood to drip onto the dark dragon egg, which swiftly absorbed it, merging it within the yet-to-hatch embryo. In an ineffable connection, Chen Lang sensed a bond between himself and the embryo, akin to that of a master and subordinate. Provided the embryo hatches successfully, it will recognize him as its master, granting him a formidable black dragon mount, allowing him to traverse the world with majestic presence. However, the black-winged dragon is not the pinnacle. Chen Lang aspired for a steed of even greater potential. Thus, he resolutely activated his final opportunity for a free super enhancement today. Ding! Would you like to use a free chance to super enhance the black-winged dragon egg? Ding! Super enhancement successful. Black-winged dragon egg has been enhanced to Abyssal Black King Dragon Egg. Item: Abyssal Black King Dragon Egg. Grade: Tier 7. Description: born from the World Destruction Dragon Clan in the Abyssal Depths. The embryo possesses formidable annihilation powers, and upon maturity, wields terrifying destructive capabilities. Good heavens, this is akin to a super evolution, is it not? Observing the dragon egg, now visibly larger, with a hardened obsidian shell adorned with dark red patterns. Chen Lang gasped in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with delight. This was an extraordinary windfall. However, With the upgrade, the egg's energy requirements had escalated. The young dragon soon drained the energy stored within the egg to the last drop. Discovering there was nothing left to consume, it began to thrash in panic, causing the entire egg to tremble. "Oh dear, I cannot allow you to starve. If you were to perish, my steed would be lost, leaving me to weep as I consume meat instead." Chen Lang was determined not to let his ride falter before even being acquired. He hurriedly retrieved a plethora of energy crystals from his backpack and placed them around the dragon egg. Soon, pure energy began to be absorbed from the crystals, nourishing the egg and allowing the young dragon to feast once more. Before Chen Lang's eyes, the remaining hatching time for the egg appeared. One day, it would hatch so soon. "Tomorrow, I shall ride my dragon with flair." After ensuring the dragon egg would not go hungry by leaving behind additional energy crystals, Chen Lang approached the subteleportation array set up on Island 9527. Inserting 10 Tier 1 energy crystals to activate the array. In a flash of light, he arrived at his most developed territory. The teleportation array entered a 12-hour cooldown. Without a moment's rest, he tended to the fields, watering and fertilizing them to ensure their fertility and water supply remained intact, preventing them from dropping from Tier 2 to Tier 1. In the coming days, he aimed to cultivate and expand within this farmland, utilizing the various plants he had discovered on Island 9527 to bolster his stockpile of materials for potion crafting: red flame flowers, dew fruits, and qingling grass fruits. Chen Lang wielded his iron hoe, planting each of these crops in the fields, then scattering a bag of bone meal over them. Absorbing the nutrients from the bone meal would accelerate their growth, with the growth rate of Tier 2 farmland combined with the bone meal's hastening effect. It wouldn't be long before he could harvest the first batch, which would in turn allow him to expand further, repeating the process until he amassed a substantial reserve of materials, with the fields planted. He made his way to the furnace, preparing to toss in all the ores he had mined, smelting them into iron ingots and other semi-finished products for future crafting. However, one furnace processing so much ore was indeed rather inefficient that it was high time to expand. Let us set up a few more furnaces. Chapter 43. Enemies cannot harm me, and they will be rebounded. Chen Lang lacked the blueprints for a furnace and could not directly manufacture one. The furnace he currently possessed was acquired through trade with other survivors of the trading square. Thus, he accessed the trading square, locating the survivor, Lu Zhizai, who had sold him the furnace in the past. After some negotiation, they reached an agreement to repeat the previous trading terms. Chen Lang exchanged 8 stones for a finished furnace, without any handling fees, merely accumulating personal goodwill. Ding! Trade successful. The system notification chimed as Chen Lang's backpack lost 40 stones in exchange for 5 furnaces. With the addition of his existing furnace, he now had a total of 6 furnaces, greatly accelerating iron smelting. However, there were quite a few furnaces, and it seemed they wouldn't fit inside the small wooden cabin. The cabin was quite cramped, lacking even a basic one-bedroom layout. Moreover, smelting iron with so many furnaces would certainly create a smoky atmosphere. Chen Lang decided to relocate the furnaces outside. He envisioned constructing a blacksmith shop in the future for iron smelting and equipment forging. The 6 furnaces were arranged in 2 rows of 3, stacked together, resembling a low wall 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. Chen Lang placed the rough iron, copper, gold, and other ores he had acquired during his recent adventure in the artificial mine into the furnaces. Filling them with coal beneath each one, that he ignited the furnaces, and with 6 of them smelting iron simultaneously, this should be finished by dawn. Whether for building or crafting gear, the development of the island and enhancement of strength were inextricably linked to metal resources. Previously, due to limited lapis lazuli, Chen Lang had only enchanted the Xian iron greatsword, now known as the silvery longsword. Approaching the enchantment table, he considered the equipment he frequently used that had yet to be enchanted: the high-tier horn bow, silvery armor, and dragon ring.as for the high-tier fishing net. While it was a control-capable auxiliary item, it had gradually fallen behind in usefulness in recent battles. Chen Lang had not utilized it, and he would likely let it focus solely on its primary function of fishing. The lapis lazuli he currently possessed should suffice to enchant one piece of equipment, but the problem lay in the enchantment table's insufficient level. Chen Lang glanced down at the enchantment table in the cabin. This enchantment table was his first treasure, obtained from a treasure chest. It was a beginner enchantment table, capable of enchanting items up to tier 3 at most. However, the only item in his possession that was tier 2 was the high-tier hornbow. The rest of his main equipment exceeded this range. Then it was time to enhance the enchantment table. He had already exhausted his 3 daily free super enhancement opportunities while on Island 9527. He would either have to wait until the 6th day of the novice period, which was tomorrow, or consume energy crystals to purchase additional super enhancement opportunities. The starting cost for purchasing a super enhancement opportunity was 100 energy crystals each time. Applicable to items of tier 3 or below, the beginner enchantment table conveniently fell within this category. Thus, Chen Lang unhesitatingly produced 100 tier 1 energy crystals. With a mental command, he activated his innate ability. The system notification rang out. Ding! Confirm consumption of tier 1 energy crystals 100 to super enhance the beginner enchantment table 1. Yes, Chen Lang nodded. In the next moment, the enchantment table was enveloped in a radiant glow of super enhancement. Once the light faded, he beheld a more splendid enchantment table, its obsidian base intricately engraved with arcane silver patterns, and the magical tome hovering above it had grown thicker and larger, the runes inscribed upon its pages now more complex and obscure. Item: Intermediate Enchantment Table. Grade: Tier 6. Description: a surface imbued with mysterious powers. Consuming energy crystals and lapis lazuli can resonate with the enchantment table, bestowing enchantments upon equipment. Supplement: the level range for enchanted items is Tier 1 to Tier 6. Now the level is sufficient. Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction, then removed the silvery armor, allowing it to revert into a pool of silvery liquid, which he placed upon the enchantment table. Simultaneously, 100 pieces of lapis lazuli and 500 energy crystals were placed. This constituted the essential consumption required to activate a mid-level enchanting table. Upon activation, the enchanting table absorbed both the energy crystals and lapis lazuli, transforming them into waves of enchanting light that flowed into the mysterious tome resting upon the table. The pages began to turn, and a series of mystical runes emerged, coalescing into a language comprehensible to Chen Lang. 3 Enchanting effects appeared before Chen Lang's eyes. Durability: enhances wear resistance. Prolonging lifespan: Tier 3 enchantment. Defense: provides an additional boost to equipment defense. Tier 6 enchantment. Thorns: when attacked, 30 of the damage received is returned to the attacker, provided their level does not exceed Tier 5. Tier 5 enchantment. Among these 3 enchantments, Chen Lang immediately dismissed the durability option. The real dilemma lay between the defense and thorns enchantments. Should he choose the defense enchantment, his flowing silver armor would be elevated to a Tier 6 level. Conversely, the thorns enchantment represented a noble form of retaliation, where an enemy's attack would result in a net loss for them. Which should he select? After much contemplation, Chen Lang made his decision. I choose the thorns enchantment. The defense enchantment merely represented passive endurance, while the thorns enchantment offered the thrill of counterattacking. I prefer to deal damage. Thus, the rune representing thorns flew from the pages and merged into the liquid silver sphere of his flowing silver armor, causing it to emit a magical, subtle glow. Chen Lang then activated his talent. He retrieved the Tier 5 energy crystal obtained from slaying the Blackwing Dragon, converting it into a staggering 10,000 Tier 1 energy crystals. Ding! Confirmed the consumption of energy crystals 10,000 for super enhancement of Thorns enchantment. Ding! Super enhancement successful. Thorns enchantment, Tier 5, has been enhanced to Hard Thorns enchantment, Tier 7. Hard Thorns provide an additional boost to equipment defense. And when attacked, 50 of the damage received is returned to the attacker, provided their level does not exceed Tier 7. The Hard Thorns enchantment represents a comprehensive upgrade, combining the effects of both Thorns and defense enchantments. With this, the flowing silver armor boasts the defensive capabilities of a Tier 7 piece of equipment, while also inflicting damage on attacks from Tier 7 and below. Donning this armor, Chen Lang could transform into a formidable armored figure, capable of reflecting damage back at his foes. The thought alone was exhilarating. After putting on the flowing silver armor, Chen Lang's bright laughter echoed within the little wooden house. Chapter 44. Tier 7 Equipment. Black Scale Dragon Armor. After applying the enchantment to his flowing silver armor, Chen Lang took out several pieces of black dragon scale armor obtained from slaying the Blackwing Dragon. The defensive power of this black dragon scale armor was indisputable. Even a regular attack with the flowing silver sword barely penetrated its defenses, requiring enchanted strikes to inflict any damage. If he could integrate these scales and the black dragon wings into the flowing silver armor, its performance would surely reach new heights. Gazing at the black dragon scales and wings in his hands, Chen Lang's eyes lit up with fervor. However, such modifications to an already established piece of equipment could not be accomplished merely with a workbench. A forging station or a simplified anvil was required. With his fishing attempts for the day exhausted, Chen Lang turned his attention to the trading plaza. After some searching, he indeed found someone selling an anvil blueprint. Lu Liang, the anvil blueprint obtained from fishing requires dozens of iron. I simply cannot spare the resources. Whoever wants it, please bid. Chen Lang immediately sent a message. Upon seeing that it was Chen Lang reaching out, the seller's enthusiasm surged. After some pleasantries, they expressed a desire to exchange it for food. Chen Lang had no shortage of provisions that he offered either pork or rice seeds in exchange for the anvil blueprint. After much hesitation, Lu Liang ultimately chose the rice seeds. After a hearty meal, I can endure a little longer without food. I'll go with the latter, he conceded. Ding! Trade successful. The system's notification chimed, and the anvil blueprint appeared in Chen Lang's backpack. Item: Anvil blueprint. Blueprint type: Production blueprint repeatable. Grade: Ordinary. Description: Gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials: Iron blocks 3, iron ingots 4. The anvil is undoubtedly one of the tools that consumes the most iron in the early stages, even more than crafting a complete set of iron armor. It represents a conditional obstacle. Those who possess the means may not see its value, while those who seek its utility may find themselves lacking the resources. Only a survivor like Chen Lang, who needed to upgrade equipment, would go out of his way to acquire it. Moreover, for someone like Chen Lang, who had access to both an artificial mine and a natural cave, the iron resources needed to create an anvil were but a mere trifle. He stored the blueprint in the workbench and then headed to the furnace wall. There he synthesized 3 units of iron blocks, leaving him with 4 iron ingots. He placed these materials onto the one-time blueprint. Ding! Manufacturing successful. Obtained item: Anvil 1. Item: Anvil. Grade: Ordinary. Description: A simplified forging tool derived from the forging station, used for repairing or upgrading weapons, tools, and other equipment. Note: The equipment being repaired or upgraded must be of a level less than or equal to Tier 3. Exceeding this limit will result in the anvil being overburdened and immediately rendered useless afterwards. Exceeding the upper limit will lead to destruction. No matter if the anvil is lost, it can be remade. I have plenty of iron. Chen Lang waved his hand dismissively. He removed the flowing silver armor once more and placed it alongside the black dragon scales on the anvil. Ding! Confirm the use of black dragon scales and black dragon wings to repair and upgrade the flowing silver armor? Yes, Chen Lang nodded. Ding! Anvil overburdened, now rendered useless. Ding! Repair and upgrade successful. Obtained Tier 7 equipment. Black Scale Dragon Armor. Equipment: Black Scale Dragon Armor. Enchanted. Grade: Tier 7. Description: A fusion upgrade of the flowing silver armor. Black dragon wings and black dragon scales, capable of switching between retracted and defensive modes, and can unfurl the black dragon wings to engage in brief flight at the cost of stamina. Note: Enhanced with Tier 7 Hard Thorns enchantment, which returns 50 of the damage received to the attacker, provided their level does not exceed Tier 7. Upon wearing the black scale dragon armor, Chen Lang's entire demeanor transformed dramatically. If the flowing silver armor had evoked the image of a noble knight from the Middle Ages, then now, clad in the sleek black dragon scale armor with the ability to unfurl dragon wings, Chen Lang resembled a formidable demon lord. As time passed, the 5th day drew to a close with the setting sun. After a deep slumber, he awakened to the 6th day of his novice protection period. Chen Lang wore the black scale dragon armor for a full 24 hours. just as he had with the flowing silver armor. Maintaining a retracted state in everyday situations, appearing as a streamlined figure in black attire. When combat arose, he would shift into a defensive stance, transforming into a humanoid demon lord. What should he do first each morning? Head to the port for fishing. With fishing rod in hand, Chen Lang arrived at the port to commence his daily ritual of 5 fishing attempts. Fishing at the port reduces the likelihood of aerial attacks and enhances loot drop rates. Today, during his 5 fishing attempts, he encountered a rare occurrence of an empty catch. Yet the remaining 4 yielded exceptional rewards. 4 treasure chests lined up neatly on the wooden dock, with the lowest being a Tier 2 bronze chest, while the other 2 were Tier 3 silver chests, culminating in the first ever appearance of a Tier 4 gold chest. Despite the empty catch, he had managed to reel in the elusive Tier 4 gold chest, making today quite fortuitous indeed. Gazing at the 4 treasure chests arranged in a row upon the port's wooden planks, Chen Lang couldn't help but express his admiration. Without hesitation, he began to open the chests. Ding! Bronze chest 1, opening successful. Acquired building, fertile farmland 1. Grade, Tier 2. Description: a carefully cultivated piece of farmland with rich soil, capable of promoting rapid growth of crops up to Tier 2 and below. Note 1. Repeated planting requires replenishment of nutrients and water. Otherwise, the farmland may become barren, dropping from Tier 2 to a lower level. Note 2. Can be extracted from the backpack and placed at a designated location with 1 click. But the location cannot be changed afterward. Choose the placement site wisely. Another piece of Tier 2 farmland? Excellent. This addition means another building, and crucially, crop production can be expanded as the current farmland is already fully utilized. As the saying goes, food is the foundation of survival. For a survivor, farmland is invaluable, allowing for the cultivation of food as well as rare materials like the red flame flower, making it ever more desirable. He continued to open the remaining chests. Ding! Silver chest 2, opening successful. Acquired item, basic forging station 1. Acquire materials, Tier 3 energy crystal 1, lapis lazuli 100. The beginner's forging table, energy crystals, and lapis lazuli are all of varying utility. Chen Lang stored these rewards in his backpack. Then he opened the 4th and most significant treasure chest. Chapter 45. The blazing sandstorm crossbow. Farmer, the dragon egg is about to hatch. Ding! Golden treasure chest 1, successfully opened. Acquired equipment, sandstorm crossbow 1. Equipment, sandstorm crossbow. Grade, Tier 4. Description: a soil attribute ranged weapon crafted primarily from molten crystal sand, steeped in dragon blood for 49 days. Wow, a golden legend. The opening yielded a Tier 4 crossbow, and Chen Lang was overjoyed. With this, the high-tier horn bow could gracefully retire to the sidelines. Ecstatic, he grasped the sandstorm crossbow, which boasted a rugged yet exquisite design. Enveloped in a tawny hue, with orange-red crystals embedded in certain areas, emanating a searing aura, he immediately activated his innate ability. Ding! Confirming the consumption of 1 free opportunity to super enhance the sandstorm crossbow? Yes, Chen Lang nodded. The sandstorm crossbow was instantly enveloped in the glow of enhancement. Ding! Enhancement successful. Sandstorm crossbow has been upgraded to blazing sandstorm crossbow. Equipment: blazing sandstorm crossbow. Grade: Tier 6. Description: the upgraded version of the sandstorm crossbow. Infused with a molten core, possessing both fire and soil attributes, significantly amplifying its power and endowed with various skills. Skill: Sandstorm Arrow Rain. An arrow splits and replicates into a torrential rain of arrows, akin to a howling sandstorm, inflicting area damage. Skill: Fiery Lava Arrow. After drawing the bowstring to charge, it fires a lava arrow that guarantees critical damage and inflicts a persistent burning effect. The super-enhanced Blazing Sandstorm crossbow transitioned from a singular soil attribute to a dual fire soil attribute. Additionally, acquiring 2 new skills, it was a splendid augmentation upon its original foundation. Now, with the black scale dragon armor for defense and the blazing sandstorm crossbow for ranged assault, the previously formidable Tier 5 flowing silver longsword had regrettably descended to the bottom tier, urgently requiring an upgrade. Observing other survivors on the communication channel, who were elated to unearth a Tier 3 equipment. Chen Lang chuckled and shook his head. Point 1 could only say that sometimes rapid advancement can also bring about its own troubles. Adjusting his mindset, he noted that today marked the 6th day of the novice protection period. The maritime calamity loomed ever closer. Chen Lang had numerous tasks to accomplish today. First, he approached the farmland, retrieving the second Tier 2 farmland obtained from the previous chest and placing it beside the first plot. With the two farmlands adjacent, the cultivated area instantly doubled. Then, Chen Lang began harvesting the mature crops from the first plot. Wood resources surged once again. Various oak logs, planks, and sticks piled up into several heaps. The quantity of wood had far exceeded his current needs. There was no necessity for further expansion. Maintaining the current output sufficed. The remaining saplings were placed on the trading platform. Chen Lang listed the oak saplings for lapis lazuli. Over 200 saplings yielded merely 10 pieces of lapis lazuli. Better to have some than none at all. Chen Lang maintained an optimistic outlook. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. He promptly opened a freshly picked coconut and relished a hearty drink. After quenching his thirst, he began to harvest the spiritual rice. After several rounds of cultivation, his spiritual rice had grown substantially. In recent days, he had crafted a wooden barrel, drawing water from the freshwater well, placing it over the campfire, tossing in a handful of spiritual rice to cook into porridge. He also roasted some fish caught from the net, alongside the Tier 5 dragon meat obtained from slaying the black-winged dragon. Oh my, the meals were simply splendid. The key was that both spiritual rice and dragon meat were considered highly nourishing. Prolonged consumption greatly benefited the survivors. After several meals, both Chen Lang's strength and endurance attributes had increased slightly. His current attributes were as follows: Spirit 45, Strength 52, Speed 45, Endurance 52, Magic 59. If he continued consuming these two attributes would further grow, making him increasingly formidable. Returning to the matter at hand, after cutting wood and harvesting rice, Chen Lang also gathered 3 types of rare plants from the farmland. Under the influence of bone meal, the red flame flower, nectar fruit, and azure spirit grass thrived remarkably overnight. The specific harvest was as follows: red flame flower 3, nectar fruit 4, azure spirit grass 2. Having completed his tasks in the farmland, Chen Lang proceeded to the pasture. This pasture was hastily constructed using blueprints to elevate the island to Tier 2, with the initial intention of capturing some small animals from the island for domestication. However, amidst the hustle of other tasks, he had completely forgotten about it. With so much to do, it was easy to overlook certain matters. Yet starting now was not too late. In recent days, during his routine inspections, Chen Lang had noted that the woods harbored numerous chickens, pigs, and cows. Thus, he ventured into the wooded area, clutching a handful of spiritual rice. Rich in energy, spiritual rice held immense allure for wild animals, particularly birds. Soon, 5 or 6 colorful wild chickens flocked to the spiritual rice. Chen Lang took a few steps forward, intentionally dropping some grains. The wild chickens, oblivious to the fact that they were being lured, eagerly followed him, pecking at the scattered rice. It was only when he closed the pasture's gate with a clang that the chickens realized they had been confined within the coop, surrounded by stone walls and topped with a net. Unable to escape. Cluck, cluck, cluck. This is what it means for birds to perish for food. Watching the flapping wild chickens in the coop, Chen Lang crossed his arms, feeling quite pleased. Ding! Achieving the milestone of domestication by capturing an animal for the first time. Farmer I. Experience points 10. The previously empty pasture now brimmed with life. After completing these tasks, Chen Lang glanced at the sky and realized it was nearing noon. Calculating the time, the dragon egg on Island 9527 should be close to hatching. Immediately, Chen Lang approached the main teleportation array, consuming 10 Tier 1 energy crystals to activate the array. With a swoosh, the light beam of the teleportation array transported him to Island 9527. Originally, a few beasts were wandering near the subteleportation array. But upon seeing Chen Lang, they scattered in fright. Not only was Chen Lang at Tier 4, but he had also defeated the former lord, the black-winged dragon, becoming the new ruler. Naturally, the island's beasts were terrified of him. At the mere sight of Chen Lang, they fled in all directions, disappearing without a trace. They sure can run fast. Chen Lang scoffed. With a thought, he activated the full power state of the black-scale dragon armor. And a pair of imposing black dragon wings unfurled from his back that he soared into the air, heading toward the cliff cave. Short-distance flight consumed a fair amount of stamina, a feat challenging for ordinary Tier 4 survivors. Yet Chen Lang remained unfazed, effortlessly reaching the lair of the black-winged dragon. Deep within the dragon's nest, the dark absolute black king dragon egg was indeed on the verge of hatching. Chapter 46. The young dragon acknowledges its master. Dragon Rider, the abundant multi-layered chain mine. The massive egg surface was now covered in a web of cracks, shaking more violently with each moment. Finally, Chen Lang witnessed a young dragon, over 3 meters long with a wingspan nearing 5 meters, emerge from the shell, letting out its first roar upon entering this world. Roar. One could say, as the system described, it was a formidable dragon race with world-destroying power. Despite being a freshly hatched dragon, its voice was still juvenile, yet the pressure it emitted surpassed that of the previous Tier 5 black-winged dragon. The ferocious beasts on Island 9527, still recovering from their initial shock at Chen Lang's appearance, were once again startled by the dragon's roar, trembling in fear and retreating to their lairs, unwilling to venture out for food. The island's beasts. Today is a day to stay home, avoid going out. Inside the cliff cave, the newly hatched dark absolute black king dragon immediately spotted Chen Lang. Before it, that high-level dragon beasts do not possess the instinct to recognize their father at first glance and were about to attack out of instinct. Chen Lang snorted coldly. "You wretched creature! You don't even recognize me?" With a loud shout, the dark absolute black king dragon's eyes instantly cleared. It sensed a profound connection between itself and the human before it, akin to a subordinate to a superior. This human was its master, just hatched and still a blank slate. The dark absolute black king dragon smoothly accepted this designation, its demeanor shifting from fierce and wary to fawning and submissive. Approaching Chen Lang with small, tentative steps, continually rubbing its head against him. Chen Lang lowered his head to examine the details panel of the young dragon. Fierce beast, dark absolute black king dragon, owner recognized. Level, first stage, juvenile. Growing, attributes, spirit 20, strength 33, speed 30, stamina 18, magic 40. Description: born from the apocalyptic dragon lineage in the abyssal depths. Even in its juvenile form, it possesses formidable powers of annihilation, and upon maturity, it wields terrifying destructive capabilities. Skills: Great Annihilation Dragon Breath, Black King Extermination, Dark Absolute Claw, Dragon Pressure Goodness. Merely a first stage, yet its attributes are so high, it seems unlikely that even an ordinary fourth-stage survivor could contend with you. Truly, it is worthy of being a dragon, having an exceptional foundation and starting ahead of the pack. Gazing at the exaggerated 5-dimensional attributes of the young dragon, Chen Lang could only click his tongue in amazement. Were it not for his super enhancement, which doubled his attribute values, he might not stand a chance against this little creature. So impressive. I shall call you Xiao He from now on. Chen Lang was not particularly skilled in naming. Once you grow stronger, you can give yourself a title, something like Black Dragon Emperor or Tyrant Dragon God. In any case, here with me, you shall be called Xiao He. Xiao He was quite perceptive. Having just been born, it could already comprehend Chen Lang's words to a considerable extent. However, it was evident that it was not entirely pleased with the name Xiao He. Yet, being named by its master Chen Lang, it could only nod in agreement. Although Xiao He was still a juvenile dragon, it was already quite sizable, capable of carrying a person. Thus, Chen Lang placed the saddle he had previously fished out onto Xiao He's back and mounted it. With a firm command, he declared, "Take off." Xiao He immediately planted its 4 feet firmly on the ground, exerting a powerful force, and with a flap of its wings, soared into the sky, carrying Chen Lang aloft. Ding! Taming a dragon beast and flying upon it has achieved the accomplishment. Dragon Knight, gaining 100 experience points. Woohoo! Exhilarating. Although Chen Lang had flown a bit on his own earlier, the sensation of riding on a dragon was entirely different. He soared through the skies on Xiao He, heading towards Island 2887. Xiao He was remarkably swift. The pair raced across the ocean, quickly drawing the attention of numerous avian beasts. These avian beasts were not only adept at diving into the sea to hunt small fish and shrimp, but also showed no hesitation in approaching any creature that appeared in the air. Soon, Chen Lang spotted 7 or 8 avian beasts flapping their wings menacingly towards them. Humph, they're walking into their own demise, just as Chen Lang prepared to unleash the dragon might skill from his dragon ring. Xiao He, eager to showcase its prowess before Chen Lang, was also famished. Eyeing the large birds approaching, it perceived them not as foes, but as prey delivered right to its doorstep. Roar! With a fierce roar, the dragon's aura of superiority suddenly surged forth. The avian beasts, such as the black feather eagle, who had approached with ill intentions just moments before, were instantly struck with fear, their vision dimming. They quickly realized they had provoked an unwelcome presence and hastily beat their wings to retreat. Xiao He disdainfully let out a low growl, as if to say, "Want to escape? Too late." It then unfurled its wings and gave chase. Though it was only a first stage, Xiao He's speed was still impressive, hardly slower than Chen Lang's own flight. For these avian beasts, it was a crushing defeat. Within mere breaths, it caught up to them. With a sweep of its dragon claws, the sharp talons effortlessly tore apart the fleeing avian beasts, blood raining down from the skies. Ding! Congratulations, your battle pet Xiao He has slain 3 first-stage black feather eagles, obtaining 33 flying feathers, 15 poultry meat, and 12 bones. As Xiao He's pet, the spoils from defeated monsters would automatically be credited to Chen Lang's backpack. Here, this is your bounty. Eat up. Chen Lang tossed the gathered poultry meat to Xiao He, who devoured it voraciously. With the previous black feather eagles serving as a warning, coupled with Xiao He's continuous release of dragon pressure, neither Chen Lang nor Xiao He encountered further attacks from avian beasts on the remainder of their journey. In fact, no avian beast dared to disturb the pair. Thus, Chen Lang rode Xiao He down to the port of Island 2887. After dismounting, Xiao He promptly shrank in size, transforming from a nearly 3-meter-long, 5-meter wingspan creature into a remarkably petite form, able to comfortably perch upon Chen Lang's shoulder. You can shrink too? Excellent. This makes it more convenient for you to accompany me. Chen Lang smiled and ripped off another piece of poultry meat to feed Xiao He before heading towards the natural mine. With a flick of his hand, the iron mother crystal he had obtained after slaying the iron-eating ants in the underground cave of Island 9527 appeared in his palm. Although the artificial mine tunnel on Island 9527 was of a higher level, its mineral resources had been nearly depleted by the iron-eating ants, rendering it of little value. In contrast, the natural mine on Island 2887 still boasted a rich supply of mineral resources. Let us use this iron mother crystal here, Chen Lang murmured to himself, tossing the iron mother crystal into the mine. As soon as it hit the ground, the iron mother crystal, akin to a ginseng fruit, melded into the earth. After a considerable time, the nutrients from the iron mother crystal were fully absorbed by the natural mine, significantly expanding its scale and rendering it more profound and enigmatic. Resource-rich multi-layered chain mine. Grade, 6th stage. Description: a mine containing various resources. Extraction can yield coal, rough iron, rough copper, rough gold, lapis lazuli, emeralds, diamonds, dark iron, mithril, and special crystalline ores, but the mine will also spawn various monsters, presenting both dangers and opportunities. Mineral types and proportions: coal 20, iron or 10, copper or 5, lapis lazuli 10, emerald 5, gold 5, diamond 5, dark iron 10, mithril 10, special crystalline 20 supplement. Monster levels have increased to 1st and 6th stages, and each layer of the mine contains a boss-level layer master. As the mine's level rose, so too did the quality of the mineral resources and the monsters within. Boom! 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 Some monsters wandered to the edge of the cave. The wooden barriers that had previously contained them were now utterly inadequate, collapsing after just a few hits. Several zombies clawed their way out of the mine, immediately lunging towards Chen Lang, who stood at the cave entrance. How the zombies at the entrance reached 2nd stage, Chen Lang's eyes lit up. While 1st stage monsters would yield no experience when slain, he was quite interested in 2nd stage monsters that he promptly drew the Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow. This newly acquired ranged weapon was finally poised to showcase its might. Chen Lang loaded an arrow and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The power of the sixth-stage crossbow was significantly greater than that of the second-stage hornbow, the two being entirely on different levels. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a second-stage monster. Cave Zombie 1, obtaining 1 second-stage energy crystal for pieces of rotten meat, 8 bones, and 20 experience points. Just as Chen Lang fired the bolt to kill the first zombie, Xiaohe leapt down from his shoulder, charging boldly into the mine to clear the path for Chen Lang. Chapter 47. Mining and Encountering Hidden Wild Monsters. Ding! Your battle pet, Xiaohe, has slain 3 second-stage monsters. Cave Zombies. Obtaining 3 second-stage energy crystals, 12 pieces of rotten meat, 15 bones, and 60 experience points. Ding! Your battle pet, Xiaohe, has slain. The notifications of kills rang out continuously, with Xiaohe present. Chen Lang found that he hardly needed to lift a finger. The few monsters that blocked their path were swiftly dispatched, allowing them to stride confidently into the mine. Indeed, the environment within the mine had changed. The markers he had previously left behind had vanished. Raising his torch, Chen Lang discovered that the markings he had made to avoid getting lost during his initial descent had been completely covered and refreshed with the mine's upgrade. Disappearing without a trace, he would have to mark them anew. Awoo! Xiaohe trailed behind Chen Lang. Seeing him hold the torch for illumination, IT let out a roar and spewed forth a ball of deep crimson flame, which floated around Chen Lang, providing light in place of the torch. Moreover, this flame contained the dragon pressure of the dark absolute black king dragon, deterring even second and third stage monsters of higher levels than Xiaohe, preventing them from daring to approach recklessly. Chen Lang was free to wield his luck-enhanced stone pickaxe, focusing solely on the task of mining. Quite well done. A reward awaits after a while. Chen Lang stroked Xiaohe's dragon head, then turned and swung the third-stage luck-enhanced stone pickaxe. Clang, clang, clang! The crisp sound of mining echoed throughout the cave. With a Mine S upgrade, the quality of the mineral resources also improved. The original natural mine could only yield some inferior iron ore, with a high impurity content in the rough iron, making it difficult to smelt even a few iron pellets from a palm-sized piece of rough iron. However, with each upgrade, particularly this one, which directly elevated it to a 6-stage mine, the quality of the minerals saw a significant enhancement, both in density and collection yield. Ding! Congratulations, you have mine-quality iron ore, obtaining 3 rough iron pieces. Ding! Congratulations on unearthing standard iron ore, yielding rough iron 2. Ding! Congratulations on excavating premium iron ore, yielding rough iron 12. It is not merely iron. Coal, as a vital fuel, also presents a commendable output. Ding! Congratulations on unearthing standard coal ore, yielding coal 2. Ding! Congratulations on excavating excellent coal ore, yielding coal 8. Ding! Congratulations on uncovering quality iron ore, yielding coal 5. Thus, Chen Lang, accompanied by Xiaohe, delved deeper into the increasingly intricate mine, tirelessly excavating. Before long, he had amassed over 100 pieces of rough iron, more than 200 pieces of coal, and over 40 pieces of rough copper. He had reached the end of one mining tunnel, seemingly devoid of any further ore. But wait, there seemed to be something ahead. Chen Lang activated the black-scale dragon armor and noticed a faint glow emanating from the tunnel's terminus, evoking a sense of déjà vu. Could it be that an ant colony of iron eaters resides here as well? Chen Lang and Xiaohe, one human and one dragon, lowered their steps and approached cautiously, finally encountering the mysterious presence at the tunnel's end. Good news, it is not an ant colony. Bad news, it is another creature never before seen. A green, putrid zombie? Ugh! What an atrocious stench, even worse than the odor of my neighbor's uncle's socks that haven't been washed for over 30 days. A wave of foul odor assaulted Chen Lang's senses, causing his features to scrunch in disgust. The more sensitive-nosed Xiaohe promptly retched. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, Chen Lang focused on the end of the tunnel, where the creature exuded an eerie green glow. Its form covered in green fur and pustules, an utterly repugnant zombie monster. Monster, corrupted phantom. Level, for description, an evolved individual of cave zombies, further eroded by bizarre energy, thoroughly decayed, entirely cloaked in ominous green fur and pustules. Typically motionless, once awakened, it reveals extreme aggression. Skill: decaying toxic gas, emits dark green poison mist. Skill: pustule bombardment, pustules across its body eject clumps of toxic pus. Skill: toxic self-detonation, will suddenly explode when health reaches a critical threshold. Supplement: this individual is a subordinate of the first layer's boss. Slaying it grants additional rewards. Well, mining has unearthed hidden wild monsters. Chen Lang scoffed. He harbored no fondness for such grotesque entities, and upon reading the system's description of additional rewards for slaying, he found yet another compelling reason to eliminate it. "Xiaohei, you go first," Chen Lang commanded. Equally disgusted by the four-tier corrupted phantom, Xiaohei charged forward. The skill dragon's might was unleashed, enveloping the subterranean space at the tunnel's end with a fierce aura. All foes of inferior bloodline rank to Xiaohei would be suppressed. The four-tier corrupted phantom was affected by the pressure. However, being a monster rather than a beast, the effect was less pronounced. Its strength remained largely intact, feeling rather provoked. It immediately opened its mouth to unleash a wave of dark green toxic mist. Skill: decaying toxic gas. Even a mere whiff of this gas could cause the respiratory system and internal organs to rot and fester, inducing immense suffering. Thankfully, Xiaohei was prepared. It promptly activated its skill. Great Annihilation Dragon Breath. Fiery crimson flames erupted from its maw. Before the flames imbued with annihilation power, the corrupted toxic gas was incinerated into nothingness at a visible rate. Yet the corrupted phantom exhaled a greater volume of toxic gas. In the ensuing exchange, both parties reached a stalemate. Chen Lang, observing Xiaohei's display of strength from behind, nodded in approval. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the sixth-tier ranged weapon, Crimson Flame Sandstorm Crossbow, appeared in his grasp. The crossbow had been preloaded with a set of arrows, so Chen Lang raised it without needing to reload, aiming at the corrupted phantom now shrouded in decaying gas. With a pull of the trigger, whoosh, an arrow shot forth, piercing the corrupted phantom's skull. The formidable power of the sixth-tier ranged weapon inflicted severe damage upon the corrupted phantom, which retaliated in fury. Launching its skill, Pustule Bombardment. Pustules of various sizes across its body expelled clumps of foul, highly toxic pus, densely aimed at Chen Lang and Xiaohei. Xiaohei prepared to unleash its ultimate skill, Black King Annihilation, but Chen Lang gestured to halt and activated one of the crossbow's innate skills, Sandstorm Arrow Rain. Chapter 48, Triple Kill. Obtain Hidden Treasure Chest. One arrow instantly split into dozens, resembling a torrential downpour of arrows, surpassing even the bombardment of pus from the corrupted phantom. Not only did it nullify the assault, but numerous energy arrows struck the corrupted phantom, while the group attack skill dealt lower individual damage. The sixth-tier arrows, even with diminished power, were beyond the capacity of the severely injured four-tier corrupted phantom to withstand. The corrupted phantom's health bar dwindled to a mere sliver. Its passive skill, Toxic Self-Detonation, activated, emitting a garbled, menacing roar reminiscent of a certain double agent known as Pangolin, shouting at Chen Lang and Xiaohei. "I am destined to die, but you shan't escape either. Want to self-destruct? Not a chance." Chen Lang and Xiaohei shared a silent understanding. Soon as the former's words fell, the latter sprang into action, unleashing another breath of annihilation that forcibly interrupted the self-detonation, bringing an end to the corrupted phantom. "Ding, your battle companion Xiaohei has slain the four-tier monster, Corrupted Phantom 1, earning 4-tier Energy Crystal 1, 4-tier Corrupted Flesh 10, 4-tier Bones 8, Venom Sac 1, Experience Points 40. Ding, slaying the first layer's hidden monster, 1-3. Defeating all hidden monsters on the first layer grants an additional reward. Beginner Treasure Chest 1. Eliminating all 3 hidden monsters on the first layer yields a treasure chest. Has this turned into a hidden quest?" Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. In any case, I plan to cleanse all the creatures within this mine, so if I can gain additional rewards while doing so, it would be foolish not to. Come, Xiaohei, we shall conclude today's mining here. Let us now seek out the hidden monsters. The beginner treasure chest shall be mine. Stowing away the crimson flame sandstorm crossbow, Chen Lang patted Xiaohe, who promptly followed in step. The upgraded mine had become significantly more complex, divided into numerous upper and lower layers, each with a labyrinth of intricate branching tunnels. Locating the remaining 2 hidden monsters in this seemingly inescapable web of pathways was no small feat. Fortunately, Xiaohe was there to assist. As a dragon beast, Xiaohe possessed keen senses at that moment. It continuously nodded up and down, sniffing the air. The higher the level of the beast or monster, the more distinct the aura it left behind, lingering longer. After wandering for a while, Xiaohe suddenly detected something and dashed towards a branching tunnel. Found it? Chen Lang realized that Xiaohe had tracked the scent of a high-tier monster and quickly followed suit. However, upon arriving, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. Indeed, it was a higher-level monster, a 3-tier skeleton swordsman wielding an iron sword. But upon checking the system's details, it was not one of the 3 hidden monsters of the first layer. What a disappointment! Feeling somewhat disheartened, Chen Lang took his frustration out on the skeleton swordsman. Grasping the silver long sword, he unleashed a white energy sword strike, instantly reducing the skeleton swordsman to a pile of shattered bones. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the 3-tier monster, Skeleton Swordsman 1. The system's kill notification chimed, prompting Xiaohe to continue searching for the next potential target. Xiaohe promptly complied. Under Xiaohe's guidance, Chen Lang arrived at another tunnel's end. Surely this time it cannot be wrong. Chen Lang gazed into the dim underground space. The next moment, a faint smile graced his lips. Found it! There in the shadowy, subterranean expanse. A 6 or 7 meter long giant centipede, with an indeterminate number of legs and glowing red eyes, was entwining a 2-tier cave zombie, injecting venom into its body in the blink of an eye. The zombie's flesh and blood dissolved, and the giant centipede began to feast upon the extracted juices, relishing its meal. Beast. 100-legged giant centipede. Level. Description. A ferocious centipede-like beast, driven by a strong desire to attack, often dwelling in dark underground locales. Skill. 100-legged bind. Entangles prey with its long, thick body. Skill. Venomous bite. The foremost pair of legs, resembling venomous fangs, pierces the prey, injecting venom. Skill. 100-legged creature. Deaf but not stilled when gravely injured. It will sever its tail to survive. Supplement. This individual is a subordinate of the first layer's boss. Slaying it grants additional rewards. From the details, the 100-legged giant centipede appeared comparable in strength to the previously encountered corrupted phantom. Chen Lang, disinterested in testing its prowess, opted for a direct attack from a distance. The Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow was once again in hand, and this time he activated the second skill, Lava Strike Arrow. The energies of fire and earth within the mine began to coalesce within the crossbow, and as the charge concluded, Chen Lang pulled the trigger, launching an arrow that resembled molten rock forged by searing fire. The lava arrow sliced through the dimly lit mine tunnel, tracing a fleeting crimson line in the blink of an eye. It struck the head of the centipede with deadly precision. Boom! The arrow detonated upon impact. The critical damage dealt by the 6-tier crossbow was nothing short of explosive. Just a moment before, the centipede had been sipping on a zombie beverage, and the next, Chen Lang had blown its head off with a single shot. The accompanying burning effect continued to torment the corpse. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the 4th-tier ferocious beast, Centipede 1, earning a 4th-tier Energy Crystal 1. Experience points, 40. Ding! You have defeated the hidden monster in the first layer of the mine. 2-3. Defeating all hidden monsters in the first layer will grant you an additional reward. Beginner Treasure Chest 1. The system notifications chimed in rapid succession. The progress of the hidden quest had surpassed the halfway mark. Only one more hidden monster needed to be slain to obtain the hidden reward. Let us go. Let us move quickly. Chen Lang urged Xiaohe, while adhering to the principle of not allowing the horse to run without offering it grass. He retrieved a sizable chunk of beast meat from his backpack and tossed it to Xiaohe for a hearty feast, incentivizing it to exert more effort and perform admirably. Oh woo! Xiaohe responded cheerfully, devouring the meat in a few bites. Indeed, it began to sniff around with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, having traversed this path, most of the other monsters above the third tier had been cleared away, significantly reducing the difficulty of locating the true target. Before long, with Xiao Hei's assistance, Chen Lang discovered the final hidden monster, which met the same fate as the previous two. Chen Lang thrust his sword forth, unleashing a wave of sword energy with his flowing silver blade. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a fourth-tier monster. Ding! You have defeated the hidden monster in the first layer of the mine. 3-3. Congratulations on receiving an additional reward. Beginner Treasure Chest 1. Accompanied by the system notification, a treasure chest identical to those found previously appeared in Chen Lang's backpack. Chapter 49. Intermediate Treasure Chest. Island Promotion to 3rd Tier. Bonus Update. Item. Beginner Treasure Chest. Grade. 3rd Tier. Description. A chest obtained by completing a hidden quest. Opening it may yield one or more random rewards. The fishing treasure chest can only yield one reward, so it is prudent to open the chest first to assess the quality of the reward before deciding on super enhancement. However, treasure chests often yield multiple rewards. Thus, enhancing it first before opening would maximize the benefits. Therefore, Chen Lang activated his innate ability. Ding! Confirming the consumption of a first-tier energy crystal 100. Would you like to super enhance beginner treasure chest 1? Yes, Chen Lang nodded. Thus, amidst Xiao Hei's astonished gaze, the treasure chest was enveloped in radiant light. When the brilliance faded, the chest transformed into a more luxurious and noble version. Item. Intermediate treasure chest. Grade. 6th tier. Description. An upgraded version of the treasure chest obtained from completing a hidden quest. Opening it may yield one or more random rewards. Would you like to open it? Open. Chen Lang replied without hesitation. In the next moment, the lid of the intermediate treasure chest slowly lifted, and several luminous orbs floated out, each presenting itself before Chen Lang, none of which were ordinary items. The investment of those 100 energy crystals was truly worthwhile. Chen Lang, brimming with excitement, eagerly examined the rewards contained within the orbs. The first orb typically contained basic resource rewards, and indeed it did. Gained resources. First tier fire energy crystal 1. First tier energy crystal 1000. Beginner lapis lazuli 300. The second orb. Gained building. Fertile farmland 1. Another piece of second tier farmland. 3 pieces could be combined into a third tier farmland. Chen Lang continued to open orbs. Gained item. Crucible blueprint 1. Type. One-time blueprint. Grade. First tier. Description. Gather the required materials. Place them on the blueprint, and it will automatically synthesize the final product. Required materials. Iron block 1, iron ingot 4, clay 1, gained item, watchtower blueprint 1. Type, production blueprint reusable. Grade, 3rd tier. Description, gather the required materials. Place them on the blueprint, and it will automatically synthesize the final product. Required materials. 3rd tier energy crystal 1, stone block 9, iron block 3, iron ingot 8, logs 10, planks 9, ladders 7, fences 8, gained resources, essence fruit tree 1, grade, 5th tier can grow, description of a rather rare treasure of heaven and earth. The fruits produced have purifying effects, and long-term consumption can improve one's physique and enhance potential. Gained equipment, demon slaying blade 1, grade, 6th tier, description, a massive blade that has slain countless demons in ancient times. Sharp edge with a broad body adorned with a carved black dragon's head, exuding a menacing aura. Skill, demon slaying slash, consume stamina to unleash a powerful blade aura, dealing extra damage to undead and other demonic creatures. A bountiful harvest. Indeed, a tremendous bounty. This was by far the most rewarding treasure chest Chen Lang had ever opened. What a windfall. Chen Lang beamed with delight. Previously, he had fretted over where to procure so many buildings. But unexpectedly, a single treasure chest had nearly resolved the issue. Now he could promote the island to the 3rd tier today. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Lang first fulfilled his promise to Xiao Hei by dumping a large quantity of meat from his backpack. Stay right here and don't wander off. I'm going to upgrade the island. Chen Lang first made his way to the farmland. After opening several chests, he had obtained 2 pieces of 2nd tier farmland. And with this latest addition, he now had 3. After pondering for a moment, Chen Lang shook his head. No need. Farmland can also be upgraded by enhancing its fertility. With that, he buried the rotten meat dropped by the zombies during his mining trip into the soil. A qualitative change spurred by quantitative accumulation. Ding! Fertility has reached third-tier standards. Fertile farmland second tier has been upgraded to fertile farmland third tier. Building, fertile farmland. Grade, third tier. Description, carefully cultivated farmland with abundant fertility. Capable of promoting rapid growth for crops of third tier and below. Note, repeated planting requires replenishment of fertility and water. Otherwise, the farmland may become barren due to excessive fertility consumption. Dropping from second tier to a lower grade. Current fertility, 100, current water source. 80, planted crops, spirit rice, oak grove, coconut tree, fire blossom, dew fruit, Chen Lang grass fruit. Growth rate, normal crops 3x. First tier crops 3x, second tier crops 2x, third tier 1x, fourth tier 0.5x. Unable to plant above fifth tier. With the first farmland upgraded to the third tier, combined with the fourth tier energy crystal defense tower and the teleportation array connecting to island 9527. One of the requirements for promoting the island to the third tier, having more than 3 third-tier buildings, was successfully met. Moreover, with the completion of the third farmland, there were already 3 farmlands, 1 freshwater well, 1 energy crystal defense tower, 1 pasture, 1 wooden house, 1 port, and a total of 9 buildings, including the mother array of the teleportation array. Chen Lang's survivor level had also surpassed the third tier and reached the fourth tier. All conditions were fulfilled. The long-awaited island upgrade notification finally echoed in Chen Lang's ears. Ding, detecting that island 2887 has met all upgrade conditions. Would you like to promote? Promote. I want to promote the island right now. Chen Lang could hardly contain his excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, the familiar scenes began to unfold once more. First, the island's area expanded again, this time with a significantly larger increase than in previous upgrades. The east-west and north-south diameters of island 2887 reached 1,000 meters, quadrupling its area compared to the previous second tier. The forests on the island became more lush, the rocky peaks towered higher, and the mining area was upgraded from 6th tier to 7th tier. Accompanying the island's promotion were the little wooden house and fishing rod, both of which were part of the beginner's initial set. The little wooden house had become much more spacious and sturdy after the previous 2 upgrades, and this time it was even divided into a living room, a kitchen, and a bedroom, no longer just bare walls. The fishing rod, having been super enhanced by Chen Lang from the very beginning, had now risen to 4th tier, always remaining 1 tier above the island. The catch rate had also soared. The detailed panel was as follows. Chapter 50, 4th tier farmland, spirit water fountain, planting essence fruit trees. Each time there's a 10 chance of encountering Air Force, a 40 chance of obtaining a 2nd tier treasure chest, a 25 chance of acquiring a 3rd tier treasure chest, a 15 chance of receiving a 4th tier treasure chest, a 9 chance of finding a 5th tier treasure chest, and a 1 chance of discovering a 6th tier treasure chest. Remaining fishing attempts, 0. The drop rate has improved somewhat. The key factor is that the prize pool's upper limit has been refreshed, allowing even 5th tier and 6th tier treasure chests to be caught. Unfortunately, today's fishing opportunities were exhausted early as soon as the clock strikes midnight tomorrow, and my attempts refresh. I shall venture to the seaside for fishing. Chen Lang stowed away his fishing rod, which had become more resilient and significantly enhanced in quality. I could see that moment. The system's regional announcement appeared as per usual. Ding. Promotion successful. Island number 2887 has been upgraded to 3rd tier island. Regional announcement forthcoming. The familiar vibration flooded the screen, and the system announcement, repeated thrice, forcibly appeared before numerous survivors, compelling their attention. Ding. Chen Lang has upgraded Island No. 2887 to the 3rd tier, achieving the accomplishment. Always striving, experience points 50. Chen Lang was indifferent to the various comments in the chat, whether they were envious or seeking alliances. With today past, only 1 final day remained for development. Although with my current strength and the 3rd tier island, enduring the maritime calamity should pose little challenge, celebrating prematurely would entail excessive risk. I must remain prudent. Chen Lang did not allow his swift progress to lead him to arrogance that he continued to seize the time, attending to the routine matters following the island's upgrade. For instance, after each island upgrade, due to the expansion of forests and other terrains, many fierce beasts and monsters would also respawn. Although these creatures no longer posed a threat to Chen Lang, one cannot allow others to rest beside his bed. Even the smallest hazard is still a hazard that must be eliminated. In previous instances, Chen Lang had always taken matters into his own hands. However, today, he delegated this task to his battle pet, the dark absolute black dragon, Xiao He. Xiao He, go eliminate all fierce beasts and monsters on the island that are of level 1 or higher. Only leave behind the livestock such as pigs, cattle, chickens, and sheep. Use your dragon's oppressive aura to drive them to that pasture over there. Nod if you understand. Xiao He nodded vigorously. All right, go. Chen Lang patted Xiao He's head, signaling that it could commence its work. In an instant, Xiao He dashed forth like an arrow released from a bow. Before long, Chen Lang's mind was filled with the system's kill notifications. Ding, your battle pet Xiao He has slain a first-tier fierce beast. Black feather, eagle 1. Obtaining feathers 11, poultry meat 5, bones 4. Ding, your battle pet Xiao He has slain a third-tier monster, skeleton soldier 1. Obtaining a third-tier energy crystal 1, a broken chainmail 1, bones 12, experience 30. Ding, your battle pet Xiao He has slain. Assigning a monster-slaying task to Xiao He, Chen Lang himself remained busy. He wandered over to the 3 plots of farmland. Currently, one of the 3 plots had been upgraded to the 3rd tier, further enhancing its yield and planting capacity, that if the remaining 2 plots maintained this momentum and continued to enrich the soil with rotting flesh, it would not be long before they too reached the 3rd tier. Indeed, the crops sown that morning were thriving splendidly. Observing the flourishing red flame flowers and spirit rice, Chen Lang nodded, evidently pleased with the fruits of his labor. Subsequently, he retrieved a new crop from his backpack. It was one of the rewards he had obtained from a 6th-tier intermediate treasure chest, a washmarrow fruit tree. This washmarrow fruit tree was still a sapling, but its tier had already reached the 5th level. As it continued to grow, its grade could further increase. The key aspect is that the fruits produced by the washmarrow fruit tree possess the ability to cleanse and enhance attributes with prolonged use. However, there was a minor issue at present. The planting capacity of the 3rd-tier farmland was capped at 4 tiers, and crops of 5 tiers or higher could not be planted. This meant I would need to promote this 3rd-tier farmland to above the 4th tier. It is not impossible. There is a way. Fervently fertilize and water it. Chen Lang utilized the workbench to convert the various bones of fierce beasts and monsters that had accumulated in his inventory and medium-sized storage box in a bone meal. He sprinkled it liberally into the 3rd-tier farmland, as if it were free, causing the crops to grow rapidly by several cycles. The farmland had accumulated enough fertility. At this point, however, the water quality was somewhat lagging behind. Thus, Chen Lang proceeded to the freshwater well. Since constructing the freshwater well, according to the blueprint, he had essentially achieved freedom in freshwater access, occasionally indulging in the luxury of boiling water over a campfire for a hot bath to relax. However, it became evident that the freshwater well's output and water quality were subtly struggling to keep pace with the island's development. Such a situation was somewhat predictable. After all, while the island had reached the 3rd tier, the freshwater well was still merely a 1st-tier well. It was time to supercharge it as well. Chen Lang activated his innate ability. Since his 3 free attempts had already been exhausted for the day, he opted to consume energy crystals directly. Using energy crystals for super enhancement starts at a base price of 100 1st-tier energy crystals, with a maximum enhancement capability for 3rd-tier items, if enhancing 4th-tier items. The demand for energy crystals would increase, requiring either 1,000 1st-tier energy crystals or 1 corresponding 4th-tier energy crystal. The consumption for super enhancements of 5th, 6th, 7th tiers, and so forth would follow suit. In the initial days, Chen Lang found it quite challenging to gather even 10 energy crystals. So once his 3 free attempts were exhausted, he could only wait for the next day's refresh. However, in recent days, as Chen Lang's strength increased and his monster-slaying efficiency improved, he had been accumulating more energy crystals. Even when his free attempts were depleted, he could still consume energy crystals to purchase super enhancement attempts. Ding, confirming consumption of energy crystals 100, super enhancing first tier building. Freshwater well 1. Yes, enhance it for me. Chen Lang nodded. In the next moment his talent activated. Ding, super enhancement successful. First tier building freshwater well has been upgraded to a third tier building. Spirit water fountain 1. Building, spirit water fountain, grade, third tier, description, a larger scale water well capable of producing 100 units of fresh water daily. Energy crystals can be infused to dissolve their energy into the water, forming a spirit water fountain, which can yield up to 10 units of spirit water daily. Chen Lang immediately invested 10 first-tier energy crystals, and gushing spring water flowed from the well into the wooden barrel he had set aside. Carrying the barrel, Chen Lang poured the spirit water onto the third-tier farmland. After consecutively watering with 9 units of spirit water, the farmland finally met the dual conditions of fertility and water source for upgrading. The third-tier farmland could now be promoted to the fourth tier, Chapter 51. Xiaohe advances to second tier, the terrifying racial advantages of dragons. Ding, fertility has reached the fourth tier standard. Fertile farmland, third tier, has been upgraded to fertile farmland, fourth tier. Building, fertile farmland. Grade, fourth tier. Description, carefully cultivated farmland with abundant soil fertility, allowing for rapid growth of crops up to fourth tier and below. Supplement, continuous planting in farmland requires replenishment of fertility and water. Otherwise, the farmland may suffer from excessive fertility depletion, leading to a drop from second tier to a lower level. Current fertility, 100, current water source, 100, crops planted, spirit rice, oak grove, coconut tree, red flame flower, dew fruit, Chen Lang grass fruit. Growth rate, ordinary crops 5x, first tier crops 4x, second tier crops 3x, third tier 2x, fourth tier 1x, fifth tier 0.5x, sixth tier and above cannot be planted, although the growth rate would be halved. At least it can now accommodate fifth-tier crops. After a flurry of activity, Chen Lang was eager. He promptly planted the wash marrow fruit tree in the fourth-tier farmland. Crop, wash marrow fruit tree. Grade, fifth tier. Status, currently rooting and growing. Estimated maturity time, 2 days 0. 5x acceleration. Originally, the growth time of 2 days had been further slowed by half, meaning it would take at least 4 days before the first batch of wash marrow fruits could be harvested. It seems that before the novice protection period ends, I will not be able to enjoy the benefits of the wash marrow fruits. Patience is key. Good things come to those who wait. Haste makes waste. Chen Lang was not in a hurry. After tending to the farmland, he checked on Xiaohe's progress and found that Xiaohe had performed admirably. True to his instructions, it had thoroughly cleared the monsters and fierce beasts that had respawned on the island, and his bag was now filled with a plethora of useful and useless drops. Meanwhile, the wild boars, wild bulls, wild chickens, and wild sheep residing in the forests and wastelands trembled in fear under Xiaohe's dragon pressure. Utterly unwilling to defy Xiaohe's orders and under his guidance, all made their way into the pasture Chen Lang had constructed. Well done. Now, let's go have a meal. From the morning's exertions until now, time had unknowingly slipped into the evening. Chen Lang's stomach began to growl with hunger. To speak candidly, as the survivor's level increased, so too did his attributes, rendering him progressively more formidable. He discovered that his demand for sustenance had similarly escalated. 3 meals a day had become a necessity, and the portions could not be meager. Take today, for example. Chen Lang consumed an entire wooden barrel of spiritual rice, 5 grilled fish, and 3 substantial pieces of roasted dragon meat. Both the spiritual rice and dragon meat were remarkably nourishing. Following such indulgence, he noticed a significant transformation. His mental and endurance attributes each increased by a point. His current 5-dimensional attributes were as follows: mentality 46, strength 52, speed 45, endurance 53, magic 59. Little Black, unable to fit inside the house due to his size, squatted at the doorway, eagerly consuming the roasted beast meat that Chen Lang tossed his way, savoring every bite. It must be said that although Little Black was merely a first-tier creature, being a dragon from a fearsome lineage meant his appetite was extraordinary, surpassing even Chen Lang's own. After several meals, the beast and poultry meat that Chen Lang had provided was nearly all consumed by Little Black, yet the latter still seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Chen Lang chuckled lightly, teasing, "You truly are a voracious eater." From now on, I shall only cater to half your meals. The rest you must forage for yourself." A low whine escaped Little Black, yet he showed no shame. Instead, he appeared quite proud, as if to say, "I take pride in my appetite." In the next moment, the dragon's aura surged dramatically, propelling him from first tier to second tier. The details of his panel transformed as follows. Fierce Beast, Dark Absolute Black King Dragon, acknowledged. Level, second tier, juvenile stage. Growing, attributes, mentality 30, strength 43, speed 40, endurance 38, magic 60. Description, born from the abyssal depths, the Apocalypse Dragon clan possesses formidable obliteration powers even in their juvenile stage, and their adult form wields terrifying destructive capabilities. Skills, Great Obliteration Dragon Breath, Black King's Extinction, Dark Absolute Claw, Dark Energy Dragon Armor, Dragon Pressure. In addition to gaining a defensive skill, Dark Energy Dragon Armor, Little Black's attributes had, on average, increased by over 10 points compared to his first-tier status. The advantages of his race were manifestly evident at this moment. Though only at the second tier, his attributes were already beyond the reach of many second- and third-tier survivors, leaving fourth- and fifth-tier survivors in awe. This clearly illustrated the immense potential for growth Little Black possessed as a Dark Absolute Black King Dragon. Having satisfied their hunger, Chen Lang rose. Although it was already late into the night, he had no intention of sleeping just yet. There were matters to attend to. Foremost among them was the alchemical endeavor. The blueprint for the brewing station had been in his possession for a couple of days since discovering it in a treasure chest during his earlier island adventure, and he had almost forgotten it. Tonight, he would set about crafting it. Without delay, he examined the blueprint. Item, brewing station blueprint. Type, production blueprint, reusable. Grade, first tier. Description, assemble the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Materials required. First tier, energy crystal 3, stone 3, crucible 4, campfire 1, fire, attribute energy crystal 1. Chen Lang had nearly all the materials at hand. Having kept an eye on the trading square for a crucible, he uncovered a post indicating the seller was still active and promptly purchased it for 10 energy crystals. The price was steep, but it was evident that the seller was astute, aware that buyers were likely affluent survivors, thus elevating the value of such materials. Consequently, energy crystals gradually evolved into a recognized hard currency, becoming the primary medium of exchange in the trading square. Regardless, with the crucible secured, Chen Lang gathered all the necessary materials for the brewing station and placed them upon the blueprint. Ding! Production successful. You have obtained Brewing Station 1. A flash of light revealed an apparatus reminiscent of chemical lab glassware, akin to fantastical alchemical vessels seen in various magical works, now before Chen Lang. Item, primary brewing station, grade, third tier. Description, an essential tool for any alchemist. Place various raw materials into the designated slots of the brewing station, and following specific procedures, one can concoct various magical potions with differing effects. Supplement, the upper limit for brewing magical potions is third tier. The primary brewing station seemed somewhat underwhelming in grade. As Chen Lang's strength grew, so too did his aspirations. His dwelling was now filled with intermediate enchanting tables, medium-sized storage chests, and intermediate forging stations. The primary brewing station paled in comparison to these other items. Thus, he decisively activated his talent once more. Chapter 52. Healing Potion. Expansion. Bleeding. Additional update. Ding. Do you wish to consume 100 energy crystals to supercharge the first-tier item? Primary Brewing Station 1. Chen Lang nodded. The brewing station was enveloped in a radiant glow. Ding. Supercharge successful. Primary brewing station has been upgraded to a 5th-tier item. Intermediate Brewing Station 1. Item, Intermediate Brewing Station. Grade, 5th tier. Description, an essential tool for any alchemist. Place various raw materials into the designated slots of the brewing station, and following specific procedures, one can concoct various magical potions with differing effects. Supplement, the upper limit for brewing magical potions is 5th tier. In a single enhancement, he advanced 2 tiers from 3rd to 5th, from primary to intermediate. With the furnace relocated, a gap appeared between the workbench and enchanting table, now perfectly filled by the intermediate brewing station. With the brewing station ready, he could finally commence his alchemical experiments. With one arm crossed over his chest and the other resting on his chin, Chen Lang murmured to himself, then casually retrieved the healing potion recipe blueprint that he had also unearthed from the chest alongside the brewing station blueprint. Item: Healing Potion Recipe Blueprint. Type: One-time blueprint. If recorded in the brewing station, it can be reused. Grade: Varies based on raw materials and brewing conditions. Description: Contains detailed instructions for the healing potion. Once the recipe and brewing station are combined, one can concoct the healing potion product. Materials required: Energy Crystal 10, Dew Fruit 1, Blue Spirit Grass Fruit 2, Red Flame Flower 1. Though it was a one-time blueprint, if recorded within the brewing station, it could be reused. Chen Lang already possessed an abundance of the required materials. He promptly placed 10 first-tier energy crystals, 1 dew fruit, 2 blue spirit grass fruits, and 1 red flame flower into their respective slots within the brewing station. The energy crystals were transformed into pure energy, while the dew fruit, blue spirit grass fruits, and red flame flower gradually melded into a potion. Gurgle, gurgle, bang, a plume of pink smoke billowed forth. Ding, alchemy successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a first-tier potion, Primary Healing Potion 1. Item: Primary Healing Potion. Grade: First tier. Description: A potion brewed from various rare ingredients. Consuming it will temporarily invigorate vitality and accelerate wound healing. Supplement: Effective on non-undead beings from 1st to 10th tier. Effectiveness diminishes with higher levels. Let me taste what it is like. Although he bore no injuries, Chen Lang's curiosity compelled him to sip from the freshly concocted primary healing potion contained within a glass vial. Oh, his surprise! The pink liquid tasted remarkably sweet. Akin to strawberries, upon consumption, a warm sensation spread through his stomach. Indeed, he felt a surge of healing energy coursing through him. For a first-tier survivor with severe injuries, as long as they were not limbs severed, drinking this potion would restore them significantly, if not entirely preserve their life. For Chen Lang, now a 4th-tier survivor, it could also heal minor external wounds or relatively light internal injuries. The quality of the potion not only depended on the level of the brewing station, but also on the grade of the raw materials used. Being able to achieve such results on his first attempt was satisfying indeed. Ding, you have achieved the accomplishment. I am not a god of medicine by brewing a potion for the first time. Gaining 10 experience. Ding, you have achieved the accomplishment. Potion jar by consuming a type of magical potion for the first time, gaining 10 experience. To achieve 2 accomplishments from a single potion brewing was an unexpected delight. Yet, the evening was not over. Chen Lang approached the intermediate enchanting table, as he had nearly exhausted his supply of lapis lazuli, having only applied a thorn enchantment to his flowing silver armor, while the red flame sandstorm crossbow had yet to receive any enchantment. Additionally, he had obtained a new melee weapon, the Demon Slayer Sword, from the intermediate treasure chest, which also awaited enchantment, as he reflected on his mining endeavors, where he had unearthed a fresh batch of lapis lazuli. He resolved to enchant these 2 pieces of equipment. Speaking to himself, he commenced his next task. Chen Lang activated the intermediate enchantment table. First, he placed the ranged weapon, the Crimson Flame Sandstorm Crossbow, upon the table. Following that, he added 100 pieces of lapis lazuli and 1,000 first-tier energy crystals. Although the minimum requirement was merely 500 energy crystals, the more lapis lazuli and energy crystals he placed, the superior the random enchantment effects would be. Under Chen Lang's watchful gaze, ancient pages fluttered and mysterious runes arranged themselves into 3 rows. Durability. Increases resistance to wear and tear, extending lifespan. 5th-tier enchantment. Penetration. Increases the penetration layers of fired arrows by 3. 3rd-tier enchantment. Capacity. Maximum magazine capacity increased 6-fold, allowing 6 arrows to be loaded at once. 6th-tier enchantment. Hiss. Should he opt for increased penetration layers or enhanced magazine capacity? After careful consideration, Chen Lang resolved to apply the 6th-tier capacity enchantment. The rationale was straightforward. He harbored a fear of insufficient firepower. Previously, he could only load 1 arrow at a time. Now he could fire 6 times in one loading, exponentially boosting his firepower. Ding! Enchantment applied successfully. The crossbow shimmered with a magical luster, and the details panel underwent a transformation. Equipment. Crimson Flame Sandstorm Crossbow. enchanted. Grade, 6th tier. Description: an upgraded version of the Sandstorm crossbow integrated with a molten core. Possessing both fire and earth attributes, significantly enhancing power and featuring various skills. Skill: Sandstorm Arrow Rain. One arrow splits into a torrential rain of arrows, akin to a howling sandstorm, inflicting area damage. Skill: Lava Arrow. After drawing the bowstring to charge, fires a lava arrow that guarantees critical damage and inflicts persistent burning effects. Supplement: 6th tier enchantment effect applied. Capacity: maximum magazine capacity increased 6-fold, allowing 6 arrows to be loaded at once. With the enchantment of the Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow complete, it was time for the 6th tier Demon Slayer blade. Chen Lang also placed 1,000 energy crystals and 100 pieces of lapis lazuli. 3 random enchantment effects appeared. Sharpness: increases attack damage by 40. 4th tier enchantment. Bleed: each attack inflicts continuous bleeding damage on the target, causing bleeding damage equal to 4 of the attack's power per second for 1 minute. Stacking: 4th tier enchantment. Durability: increases resistance to wear and tear, extending lifespan. 6th tier enchantment. Given his current rate of upgrades, the equipment's durability would inevitably deplete before he could replace it, rendering the durability enchantment unimportant. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Lang chose the Bleed enchantment. This choice was not particularly challenging. Calculating the total output yielded clear results. The Sharpness enchantment provided a fixed 40 damage increase, while the Bleed effect, though lower per instance at 4, had a higher frequency, longer duration, and the ability to stack. Even without stacking, in 60 seconds, the cumulative effect of 60 instances at 4 would amount to 240 additional damage, overshadowing the mere 40 increase from Sharpness. Ding! Enchantment applied, successfully. Equipment: Demon Slayer blade, enchanted. Grade: 6th tier. Description: a massive blade that has slain countless demons in ancient times, its edge sharp. The blade broad, intricately engraved with the visage of a black dragon, exuding an aura of menace. Skill: Demon Slaying Slash. Consume stamina to unleash a powerful blade aura, inflicting additional damage to undead and other demonic entities. Supplement: 4th tier enchantment effect applied. Bleed: each attack inflicts continuous bleeding damage on the target, causing bleeding damage equal to 4 of the attack's power per second for 1 minute. Stacking. Chapter 53. The last day of the Novice Protection Period. The enchanted Demon Slayer blade now appeared even more imposing and lethal. It signified that Chen Lang's melee weapon, ranged weapon, and armor had all undergone a complete upgrade, providing him with a significant boost in strength. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped into midnight. As his level increased, his physical condition improved, rendering sleep less crucial for Chen Lang. After 3 consecutive days and nights without rest, he remained spirited and lively. Coincidentally, as the clock struck midnight, the 7-day novice protection period reached its final day. The daily 3 free opportunities for super enhancement and the 5 fishing chances with the fishing rod were refreshed. Chen Lang decided to step out of the small wooden cabin, strolling along the moonlit beach to the harbor dock. It was his first time casting a line under the night sky. Aiming to catch boxes, night. Ferocious beasts were often more active than during the day, with many nocturnal predators and large fish soaring through the sky or swimming in the sea, searching for prey. Among them were some bold creatures that had set their sights on Chen Lang, who sat fishing on the wooden dock. Humph! Seeking death, Chen Lang snorted coldly. Previously, he was relatively weak and had to cower in the small cabin at night, as venturing outside could easily make him a meal for these monsters. But now, times had changed. The past was the past, and the present was the present. Dragon might, the active skill of the dragon ring, was unleashed. A terrifying pressure emanated from Chen Lang, rapidly spreading in all directions. The ferocious beasts and monsters around the island during the novice protection period were generally of low level. Even the stronger ones were merely tier 3 or 4. Thus, they could not withstand the might radiating from the dragon ring. They either fled in terror or remained paralyzed, only to be struck down by Chen Lang's enchanted Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow. Ding! Congratulations on the kill. The system's kill notification sounded. After several unfortunate creatures fell, no beast dared to approach Chen Lang any longer, retreating from the waters surrounding Island 2887 T that moment. Chen Lang also reeled in his first box of the night. Ding! Fishing successful. Obtained silver treasure, chest 1. Ding! Novice protection period cumulative fishing days reached 7. Achievement unlocked. Fisherman and C2. Experience points 50. Completing 7 days of fishing not only granted an achievement, but also yielded an additional 50 experience points. Quite the delightful surprise. Aside from slaying monsters, accomplishing various unexpected system achievements was also a significant source of experience points for survivors. Chen Lang opted to open the silver treasure chest. Ding! Silver treasure chest 1. Opened successfully. Obtained equipment. Golden hoe 1. Grade. 3rd tier. Description. A hoe crafted from gold, with performance comparable to an iron hoe, albeit with slightly lower durability, yet appearing more exquisite. Supplement. Favored by certain goblin races, a golden hoe favored by the goblin race. Observing the supplementary description, Chen Lang astutely grasped the key information. This meant that he might have the opportunity to encounter other races in the future. He wondered whether these races would be friend or foe to the survivor camp. In any case, Chen Lang temporarily stowed the golden hoe. After a while, he found a fishing line unresponsive, experiencing a rare empty catch. Damn, fishing at the dock, with a 10 chance of an empty catch. And yet it happened to him. How unfortunate, Chen Lang muttered in annoyance. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Ding! Cumulative empty catch count reached 5 or more. Achievement unlocked. Fisherman never goes empty-eye. Experience points 10. Accumulating multiple empty catches could still unlock achievements? Well, that's acceptable. At least he could earn some experience points. Comforting himself, Chen Lang persevered in casting his line again. Ding! Fishing successful. Obtained silver treasure chest 1. Ding! Fishing successful. Obtained silver treasure chest 1. Ding! Fishing successful. Obtained golden treasure chest 1. With the remaining 3 fishing opportunities, Chen Lang made use of them all, thankfully avoiding any further empty catches. Reeling in a total of 2 silver and 1 golden treasure chest, Chen Lang opened them one by one. Ding! Silver treasure chest 2. Opened successfully. Obtained resources. Sword-toothed demon boar pair. 1 male. 1 female. Grade. 3rd tier. Description. A particularly aggressive and gluttonous breed of boar, a male and female together, can swiftly reproduce offspring, forming a herd. Supplement. Recognized as a delicacy by both predatory beasts and ancient adventurers. They are relatively easy to raise, but require sufficient strength to contain them in a sturdy enclosure. Chen Lang gazed at the 2 sword-toothed demon boars, which resembled miniature constructions, now shrunk and stowed in his inventory, and was inwardly astonished. Treasure chests can yield beasts? He also felt quite pleased. According to the details, although the sword-toothed demon boars were somewhat wild, they should taste delightful, and having a male and female pair would ensure a stable source of meat in the future, sparing him the trouble of constantly capturing wild poultry and livestock to fill his farm. Speaking to himself, Chen Lang had already resolved to raise this pair of sword-toothed demon boars long-term, fully confident in his ability to manage them without concern for rebellion. Acquired building. Blacksmith shop 1. Grade. Tier 3. Description. A structure primarily constructed from stone blocks, divided into a resting area and a working area, with ample space allocated for multiple furnaces, forging tables, anvils, and other tools. Supplement. The blacksmith shop has a certain probability of refreshing small storage wooden boxes, which, when opened, can yield various random rewards. Supplement. Performing metal, smelting, and equipment forging operations within the blacksmith shop will enhance work efficiency and product quality. Supplement. Can be extracted from the backpack and placed at a designated location with a single click, but the location cannot be changed thereafter, so please choose the placement site carefully. Another building has been constructed, and it is a Tier 3 structure. Chen Lang immediately placed the blacksmith shop beside the small wooden house, specifically on the side where 6 furnaces had previously been stacked. He moved the 6 furnaces to the vacant working area of the blacksmith shop. Also relocated was the intermediate forging table from the small wooden house. Henceforth, all iron smelting and equipment crafting operations would be conducted at the blacksmith shop. With the establishment of the blacksmith shop, the number of buildings on the island reached TO advanced to a Tier 4 island. 12 buildings are required, and the goal of 6 tier 4 or higher structures is now slightly closer. Opening the last treasure chest. Ding! Golden treasure chest 1. Successfully opened. Acquired item. Beginner skill book 1. Chapter 54 Intermediate skill book. Frost freeze. Item. Beginner skill book. Grade. Tier 4. Description. Upon use. Can randomly acquire a beginner skill. Skill categories. Combat. Survival. Skill levels. Beginner, intermediate, advanced. A skill book, such a system item actually exists. The rewards from the chest exceeded Chen Lang's comprehension, that he knew that many ferocious beasts or monsters naturally possess certain skills. And some high-grade weapons and equipment could also have 1 or 2 skills attached. However, he never expected that skills could also be learned postnatally. Nevertheless, Chen Lang did not rush to use this beginner skill book immediately. After fishing so many times to finally reel in a skill book, it was evident how low the drop rate must be. Using it haphazardly would indeed be somewhat of a waste. A super enhancement was a must to maximize his gains. Chen Lang decisively activated his talent. Ding! Would you like to use 1 free opportunity to super enhance beginner skill book 1? Yes, Chen Lang nodded. Ding! Super enhancement successful. Remaining free attempts 2. Beginner skill book has been enhanced to intermediate skill book. Item. Intermediate skill book. Grade. Tier 5. Description. Upon use, can randomly acquire an intermediate skill. Skill categories. Combat. Survival. The level of acquirable skills has risen from beginner to intermediate. Although it may seem like a mere 1-level increase, Chen Lang had nearly grasped the system's nuances. This level of difference was indeed substantial. He immediately focused his thoughts and chose to use the skill book. The skill book slowly opened, transforming into a flurry of light points that entered his forehead. Chen Lang felt a flash of inspiration. Ding! Intermediate skill book learning completed. Congratulations, you have acquired the intermediate skill, Frost Freeze. Skill, Frost Freeze. Level. Intermediate. Category. Combat. Description. Consumes personal energy to condense surrounding floating water vapor into ice, temporarily immobilizing the target and hindering its movement. Supplement. The skill's effect is influenced by the caster's magic attribute. The higher the magic attribute value, the stronger the skill effect. Ding! First-time acquisition of a skill has achieved the accomplishment. Talented and versatile. Experience points 10. The combat-oriented Frost Freeze skill leans towards auxiliary crowd control, effectively restraining enemies. It can be viewed as a superior substitute for a high-level fishing net. Chen Lang was quite pleased with this new skill he had obtained. He immediately activated it to test its effectiveness. With a powerful stomp, his magic attribute of 59 points further enhanced the skill's potency. Centered around Chen Lang, a thick layer of frost rapidly spread across a 10-meter radius, encompassing both the beach and the sea surface. Several icy spikes even protruded, exuding a chilling aura under the moonlight. Glimmering ominously, Little Black, who had been trailing behind Chen Lang, instinctively attempted to retreat upon witnessing the activation of the skill, but was a moment too late. Becoming ensnared by the frost that immobilized its limbs, rendering it unable to move, and no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the icy grasp, and the frost continued to creep up its limbs, threatening to encase Little Black entirely in ice. Little Black was a Tier 2 dark absolute black dragon, with actual strength comparable to some Tier 4 or even Tier 5 ferocious beasts or survivors. If Little Black found it so difficult to break free, it was evident just how formidable the restraining effect of the Frost Freeze skill was, until Little Black was driven to desperation, unleashing a deep crimson dragon breath imbued with obliteration power, which finally melted away the increasingly thick frost, allowing it to escape with great effort. It let out a few soft roars, seemingly pleading with Chen Lang to cease this magic. Chen Lang was quite satisfied with the performance of the Frost Freeze skill that he gently patted Little Black's head, soothing it with a few kind words, before immersing himself back into the construction of the island. Today marked the 7th day since his arrival in this world, and also the final day of the beginner protection period. By this time tomorrow, the sea disaster foretold by the system would be upon them. Before that, I must strive to elevate the island's level by 1 tier, reaching Tier 4. Muttering to himself as he set this goal, Chen Lang opened the regional communication interface. Regional communication 4876 10,000 over the past few days. Despite more than 1,000 individuals having ascended to Tier 1 survivors, the number of survivors continues to dwindle. Currently, most of the first-tier survivors have ascended to the pinnacle of Tier 2 or even Tier 3. And the islands have generally advanced to Tier 2 or even Tier 3. Some of these individuals have relied on strength, others on sheer luck, and some possess a combination of both. In any case, they all have some genuine skills to varying degrees. Among Chen Lang's acquaintances, such as Lu Rinjia, Lu Jizai, Song Shuren, and Zheng Ro, most belong to this first tier of survivors, and their numbers are relatively small, totaling only about several dozen, which can be considered a significant lead. Following them are the second-tier survivors, who number considerably more, approximately 700 to 800 individuals. Most of these people were among the first 1,000 to ascend to Tier 1 survivors. Although they still lag behind the first tier, the majority have already reached Tier 2, with a few not far from Tier 3 survivors. The progress of their islands has been slightly slower. But most have also achieved Tier 2. The situation for the third tier is somewhat poorer, with around 2,000 individuals. Most of these individuals are at the pinnacle of Tier 1 or around Tier 2. The development of their islands lags even further behind, with only a few having reached Tier 2. Many remain stuck at Tier 1, akin to the level of the first tier several days prior. To be honest, the first and second tiers are likely to withstand the forthcoming sea disaster without too much trouble, with a high probability of survival, as for the individuals in the third tier. Their fate is uncertain, relying entirely on luck for their survival. Yet they're not the worst off. The true bottom dwellers are the fourth-tier survivors. These individuals represent the true underclass, generally possessing low talent levels, only at F or E grade, and they're also unlucky, bound to islands with scarce resources, and have not yielded any worthwhile treasure from their fishing efforts. They're falling further and further behind the development pace of the preceding survivors. When the sea disaster strikes, it is likely that 9 out of 10 of these individuals will be eliminated. Alas, competition is indeed cruel to avoid falling behind. One must always strive to stay ahead. Chen Lang sighed deeply, reflecting on this reality. He then rummaged through his backpack and produced a blueprint. Item: Watchtower Blueprint. Type: Production Type Blueprint, Reusable. Grade: Tier 3. Description: Gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the final product. Required materials: Tier 3 Energy Crystal 1, Stone 9, Iron Block 3, Iron Ingot 8, Raw Wood 10, Wooden Plank 9, Ladder 7, Fence 8. He was about to transform into a construction fanatic. Chapter 55, Should I Promote to a Tier 4 Island? This watchtower building blueprint was one of the rewards obtained from completing a hidden mission while mining yesterday, alongside the Demon Slayer Blade and others from the intermediate treasure chest. The key point is that as a relatively rare building blueprint, it is of the reusable type. This means that as long as sufficient materials and terrain are available, Chen Lang can construct as many watchtowers as he desires, making it incredibly convenient to rapidly increase the number of buildings on the island. The materials required to build a watchtower include Tier 3 Energy Crystal 1, Stone 9, Iron Block 3, Iron Ingot 8, Raw Wood 10, Wooden Plank 9, Ladder 7, Fence 8. To elevate the island to the fourth tier. A minimum of 12 structures is required, with over half needing to reach the fourth tier as well. In other words, Chen Lang must construct at least 3 watchtowers to fulfill the most basic condition regarding the quantity of buildings. This task is straightforward, and Chen Lang does not perceive it as a challenge. Given his current developmental progress, he has an abundance of materials at his disposal. Not to mention, he could effortlessly produce 3 sets, or even 8 or 10 sets in mere moments. The only slight drawback is that in recent days, he has expended quite a bit of energy crystals on purchasing enhancement attempts and enchanting equipment, depleting his stock of third-tier energy crystals that he cannot substitute them with first- or second-tier crystals. Thus, Chen Lang beckons to Xiaohei. Xiaohei, I have a task for you. Go and slay 3 third-tier monsters. And do so swiftly, without hesitation. Upon receiving the command, Xiaohei dashes into the mining area and descends into the natural cavern at that moment. The natural cavern has also ascended a tier alongside the island's promotion, advancing from the 6th to the 7th tier. Although the 3 hidden monsters that were defeated have not respawned, the mineral resources and other wild creatures have become abundant once again in the least dangerous first layer. First and second tier monsters are as common as dogs, with third and fourth tier creatures roaming freely. Consequently, Xiaohei completes the task assigned by Chen Lang in a remarkably short time. The system's kill notification resonates in his mind. Ding. Your battle pet Xiaohei has slain a third-tier beast. Earth Sand Scorpion 1, gaining third-tier Energy Crystal 1, Tail Spike Poison 1, Scorpion Shell 1, Experience 30. Ding. Your battle pet Xiaohei has slain a third-tier monster, Zombie 1, gaining third-tier Energy Crystal 1. Ding. Your battle pet Xiaohei has slain a third-tier monster, Skeleton Archer 1. At last, all materials are gathered. Without a moment's delay, Chen Lang extracts all the materials from his backpack and places them upon the blueprint. Then, ding, crafting successful. Obtain structure. Watchtower, third tier 3. The system's notification sounds, and 3 miniature models of watchtowers appear in Chen Lang's backpack, that he circles the island, placing these 3 watchtowers at the eastern, southern, and westernmost edges of Island 2887. These watchtowers operate autonomously. While they lack the defensive barriers of energy crystal towers, they're capable of automatically detecting the surrounding environment should a beast or monster intrude upon their alert range. An alarm will sound, allowing Chen Lang to be swiftly informed of any disturbances on the island. Island 2887, level. Third tier, structures. Fourth tier, farmland 1. Second tier, farmland 2. Third tier, watchtower 3. Fourth tier, energy crystal defense tower 1. Third tier, initial wooden house 1. Third tier, spiritual water fountain 1. Third tier, close range teleportation array 1. Third tier, blacksmith shop 1. Second tier, port 1. Promotion conditions. Survivor level must reach 4th tier. Must possess 12 structures. Must possess 6 fourth tier structures, not yet fulfilled. The first 2 promotion conditions have already been met. Only the quantity of 4th tier structures remains unfulfilled at 6. Chen Lang mutters to himself. Regardless, he must elevate the island to the 4th tier today. As for how to acquire 4 more 4th tier structures in a short time, activating the Super Enhancement talent should suffice. Therefore, Chen Lang approaches the buildings that have yet to undergo his Super Enhancement. The first 2 are the second-tier farmlands he obtained from chests. He decides not to use the free attempts. With a mere thought, ding, would you like to consume 200 first-tier energy crystals to Super Enhance second-tier farmland 2? Chen Lang nods. Ding, Super Enhancement successful. Second-tier farmland 2 has been Super Enhanced to third-tier farmland 1. Fourth-tier farmland 1. The Super Enhancement possesses an extra probability of advancing 2 tiers at once. Of the 2 second-tier farmlands, one has exceptionally good luck, directly ascending to 4th tier. Increasing the count of 4th tier structures on the island to 3, the other not reaching 4th tier, is inconsequential. Chen Lang has his own strategies. He begins to sprinkle bone meal into the farmland, pouring bucket after bucket of the spiritual water from the spiritual water fountain onto the 3rd tier farmland, reminiscent of the initial efforts made to elevate the first farmland from 3rd tier to 4th tier for cultivating the essence-washing fruit trees. After a flurry of activity, he successfully elevates this 3rd farmland to 4th tier. Phew, another 4th tier structure completed. Habitually wiping the non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead, Chen Lang exhales deeply and continues on his way to the close-range teleportation array he has set up on the island. This teleportation array, a fishing reward obtained from a silver treasure chest, has served as a significant convenience for his travels between Island 2887 and Island 9527, although he now possesses the black scale dragon armor in Xiaohei, allowing him to fly there himself or ride Xiaohei. The teleportation array remains useful. Thus, Chen Lang activates his talent once more, expending 100 energy crystals. Ding! Super Enhancement successful. Close-range teleportation array has been enhanced to close-range multi-point teleportation array. Structure, close-range teleportation array. Grade, 5th tier. Description. This array consists of a mother array and 3 sub-arrays, which can be placed at various locations within a radius of 5 kilometers. Energy crystals can be consumed to teleport between the sub-arrays and the mother array. Supplement. Each sub-array has a cooldown time of 1 hour after use, with cooldowns operating independently. Supplement. Direct teleportation between different sub-arrays is not possible. It requires passing through the mother array. The teleportation distance has increased by 2 kilometers, and 2 additional subarrays have been added, allowing for free travel to the other 2 unexplored adventure islands. Observing the 2 awaiting placement subarrays in his backpack, Chen Lang gazes out at the vast sea, eyeing the 2 unexplored adventure islands adjacent to Island 9527. He then enhances the port, upgrading it from 2nd tier to 4th tier, resulting in a larger and sturdier structure. If the previous version was merely a rudimentary wooden dock, the upgraded port now resembles something more substantial, significantly increasing the probability of successful fishing trips and reducing the likelihood of failing to catch anything. After completing these tasks, promotion conditions: survivor level must reach 4th tier, must possess 12 structures, must possess 6 4th tier structures. All promotion conditions have finally been satisfied. The system's notification sounds once more in Chen Lang's mind. Ding. Detecting that Island 2887 has fulfilled all upgrade conditions. Would you like to promote? Chapter 56. The end of the beginner protection period. A maritime catastrophe approaches. Survive. Chen Lang nods in affirmation. Thus, the island, which had just been elevated to the 3rd tier yesterday, is poised for expansion once more today. Expanding from a length of 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers, its area quadruples once again. The entire island, when viewed up close, can no longer be comprehensively surveyed. Only by switching to the island lord's exclusive god perspective can he behold the full extent of the upgraded island. First comes the customary area expansion. The forest and mining areas have become more expansive, each occupying a quarter of the island's area. The natural cavern, having been upgraded to the 6th tier with the Iron Mother crystal essence, ascended a tier during the island's promotion to the 3rd tier, reaching the 7th tier, and now has ascended once more to the 8th tier as a resource production area on the island. Its level has far surpassed that of the island itself, achieving a remarkable elevation. Beyond these 2 areas, a new region has emerged on the island. The open lava lake. This is a lava lake approximately 100 meters in diameter, the depth of which remains unknown. Gazing upon it reveals only the bubbling, scorching lava and a host of creatures inhabiting this unique ecological habitat. Region: open lava lake. Level: 4th tier. Description: a unique geographical feature, rich in fire attribute energy, housing numerous fire attribute and a few earth attribute creatures, possessing abundant thermal resources. Supplement: easily attracts other fire attribute beasts or monsters from within a radius of 100 kilometers. Well, it appears to be a natural spawning ground. Chen Lang lightly rubs his forehead. This lava lake cannot be filled in, and he cannot currently fathom how to utilize it.to prevent the monsters within the lava lake from escaping. He decides to manufacture a large quantity of copper fences from the copper ingots smelted in the furnace, using the workbench to encircle the lava lake, much like he did with the iron fences sealing the entrance of the natural cavern. However, he has a strong intuition that this lava lake, as he continues to develop, will not only avoid becoming a liability, but may evolve into an indispensable resource. For now, this will suffice. Clapping his hands, Chen Lang turns to walk towards the wooden house. Along the way, the familiar system announcement vibrates and floods the screen once more. Ding! Promotion successful. Island 2887 has been upgraded to 3rd tier island. An upcoming regional announcement. Ding! Chen Lang has elevated Island 2887 to 4th tier, achieving the accomplishment. Difficult to surpass. Experience points 100. 3 as expected. The chat interface erupts with a chorus of lamentation, envy, and jealousy. However, this commotion does not last long, because they're all aware that today marks the final day of the novice protection period. As the clock strikes midnight, a maritime disaster will inevitably ensue. This moment represents their last opportunity for advancement. Rather than envying others, it is far more prudent to seize every fleeting second to enhance their own strength or elevate the island's level, thereby increasing their chances of survival. Song Shuren. At last, we have successfully upgraded the island to the 3rd tier. Now the maritime disaster should be manageable. Luringia. Congratulations. I am currently in the mine battling monsters, accumulating experience points in hopes of swiftly reaching the 4th tier after enduring the maritime disaster. Lu Zhukai. A few of us on the island are somewhat unique, bound to the same island. Thus, the upgrading difficulty is relatively low. We have just developed the island to the 4th tier, but unfortunately, we were still a step behind. Chen Lang's speed is truly impressive. After glancing at the chat channel, Chen Lang unconsciously arrived at the entrance of his quaint wooden cabin. The cabin, now upgraded to the 4th tier, had expanded in size, transforming from a one-bedroom into a two-bedroom abode, and its sturdiness had received a routine enhancement. However, he still felt it was insufficient. Although protected by the energy crystal defense tower, the cabin required further fortification. Having neglected this task in previous days, and with today being the final day, he resolved to make the necessary upgrades. Chen Lang activated his innate ability once more. Ding! Would you like to consume a free opportunity to super enhance the initial wooden cabin, 4th tier 1? Yes, Chen Lang affirmed. Thus, the cabin was enveloped in a radiant glow. Ding! Super enhancement successful. Initial wooden cabin, 4th tier, has been upgraded to Rock Fortress, 5th tier. Building, Rock Fortress. Grade, 5th tier. Description, an upgraded structure following the 4th tier initial wooden cabin. Featuring a more spacious interior, a more efficient layout, enhanced sturdiness, and a greater variety of counter-offensive mechanisms. Supplement, capable of withstanding attacks from enemies of 5th tier and below. The fortress is equipped with automated crossbows at its apex, capable of autonomously attacking approaching foes. No matter how much the wooden cabin was upgraded, it could never rival the imposing presence of the fortress constructed from solid rock. Just gazing at it instilled a sense of unyielding security. Upon entering the fortress, Chen Lang discovered that it was astonishingly divided into 3 levels, 1 underground and 2 above ground. The basement evidently served as a workspace, where he had previously placed the enchanting table, workbench, and brewing station, all now relocated to the basement. The stone walls of the basement were adorned with torches, casting a warm glow throughout. The first floor served as a living area, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a dining area, and even a bathroom equipped with a bathtub. Aside from the absence of electricity, it bore a striking resemblance to his former 2-bedroom apartment. The second floor was a semi-open platform, boasting a lookout tower akin to a watchtower. Standing atop the lookout, one could survey the surroundings, taking in the entirety of the environment enveloping the rock fortress. Furthermore, at each corner of the fortress's summit, automated crossbows were positioned, each of 5th tier caliber, enchanted to autonomously seek and attack enemies. Indeed, the fortress owner had it easy. The automated crossbows merely needed to target adversaries, while I, tasked with loading arrows into the quivers, faced a far greater challenge as evening crept upon him. Chen Lang prepared a sumptuous dinner in the fortress's kitchen, consisting of seafood, roasted meat, and a serving of spirit rice. Upon finishing the meal, his stamina and speed attributes received a slight boost. Spirit 46, Strength 52, Speed 45, Stamina 53, Magic 59. Naturally, Chen Lang did not forget to prepare a meal for his battle companion, Xiaohe. Having ascended to the 2nd tier, Xiaohe had grown significantly in size and appetite. During the day, he had hunted ferocious beasts in the mine, but in the evening, he feasted on a bountiful catch of fish that Chen Lang had skillfully netted using a high-grade fishing net. After a hearty meal and rejuvenation, Chen Lang ascended to the top of the fortress. Gazing up at the night sky, he noticed that all survivors were presented with a crimson countdown. Time remaining until the maritime disaster: 1 hour, 13 minutes, and 54 seconds. Time remaining until the maritime disaster: 49 minutes and 27 seconds. Time remaining until the maritime disaster: 6 minutes and 8 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the crimson countdown reached 0, the previously clear and moonlit night sky was abruptly engulfed by dark clouds, and a tempest roared to life. The serene scene was violently shattered by the sudden onset of the storm. Within the region, all surviving seekers bore solemn expressions, their faces betraying tension and fear. Trembling uncontrollably, a chilling system prompt echoed in Chen Lang's mind. Ding! The novice protection period has concluded. The first wave of disaster, the maritime storm, has arrived. Your sole task is to survive. Chapter 57. Gale, Giant Waves. The sea monster emerges. During this maritime disaster, the system will continuously monitor the performance of each survivor and assign ratings. The higher the rating, the greater the rewards. Ratings: average, acceptable, good, excellent, stunning. Ranked rewards: I must strive for the highest rating of stunning. I desire the finest rewards. Chen Lang's eyes gleamed with determination. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. With the tempestuous winds and monstrous waves threatening to obliterate everything in their path, he hastily approached the Energy Crystal Defense Tower. Building: Energy Crystal Defense Tower. Grade: 4th tier. Description: a towering structure inscribed with mysterious runes, capable of generating a defensive barrier that envelopes a radius of 150 meters upon consuming energy crystals. Supplement: each activation consumes 400 energy crystals and lasts for 1 hour. Extendable: this defense tower was one of the treasures Chen Lang had obtained during his first treasure hunt using a treasure map on the desert island. Ever since its acquisition, he had awaited the day it would be called into action. Without hesitation, he inserted a total of 2,000 energy crystals, sufficient to sustain the Energy Crystal Defense Tower for 5 hours. With a hum, as Chen Lang deposited the energy crystals, a wave of energy radiated from the defense tower, shooting into the sky like a beam of light. The brilliance soared over 100 meters high before exploding like fireworks, scattering countless luminous particles like raindrops, creating a shimmering veil that enveloped a radius of 150 meters. This protective barrier shielded the rock fortress, farmlands, blacksmith shop, and spirit water fountain from impending threats. That moment, the first wave of tumultuous waves surged forth. The intensity of the maritime disaster was intrinsically linked to the island's development. The stronger the island, the more terrifying the disaster. The sole survivor, boasting a 4th-tier designation alongside a 4th-tier island, Chen Lang naturally drew the highest level of calamity. A hurricane far more formidable than a 13th-tier typhoon swept across the island, obliterating even the toughest rocks and uprooting dense forests. Ordinary 1st or 2nd-tier buildings were utterly defenseless against such a tempest, crumbling like paper. Even 3rd and 4th-tier structures could not guarantee their integrity. Fortunately, the 4th-tier Energy Crystal Defense Tower's protective barrier proved remarkably resilient. It withstood the hurricane's ferocity, the barrier's glow flickering intermittently, yet it remained unbreached. Excellent, Chen Lang shouted in approval. However, he understood that this seemingly impregnable defense came at the cost of rapidly depleting energy from the tower. The 2,000 energy crystals he had invested were equivalent to 2 4th-tier energy crystals, enough to sustain the defense for 5 hours. But at this rate, it might not even last 2 hours. Moreover, the hurricane was merely the first wave of the onslaught. The maritime disaster had only just begun. Before long, Chen Lang beheld a colossal wave towering over 10 meters, crashing toward the island like a stampede of wild horses. The momentum resembled a divine palm, descending to obliterate the entire island, dragging it beneath the depths of the sea. Roar! Xiao He, braving the diminishing hurricane, charged headlong into the giant wave, unleashing its skill. With a gaping maw, the deep crimson dragon's breath erupted forth. This overwhelming firepower was sufficient to annihilate a 4th-tier beast or reduce a significant portion of the island to charred ruins. Yet it was futile against the surging wave, merely a drop in the bucket. Consequently, he poured every last energy crystal into the Energy Crystal Defense Tower. They had to endure. They simply had to. With a thunderous crash, the giant wave engulfed the island. The 3rd-tier port, situated along the shore, was instantly submerged, swept away by the torrential flood. Ding! Island 2887's 3rd-tier building. Port has been destroyed. The system prompt echoed, sending Chen Lang's heart racing with anxiety to at last. The defensive barrier and the roaring waves collided. A deep, thunderous sound reverberated, deafeningly loud. Bad news. The destructive power of the waves is overwhelmingly formidable, even overwhelming the open lava lake as seawater surged into it. The chilling seawater came into contact with the seething magma, instantly solidifying the entire lake's surface into a hardened obsidian. Good news. The barrier of the Energy Defense Tower, although marred with numerous cracks, remains resilient and has not been breached by the waves. The hurricane and colossal waves. The first two waves of calamity have been bravely endured by Chen Lang as he checked the system's evaluation of his performance. He discovered that his rating had risen to good. At this moment, the third wave of assault has already arrived. Unlike the previous two natural disasters, this third wave consists of various ferocious creatures and monsters dwelling in the ocean. Leading the charge is a battalion of crustacean sea creatures, commanded by shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Their levels vary, with the strongest among them reaching the third or fourth tier, while a substantial number of first and second-tier minions rush forward. Their eyes gleaming with crimson fury, heading straight for Chen Lang's position. It is evident that the next course of action will involve a fierce battle with these monsters. The sea monsters land from all directions. To promote the island to the fourth tier, the three third-tier lookout towers that Chen Lang previously constructed have activated their alarms. Some of the faster sea monsters have even surged close to the rock fortress. The automatic crossbows atop the fortress are now activated, shooting arrows in a defensive barrage against the invading sea monsters. Whether Chen Lang can elevate his rating from good to stunning hinges on this wave of slaughter. With fervor ignited, Chen Lang activates his black-scaled dragon armor, donning heavy armor and embodying the essence of a humanoid black dragon. With a silver longsword in his left hand and a demon-slaying knife in his right, he leaps from the lookout tower of the fortress, charging out of the defensive barrier to confront the landing sea monsters. Roar! Little Black flaps its wings, landing beside Chen Lang, and together they engage in battle. Chen Lang swings the silver longsword fiercely, unleashing a flurry of sword energy. Waves of white energy slash through the air, instantly toppling a dozen sea monsters to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on slaying 7 first-tier sea monsters. Obtaining 7 first-tier energy crystals. Ding! Congratulations on slaying 5 second-tier sea monsters, obtaining 5 second-tier energy crystals and 100 experience points. The notification sounds. These sea monsters were summoned by the survival system, and defeating them yields no extra rewards, only energy crystals and experience points. However, for Chen Lang, that is sufficient. With a sword in his left hand and a knife in his right, he relies on the protective dragon armor, launching into a rampage among the invading sea monsters without the need for defense. Experience points soar. Finally! Ding! Current experience points have reached a requirement for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade! Covered in the foul blood of monsters and driven by bloodlust, Chen Lang decisively responds. Now, immediately. Chapter 58. Next comes the hour of slaughter. Ding! Level up successful. Current survivor level, Tier 5. Obtain 50 free attribute points. The system notification resonates. Chen Lang promptly activates his innate talent. Ding! Would you like to consume a free opportunity to supercharge 50 attribute points? Yes, he nods. Thus, ding! Supercharge successful. 50 free attribute points have been enhanced to 100 free attribute points. Little Black, cover me. Chen Lang divides part of his focus to enhance his 5-dimensional attributes. Little Black, hearing his command, wields its dark dragon claws, continuously repelling and slaying any shrimp soldiers or crab generals that dare to approach. Mentality 46, Strength 52, Speed 45, Endurance 53, Magic 59. These are Chen Lang's current 5-dimensional attributes. His enhancement style remains consistent, aiming for comprehensive improvement. Hence, each attribute receives an additional 20 points. They transform to Mentality 66, Strength 72, Speed 65, Endurance 73, Magic 79. Boom! The enhancement complete. Chen Lang's overall aura surges significantly, creating a wave of force that knocks a large number of low-tier sea monsters to the ground as a Tier 5. His attributes exceed 300 points, rivaling even the Tier 7 or 8 beings. To these sea monsters, it is akin to a dimensional strike. Dragon Might, the active skill of the Dragon Ring, is unleashed. A mighty dragon roar reverberates, and an oppressive presence descends that in the eyes of the relentless sea monsters. The already formidable Chen Lang now exudes an overwhelming aura, causing them to tremble deep in their souls. Desperate to flee, yet an invisible force compels them to attack this lone warrior and his dragon. Thus, these sea monsters are compelled to engage Chen Lang and Little Black, albeit their innate limitations are further exacerbated by the pressure they face. In Chen Lang's presence, they lose all semblance of threat. For everyone that approaches, Chen Lang slays them. He sheathes the silver longsword, switching to the scarlet flame sandhunter crossbow in his left hand while wielding the demon-slaying knife in his right. With a maniacal laugh, he declares, "Next comes the hour of slaughter." As his words linger in the air, he mounts Little Black, transforming into the dark dragon knight, and begins his carnage, having withstood the previous waves of assault. Chen Lang has even begun to shift from defense to offense, effortlessly mowing down his foes. The system's performance evaluation has gradually risen from good to excellent, now on the cusp of stunning. However, this is merely an exception. Across the entire region, among the thousands of survivors still clinging to life amidst the maritime calamity, the vast majority are utterly powerless to resist, even with relatively lower intensity of disaster due to their slower progression. Those who pay close attention to the regional communication interface will notice that from the moment the maritime disaster began, almost every minute, a survivor's avatar transforms to black and white. Their names revert to default, never to change again, and the total number of survivors continues to dwindle. It is evident that they have perished in the maritime disaster, either swept away by hurricanes, submerged by towering waves, or their defenses breached by landing sea monsters. In short, none have escaped unscathed. The brutality of the situation is stark. It can be said that among the lower-tier survivors, the chances of enduring this wave of maritime disaster are slim to none. The situation for mid-tier survivors is no better. Although they generally possess greater strength than lower-tier survivors, they remain equally powerless against the natural calamities. Meng Daxuan, a survivor who once teamed up with Chen Lang and others to search for treasures on the cave island, awakened the wind mage talent. While not among the top tier, he has managed to develop his island quite well at this moment. Meng Daxuan grips the glass staff he once obtained from a treasure chest, casting several wind spells to combat the landing sea monsters. Whirlwind Blade, Wind Barrier, Wind Walker. Meng Daxuan's level has already advanced to the second tier. His mage talent tree has illuminated numerous nodes, mastering several new spells, significantly enhancing his power. The key is that his island is still only Tier 2, as previously mentioned. Each survivor faces different intensities of maritime disaster based on their development pace. For Meng Daxuan, the strongest sea monsters landing are merely at the peak of Tier 2, just a step away from Tier 3. Although it is challenging for him to withstand the assault, he is not entirely without the means to retaliate. Hold on. The onslaught of the sea beasts is beginning to wane. If he can endure, victory will be within reach. The first-tier survivors, such as Lu Rinjia, Song Shuren, Lu Zhukai, and Zheng Ro, each face varying circumstances. If Chen Lang is undoubtedly the unrivaled leader of the region, then Lu Rinjia can be considered the perennial second-in-command beneath him. Although he pales in comparison to Chen Lang, when compared to others, he demonstrates sheer dominance. For instance, despite the absence of special structures like the energy defense tower, leading to devastation across the island due to the hurricane and colossal waves, leaving only half of the building standing, Lu Rinjia has still managed to elevate his survivor level through combat against the sea monsters, breaking through to a Tier 4 survivor. He promptly allocates his attribute points, and his awakened hunter talent has similarly progressed, entering a hunting state. With his enhanced strength, Lu Rinjia barely holds the line against the assault. If all goes well, he too will survive this maritime disaster. Similar to him, Song Shuren and Zheng Ro, though typically low-key, excel in both personal strength and island development, ranking among the top tier, particularly Zheng Ro, who has acquired a similar energy defense tower to Chen Lang's, albeit at a lower level. However, when deploying the energy crystals to activate the defensive barrier, it becomes apparent that among the first-tier survivors, the most precarious situation belongs to Lu Zhukai and his companions, Lu Zhukai, Hanzhao, Lian, and Gu Min. The four of them awakened on the same island and have consistently banded together, fostering their island's development in unity. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Their collective advancement has been remarkably swift, especially for Lu Zhukai, who has closely followed Chen Lang in a Tier 4. Their island has also ascended to Tier 4, But consequently, they now face the same intense disaster as Chen Lang. The tornadoes and hurricanes wreak havoc, while the monstrous waves crash down, resulting in a deluge of sea beasts landing. Even Chen Lang, whose combat power exceeds the 5th tier and reaches the 7th, finds himself somewhat challenged when accompanied by his battle pet, Xiao He. The situation is even more dire for Lu Zhichai and his companions, who suffered significant losses in the initial wave of the onslaught. As the sea beast landed, the defensive line crumbled under pressure, not lasting long before it was on the verge of collapse. Among the four, Han Zhao met a tragic fate, being gruesomely bisected by a tank-sized 4th-tier red shell giant crab, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Speed alone does not guarantee victory. True success lies in avoiding falls. Lu Zhichai sighed deeply at this moment. The 3 remaining members of their group found themselves encircled by the sea monsters, with no way to escape from heaven or earth. Chapter 59. Is there one last wave? Frost freeze. With a mighty shout, Chen Lang stomped his foot, activating a mid-level ice attribute skill. The vast area around him was suddenly engulfed in frost, freezing dozens of sea monsters into ice sculptures. The Demon Slayer blade was wielded, unleashing its innate skill. The demon's severing slashed, a deep purple arc of demonic energy sliced through, instantly slaying the frozen sea creatures. Ding, ding, ding. Over half an hour had passed since the first sea monster landed, and Chen Lang had been relentless in his slaughter throughout this time. So far, the main force of the sea monsters consisted predominantly of 1st and 2nd tiers. However, due to the survivors' levels having broken through to the 5th tier, the conditions for gaining experience from kills had become more stringent. Not only did he fail to gain experience from 1st-tier monsters, but even defeating 2nd-tier foes only yielded dropped items without any experience. The experience acquisition range was strictly limited to monsters at least 2 tiers below his own level. Thus, only by vanquishing 3rd-tier and above creatures could he accumulate experience points. Consequently, Chen Lang and Xiao He exchanged opponents, allowing Xiao He to deal with the 1st and 2nd-tier cannon fodder alongside the automatic crossbows stationed atop the fortress, while Chen Lang focused on hunting elite monsters of Tier 3 and above. For instance, the imposing red-shelled giant crab, which now crawled before him with its 6 legs. Beast, red-shell giant crab. Level, 4th tier. Description: a large crustacean sea beast with high defense and powerful pincers capable of easily snapping steel. Currently in a frenzied state due to natural disasters, it exhibits extreme aggression. This colossal crab, measuring 5 to 6 meters wide, moved with surprising speed, its 6 legs propelling it forward like a heavy armored vehicle painted in crimson. Crashing towards Chen Lang. Do you think I fear you? Chen Lang scoffed. The red-shelled giant crab indeed charged ferociously, but he stood firm, pushing forward with his arms to block the oncoming assault. However, this was just the beginning as the crab prepared to attack with its massive pincers. Capable of slicing through steel, Chen Lang swiftly switched to the Demon Slayer blade and struck down. Crack! The 6th-tier Demon Slayer blade effortlessly shattered the crab's proud shell, taking away more than half of its life in a single blow. This was not the end. Thanks to the bleeding enchantment applied, Chen Lang's strike inflicted continuous damage over time. The crab's already dwindling health rapidly diminished before his eyes, leading to its ultimate demise. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 4th-tier sea beast, red-shelled giant crab 1, earning 1 4th-tier energy crystal and 40 experience points. Another 40 experience points were added to his account. Chen Lang's experience bar, bolstered by the carnage, had quietly reached 850-3600. This maritime disaster was indeed a calamity for other survivors, but for him, it resembled a grand opportunity. The more he killed, the more he profited. 4th-tier elite monsters were not limited to just the red-shelled giant crab. Shortly after Chen Lang dispatched the crab, yet another 4th-tier sea creature led a new wave of monsters onto the land, unrelenting in its assault. This time, however, the leading 4th-tier creature was an electric eel. A 7 to 8 meter long electric eel, as thick as a barrel and sporting a deep blue hue, burst forth from the tumultuous waves, crackling with electrical currents that seemed to resonate with the storm clouds above. Hovering in mid-air, gathering its energy, it unleashed a barrage of lightning. Boom! 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 The speed of the lightning was astonishing, arriving in the blink of an eye, leaving even Chen Lang with no time to evade. Fortunately, he was shielded by the black-scale dragon armor, a 7th-tier piece of equipment representing formidable defense. Even a full-on strike from a 6th-tier beast would struggle to inflict lethal damage upon him. Moreover, he had further enhanced the black-scale dragon armor with reinforced 7th-tier thorn enchantments, which reflected half of the damage received back to the attacker. Thus, the 4th-tier electric eel's electrobombardment not only failed to harm Chen Lang, but the rebound effect from the thorns inflicted significant injury upon itself. Originally thinking it could harm its foe while remaining unscathed, it found itself in a dire predicament, suffering the opposite. 0 damage to Chen Lang, while inflicting 500 damage upon itself. You think you can come and go as you please? Chen Lang would not allow the prey within his grasp to escape to him. These monsters were merely walking experience points. The more that came, the more he would slay. With a mere thought, the black dragon wings behind the black scale dragon armor unfurled, launching him skyward. The dragon might skill of the demon dragon ring was activated once more. Roar! The deafening dragon's roar startled the 4th-tier electric eel, instantly paralyzing it with fear. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Lang raised the Crimson Flame Desert Hunter crossbow, activating the lava arrow skill. After a brief charge, a molten arrow shot forth, piercing the electric eel from tail to head, emerging from its mouth. The horrifying heat of the lava arrow cooked the 4th-tier electric eel to perfection, causing it to explode mid-descent. Boom! Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 4th-tier sea monster. 4th-tier Energy Crystal 1. Experience points 40. Having consecutively slain 2 elite monsters, the onslaught of sea creatures appeared to wane. It seemed as if the maritime disaster was finally drawing to a close. Yet, Chen Lang's performance rating remained stubbornly at the pinnacle of excellence, failing to reach an astonishing level. Odd. That shouldn't be the case. Chen Lang furrowed his brow. Given his current performance, achieving an astonishing rating should be well within reach. So why had it not elevated? Could it be? The maritime disaster was not over. Was there yet another wave to come? Chen Lang's suspicions were not unfounded. In fact, they were spot on, for in the next moment, a colossal whirlpool suddenly appeared in the waters ahead of Island 2887, its diameter exceeding 10 meters, emanating a terrifying aura from its depths. Roar! Xiao He flew over to the dark absolute black king dragon. It did not sense the pressure of bloodline emanating from the whirlpool, but instinctively felt a formidable presence. Chen Lang's brows knitted tighter. Whatever lay within that whirlpool was undoubtedly fearsome. No, he could not hesitate. He must take the initiative. He resolved to attack while the adversary remained concealed within the swirling depths, aiming to catch it off guard. Thus he unleashed a barrage of arrows from the Crimson Flame Desert Hunter crossbow, enhanced with expansion enchantments. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao He flapped its wings, hovering beside Chen Lang, unleashing a deep crimson dragon breath. Their combined assault managed to injure the entity lurking within the whirlpool, but also incited the creature's wrath. A 10-meter-long tentacle, adorned with sharp hooks and suction cups, suddenly lunged from the whirlpool, crashing down upon Chen Lang. His pupils constricted. How powerful! Chapter 60. Boss, the Herald of Old Ones. Chen Lang's exclamation was one of awe at the sheer force of this attack, which was the most formidable he had encountered thus far. The oppressive sensation he felt when clashing with the 5th-tier black-winged demon dragon paled in comparison. Undoubtedly, the owner of that tentacle was a boss-level entity. However, this was not enough. Facing the crashing tentacle, Chen Lang did not flinch. Channeling his energy into the Demon Slayer blade, he unleashed the Demon's Severing Slash. A flash of deep purple energy cut through the air, and with tremendous force, the descending tentacle was severed in mid-air. The damage from the bleeding enchantment manifested as a pained shriek emanated from the depths of the whirlpool. In the next instant. Whoosh! The boss-level sea creature concealed in the deep sea could no longer remain hidden and finally revealed its true form. Before him stood a grotesquely fierce creature, resembling an ancient herald of the Old Ones. A tentacled monstrosity, beast, herald of Old Ones, octopus beast, level 6th tier. Attributes: Spirit 50, Strength 63, Speed 30, Endurance 28, Magic 20, description, a relic of the ancient era, a servant of the old ones. Steeped in resentment. Upon re-emerging in this world, it seeks to drag everything in its sight into darkness, offering sacrifices to the legendary old ones. Skills: Old Curse, Rapid Regeneration, Powerful Arm Strike, Corrupting Power. As Chen Lang scrutinized the description of the sixth-tier octopus beast, his brows knitted together. He realized he was beginning to brush against deeper matters. The herald of the old ones. Who were these old ones? Nevertheless, those profound titles were beyond his current understanding. The most pressing matter was to eliminate this octopus beast and elevate his performance rating to astonishing. Thus, Chen Lang and Xiao He exchanged a glance, launching their assault in unison. The sword's energy surged forth. As the flowing silver longsword was drawn forth, its enchanted abilities were activated. After gathering energy, a white sword light, measuring approximately 10 feet in length, was unleashed. Simultaneously, the demon-slaying blade in the other hand was swung into action, initiating the demon exorcism. Once more did a beam of sword light and a streak of blade energy intersected, striking forward and backward in an intricate dance. The previously wounded octopus beast, wary of underestimating its opponent again, activated its skills, channeling the power of corruption into its pair of tentacles, causing them to emit a faint gray luminescence. This allowed them to withstand the white sword light of the flowing silver longsword. Yet the demon-slaying / managed to breach its defenses, nearly severing another tentacle. Blood damage numbers erupted continuously. Once again, the octopus beast found itself at a disadvantage in the confrontation, prompting it to swiftly activate its accelerated regeneration ability. The two damaged tentacles began to regrow at a visibly rapid pace, healing before the eye. Observing this, the agile Xiao He, who had taken to the sidelines, immediately intervened. Having ascended to the second tier, it may have lacked the raw power to rival the sixth-tier octopus beast, but it was more than capable of providing support. Xiao He unleashed the dark energy dragon armor skill, enveloping its black scales with a layer of obliteration power, thereby enhancing both its attack and defense capabilities. It also released the pressure of its dragon lineage, which combined with the dragon might of Chen Lang's demon dragon ring, creating a double-layered pressure that further disrupted the octopus beast. But that was not the end of it. Xiao He took flight, flapping its wings, and with its pair of dark, deadly claws, it relentlessly clawed at the octopus beast, leaving behind a multitude of vicious wounds in the blink of an eye. The octopus beast, tormented and enraged, immediately unleashed a powerful wrist strike skill. Its 8 stout, elongated tentacles, adorned with barbed suckers, thrashed violently, churning the sea surface and carving deep gorges into the island-esque ground. Fortunately, both Chen Lang and Xiao He possessed remarkable agility, allowing them to deftly evade the monstrous strikes and avoid being crushed. With such a ferocious attack speed and range, engaging in close combat would yield no advantage. It was time for ranged attacks. Chen Lang mounted Xiao He, distancing themselves from the octopus beast, shifting strategies to draw forth the Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow. With a whoosh, arrows were loaded, each equivalent to 6, resulting in a barrage of concentrated firepower. Xiao He continued to unleash the great obliteration dragon breath from its throat as the duo bombarded the octopus beast from afar. Gradually, the injury sustained by the octopus beast intensified, even its accelerated regeneration struggling to keep pace. This only fueled its fury further, prompting it to unleash a powerful skill. The Ancient Curse, a dense sphere of dark gray light, several meters in diameter, coalesced from the potent corruption energy. Following that, the sphere erupted, transforming into a multitude of obscure ancient runes that relentlessly pursued Chen Lang and Xiao He. The Ancient Curse's runes were in hot pursuit. Undeterred, Chen Lang activated one of the skills of the Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow, launching a lava arrow that successfully shattered an ancient rune. Xiao He, too, unleashed its ultimate skill, Black King's Annihilation. Its gaping maw opened wide, as if its throat had become an abyss, devouring all the runes of the Ancient Curse. The obliteration power continuously countered the corruption energy contained within the runes. After executing this feat, Xiao He utterly exhausted, could no longer sustain its form and descended onto the island. However, it had paved the way for Chen Lang by clearing the greatest obstacle at that moment, the octopus beast, having gathered all 8 of its tentacles. Struck with all its might toward Chen Lang. Here it comes, Chen Lang, focusing solely on offense, raised the demon-slaying blade, pouring all of his internal energy into this one decisive strike. A 10-meter-long, deep purple blade aura howled forth. Simultaneously, the octopus beast launched its desperate counterattack against Chen Lang. The 6-tier sea monster's all-out strike barely managed to breach the defenses of the black-scale dragon armor, yet its power was significantly diminished. Chen Lang merely felt a dull pressure in his chest before losing consciousness. Nevertheless, the enchantment of the thorny armor activated as usual. The reflective damage was not based on the harm Chen Lang suffered, but rather the damage dealt by the attacker. Thus, even though Chen Lang remained relatively unscathed, the full force of the attack, unmitigated, was instantaneously returned to the octopus beast. In that moment, the octopus beast finally understood the concept of self-inflicted harm. Its octopus head was squashed, pain causing stars to dance before its eyes. Before it could react, the 10-meter-long blade aura of the demon-slaying blade followed closely behind, serving as the final straw that broke the camel's back. Not only did it sever several tentacles used for defense, but it also cleaved the entire octopus beast in half. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the 6th-tier ferocious beast. Ancient Affinity Octopus Beast 1. Gained 1 6th-tier energy crystal, experience points 60. The system's kill notification echoed. With the most formidable octopus beast vanquished, the remaining sea monsters, now paralyzed by terror, left behind a battlefield strewn with the gradually dissipating corpses of sea beasts. Eventually, after a prolonged period, no further natural disasters or sea monsters would land upon the shores. This wave of maritime calamity had finally settled into silence. The system's settlement notification resonated in the minds of every surviving seeker in the entire region. Chapter 61. The disaster ends. Rankings announced. Rewards distributed. Ding, maritime disaster. Storms, giant waves, beast tides, 3 waves of assault have concluded. A total of 3,591 seekers participated. 1,145 survivors. Among them, 1 person performed brilliantly, 10 performed excellently, 178 performed well, 336 performed adequately, and 620 performed ordinarily. Specific individual performances and rankings are as follows. As the system notification chimed, the survivors, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for the briny sea breeze. Clearly, they had yet to recover from the relentless waves of maritime disasters. Yet, their eyes remained fixed on the ranking board, hoping to achieve a higher position and better rewards. The rankings were revealed in reverse order. The vast majority of individuals had barely endured this maritime disaster, typically sporting numerous wounds, with the island in disarray, rendering 7 days of progress almost futile. However, without those 7 days of development, none of them would have survived the calamity. Even so, from an initial pool of 10,000 individuals, only a little over 1,000 remained, with a death toll exceeding 90%. As the rankings were gradually announced, some discovered their positions exceeded their expectations. And the rewards were even better than anticipated, prompting joyous laughter. Meng Daxuan, having acquired the glazed staff, found himself relatively strong among his peers, thus achieving a commendable performance. He received a good treasure chest, which upon opening revealed a 4th-tier mage's robe, shimmering silver-white, resembling a cloak or a monk's garment. Its attributes were exceptional, enhancing both defense and magical recovery speed, a true boon for any mage. Zhang Xiang, with his environmental perception talent, though not adept in combat, was undeniably a master at avoiding danger. Thanks to this talent, Zhang Xiang had become a rare survivor whose island structures remained remarkably intact, earning him a spot among the 10 outstanding performers. The reward from his excellent treasure chest was also quite generous, leaving Zhang Xiang overjoyed. Lu Yang and Su Liang, who had previously traded with Chen Lang, managed to withstand the disaster's onslaught, albeit receiving only the lowest tier of evaluation. Yet, surviving was more important than anything else as the rankings ascended. the higher one climbed, the more predictable the performance levels became. Those who reached this tier were typically the prominent figures in their regions. The top 10 list was as follows. 10th place, Lu Zhukai, Island 1234, excellent performance. 9th place, Zhengro, Island 7659, excellent performance. 8th place, Huang Baichuan, Island 1005, excellent performance. 4th place, Song Shirin, Island 0026, excellent performance. 3rd place, Lu Rinjia, Island 9033, excellent performance. 2nd place, Gu Xiao, Island 0001, 0783, 2775, excellent performance. 1st place, Chen Lang, Islands 2887, 9527, outstanding performance. Among these, some rankings were rather surprising. For instance, Lu Zhukai in 10th place was actually part of a group of 4 on his island, all of whom, barring unforeseen circumstances, should have ranked in the top 10. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. While their combined presence on the same island provided them with advantages during their initial development phase, when a maritime disaster struck, their collective presence exceeded their capacity to cope. Undeniably, Lu Zhukai suffered substantial losses. If they lacked subsequent support, they would likely be overtaken by others. Another unexpected twist lay in the rankings of the top 3. There had been a widely accepted consensus regarding who was the strongest in the region. Chen Lang, undeniably first, with Lu Rinjia as the perennial second. Yet after this maritime disaster, Lu Rinjia's long-held position as second was surprisingly usurped, relegating him to third. This revelation shocked many, prompting curious glances towards the second-place holder, who bore an unfamiliar name, Gu Xiao. Such ferocity. Who was this individual? Many seekers were left wondering, as they had never heard of such a figure before. Chen Lang himself was equally taken aback. It appears that this Gu Xiao is a master of subtlety, a cunning individual who masquerades as a simpleton while secretly amassing great wealth. The other Chen Langs do not concern him. What troubles Chen Lang the most is that Gu Xiao has unexpectedly conquered and claimed 2 additional adventure islands, becoming the lord of 3 islands. One more than himself. Capturing islands is no trivial task, let alone seizing 2. Therefore, Chen Lang has designated Gu Xiao as a focal point of concern that he must not be surpassed. He is determined to maintain his position as the foremost overlord of the region. Ding! Congratulations on your brilliant performance during the first wave of maritime disasters. Ranking first. Reward. Stunning treasure chest X1. As the clock struck midnight, the 3 enhancement opportunities for the day had refreshed. Chen Lang decisively made use of them. Ding, would you like to consume 1 free opportunity to super enhance Stunning Treasure Chest X1? Yes, Chen Lang nodded. Thus, ding, super enhancement successful. Stunning Treasure Chest has been enhanced to Super Stunning Treasure Chest. Open. Chen Lang could hardly contain his excitement. He immediately lifted the lid of the chest, and several orbs of light suddenly burst forth from within, merging into the compartments of his backpack. Ding, Super Stunning Treasure Chest X1 has been successfully opened. You have obtained the item, Ordinary Villager Recruitment Certificate X3. Grade, Tier 3. Description. Upon use, you can randomly recruit 3 ordinary villagers of Tier 1 to Tier 3 strength from various professions to your island territory, who will become your subjects and obey your commands. Supplement 1. Villagers of different professions possess distinct specialties. Arranging their work appropriately can lead to the flourishing development of your territory. Supplement 2. Villagers possess loyalty and will unconditionally execute the Lord's commands. However, if subjected to mistreatment, their loyalty may decline. Should their loyalty fall to a critical level, the villagers may revolt. Remember, water can carry a boat and also capsize it. A villager recruitment certificate, such a thing exists. Now, I have assistance in developing my territory. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. He then activated his innate ability once more. Ding! Would you like to consume 300 energy crystals to super enhance Ordinary Villager Recruitment Certificate X3? Ding, super enhancement successful. Ordinary Villager Recruitment Certificate has been enhanced to Upper Class Villager Recruitment Certificate X3. Chapter 62. The Second Phase of Island Survival. 7 days until the cataclysm of the frigid apocalypse. You have obtained the item, Upper Class Villager Recruitment Certificate X3. Grade, Tier 4. Description: upon use, you can randomly recruit 3 upper-class villagers of Tier 4 strength from various professions to your island territory, who will become your subjects and obey your commands. Supplement 1. Villagers of different professions possess distinct specialties. Arranging their work appropriately can lead to the flourishing development of your territory. Supplement 2. Villagers possess loyalty and will unconditionally execute the Lord's commands. However, if subjected to mistreatment, their loyalty may decline. Should their loyalty fall to a critical level, the villagers may revolt. Remember, water can carry a boat and also capsize it. The Super Enhanced Villager Recruitment Certificate can recruit villagers of a higher strength level. It seems that moving forward, the plan will be to recruit more individuals to develop and construct the island territory, transforming it from a deserted isle into a village, and eventually into a fortress or town. Muttering to himself, Chen Lang did not immediately use the villager recruitment certificates. Instead, he turned his attention to the remaining rewards obtained from the treasure chest. You have obtained the item, Advanced Skill Book X1. Grade, Tier 7. Description: upon use, you can randomly acquire 1 intermediate skill. Skill categories: combat, survival, another skill book. However, this one is of a higher tier than the previous intermediate skill book. Chen Lang decisively chose to use it. What skill would he learn this time? Ding! Advanced Skill Book has been successfully learned. Congratulations, you have acquired the intermediate skill, Frost Freeze. Skill: Swordsmanship Mastery. Level: Advanced. Type: Combat. Description: Passive skill. Once learned, it significantly enhances proficiency with sword-type weapons. Once again, it was a combat skill, but unlike the active effect of Frost Freeze, this Swordsmanship Mastery is a passive skill that does not require active use. Instantly, Chen Lang's mind was flooded with the experiences of wielding swords, as if he had immersed himself in training for over a decade, becoming a master swordsman. Whether wielding a silver longsword or a demon-slaying blade, his movements became far more fluid and skilled than before. If previously Chen Lang relied solely on the formidable physical prowess of a survivor to swing his weapon haphazardly, now he could lift light objects with ease and heavy ones without strain. The difference in technique was truly on an entirely different level. The final orb of light appeared. You have obtained resources: Primary Spirit Stone Vein X1. Grade, Tier 7. Description: a vein rich in energy crystal reserves. Mining it yields a substantial amount of natural energy crystals, equivalent in effect to those found within ferocious beasts. Supplement: placing the Spirit Stone vein on the island can subtly enhance the overall potential of the island. A complete Spirit Stone vein. Goodness gracious, this is akin to an oil field. If the fungi see this, wouldn't they be envious enough to come and seize it? Chen Lang inhaled sharply, quickly retrieving the miniature Spirit Stone vein from his backpack. Switching to God's perspective, he positioned the vein adjacent to the natural cave. This would make mining more convenient, digging here and then there, all the while reaping plentiful rewards, although it was merely primary. The yield of energy crystals from this vein would undoubtedly be astonishing. Almost all survivors had claimed their ranking rewards when the system's notification chimed in opportunely. Power Panel, Ranking Interface, Reputation Mall, and more system functions have been unlocked. Ding! Regional PK has been launched. The system will randomly select 2 domains at irregular intervals to engage in random task challenges. The victorious domain's resources will increase, while the defeated domain's resources will decrease. Ding! In 7 days, the next wave of maritime disasters will arrive, characterized by frigid and frozen conditions. Survivors, please prepare to face this calamity. The global channel system announcement flooded with a series of notifications. After reading these messages, the surviving survivors fell into a momentary silence. Then the regional communication channel erupted once more. Isn't this a bit much? Is this a version update 666? So it turns out that the first 7 days were indeed a novice protection period. And the difficulty has suddenly escalated. We'll have to compete with other regions, and losing means a decrease in resources. Isn't this just a way to force us into competition and mutual depletion? In my view, this feels more like the system is nurturing a trap. None of that matters. Didn't you see? Another wave of disasters is coming in 7 days, frigid and frozen. Does this mean the disaster will resemble an apocalyptic ice age? In that case, we need to stockpile fuel, food, and water. We should hole up indoors and not come out. An apocalyptic ice age is upon us. Chen Lang furrowed his brow. It seems that his originally devised development strategies will need to be revised. He promptly retrieved the 3 upper-class villager recruitment certificates from his backpack. With a thought, he used them. The certificates flew from his hands, transforming into 3 portals. 3 villagers, each distinct in appearance yet radiating vigor, stepped forth from their respective portals. Upon seeing Chen Lang, they all bowed and greeted in unison. "Greetings, my lord." "Yes, rise." Chen Lang gestured for them to stand and instructed them to introduce themselves. The first villager, clad in a tiger-skin skirt, sturdy in stature and sharp in gaze, stepped forward and said earnestly, "Report, my lord. My name is Wang Dazhuang, Tier 4 level, hunter profession." As Wang Dawang introduced himself, his details panel materialized before the eyes of Chen Lang. The lord, villager, Wang Dazhuang, loyalty, 100, level, Tier 4, 1600, attributes, spirit 31, strength 35, endurance 35, speed 30, magic 19. Profession, C-class hunter, excellent. Chen Lang clapped Wang Dazhuang on the shoulder, commending him. The latter was instantly filled with excitement, while the other 2 looked on with envy. The second villager promptly introduced himself. "Report, my lord. My name is Annie, and I am a beast tamer. Tier 4 level, villager. Annie, loyalty, 100, level, 4th rank, 1600, attributes, spirit 50, strength 20, endurance 30, speed 20, magic 30, profession, B rank, beast tamer, skills, beast affinity, beast space, blood sacrifice frenzy, beast horde expedition." Then the third person said, "Report, my lord. They both call me a roughneck, but in truth, I am quite astute in my life. My name is Dada. Villager, Dada, loyalty, 100 level, 4th rank, 1600, attributes, spirit 50, strength 20, endurance 30, speed 20, magic 30, profession, A rank berserker, skills, brave in battle, blood-soaked slaughter, crushing force, strike of obliteration, resurgence of fighting spirit. Ding. First recruitment of territory subjects, achievement unlocked. Highly sought after experience points 100. Chapter 63. Assigning tasks to villagers, each to their own duties. Wang Dazhuang, Annie, and Dada, 3 distinguished villagers, boast increasingly remarkable attributes and higher professional ranks. Chen Lang's satisfaction grew with each glance that he promptly assigned them their respective duties and tasks. Annie, as a beast tamer, you will take charge of taming the beasts on the island. It is also time to expand the scale of the ranch. Yes, my lord, Dada. You will be responsible for patrolling the island daily. Understand, my lord. Wang Dazhuang, as a hunter, you should possess skills in crafting simple tools as well, correct? Indeed, my lord. Given the right materials, I can forge various iron tools and equipment. Very well, then. I entrust you with the management of the 3rd-rank blacksmith shop over there. When you're not hunting, you shall create equipment there. Rest assured, my lord, I will excel. With all tasks assigned, the 3 villagers required accommodation. As Chen Lang pondered where to house them, Annie proactively interjected, "My lord, we can construct simple villager dwellings ourselves. We only require some materials from you. Nothing too extravagant, just stones, wooden planks, and other basic materials. You can build your own houses? That is even better." The prospect of the 3 villagers constructing their own residences delighted Chen Lang, alleviating him of a troublesome task, while simultaneously adding another structure to the island. It was a win-win situation. He immediately fulfilled Annie and her companion's request by retrieving the necessary materials from the medium storage chest in the fortress's basement and handing them over. Upon receiving the materials, Annie and the others commenced their labor without delay. Chen Lang designated a specific area for them as the village site, ensuring that future recruits could also settle there. With a flurry of sounds, the trio worked swiftly, and within half a day's time, they completed a small wooden house resembling a trio of matchboxes. The single-room dwelling was comparable in size to Chen Lang's initial small house, complete with windows at the front and back, but with a stone foundation, making it sturdier by comparison. Building, trio of adjacent villager huts, grade 3rd rank, description, a simple dwelling constructed by villagers, capable of meeting the most basic living requirements. A 3rd rank hut. Its level felt somewhat inadequate. Chen Lang furrowed his brow. With the island having advanced to 4th rank, 3rd rank buildings no longer held much prestige. In light of this, as the Lord, he decided to extend some benefits to the subjects within his territory. Ding. Would you like to consume Energy Crystal 100 to super enhance the trio of adjacent villager huts? Ding. Super enhancement successful. The trio of adjacent villager huts has been enhanced to trio of adjacent stone huts. As the innate ability activated, the system's prompt resonated, and the radiance enveloping the small wooden house gradually dissipated. Annie and her companions were astonished to find that their newly constructed wooden house had been upgraded by their lord into a more robust and spacious stone house. They were immediately overjoyed, bowing repeatedly to express their gratitude towards Chen Lang. Chen Lang waved his hand. "All right, rise." With that, Annie and her companions gradually calmed their emotions and immediately set about executing the tasks Chen Lang had assigned to them. The tallest and most robust among them, Dada, brandished 2 double-edged iron axes and began patrolling the island with an imposing demeanor. Wang Dazhuang proceeded to the blacksmith shop, following Chen Lang's instructions to smelt rough iron and other metals in the furnace. Preparing for the upcoming excavation of natural caves and spiritual stone veins, as for Annie, she took Little Black into the forest, where under Little Black's dragon intimidation, her beast-taming skills could be deployed even more efficiently. However, when the fearsome-looking Little Black suddenly descended from the sky, landing before Annie, it startled her greatly. Even Wang Dezhuang and Dada were alarmed, fearing a dragon invasion, fully aware of the potential danger and even the risk of losing their lives. They were nonetheless prepared to fight Little Black. If not for Chen Lang stepping in to clarify that Little Black was his pet, a conflict might have indeed erupted. This incident demonstrated that the 3 villagers, with their loyalty at a perfect 100, were indeed willing to risk their lives for their lord. Thus concluded the minor episode. After the first calamity, Island 2887 began to flourish. Chen Lang, equipped with a fishing rod, made his way to the seaside, ready to engage in today's fishing activities. Alas, the harbor had been ravaged by monstrous waves. Otherwise, fishing at the dock would have yielded even greater returns. The disaster had struck, inevitably resulting in some losses. Yet fortunately, the damages remained within Chen Lang's anticipated limits. Furthermore, with the island's elevation to 4th rank, the fishing rod's drop rate had also improved. Each time there's a 10 chance of a miss. 40 chance of obtaining a 4th rank treasure chest, 25 chance of obtaining a 5th rank treasure chest, 15 chance of obtaining a 6th rank treasure chest, 9 chance of obtaining a 7th rank treasure chest, 1 chance of obtaining an 8th rank treasure chest. Remaining fishing attempts. 5. The fishing rod's level, akin to that of the sanctuary, was always 1 rank higher than the island's level after super enhancement. Thus, the current fishing rod had already reached 5th rank quality. The drop rates and average quality of treasure chests had also escalated, with the potential to even reel in an 8th rank treasure chest. Without hesitation, Chen Lang commenced fishing. Ding! Fishing successful. Obtained a 4th rank treasure chest 1. Ding! Fishing failed, miscount 1. Ding! Fishing successful. Obtained a 6th rank treasure chest 1. Ding! Fishing successful. Obtained a 5th rank treasure chest 1. Ding! Fishing successful. Obtained a 4th rank treasure chest 1. From 5 fishing attempts, he harvested 2 4th rank treasure chests, 1 5th rank treasure chest, 1 6th rank treasure chest, and 1 miss. The yield was satisfactory, and Chen Lang found it acceptable. He immediately activated the remaining 2 opportunities for free super enhancement. Ding! Super enhancement successful. The 5th rank treasure chest has been super enhanced to 7th rank treasure chest 1. The 6th rank treasure chest has been super enhanced to 7th rank treasure chest 1, with 2 successful free enhancements. His luck proved fortuitous, as both treasure chests have been upgraded to 7th rank. Chen Lang waved his hand and promptly began to open the chests in bulk. Ding! 2 4th rank treasure chests opened successfully. Obtained item: Intermediate Workbench Blueprint 1. Obtained resource: Intermediate Single-Person Treasure Map 1. Ding! 2 7th rank treasure chests opened successfully. Obtained item: Island Expansion Card 1. Obtained equipment: Light Cloud Moon Staff 1. Chen Lang began to examine the items one by one. First, he focused on the intermediate workbench blueprint. The workbench in his underground workshop was merely a basic one. While it was functional, it lacked the capacity to produce advanced equipment. Now that he had drawn an intermediate workbench blueprint from the chests, it was the perfect opportunity to undergo an upgrade. Chapter 64. Light Cloud Moon Staff. Island Expansion Card. The Maturation of the Essence Cleansing Fruit Tree. Item. Intermediate Workbench Blueprint. Type. Production Blueprint. Grade. 4th rank. Description. Gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Require materials. Enchanted Logs 9, Mithril Ingots 1, Lapis Lazuli 3, Copper Ingots 2, Iron Ingots 3. Chen Lang had come to discern a pattern. Tools like workbenches, enchanting tables, forging tables, and brewing tables exhibited a significant disparity between basic and intermediate levels. The variety of materials required and the complexity of production were considerably greater. Fortunately, these challenges posed no difficulty for Chen Lang. He had ample supplies of lapis lazuli, iron ingots, and copper ingots, AS for mithril ingots. He had unearthed a few during his mining expeditions and could easily smelt them into finished products, AS for enchanted logs. Although this was his first encounter with the notion of enchanting wood. He had an intermediate enchanting table. B while using 9 units of oak logs and expending some energy crystals and lapis lazuli, he could enchant the logs in no time. After placing all the materials on the blueprint, a flash of light erupted. Ding! Manufacturing successful. Obtained item. Intermediate Workbench 1. Item. Intermediate Workbench. Tier. For description, a surface for survivors to craft various equipment and tools. Supplement. The range of crafted items is from Tier 4 to Tier 6. And crafting items of Tier 5 or 6 will accelerate the wear and tear of the workbench, significantly reducing its durability. With this new addition, you can take a break for now. Chen Lang, wielding a stone pickaxe enchanted with luck, excavated the primary workbench and replaced it with a newly crafted intermediate workbench, but he then retrieved the blueprints stored in the primary workbench and transferred them to the intermediate one. In this manner, the old and new workbenches seamlessly exchanged roles, AS for the retired primary workbench. Chen Lang had no intention of letting it gather dust. Instead, he planned to put it to good use in another capacity. Thus, he made his way to the blacksmith shop and handed the workbench to the villager Wang Dazhuang. This workbench is for you. It will make your work much more convenient. Upon receiving the workbench, Wang Dazhuang expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. I will certainly work hard to serve you. I have faith in you, Chen Lang replied with a smile, patting Wang Dazhuang on the shoulder. He then turned his attention to the other rewards obtained from the treasure chests. Item. Intermediate Treasure Map. Single. Tier. For description. A blueprint depicting ancient treasures. Clicking to use will teleport you to the starting point of the treasure map, route to begin your treasure hunt, until you reach the end point and discover the treasure. Supplement 1. The location of the treasure map is often fraught with danger. It is advisable for survivors to be of equal or higher level than the treasure map before attempting the challenge, or the failure rate will be significantly high. Supplement 3. Treasure maps come in both single and multiplayer types. Multiplayer treasure maps allow survivors to team up for treasure hunting. Another treasure map. This is the second treasure map Chen Lang has uncovered, but it is of a higher tier than the previous one that the difficulty and rewards are likely to be greater as well. Once he finishes his current tasks, he plans to click and use it. For now, Chen Lang set the treasure map aside, as he still had many tasks to attend to. His gaze then shifted to the rewards obtained from the 2-tier 7 treasure chests. First, he examined the first item, equipment, Light Cloud Out Moon Staff, Tier 7. Description, a staff entirely in silver white, with the tip carved in the design of light clouds rising to the moon, embedded with a Tier 7 moon crystal gem, making it a high-level mage's staff. Skill, quick chanting, shortens casting time, allowing some simple spells to be cast without chanting or charging. Skill, Light Cloud Out Moon, enhances the effects of all spells by 30%. With ice and dark spells receiving an additional 20% boost. The skills seem impressive, but unfortunately, I am not a mage and cannot utilize them. Chen Lang sighed. However, a thought struck him. Do skills count as magic? Only one way to find out. He immediately grasped the light cloud out moon staff and activated the intermediate skill Frost Freeze. Upon attempting it, the results were indeed remarkable. Both the speed of frost spreading and the hardness of the ice layer after freezing had significantly improved compared to before. After a rough assessment, the enhancement effect was at least over 50%. It seemed that the skill's effect of enhancing all spells by 30%, along with an additional 20% boost for ice and dark spells, corresponded perfectly to the 50% enhancement for those two types. It appears that this staff is not entirely useless. After all, it is a Tier 7 piece of equipment, so I shall keep it for now. Chen Lang stowed away the light cloud out moon staff. Among the 4 rewards obtained from the recent fishing excursion, the one that captivated Chen Lang the most was the final item. Island Expansion Card. Item. Island Expansion Card. Tier 7 description. Designate an island to use this card, doubling its area and refreshing its resources. Doubling the island's area. Let me see how this works. Chen Lang immediately focused his mind and chose to use it. Ding. Island Expansion Card 1. Usage successful. The system prompt sounded. In the next moment, Island 2887 began to tremble slightly, much like it did when its level was upgraded. The tides receded at the edges, revealing circles of land that rapidly transformed into various terrains. Previously, when Island 2887 was upgraded to Tier 4, its diameter reached 2,000 meters. Now, it has doubled, maintaining its east-west length while the maximum length from north to south has expanded to 4,000 meters. This grants Chen Lang a larger area to establish farms and other structures. Additionally, the quantity of resources on the island is closely tied to its area. Now that the island's area has doubled, various forests, animals, and other resources have also increased correspondingly. Even from the Lord's perspective, overlooking the entire island, Chen Lang discovered many rare and exotic beasts and treasures that had not existed on the island before. All refreshed with this expansion, abundant resources equate to wealth. The more, the merrier. Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction. He then strolled over to the 3 farmlands. Thanks to the protective barrier of the Energy Crystal Defense Tower, the vulnerable farmlands remained unscathed by the maritime calamities. The crops planted within had continued to thrive and were nearly all mature. Chen Lang immediately commenced harvesting. He gathered a plethora of red flame flowers, dew fruits, blue spirit herb fruits, coconuts, spirit rice, and acorns. Of course, the highest tier crop, the washing marrow fruit tree, also welcomed its first harvest. Standing 10 meters tall with a lush canopy, the tree bore nearly 100 washing marrow fruits, all of which were promptly harvested by Chen Lang. Crop. Washing marrow fruit. Tier 5. Description. A precious resource with the effect of marrow washing. Long-term consumption can subtly enhance physical quality and elevate inherent talent. Supplement. Most effective for beings of Tier 5 and below. Effects gradually diminish for those above Tier 5 and cannot affect Tier 10 beings or higher. I am currently at Tier 5, so the effects of washing marrow fruits will be optimal. With a chuckle, Chen Lang wiped the fruit and promptly devoured one whole. Chapter 65. The Astonishing Washing Marrow Fruit. Attribute Enhancement. Slaying the Island Lord again. The washing marrow fruit, a precious resource, had previously been discovered by a fortunate survivor who was merely an ordinary person with no tears. After consuming one, he directly gained 1 point of free attribute value. Aside from the fixed attribute points awarded for leveling up, only by equipping special items with passive effects could one increase attributes. Attributes largely determine a survivor's strength. Thus, even a mere increase of 1 attribute point would attract countless survivors. Now, if this information were spread, it would undoubtedly incite envy among other survivors in the region. The flavor of the washing marrow fruit was exquisite, juicy, and delectably sweet and sour. Chen Lang found himself increasingly addicted to its taste. Coupled with the massive appetite of a Tier 5 survivor, he unknowingly consumed the entire harvest from the tree. The effect was immediate, granting him an astounding 10 attribute points. Additionally, the enhancement from the washing marrow fruit was comprehensive, equally distributing benefits across all 5 dimensions of attributes. Spirit 68, Strength 74, Speed 67, Endurance 75, Magic 81. This boost brought Chen Lang's total attribute value to 365 points. In normal circumstances, a Tier 7 survivor's attribute value hovers around 330 points. This means that Chen Lang's attributes now surpass those of a typical Tier 7 survivor, despite being only Tier 5. With his newfound strength, it was time to find a place to test his skills. Feeling a surge of excitement, Chen Lang turned his gaze toward the two uncharted adventure islands adjacent to Island 9527. The resources alone on Island 9527 had been immensely beneficial, and he could still continue to develop it. If he were to conquer the remaining two islands, the rewards would multiply. Without hesitation, Chen Lang sprang into action, as he was always quick to take initiative. This time, he was not venturing forth alone. With a soft call, a majestic shadow of a black dragon soared from the forest, wings unfurling like an arrow as it darted to Chen Lang's side. The IT was his battle pet, the dark absolute black dragon. Xiaohei. Chen Lang mounted the dragon's back and pointed toward an island. Xiaohei, let us go. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaohei took flight, carrying Chen Lang as they raced across the surface of the sea. The speed was exhilarating, and the presence of the dragon instilled fear in any predatory birds that dared approach, sending them fleeing in terror. In the blink of an eye, Chen Lang landed steadily on the new adventure island. With Xiaohei, traveling between islands was no longer a cumbersome task. There was no need to place a sub-teleportation array. Unlike the first time he landed on Island 9527, he did not set up a sub-teleportation array, as he could swiftly traverse back and forth on either Xiaohei or on the back of the black scale dragon armor. There was no need to waste a teleportation point. Ding! You have embarked upon the adventurous Isle 9526, a land abundant in resources and teeming with formidable monsters, all under the dominion of a powerful island lord who annihilates any intruders. Should you succeed in vanquishing the island lord, you may usurp their position and become the new sovereign of the isle. The system's notification echoed. Previously, my strength was insufficient, compelling me to gather my power before daring to challenge the island lord. However, now, I stand resolute, eager to see if the Lord of Isle 9526 dares to confront me. With my prowess elevated, my demeanor has shifted accordingly. Today, Chen Lang embodies audacity, and no longer will I meander in search of resources. Once the island lord is defeated, all the riches of this isle shall belong to me. Thus, Chen Lang, accompanied by the dragon companion Xiaohei, boldly parades across the adventurous isle, ostentatiously inviting the island lord to confront him. The island lord, well aware of the isle's circumstances, soon detects the presence of Chen Lang and Xiaohei. How audacious! An invader dares to be so insolent. A raspy voice, fragmented and intermittent, emerges. The visage of the island lord reveals itself. Astonishingly, it is a zombie king, monster, bone king, level, tier 4 description, the formidable lord of Isle 9526, a powerful undead king, possessing the ability to generate and control a multitude of bones, capable of commanding all zombies and skeletal creatures upon the island. Skills: Bone Slayer, King of Corpses, Decayed Resurrection. Frigid bones. To be frank, the Bone King possesses considerable strength. Were it to encounter novice survivors, most would be effortlessly dispatched. Even among those who have survived the first calamity, fewer than 10 would claim a 70% chance of overcoming it. Alas, the Bone King faces the invader Chen Lang. Not only did he triumph over the Tier 5 dragon beast, the black-winged demon dragon, while still a Tier 4, but now, as a Tier 5. He stands before the Bone King clad in resplendent equipment, leading the dragon Xiaohei in a fleeting moment. The Bone King nearly mistakes itself for the challenger, believing Chen Lang to be the lord of this isle. Curse be it! Enraged, the Bone King bellows, activating its skill, King of Corpses. The ground trembles as skeletal soldiers and zombies emerge from the earth, rushing towards Chen Lang in a fervor. Does sheer number guarantee success? Chen Lang scoffs in disdain. Presently, he finds these minions beneath his notice, choosing instead to leave them to Xiaohei. Roar. With a thunderous dragon roar, Xiaohei unleashes the Dark Dragon Claw skill, its claws radiating a sharp, perilous red light. With a single strike, a zombie or skeletal soldier is guaranteed to be torn asunder. Ding! Your battle pet Xiaohei has slain Tier 2 monsters. zombies 5, earning tier 2 energy crystals 5. Ding, your battle pet Xiao He has slain. Xiao He wreaks havoc among the horde. Meanwhile, Chen Lang strides forward, swiftly arriving before the Bone King. Foregoing any elaborate maneuvers, he simply swings the Demon Slayer blade. The Bone King's already pallid visage turns ashen with fear. Desperately, it employs various skills in a futile attempt to withstand Chen Lang's strike. Yet, neither the bone armor derived from its frigid bones, nor the decayed resurrection, nor even its transformation into a towering 10-meter-tall skeletal slayer. The deep purple blade aura slices through. Crack. The Bone King is rendered utterly lifeless. The system's notification resounds. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the Island Lord, Bone King. Becoming the new Lord of Isle number 9526. Chapter 66. Staff of the Corpse King. Burial Site of Ancient Era's Champions. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the Tier 4 monster, Bone King 1, earning Tier 4 Energy Crystals 1. Corpse Kings remains 23. Staff of the Corpse King 1 and 40 experience points. Ding. Achieved the milestone of slaying over 100 zombies, skeletal undead creatures, earning the achievement Undead Terminator I, gaining 100 experience points. More equipment has dropped. Chen Lang gazes into his backpack. Unlike a weapon meant for direct assault, the staff resembles that of a mage. Upon inspecting the details, his assumptions are confirmed. Equipment. Staff of the Corpse King. Tier for description. A staff forged by the Bone King itself, providing additional enhancements for necromancers and dark attribute mages. With the Staff of the Corpse King, alongside the Light Cloud and Moon Staff, I now possess 2 staves, though their utility remains limited. Chen Lang's brow furrows, and no matter how superior the equipment, if it cannot be utilized, it serves merely as a decoration. I must devise a method to make use of them all. I can merge them. Conveniently, I possess both a mid-level workbench and a forge. I shall recombine these 2 staves into a singular, new piece of equipment. Setting aside the matter of the staves, Chen Lang, now the Island Lord, immediately focuses his thoughts, entering the Lord's vantage point, where information about the Isle unfolds before him. This on number 9526, though sequentially numbered next to all number 9527, differs significantly in both topography and resource types. The resources on this isle are relatively sparse, falling short of my expectations, yet there exists a peculiar location. Let's investigate. Fortune favors the bold. Chen Lang promptly mounts Xiao He and soars toward the special area of I'll know. 9526, but before him lies a desolate, ancient ruin, resembling not a palace, but rather the grand entrance to an opulent tomb. Special location, burial site of Ancient Era's Champions. Description, eroded by the passage of time, yet still housing numerous mechanisms. A thin veil of malevolent energy seeps from the ground, naturally attracting undead beings, yet within lies the entirety of the ancient champion's treasures. Indeed, as described, the malevolent energy is thick. No wonder this place birthed a Tier 4 Bone King, presumably having absorbed the dense energy to become the Island Lord. Moreover, the remnants surrounding suggest the Bone King harbored great covetousness for the treasures within the tomb, continuously attempting to breach the grand entrance, yet failing to do so. Ultimately, it was its insufficient Tier 4 status that IT now falls to me. Chen Lang chuckles softly, lifting his gaze toward the weathered, imposing tomb entrance. Xiao He curiously approaches, testing its strength. Even its sharp claws leave mere scratches, requiring considerable effort to breach. Given such fortitude, it is no surprise the Bone King could never succeed, thus granting me this opportunity. Chen Lang retrieves the Light Cloud and Moon Staff, grasping it and activating the mid-level skill Ice Frost Freeze. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Brilliant blue frost swiftly envelopes the heavy tomb door, sealing it. Following this, he switches to the Crimson Flame and Sand Crossbow, loading an arrow and channeling energy for an extended period before pulling the trigger. The skill Lava Arrow is unleashed, enhanced by a capacity augmentation enchantment, launching 6 molten arrows simultaneously, whoosh, 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 upon striking the stone door. The molten arrows explode, boom, boom, boom. Initially encased in frost, The subsequent volcanic explosions overwhelmed the stone door, ultimately creating a substantial breach. Let us proceed. Chen Lang boldly strides into the tomb, as Chen Lang and Xiao He enter the tomb. They immediately trigger the defensive mechanisms. The stone floor of the tomb shifts unexpectedly, and 4 stone pillars rise, each hollowed out in the center, where a cold, mechanical puppet stands sentinel. Upon sensing the presence of the intruder duo, the 4 puppets emerge from their columns, their eyes glowing red, and a deep growl resonates ominously, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. The next moment, the 4 puppets launch an assault. Monster, Guardian Puppets. Tier 6. Description: puppets crafted by ancient era puppeteers. Specializing in close combat, their bodies are resilient, executing their master's commands with unwavering loyalty. 4 Tier 6 puppets, challenging me. My fortune is indeed remarkable. I never anticipated encountering such a grand spectacle upon an island where the Lord is merely Tier 4. Chen Lang's excitement surges, and without summoning Xiao He for assistance, he boldly engages the 4 guardian puppets single-handedly. Clang. The crisp sound of clashing reverberates. Clad in the black scale dragon armor, Chen Lang absorbs the brunt of the puppets' attacks. The majority of their power mitigated by the armor, triggering the hard thorn enchantment. The puppets stagger back, exposing numerous vulnerabilities. Sword energy surges, slash, with the silver flowing sword in hand, having mastered the passive skill sword proficiency through an advanced skill tome. Chen Lang's swordsmanship has reached unprecedented heights, rivaling that of a master. Consequently, the potency of each strike has escalated accordingly that a wave of sword energy slashed forth, and even the guardian puppets, crafted from the most resilient materials, bore deep gashes across their surfaces. Yet this was not sufficient. The power of the flowing silver longsword fell short against a 6-tier foe. Without hesitation, Chen Lang switched to the demon-slaying blade. The demon-slaying slash was unleashed. A deep violet blade light cleaved downward, directly splitting open the chest of one guardian puppet, leaving behind a hideous gash. The bleeding enchantment further allowed the residual sword energy to penetrate deeper, continuously inflicting damage upon the puppet. Seizing the moment of weakness, Chen Lang struck again. At last, the guardian puppet could withstand no more and exploded into a multitude of shattered fragments. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a 6-tier monster, Guardian Puppet X1. Obtained a 6-tier Energy Crystal X1, a Broken Puppet Heart X1, experience points, 60, 1 down. The remaining 3 Guardian Puppets posed little threat to Chen Lang. His current strength could no longer be measured by conventional levels. Even if 7th-tier or higher monsters were to appear, he would remain unfazed. Ding! Congratulations on defeating 6-tier monsters. Guardian Puppet X3, obtained a 6-tier Energy Crystal X3, a Broken Puppet Heart X3, experience points, 180. Glancing at the loot in his backpack, the Puppet Heart, a drop that was nearly guaranteed upon defeating a puppet, caught Chen Lang's attention. Chapter 67, An Unexpected Area PK. 3rd update. Item: Damaged Puppet Heart. Grade: 6-tier. Description: the driving core of the puppet, though damaged, showcases exquisite craftsmanship, with intricate runes on its surface. Supplement: collecting multiple damaged puppet cores can synthesize a complete puppet core, used for crafting new puppets or repairing damaged ones. So this is its purpose. Chen Lang nodded in understanding. He inspected his backpack again. Whether from previously defeating the sand puppets, teaming up with Lu Renjia to destroy the fire demon puppet, or this time shattering 4 6-tier guardian puppets in one go, he had accumulated quite a number of damaged puppet cores. Together, they were just enough to synthesize a new, complete core. Ding! Obtained item: Puppet Core X1. Grade: 6-tier. Description: a complete puppet core, the most crucial component of a puppet, equivalent to its brain. Supplement: can drive 6-tier and below puppets, but only 6-tier puppets can fully utilize the core's potential. After a flurry of activity, aside from the first guardian puppet that was obliterated beyond utility, Chen Lang managed to piece together a complete puppet body from the remains of the other 3. He promptly placed this newly synthesized 6-tier puppet core into the puppet body. In the next moment, the puppet sprang to life, as if powered on, its eyes suddenly illuminating, and it stood upright, However, instead of launching an immediate attack as before, it stood there in a daze, since this core was freshly assembled by Chen Lang. It essentially rebooted the system of this patched-together puppet, erasing its former master's commands. Now, this puppet was an unclaimed entity, devoid of any instructions. Without delay, Chen Lang bit his tongue and dripped blood to claim it. Ding! Obtained item. Guardian Puppet 6 tier, X1. Chen Lang activated his talent. Ding! Would you like to consume a 6 tier Energy Crystal X1 to supercharge the Guardian Puppet 6 tier, X1? Ding! Supercharge successful. Guardian Puppet 6 tier has been supercharged to Guardian Spirit Puppet 7th tier. As the radiant light faded, the rejuvenated Guardian Spirit Puppet came into view before Chen Lang, towering and clad in heavy armor. It exuded an imposing aura. Its strength was undeniably formidable. From now on, you shall guard this island, intercept any intruders at the first opportunity, and alert me. Chen Lang commanded the Guardian Spirit Puppet, which nodded mechanically before positioning itself protectively in front of Chen Lang. With the Guardian Spirit Puppet by his side, the various defensive mechanisms along the way posed no threat to him, allowing him to reach the deepest part of the underground palace unscathed. There he encountered the remains of a powerful being from ancient times. Could this truly be a formidable entity from the ancient era? Regrettably, it had perished long ago, leaving only a skeleton behind. Upon its finger rested a ring. Equipment, spatial storage ring. Grade, 10th tier. Description, a popular storage artifact among powerful beings of the ancient era. The ring contains a space of varying dimensions, allowing items to be retrieved or stored at will. Supplement, the storage space of a 10th tier spatial ring is 100 cubic meters. It seems this ring contains the entirety of this ancient being's wealth. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lang bowed respectfully and cautiously approached to remove the ring from the skeletal hand. With its master gone, the spatial storage ring had become a relic without an owner. After re-establishing his claim through blood, he focused his mind and retrieved the contents of the ring that a cascade of items spilled forth. Obtained items. Gold coins X3, 840,000. Obtained item. Advanced Refiner's Skill Book X1. Obtained item. 4-element Fire Furnace X1. Obtained item. Advanced Enchantment Table X1. Obtained item. Advanced Forging Table X1. Obtained item. Advanced Workbench X1. Obtained resources. Mithril Ingots X76. The plethora of resources nearly filled Chen Lang's backpack to capacity. The treasures within the ring made him realize that this skeleton had once been a high-level refiner from the ancient era. What was the ancient era truly like? It seemed somewhat akin to the current survival on islands, yet distinctly different. The more he encountered relics from the ancient era, the more curious Chen Lang became. After all, it was evident that the billions of people who had traversed into this world were indeed in a land with remnants of prehistoric civilization, and the ancient era must have been filled with formidable beings. But why did the ancient era ultimately decline, and what became of those powerful figures? Ultimately, it all boiled down to strength. As long as I continue to elevate my power, one day I shall uncover the truths of the ancient era. Perhaps I will unravel the mysteries of the universal island survival. Chen Lang muttered to himself, his fists gradually clenching tighter. He then departed the underground palace with Xiao He and the Guardian Spirit Puppet, sealing the location. The Guardian Spirit Puppet would remain to safeguard the island while Chen Lang intended to press on toward the next adventurous island. However, just as he prepared to set off, the system announcement suddenly reverberated, flooding the screen that a mandatory pop-up appeared before every survivor. Ding! Area PK is about to commence. The current area, number 10086, will engage in an area PK with area 10010 in 10 minutes. Area PK is limited to 48 hours. At the end of the countdown, the system will compare the developmental standings of both areas. Each victory will earn a point. The area with the most accumulated victory points will win this area PK and receive reward for the entire region. The losing area will face penalties, including but not limited to a reduction in total resources and an increase in monster levels. The specific PK items are as follows. The highest survivor level in both areas. The highest island level in both areas. The number of fifth-tier survivors in both areas. The number of fifth-tier islands in both areas. The communication channels between the PK areas have been temporarily opened for survivors to exchange information. The cold, mechanical tone of the system echoed in the ears of every survivor in Area 10086, and among those in the opposing Area 10010, catching everyone off guard. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the communication interface erupted with activity. Chen Lang immediately entered the communication interface. Chapter 68. Chen Lang. It matters not. I shall take action. Fourth update. Luringia. Is the area PK starting already? This is so sudden. Su Janning. Exactly, we have no preparation at all, and losing will reduce our area resources. This is too tough. Lu Jichai. There are 5 PK items, meaning we must win at least 3 to secure victory in the overall area PK. Zhengro. We are Area 10086, but we have no idea how strong the opposing Area 10010 is. Song Shuren. Look at the system announcement. It indicates the project details for both areas. The average strength of survivors in Area 10010 is not low. We might be facing a tough challenge. Upon reading Song Shuren's comment, Chen Lang also switched to the system announcement interface. Indeed, he found that the system had marked the conditions of the 5 PK projects in each of the 2 regions. Maximum survivor level in both regions. Region 10086. Level 5 Region 10010. Level 5. Highest island level in both regions. Region 10086. Level 4 Region 10010. Level 4. Number of Level 5 survivors in both regions. Region 10086. 1 Region 10010. 2. Number of Level 5 islands in both regions. Region 10086. 0 Region 10010. 0. Number of survivors and islands at Level 4 in both regions. Region 10086. For Region 10010. 7 out of the 5 items. 3 were tied. To his dismay, the remaining 2 items showed that his side was lagging behind entirely, falling behind by 2 points right from the start. This initial setback caused Chen Lang to furrow his brows. The other survivors in Region 10086 were also lamenting. What? We are actually behind. Even the top 10 in the rankings are no match for the opponents. It's all thanks to our great Chen Lang holding up our side. Otherwise, we would be suffering even worse losses. Falling into a disadvantage right at the start makes victory unlikely. The atmosphere in Region 10086 was grim. Meanwhile, the survivors from Region 10010, witnessing their advantage, were all smiles. Many even took to taunting. You're already trailing by 2 items at the start. You in Region 10086 are no match. We in Region 10010 are superior. Exactly, in this first regional PK. You are bound to lose. Our region boasts a powerhouse with an awakened SSS-level talent. What do you have to compete with us? That's right. Yin Xiao, the one awakened with SSS-level critical fishing talent. Obtained Level 2 equipment on the first day, and now is fully equipped with Level 6 gear. How can you compete with our great Yin Xiao? You might as well surrender. Kakik, Ye Yun Xiao, who was being lauded by the survivors of Region 10010, personally stepped forward to speak. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, the people of Region 10086 will not rise again. This statement naturally incited outrage among the people of Region 10086. Yin Xiao, is he really that formidable? Our region also has the great Chen Lang. He is also a Level 5 survivor. Yin Xiao remained aloof. Oh, what level talent has he awakened? If it's not SSS, he doesn't qualify to be compared with me. Chen Lang initially did not wish to speak, preferring to observe quietly as before. However, witnessing Yi Yunxiao's arrogance, he felt that remaining silent would make him seem too soft. It doesn't matter. I will take action. With this declaration, the survivors of Region 10086 found their rallying point and began to cheer for Chen Lang. Great Chen Lang, you must suppress the Yi Yunxiao from the opposing side. We cannot stand his haughty demeanor. Great Chen Lang is awe-inspiring. The verbal skirmish in the communication channel did not last long. Once the emotions were sufficiently vented, let us head to the 3rd Adventure Island and slay another island lord to swiftly ascend to Level 6. Chen Lang mounted his trusty steed, the little black dragon, transforming into a dragon knight, and swiftly flew towards the third adventure island surrounding the 2887 island. Soon, both man and dragon arrived above the island. Ding, you have arrived at Adventure Island 9525, a place rich in resources, abundant in monsters, and guarded by a powerful island lord who annihilates all intruders. If you successfully eliminate the island lord, you can take their place and become the new island lord. The familiar chime of the island arrival system echoed once more. This time, Chen Lang was too impatient to follow the usual process. He immediately activated the dragon might skill of the dragon ring, and the little black dragon let out a commanding roar. The two terrifying presences combined instantly provoked the island lord below. On Island 9525 resided a notorious faction among the goblins, the Goblin Tribe. Special location, Goblin Tribe. Description: a community formed by numerous goblins, adhering to the principle of might makes right, with a notoriously malevolent and extremely exclusionary nature. However, unlike the traditional image of small, sneaky, and ugly goblins, the goblins on this island were noticeably larger and more rugged, appearing to be a more advanced variant of goblins. They had proliferated into a sizable tribe, consisting of about 100 members, with individuals ranging from levels 1 to 3, and even some at levels 4 and 5. The island's lord, who was also the chief of this goblin tribe, had reached level 6, making him the highest level island lord Chen Lang had encountered thus far. Monster, Goblin Chief, level 6, attributes: Spirit 20, Strength 60, Stamina 50, Speed 40, Magic 25. Description: the chief of the Goblin Tribe and the lord of Island 9525, possessing dominion over all goblins in the tribe, with low intelligence and a savage demeanor, incapable of communication. Despite being a level 6 monster, the chief's total attributes were not particularly high and exhibited severe specialization. Humph, hardly impressive, in Chen Lang's eyes. The goblin chief beneath him, who was shouting angrily, was like a useless bundle of straw in a pillow, neither pleasing to the eye nor of any utility. If this is your full strength, then I can only dispose of you. Chen Lang was solely focused on leveling up by defeating monsters to surpass the awakened SS level talent of Yi Yun Xiao, thus wishing to waste not even a second. Observing the goblins below, brandishing crude stone tools and a collection of scrap metal, attempting to leap up to attack him, Chen Lang drew forth the Scarlet Flame Sandstorm Crossbow and unleashed the skill Sandstorm Arrow Rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of yellow sand arrows rained down from the sky, and due to the expansion enchantment, the scale of the Sandstorm Arrow Rain was several times greater than before. The goblins, who had been chattering confidently just a moment ago, were instantly transformed into a pincushion by the rain of arrows. The vast goblin tribe was swiftly drenched in blood, reduced to a mere river of crimson in the blink of an eye. Chapter 69. Level 5 Island. Some rejoice while others despair. 5th update. Ding! Congratulations on defeating level 1 monsters. Young Goblins 12. Earning level 1 Energy Crystals 12. Ding! Congratulations on defeating level 2 monsters. Adult Goblins 34. Earning level 2 Energy Crystals 34. Ding! Congratulations on defeating level 3 monsters. Sturdy Goblins 13. Earning level 3 Energy Crystals 13. Experience points 390. Ding! Congratulations on defeating level 4 monsters. Sturdy Goblins 9. Earning. The system notifications rang incessantly in Chen Lang's mind. His experience points surged rapidly in a short time. The Goblin Tribe was almost completely wiped out, leaving only the Goblin Chief. Roar. Omandia. The Goblin Chief felt little sorrow over the slaughter of its kin. For goblins, as long as it survived and could capture a batch of female creatures, it would not be long before a new generation of goblins could be bred. What truly enraged the Goblin Chief was Chen Lang's power and the threat it posed to its status. It absolutely would not allow anyone stronger than itself to exist on this island. Without hesitation, it seized a bone club and swung it fiercely at Chen Lang. But in the next instant, the demon's slashing blade appeared, and in a flash of blade light, the Goblin Chief's club, along with its neck, was severed in one swift stroke, the upper half of the club and its astonished head falling to the ground with a thud. Ding! Congratulations on defeating level 6 monster, Goblin Chief 1, earning level 6 Energy Crystal 1, experience points 60. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Island Lord, Goblin Chief, becoming the new Lord of Adventure, Island 9525. Ding! Having occupied more than 3 islands, achievement unlocked, Pioneer 2, experience points 300. A series of system notifications resounded. Chen Lang now possessed 4 islands under his command that in terms of territory size and the resources within. They were far beyond what other survivors could compare to. Moreover, he had also achieved the level 2 pioneer accomplishment. Achievements are categorized by difficulty and level. The more challenging the achievement, the higher its level. And consequently, the greater the experience points awarded. To progress from level 5 survivor to level 6. One requires 3,200 experience points. Chen Lang's accumulated experience points had already surpassed half. If he maintained this pace, he would ascend to level 6 by tomorrow at the latest, just in time before the regional PK deadline. He would trample Yi and Xiao, who had awakened the SSS level talent, underfoot from F to SSS level talents. It all comes down to numerical values. The higher the level, the higher the values. Unique talents, however, differ, playing on mechanisms. Chen Lang was fully confident in his victory. And no matter how formidable a numerical beast may be, it will inevitably find itself powerless in the face of mechanized monsters. In a stroke of double fortune, as Chen Lang switched to the Lord's aerial perspective, preparing to survey the array of resources present on the island numbered 9525. He discovered, to his astonishment, that the isolated islands under his command could indeed be merged. Ding! Would you like to merge islands 2887, 9525, 9526, and 9527? The merger will not alter the terrain or resource distribution of the individual islands, but will instead consolidate the scattered islands into a larger entity. The islands were too dispersed, akin to a pile of loose sand. Without coming together, it would be challenging to concentrate power and accelerate development. Thus, Chen Lang resolutely nodded in agreement. Merge. Let us merge at once. Consequently, across the vast expanse of the ocean, for islands of varying sizes and shapes began to coalesce like jigsaw puzzle pieces. Propelled by an unseen force, gradually drawing together, with a thunderous roar, the merger was completed. The name retained was that of the originally bound Island 2887, now appended with a new term in parentheses. Formatted as follows. Island 2887. Chen Lang switched to the Lord's perspective and gazed down upon the newly merged island, which had expanded significantly in size. Most crucially, after the merger, the resources and structures from the 4 islands were now regarded as a unified whole. This instantaneously enabled the previously 4-tiered island to fulfill various upgrade conditions. The familiar and melodious system notification rang out. Ding! Island 2887 new has met all upgrade conditions. Would you like to promote it? Chen Lang, who had eagerly awaited this moment, nodded enthusiastically. Upgrade. Thus, the freshly merged Island 2887 embarked on a new round of expansion, its already vast area doubling once more. What was most remarkable was that within the newly expanded region, villages inhabited by villagers appeared almost instantaneously. At that moment, the villagers were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. How had our island suddenly gained such a large expanse of land? Could it be that the legendary emissaries from beyond have descended upon us? Were not such tales mere myths from ancient times? Could it be that these myths hold truth? A miracle. This is undoubtedly a miracle. Listening to the villagers' conversations, it seemed as if their island had been directly transported from thousands of miles away by the system's immense power, merging with Chen Lang's island, thus becoming his subjects. Akin to the recruits Annie, Wang Dezhuang, and Dada. However, there was a slight difference. Annie and her companions were all high-ranking villagers, each possessing at least a C-grade awakened talent, with significant potential for future growth. In contrast, the villagers of this ordinary settlement generally only held 1st or 2nd tier levels, with a few exceptional individuals barely reaching the 3rd tier, should they encounter the goblin tribe that Chen Lang had effortlessly decimated moments earlier. They would likely face utter annihilation. Despite their weaknesses, now that these individuals had arrived on his island, they were his subjects, and with proper cultivation, they would surely prove valuable in the future. Chen Lang did not underestimate these ordinary villagers due to their lack of foundation. Instead, he rode a dragon above the village to declare his identity, announcing that from this moment forth, the villagers would heed his commands and pledge their loyalty. Initially, he anticipated some resistance, but to his surprise, the villagers accepted the situation with remarkable ease. The venerable village chief, leading a dozen men, women, and children, willingly knelt before Chen Lang, proclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to our lord." Chen Lang nodded, feeling a surge of curiosity as he approached the village and inquired, "How is it that you have so quickly accepted this series of changes? What do you mean by the emissaries from beyond? How is the current situation of your village? Speak to me of everything." In response to Chen Lang's barrage of questions, the elderly village chief, Looming, who had reached his twilight years with white hair and a cane in hand, began to recount, "My lord, the matter is as follows." Chen Lang listened intently to the village chief's lengthy narrative. Meanwhile, the news of the island's promotion to Tier 5 spread rapidly through the system announcement, reaching the joint communication interface of the two major regions, where it was simultaneously learned by the survivors of both areas. The reactions of survivors from regions 10086 and 10010 varied widely, leading to a mix of joy and despair. Haha, the esteemed Chen Lang has managed to promote his island to Tier 5 so swiftly? Truly impressive, as expected of the great Chen Lang. 666, I finally upgraded my island to Tier 3 just now. My next goal is Tier 4. Indeed, the great Chen Lang represents the upper limit, while we others determine the lower limit. We must strive to develop and secure victory in all PK events. Well said. Once we triumph in the PK, I shall relish witnessing the lamentations of those from region 10,010. What is there to boast about? They merely secured one victory over us. Exactly. Let us not forget that there are a total of 5 PK events. We are only trailing in one, with the other 2 tied. Moreover, when it comes to the number of Tier 5 survivors and the simultaneous fulfillment of Tier 4 survivors and Tier 4 islands, we still hold the greater numbers. Regardless, the current score stands at 2 points to 1 in our favor. In region 10010, on island 3117, the top-ranked Yun Xiao glared at the news of Chen Lang having swiftly promoted his island to Tier 5, his eyes sharpening with determination. How could he surpass me? No. I, Yun Xiao, shall never be outdone. I must break through to Tier 6 before him and keep Chen Lang forever beneath my heel. Chapter 70. Ancient Times. The Wild Continent. Emissaries from beyond. Transcendent positions. Ever since his arrival in this world, awakening the SSS-grade critical hit talent and maintaining a commanding lead within the region, Yun Xiao's demeanor had grown increasingly arrogant and inflated. When the system announced the commencement of regional PK, he brimmed with confidence, convinced he could effortlessly outpace his competitors as before. However, to his astonishment, there was someone named Chen Lang in region 10086, whose survivor level was remarkably on par with his own, and who had even managed to promote his island to Tier 5 before him. Yun Xiao could not accept this. If the island's level was momentarily irrelevant, he would surpass him in survivor levels. Venturing solo to the Adventure Island, he found himself surrounded by a single Adventure Island, teeming with monsters that would respawn the following day, even if defeated. Thus, after vanquishing the Lord, Yun Xiao treated this place as a grinding ground for experience. With a thought, he wielded a sinister long-handled scythe, its black blades sweeping through, cleaving through any monsters within his vicinity, reducing them to ash. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain 7 third-tier monsters, earning 7 third-tier energy crystals. Experience points, 210. Ding! SSS-grade critical hit talent has been triggered. Experience points doubled. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 420 experience points. Yun Xiao's SSS-grade critical hit talent had no usage limits. Each time he defeated monsters, he could trigger 1 or more items to drop, resulting in a multiple drop, with the minimum being double and the maximum potentially reaching 10-fold. This encounter had triggered the experience points to double, causing his progress bar to surge dramatically. While multiple individuals could awaken the SSS grade talent, unique talents would always remain singular. Chen Lang's super enhancement with a unique auxiliary talent, corresponding to combat and comprehensive unique talents. Yet, as the saying goes, there are no worthless talents, only worthless individuals. If survivors fail to utilize their abilities, even an SSS-grade talent would ultimately lead to mediocrity, eventually allowing others to catch up or even surpass them. On Island 9526, Chen Lang had listened to the village chief's lengthy account. According to Looming, this world is known as Blue and White Star, with 90% of its area covered by oceans, leaving the remaining land fragmented into countless islands, adrift upon the waves. Consequently, each island is relatively isolated, inhabited by distinct races. However, in ancient times, Blue and White Star was a vastly different realm. According to myth and legend, in ancient times, Blue and White Star once boasted a colossal landmass that occupied over 70% of the planet's surface, known as the Wild Continent. On the Wild Continent, myriad races coexisted, with formidable beings emerging in fierce competition. There were even emissaries from beyond, who appeared across the Wild Continent overnight, much like Chen Lang and other survivors, possessing an array of bizarre and extraordinary talents, engaging in brutal skirmishes with the myriad beings of the Wild Continent. This gradually evolved into a cataclysmic war among the myriad races. Ultimately, the celestial envoys emerged one after another, surpassing the myriad native tribes of the savage continent. Yet they ignited an even fiercer conflict in their quest for the legendary, transcendent position. The ancient gods, who had lain in slumber for countless ages across the savage continent, gradually awakened, joining the competition against the celestial envoys. In the end, the savage continent was shattered into innumerable fragments by the relentless clashes between the celestial envoys and the ancient gods, resulting in countless casualties among the living. The ultimate fate of the transcendent position remained uncertain. After millennia, the current situation began to take shape. It was then that Chen Lang and his companions were transported here by the mysterious powers of the system, becoming survivors in a nationwide island survival challenge, initiating a new round of competition. If this is indeed the case, will we, as survivors, also have to vie for that transcendent position? Moreover, the islands under the same survivor will continuously merge, if that's the case. As more and more islands come together, could we eventually piece together the ancient savage continent? The more Chen Lang pondered, the more chills ran down his spine. Shaking his head, he temporarily cast aside these distant thoughts. The most pressing matter at hand was to secure victory in the regional PK. Otherwise, the regional resources would be halved, the momentum of development would stall, and they would fall behind other regions, leading to further defeats in PK, resulting in another reduction of resources and a subsequent lag behind others. It would be a vicious cycle. Just as Chen Lang was deep in thought, several villagers dressed as hunters rushed into the village in a state of panic. Old village chief, it's bad. The Ore tribe next door is attacking our village again. We went hunting in the mountains and were ambushed by them, losing several brothers. Old village chief. What should we do? They dashed to the old village chief, their faces pale with fear. The villagers, who had gathered earlier due to Chen Lang's arrival, were instantly engulfed in terror. What? Those bull-headed monsters are back. Damn it. Not only do they want to seize our farmland, but they also frequently injure and kill our people. We must fight back. Fight back. With what? The strongest among us is merely at the 3rd tier. The leader of those bull-headed creatures is at the 5th tier. Even if we all charge at them, we stand no chance. Cough, cough. Calm down. The old village chief, Looming, stepped forward to stabilize the villagers' emotions before kneeling and beseeching Chen Lang. Lord, I implore you to protect your subjects. The bull-headed tribe is truly going too far. We have no power to resist, and our village is on the brink of destruction. Ding! Lord mission has been triggered. As the Lord, it is my duty to protect the territory and its people, but it is better to teach them how to fish than to simply provide for them. Current task: defend the village. Task requirements: assist the villagers in preventing the bull-headed tribe from invading the village without personally intervening, minimize casualties among the villagers, enhance the overall strength of the village, including but not limited to village structures and villagers' abilities, eliminate the bull-headed tribe. Success rewards: experience points, villager recruitment certificates, fifth-tier treasure chests, distributed according to the number of requirements met. Failure penalties. Loyalty of surviving villagers decreases by 20. Overall strength of the bull-headed tribe significantly increases. Good heavens, a task has been triggered. Well, I am determined to protect this village, and completing the task will earn me additional rewards from the system. A twofold benefit. Chen Lang immediately nodded in agreement. Rest assured, with this lord present, I will ensure your safe passage through this calamity. Chapter 71. Can we reach an accord? Chen Lang spoke with such conviction, not out of mere bravado, but from absolute confidence. Although the task required him, along with Xiao He and the 7th-tier guardian spirit puppet, not to directly intervene in the fight against the bull-headed tribe, he had ample means to help the village enhance its strength. First, Chen Lang called upon the 3 high-ranking villagers he had recruited, Annie, Wang Dazhuang, and Dada. Lord, you called for us? Indeed, Chen Lang nodded. Soon, a horde of bull-headed creatures will attack this village that I need the 3 of you, along with the villagers, to stand together and fend off their assault to protect the village. Understood. The 3 nodded. The old village chief Lu Ning and the others were overjoyed to see Annie and her companions. He recognized that they were high-ranking villagers from a superior village, possessing talents and strength far superior to those from ordinary backgrounds. With Annie's trio present, the village finally had the means to resist the bull-headed invaders. However, overcoming and completely eradicating the bull-headed tribe would still prove challenging, especially with a 5th-tier bull-headed leader serving as a boss-level adversary. Never mind, I will take action. The system only stated that he could not personally engage the bull-headed tribe, but it did not prohibit him from helping these villagers enhance their strength. He chuckled mischievously. All right, everyone, focus your attention on me. I have an announcement to make. All stood in line, eager for him to supercharge their talents and levels. While the strength levels were manageable, talents were determined from the moment of birth. The villagers, including Lu Ning and Annie's trio, had never heard of someone being able to enhance another's talent level. Yet, as Chen Lang, their lord, had proclaimed, they placed their unwavering faith in him. Soon, they formed an impressive line. Chen Lang proceeded to activate his talent ability, supercharging these villagers. Ding! Consumed energy crystal 1000, super enhancement successful. Annie, 4th-tier, B-level beast tamer, has been super enhanced to Annie, 5th-tier S-level beast tamer. Having experienced a transformation akin to rebirth, Annie was overjoyed, dropping to one knee in gratitude. Annie thanks you, Lord, as the first villager to undergo Chen Lang's enhancement. Her miraculous change left the others astonished, prompting them to eagerly line up, yearning for their own super enhancements. Thus, Chen Lang proceeded to supercharge each one in turn. Dada, 4th-tier A-level berserker, has been super enhanced to Dada, 5th-tier S-level berserker. Wang Dazhuang, 4th-tier C-level hunter, has been super enhanced to Wang Dazhuang, 6th-tier B-level hunter. Lu Ning, 3rd-tier D-level warrior, has been super enhanced to Lu Ning, 5th-tier B-level warrior. Lu Zhuang, 3rd-tier C-level archer, has been super enhanced to Lu Zhuang, 4th-tier A-level archer. The entire Lu family village, comprising around 30 men, women, and children, received enhancements from Chen Lang. Thankfully, most villagers were the 3rd tier or below, so the energy crystals consumed were minimal, yet the results were extraordinary. Each person saw at least a 1 or 2 tier enhancement in strength, with talent levels improving similarly. This sudden surge transformed the originally ordinary Lu family village into a formidable force comparable to a superior village, boasting several 5th-tier survivors and numerous 3rd and 4th-tier villagers, with even a few undeveloped children reaching 2nd-tier status. As their strength increased, so did their lifespans. The rejuvenated old village chief Lu Ning was moved to tears upon witnessing this transformation. The Lord's grace is boundless. Once again, he led the villagers in surrounding Chen Lang, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. With their strength improved, their weapons and equipment needed to match. Initially, Chen Lang planned to trade at the marketplace, engaging in low-end transactions with other survivors. Now, he decided to allocate everything to arm the villagers of Lu family village. Armed villagers significantly boosted their combat capabilities, and with weapons in hand, their pent-up rage against the bull-headed tribe could no longer be contained. Just then, the villagers on lookout duty at the village gate rang the alarm. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of bells echoed thrice. The bull-headed tribe was upon them. Old village chief Looming stood tall, his voice booming. The bull-headed tribe is attacking. Behind him, the villagers of Lu family village were already filled with righteous indignation, tightly gripping their iron swords, axes, spears, hammers, and crossbows, eager to exact vengeance upon the invading bull-headed creatures. Seeing this, Chen Lang waved his hand decisively. Charge! In the next moment, the people of Lu family village roared as they rushed out to engage in battle with the bull-headed invaders. Kill! Fellow villagers, the time for revenge has come. Ha ha ha, you beasts! Today is your day of reckoning. With the Lord's enhancement, we shall prevail. The morale of Lu family village soared high. The invading minotaurs, however, still believed that the individuals before them were, as before, mere disorganized rabble. Easily vanquished, towering and immensely powerful, they thought that a reckless charge would suffice to scatter these foes into disarray. The leading fifth-tier minotaur chief scoffed and bellowed, "Weaklings of the human race, perish!" Yet, in the very next moment, Annie, Dada, Wangda Zhuang, and Lu Ning, 4 villagers of 5th tier or higher, stood resolutely before the minotaur chief. The 4 exuded an overwhelming aura, unleashing a tempest that sent dust and debris swirling. The minotaurs, charging forward, screeched to an abrupt halt, some crashing into those in front of them. The minotaur chief was taken aback. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When did this human village produce so many 5th-tier experts and even a 6th-tier human hunter? The minotaur chief wore a bewildered expression, his fierce demeanor faltering. If there were only 1 or 2 5th-tier opponents, he might have dared to confront them head-on. However, the sheer number of adversaries was staggering, with many of them at the 4th and 3rd tiers, more than his own tribe possessed. What he had anticipated to be an effortless rout had swiftly transformed into a scenario where his tribe was on the receiving end of the onslaught. The minotaur chief was utterly perplexed. His thoughts clouded with question marks, and he timidly inquired, "Can we negotiate?" Chapter 72. Today, you shall face annihilation. No pleas for mercy will be of any avail. 3rd update. Negotiate? Absolutely not. The usually affable village elder, Lu Ning, erupted with expletives. Your minotaur tribe has repeatedly attacked my Lu family village, relying on your brute strength. Haven to you, were it not for the protection of our Lord, my village would have been annihilated today. Now that it is your turn to be outmatched, you seek to negotiate. There are no such conveniences in this world. Today, your minotaur tribe shall be obliterated, and no pleas for mercy will change that. This is the decree of our Lord. Dada could hardly contain his eagerness. Old Lu, what are you even saying to this beast? Let me take it down. With that, Dada swung his dual-bladed battle axes down ferociously at the minotaur chief, declaring, "You think you can kill me? Not so easily." The minotaur chief, stubbornly defiant, wielded a wolf-toothed mace crafted from century-old ironwood, embedded with numerous beast fangs, and clashed with Dada. Known for their unparalleled strength, the minotaurs prided themselves on being formidable opponents of their tier, and the chief believed he would quickly subdue the towering human. However, as the battle progressed, he grew increasingly alarmed. This human was stronger than he had anticipated. That's because my berserker talent has risen from A tier to S tier. Dada's axes fell relentlessly, cleaving deep trenches into the earth. The berserker talent was renowned for its brutal simplicity, growing stronger with each battle. Although Dada's mind was simple, his physical prowess was exceptional, a perfect candidate for a berserker. The disparity in power between talent tiers was immense. Moving from A tier to S tier might seem like a mere level increase, yet the values and growth potential surged tenfold in the realm of strength. Even the minotaur chief stood no chance against Dada. Seeing Dada overpowering the minotaur chief single-handedly invigorated the old village elder Lu Ning and the others, prompting them to rejoin the fray elsewhere. They rallied the villagers to encircle the invading minotaurs in a chaotic battle. The risk of injury was high, as they not only had to contend with foes directly in front of them, but also had to guard against ambushes from other directions. Yet, the villagers of Lu family village remained undaunted, each equipped with healing potions distributed by Chen Lang. In recent days, the harvest had been bountiful, yielding ample materials such as red flame flowers, which Chen Lang had transformed into healing potions. Now, they proved invaluable, as long as the villagers were not struck down instantly. Even severe injuries could be rapidly healed with a sip of the potions, allowing them to return to battle in the blink of an eye. The villagers unleashed a near one-sided massacre against the Minotaurs, who were equipped poorly, lacked intelligence, and relied solely on brute force. Moreover, as subjects of Chen Lang, the villagers earned experience points for every Minotaur they felled. Notification: your subordinate has slain 12 third-tier Minotaurs, gaining you 360 experience points. Notification: your subordinate has slain 3 fourth-tier Minotaurs, gaining you 120 experience points. Ultimately, Dada unleashed his might, delivering the final blow to the already battered Minotaur chief. Notification: your subordinate has slain a 5th-tier Minotaur, gaining you 50 experience points. The invading Minotaurs were utterly annihilated. The first 3 objectives of the village defense task were accomplished. Only the final objective, extermination of the Minotaur tribe, remained. Without needing Chen Lang to remind them, the villagers, now avenged, seized the prime opportunity to root out the Minotaur tribe. They traversed long distances, cutting through dense forests, and stormed into the heart of the Minotaur tribe. Inside the Minotaur territory, only the old, weak, and injured remained. Faced with villagers who had just vanquished their leader and elite fighters, they stood no chance of resistance and were swiftly eradicated. Thus, the Minotaur tribe was obliterated. Notification: the village defense task has concluded. All task requirements have been fulfilled. Failure penalties are waived, and success rewards are granted. Notification: congratulations, you have gained 1,200 experience points, 9 ordinary villager recruitment certificates, and 4 5th-tier treasure chests. The villagers returned triumphant, and the system's notification resonated in Chen Lang's mind. The rewards were distributed, with 1,200 experience points credited. Chen Lang had attained 5th-tier status amidst a catastrophe at sea. And after the bloodshed, his experience points had accumulated significantly. He had just received a substantial share of experience from the battles with the villagers and the Minotaurs. The influx of experience propelled Chen Lang's leveling progress at an astonishing rate. A system notification chimed. Notification: current experience points have reached the requirements for leveling up. Would you like to level up? Notification: level up successful. Current survivor level 6th tier. Earned free attribute points 60. As was his custom, Chen Lang employed his talent ability to supercharge his attribute points, ensuring they would at least double. However, as his level increased, the energy crystals required for each enhancement also escalated. This time, he needed at least 10,000 first-tier energy crystals or 1 6th-tier energy crystal. Fortunately, Chen Lang's reserves of energy crystals were still sufficient. Thus, notification: Super Enhancement successful. 60 free attribute points have been enhanced to 180 free attribute points. Fortune smiled upon him, whereas he typically saw his points double. This time, they surged to triple, from 60 to 180. The attribute values gained from leveling up were greater than what an ordinary survivor would receive, even after ascending 8 or 9 tiers combined. He immediately began distributing his points. His original attributes were Spirit 68, Strength 74, Speed 67, Endurance 75, and Magic 81. At this time, he aimed to balance his 5 attributes. After careful calculation, his new 5-dimensional attributes were as follows: Spirit 109, Strength 109, Speed 109, Endurance 109, Magic 109. Total attribute value reached an astonishing 545 points. Such values would leave even 9th-tier survivors awestruck. 6th tier, 9th tier, surpassing 3 tiers. At that moment, Chen Lang could only think of one word: exhilarating. While some reveled in triumph, others were left dismayed at this moment. The group chat interface of the 2 regions reflected a similar sentiment. Just a minute prior, the highest-level survivor column had refreshed to reveal Region 10086, 5th tier Region 10010. 6th tier, it turned out that Yiyun Xiao from Region 10010 had, through a critical experience gain, swiftly advanced to 6th tier. This news sent the morale of the survivors in Region 10010 soaring. Chapter 73. You are too slow. Fourth update. Look, our region SE Yunxiao has broken through. 6th-tier survivor. Huh, I'm higher than you now, right? That's amazing. Yi Yunxiao basked in his triumph. Chen Lang, you're too slow. The people of region 10086, however, were immediately engulfed in gloom. Oh no. Even the speed of Chen Lang's leveling up can't match that of the opposing side. This Yi Yunxiao is leveling up way too fast. How frustrating. I just broke through to 4th tier and can't be of any help. Lu Rinjia. I've just reached 5th tier as well, still needing over 3,000 experience points to reach 6th tier. But just as their spirits sank, the PK project refreshed once more in real time. 10086 area. 6th tier 10010 area. 6th tier. Yi Yunxiao publicly. Chen Lang also retaliated with words. Slow, but how do I feel? It has only just begun. Yi Yunxiao. You. Chen Lang. Don't rush. The good show has just started. Chen Lang continued to check the rewards granted by the system for completing the village defense task. Point 9 Ordinary villager recruitment certificates. Ordinary villagers, to be frank, possess relatively low potential and cannot keep up with the subsequent development of the territory. Chen Lang decisively waved his hand and continued to consume energy crystals for super enhancement. Consumed energy crystals 900. Super enhancement successful. Ordinary villager recruitment certificates 9 have been super enhanced into upper class villager recruitment certificates 9. Chen Lang immediately utilized them. Whoosh, 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 a series of spatial portals appeared. Following that, 9 figures emerged from the portals, bowing in unison to Chen Lang, just as Annie and the others had done when they were recruited initially. We pay our respects to the Lord. Well, rise. Chen Lang raised his hand, his gaze sweeping over the 9 upper-class villagers. Examining their detailed panels one by one, among them, one youthful girl caught his attention. Villager, sure loyalty, 100, level, 5th tier, 1600, attributes, spirit 55, strength 25, endurance 20, speed 30, magic 60, profession, A-class alchemist, skills, alchemical knowledge, intermediate alchemy proficiency, magical prayer. She actually possesses the rare talent of an alchemist. Chen Lang's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he performed a super enhancement on Sure. Ding, super enhancement successful. Sure, 5th tier A-class alchemist has been super enhanced into Sure, 6th tier SS-class alchemist. Boom. A spectacular explosion. In a single super enhancement, he had produced an SS-class gifted alchemist. Chen Lang felt an exhilarating thrill akin to drawing gold. The girl, dressed simply and still bearing youthful innocence, was overwhelmed with joy and instinctively leaped into Chen Lang's embrace. Thank you, Lord, for your blessings. Chen Lang gently patted Shure's head and smiled. From now on, you'll be the leader of these 9 individuals. You will primarily be responsible for alchemy, and if you have any needs, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall assist you. Yes, my lord. Sure will certainly not disappoint you. Sure, though petite, demonstrated a commendable resolve, immediately adopting a serious demeanor, expressing her commitment to satisfy Chen Lang. Chen Lang chuckled heartily. Very well. The newly recruited Sure and the others were entrusted to Annie and her companions for settlement. The original trio of villager stone houses were demolished and relocated to Lu's village. Chen Lang also funded a renovation of the buildings, wells, roads, and other facilities in Lu's village. Consequently, the number of buildings on the new island number 2887 increased significantly. Promotion conditions: survivor level reaches 6th tier. Possess 18 or more buildings. Have at least 3 individuals at 6th tier or above, including the Lord. All promotion conditions were finally met. The system's notification tone resonated in Chen Lang's mind once again. Ding. Detected that island number 2887, new, has met all upgrade conditions. Would you like to promote? Chen Lang nodded immediately. Promote. Thus, another island drifting in the vast ocean was instantaneously teleported by the system's invisible force to the vicinity of Island No. 2887, merging with it. Fishing rods, shelters, natural caves, etc. were upgraded alongside the island. A new mineral deposit of fire crystal was also refreshed. Special location: primary fire crystal or deposit. Grade: Sixth tier, description, the deposit rich in fire crystals. Mining can yield a large amount of natural fire crystals, which contain vast and pure fire attribute energy, suitable for forging equipment, heating fuel, and various other uses. As the island upgraded, resources were refreshed. The PK project was also updated. Highest island level in both areas, 10086 area. 6th tier, 10010 area. 4th tier, Chen Lang had elevated his island to the 6th tier, while the opposing 1010 area had yet to see anyone promote their island to 5th tier. In this regard, Chen Lang had pulled ahead by 2 tiers. Chen Lang opened the regional communication interface. Yin Xiao, you are too slow. In the 10010 area, island number 3117, Yin Xiao had just completed a treasure hunt from a single-person treasure map when he saw that Chen Lang had managed to elevate both his personal level and island level to 6th tier. Far ahead and openly mocking him, Yin Xiao was infuriated, his rage boiling over as he howled at the sky. I'm going to explode from anger. Chen Lang remained indifferent to how much Yin Xiao was affected. He had a pile of chests to open. Ding! 5th tier treasure chest 5, successfully opened. Acquired building blueprint. Intermediate city wall 1. Type, production blueprint, reusable, does not expire. Grade, 5th tier. Description, gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials, stones 10,000, logs 1,000, wooden planks 1,000, stone fences 300, campfires 100, torches 300, copper ingots 500, iron ingots 300. A defensive city wall blueprint. Build it. This must be constructed. Chen Lang immediately handed the blueprint to the village elder Looming, instructing, you take people to my place to collect the materials. If there aren't enough, take people down to the mines to dig. In short, we need to construct this city wall in the shortest time possible. Understood, my lord. Chen Lang issued the command, and Lu Ning and the others did not dare to slacken. They promptly gathered all available labor and hurriedly began to acquire resources. The stockpiles Chen Lang had developed over the past few days were swiftly depleted, yet still insufficient as a result. Elder Lu Ning led everyone down to the mines, digging for stones, copper, ore, iron, or essentially whatever they encountered, they mined. Monsters roamed the natural caves, making mining perilous. However, Chen Lang had anticipated this and summoned a 7th-tier guardian spirit puppet to ensure the safety of the miners. The mining process was lengthy and required patience. Chen Lang then shifted his attention to the rewards within the other chests. Chapter 74. The Thermal Core Tower. A defense against the frigid cataclysm. 5th update. Acquired equipment. Xianbing Armor 1. A 5th-tier chest plate. I already possess a complete set of 7th-tier black scale dragon armor, so this chest plate is of no use to me. Chen Lang shook his head and stored the reward in his backpack. Acquired building. Thermal Core, Tower 1. Grade, 5th tier, excellent. This is splendid. Upon reading the description of the Thermal Core Tower, Chen Lang could hardly contain his joy. The first cataclysm had concluded, and the second cataclysm was set to arrive in 6 days, with the system having already announced it would be a frigid cataclysm. However, this Thermal Core Tower could withstand temperatures as low as minus 80 degrees. It should serve well as a defense against the impending frigid cataclysm. The only issue was its need to absorb underground magma to convert heat. But that was not a problem either. When promoting the 4th-tier island, a surface magma lake had conveniently been refreshed on the island, and its scale was indeed considerable, with an astonishing magma reserve. Although previously, huge waves had surged onto the island, flooding the magma lake and cooling the surface layer into obsidian. As long as the obsidian was broken, pipes could be inserted into the magma beneath. Without hesitation, Chen Lang made his way to the open magma lake. The vast lake surface was now entirely covered with a layer of pitch-black obsidian, resembling a frozen lake in the dead of winter. However, this obsidian was far more challenging to deal with than ice. Chen Lang swung his stone pickaxe vigorously for half a day, but the obsidian remained unyielding, not even showing a crack. It appeared that the stone pickaxe was no longer sufficient for the task at hand. Thus, he decided to upgrade his production tools and took out the set of refining equipment he had obtained from the ancient ruins, left behind by powerful beings from bygone eras. Chen Lang assembled a set of intermediate workbench. enchanting table, and forging table, but now they were all outdated, replaced by a complete set of advanced equipment from his spatial ring. Advanced workbench, advanced forging table, advanced enchanting table, and a square fire furnace that could easily smelt raw materials of 7th tier, and even up to 10th tier using fire crystals as fuel. Additionally, there was a skill book for advanced refining, item, advanced refining skill book, grade, 7th tier description. Upon use, one can acquire the specified skill. Advanced refining proficiency. Chen Lang immediately chose to use it. Ding! Advanced refining skill book learned. Congratulations, you have acquired the advanced skill. Advanced refining proficiency. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge related to refining surged into Chen Lang's mind. To say it was overwhelming would be an understatement. He has now truly become a master of weapon forging. Originally, certain equipment could only be crafted with the acquisition of blueprints or recipes. Yet he is now able to create them with remarkable ease. Other awakened weapon forgers among the survivors likely share a similar sentiment, don't they? So, does this mean I have effectively awakened yet another talent? Chen Lang chuckled softly to himself and immediately set to work. It is often said that many hands make light work. Previously, while Chen Lang mined, he had only his enchanted pickaxe, which, despite its lucky enhancements, could only yield so much as a solitary individual. However, at this moment, to gather the materials necessary for constructing the city walls, the village elder, Lu Ning, rallied Wang Dezhuang, Lu Zhuang, and other able-bodied villagers, all of whom took up their pickaxes and ventured into the natural cave to mine. After a half-day of diligent labor, they had extracted a substantial amount of ore, compelling Chen Lang to craft several additional storage chests to place within the cave for the convenience of storing the mined resources. Of course, the villagers' mining efforts were akin to slaying monsters, their lord. Chen Lang was also able to share in their experience points. Ding, your subordinate has mined rough iron 876, gaining you 87 experience points. Ding, your subordinate has mined rough gold 190, gaining you 19 experience points. Ding, your subordinate has mined lapis lazuli 2700, gaining you 27 experience points. Ding, your subordinate has mined mithril 7, gaining you 7 experience points. Chen Lang retrieved 3 pieces of unrefined mithril, freshly mined, from the chests and cast them into the 4-cornered furnace for smelting. The efficiency of the furnace surpassed that of a standard blast furnace, allowing even the notoriously difficult mithril to be melted down and recast into standard ingots in a remarkably short time. Chen Lang then accessed the advanced workbench, placing the 3 mithril ingots and 3 wooden sticks upon its surface. With a thought, he initiated the crafting process. Ding, crafting successful, item obtained, mithril pickaxe 1. He then took the newly crafted mithril pickaxe to the advanced enchanting table, preparing to apply some enchantments. The advanced enchanting table offered a wider variety of enchantments. At higher levels, with greater energy crystals and lapis lazuli required for each IT necessitated the expenditure of 3,000 first-tier energy crystals and 1,000 pieces of lapis lazuli. Hiss, that's quite expensive. Gritting his teeth, Chen Lang placed the requisite materials for a single enchanting session, along with the mithril pickaxe needing enchantment, upon the advanced enchanting table. Once again, the familiar enchanting scene unfolded. Ancient tomes opened, and lines of obscure and arcane runes floated from the pages. Arranging themselves in a specific order, a total of 5 enchanting options emerged. Durability. Increases where resistance, prolonging lifespan, 4th tier enchantment. Luck. When mining, there is a 70 chance of additional drops of the same type of mineral 7, 7th tier enchantment. Efficiency. Greatly increases mining efficiency, 7th tier enchantment. Durability. Increases where resistance. Prolonging lifespan, 5th tier enchantment. With 5 enchanting options available, 2 could be applied to the item. It was a no-brainer. Naturally, he would select the highest tiers. Chen Lang decisively chose the 2 7th tier enchantments. Luck and efficiency. Item, mithril pickaxe enchanted. Grade, 6th tier. Description, crafted from mithril and wooden sticks, the material is sturdy and feels solid, with a high initial durability. Addendum, 7-tier luck and 7-tier efficiency enchantments applied. Having completed the tool upgrade, Chen Lang immediately took the double-enchanted mithril pickaxe and returned to the outdoor lava lake sealed by obsidian. With a vigorous swing of the mithril pickaxe, he began to dig. The 7th-tier efficiency enchantment significantly accelerated his mining speed, allowing him to extract a sizable chunk of hard obsidian in mere moments. The luck enchantment further enhanced his yield, resulting in a commendable drop rate. Ding! Mining successful, triggering luck enchantment. Obtained obsidian 7, experience value 0.7. Ding! Mining successful, obtained obsidian 1, experience value 0.1. Before long, Chen Lang had extracted the majority of the obsidian from the surface of the outdoor lava lake. The seething lava churned, radiating a brilliant red glow, and waves of heat washed over him. At last, there was sufficient space to place the thermal core tower. Chen Lang sighed in contentment, promptly retrieving the compacted thermal core tower from his inventory. With a thought, he positioned it within the outdoor lava lake. Chapter 75. If it can break the city walls, I concede defeat. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently, and a sci-fi-styled steel tower, towering over 10 meters high and emanating waves of heat, stood resolutely upon the lava lake. The tower's base was deeply rooted in the lava, continuously converting and radiating the thermal energy in an instant. The air surrounding the tower became stiflingly hot, as if midsummer had arrived. This was merely the low-power default state following the tower's construction. If fully powered, the effects would be even more pronounced. Feeling the heat wash over him, Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction. However, this thermal core tower still had some shortcomings. While the temperature was sufficient, its coverage area was somewhat limited, encompassing only a radius of 1 kilometer, akin to the Energy Crystal Defense Tower. Yet, the Energy Crystal Defense Tower only needed to safeguard his immediate stronghold, the core area. In contrast, this thermal core tower was expected to sustain the entire island through the impending extreme cold disaster. It was imperative to extend the thermal radiation of the tower to a more expansive area. Addressing this issue was not overly complicated. First, a round of enhancements was in order. Ding! Would you like to consume 1 5th-tier energy crystal for Super Enhancement? Ding! Super Enhancement successful. Building, large thermal core tower, grade, 7th tier. Description: an upgraded version of the thermal core tower, featuring a broader coverage area, with an increase in both the total amount and efficiency of thermal energy conversion. Addendum 1. Significantly increased demand for underground lava and requires fire crystal stone for replenishment. Addendum 2. Thermal energy radiation range expanded to a radius of 3 kilometers, with the capability to deploy ordinary thermal core towers in multiple locations, forming a thermal energy matrix that can cover dozens of kilometers. A flash of light passed as the already towering thermal core tower grew even more magnificent and imposing. The thermal core at the tower's apex radiated an increasingly vibrant red glow, appearing like a second sun from a distance. As the extreme cold disaster had yet to arrive, there was no need for such high power. It would be prudent to lower it slightly, to prevent the land within a 3-kilometer radius from being scorched into a desolate wasteland. Chen Lang quickly adjusted the power downwards. The thermal energy orb atop the tower dimmed slightly, awaiting the grand reveal a few days hence. With this large thermal core tower, the core area of the island was assured some measure of protection. However, to cover the entire island, further strategies would need to be devised. Patience is a virtue. One must take things step by step. Chen Lang then checked on the progress of the city walls. My lord, we have mined throughout the night. This natural cave boasts a 9th-tier level, and its resource yield is exceedingly rich. Moreover, we have only explored the first layer. Although we encountered some formidable monsters, thanks to the protection of the guardian spirit puppet, everyone remains safe and sound. Currently, we have gathered all the resources required for constructing the city walls. The village elder, Looming, brandishing a severely worn iron pickaxe with little durability left, led Chen Lang to a substantial pile of chests within the cave. These storage chests were filled to the brim with the mined stone blocks, iron ingots, and other resources sufficient to construct a city wall. The emphasis on the city walls was due to several reasons. Firstly, The walls would indeed isolate the core area of the island from non-core regions, preventing frequent disturbances from wild creatures. Secondly, it was related to the conditions for upgrading the island to 7th tier status. The requirements for upgrading from 1st to 3rd tier, 4th to 6th tier, and 7th to 10th tier are as follows. The island's lord must reach 7th tier or above. The island must possess at least 3 7th tier buildings or more. The island must have a wall encircling the core area, delineating the main urban area from the outskirts. The island must have at least 100 denizens, including at least 10 6th tier denizens and 25th tier denizens. The further one progresses in upgrades, the more challenging the requirements become. Achieving these conditions is no small feat. Chen Lang resolved to tackle the easier tasks first, commencing with the construction of the city walls to delineate the main urban area from the outskirts. Thus, he retrieved the city wall blueprint and tallied up the required materials. Stone blocks 10,000, logs 1,000, wooden planks 1,000, stone fences 300, torches 100, campfires 100, copper ingots 500, iron ingots 300. With a thought, all the materials vanished, replaced by the compressed city wall products in his inventory. Chen Lang switched to the Lord's aerial perspective, surveying the entirety of the new island number 2887. Currently, the most developed areas on the island were twofold. The territory of the Lord's estate, serving as a sanctuary, the rock fortress, and the farmlands, natural mineral veins, spirit water springs, and pastures, all of which were situated here. In another region lies Lejiakan, where the village elder Lu Ning and the villagers, along with Annie and Shur recruited by Chen Lang, reside. The total population of the village is approximately 30 individuals. Thus, it is imperative that the main urban area encompasses these two regions. Chen Lang meticulously planned the layout and exercised his lordly authority to establish the city walls. Before him rose a formidable circle of stone walls, standing 8 to 9 meters high and 3 to 4 meters thick, perfectly encircling both the Lord's estate and Lejiakan, thereby delineating the boundaries between the inner and outer city. The feral beasts outside could not easily breach these walls, ensuring a certain level of safety within the city, thus fulfilling the third condition for promotion. Similar to the shelter, fishing rods, and natural caves, once the city walls were completed, they too would advance in level alongside the island's elevation. If the island were to ascend from 5th to 7th tier, the walls would upgrade correspondingly to 6th tier. How could the wall's level ever be inferior to that of the island? Chen Lang, experiencing a slight compulsion, activated his innate ability and supercharged the walls with a 5th tier energy crystal. Ding! Super Enhancement successful. The system's prompt echoed, and as the brilliance faded, the walls rose even more majestically. Solid as a fortress, with their level elevated from 5th to 6th. Dada, go test the strength, Chen Lang instructed. Dada, possessing the S-tier berserker talent at the 5th tier, strode confidently to the base of the walls. Let me break it, he bellowed, swinging his axe with great force. The ensuing roar was deafening. The power of Dada's strike was sufficient to threaten a 6th-tier structure, yet the wall merely sustained a moderate crack, equivalent to a mere scrape on human skin. Even if Dada were to strike multiple times, the walls remained steadfast and resolute. Impressive durability. Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction. Had he possessed such a wall during the first calamity when the sea beasts attacked, defense would have been far more manageable. That I shall stand atop the walls. Should anyone break through, I shall consider myself defeated. Chapter 76. Strength in numbers. A day and night passed swiftly. The competition between regions 10,086 and 10010 intensified, each striving to seize the final moments to upgrade as much as possible to surpass the other and avoid punishment. Upon waking, Chen Lang's first order of business remained a routine of fishing by the sea. Little Black approached eagerly, visibly larger and exuding an air of authority. He had indeed broken through to the 3rd tier. While Chen Lang fished, Little Black soared outside the walls, hunting the randomly spawning wild monsters on the island. Chen Lang also assigned tasks to the villagers of Lejiakan. The able-bodied laborers continued their mining endeavors. Presently, the island boasted 3 mining resources: a primary spirit stone vein, a primary fire crystal vein, and a 9th-tier natural cave. Such abundant resources, merely buried underground, could not aid in the island's development unless excavated out of course. To facilitate efficiency, Chen Lang upgraded their tools, providing enchanted iron picks. Although the enchantments of luck, efficiency, and others were not particularly high, the improvements were indeed significant, yielding hundreds to thousands of minerals daily. Consequently, over the past 2 days, Chen Lang was compelled to visit the trading square to exchange for building blueprints for a large warehouse to store the minerals extracted by the villagers. In addition to mining, the villagers had another task: farming. With a larger workforce, several villagers had awakened the profession of planter, demonstrating innate talent for cultivation. Chen Lang again employed his innate ability to supercharge the fields of Legiacan, elevating them to second and third tiers, and then enriched the soil with rotten meat and bone meal to enhance the fields to match the level and yield of his own plots. As the Lord, the production gains from the villagers' mining and farming were accounted to him by the system, allowing Chen Lang to achieve several accomplishments. Ding! Achieve the milestone of planting more than 10 different crops. Unlocking the achievement. Master Farmer 3, gaining 50 experience points. Ding! Achieve the milestone of mining over 1,000 ores, unlocking the achievement. Golden Miner 3, gaining 50 experience points. Ding! Use the furnace over 1,000 times. Unlocking the achievement. Smelting Master 2, gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Cut down over 1,000 trees, unlocking the achievement. Lumberjack 3, gaining 50 experience points. Ding! Achievements appeared one after another, and Chen Lang's experience bar gradually increased. However, the requirement of 6,400 experience points was indeed substantial. Currently, he could only gain experience by hunting monsters of the 4th tier or above, while the elite monsters on the island were swiftly dispatched upon his arrival. To level up, he would need to explore alternative methods. First, let us focus on completing the daily tasks. Chen Lang resolved to concentrate on fishing for the time being, with the upgraded fishing rod. The probability of catching rare items had risen significantly. Each attempt has a 10 chance of yielding nothing, 40 chance of obtaining a 5th tier treasure chest, 25 chance of a 6th tier treasure chest, 15 chance of a 7th tier treasure chest, 9 chance of an 8th tier treasure chest, and a 1 chance of a 9th tier treasure chest. Remaining fishing attempts, 5. After 5 fishing attempts, Chen Lang successfully reeled in 2 5th tier treasure chests, 2 6th tier chests, and 1 7th tier chest. Upon opening them, one of the 5th tier chests contained a blueprint for a 5th tier recurve bow, of little practical use, while the other housed a 5th tier farmland, which Chen Lang immediately placed adjacent to his other fields. He then transplanted a 5th tier essence fruit tree into this new plot, significantly accelerating its fruiting process from 3 to 4 days to just 1 to 2 days. Henceforth, the yield of essence fruits would double. However, more than the 5th tier chests, Chen Lang was far more intrigued by the remaining 2 treasure chests. Ding! 6th tier treasure chest X1, opening successful. Obtained building. Energy Crystal Defense Tower, 6th tier, X1. Another Energy Crystal Defense Tower, 2 tiers higher than his current one, was a perfect upgrade. Chen Lang placed the newly acquired 6th tier Energy Crystal Defense Tower within his lord's estate and relocated the original 4th tier one to Legiacan. Finally, Ding 7th tier treasure chest X1, opening successful. Obtained building. Advanced Beacon Teleportation Array X1. Grade, 7 tier. Description: a mysterious teleportation array left over from ancient times, capable of maintaining connections with intact teleportation arrays on other islands. Consuming energy crystals allows for free travel between different islands. Additional 1-hour cooldown for each use. With curiosity piqued, Chen Lang immediately invested 1,000 energy crystals as a starting fee to activate the beacon teleportation array. Instantly, a flurry of fleeting regional maps flashed before him, each adorned with 1 or more illuminated points, signaling the presence of other beacons. The teleportation array was attempting to establish contact with these signals. However, due to the ancient era's vast passage of time, many beacons were damaged. After several attempts, the array finally connected with an island. Chen Lang focused intently and was pleasantly surprised by the destination. Oh? This place, I have been there before. It's the desert island I visited during my first treasure hunt. In the next moment, Chen Lang found himself enveloped by the radiant glow of the teleportation array, his figure gradually vanishing. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself once again amidst the endless yellow sands, standing over an ancient teleportation array buried beneath the grains. However, due to the nature of his teleportation, this time he arrived at a different location on the desert island than where the treasure map had initially transported him. This time, he was evidently deeper inland. Although still desolate, the ambient energy felt more concentrated. The monsters deeper in the desert should possess greater strength than those at the fringes, and he hoped to indulge in a satisfying hunt. Stepping out of the teleportation site, Chen Lang willed his black-scaled dragon armor into place, unfurling his pair of black dragon wings. With a swift motion, he soared into the air, surveying the surroundings from above. Soon, he spotted a 5th-tier monster, yellow rock giant. Level, 5th tier. Attributes, Spirit 23. Strength 71, Speed 33, Stamina 58, Magic 10. Description: a rock-type monster dwelling in the yellow sands, possessing low intelligence and a volatile temper. Skills: Sandstorm, Yellow Sand Barrage, Rock Charge, Giant Quake. Without hesitation, Chen Lang switched to his Crimson Flame Sandstorm crossbow. Loaded an arrow, charged and released. The 6 lava arrows, now expanded in capacity, shot forth with precision. The distant yellow rock giant, over a kilometer away, had no chance to react, instantly becoming riddled with arrows. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 5th-tier monster, Yellow Rock Giant X1, earning 1 5th-tier energy crystal, 1 rock crystal cluster, and 50 experience points. Chapter 77. Taking the villagers to hunt monsters. Slaying the first yellow rock giant seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The surrounding desert trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and soon, several more yellow rock giants emerged from the earth. I could appear these creatures typically buried themselves underground to slumber, surfacing only occasionally. My previous kill of 1 yellow rock giant startled the others, drawing them all out. How perfect! This will make it easy for me to catch them all at once. Chen Lang came here today solely to hunt monsters. For him, the more monsters, the better. He immediately unleashed another skill of the Crimson Flame Rampage crossbow. Sandstorm Arrow Rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thanks to the expansion enchantment, Chen Lang shot 6 splitting arrows in one go. These arrows traced graceful arcs, continuously splitting and replicating in the air, swiftly multiplying into hundreds and thousands of arrows, stirring up a whirlwind of yellow sand, descending like a sandstorm upon the towering yellow rock colossi. Although the yellow rock colossi had a certain resistance to earth attribute attacks, which would mitigate the arrow's power, these colossi were generally at levels 4 to 5 at the arrows shot by the Crimson Flame Rampage crossbow. However, possessed the attack power of level 6, even with some of their strength neutralized by resistance. The remaining lethality was still enough to be fatal to the yellow rock colossi. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 4-tier monsters. Yellow Rock Colossi 3. Gained! Ding! Congratulations, you have killed. The yellow rock colossi on this dune were swiftly dealt with. Chen Lang then continued to survey his surroundings, seeking the next prey. As my level increases, I can only gain experience by defeating higher-tier monsters. Those below Tier 3 no longer yield any experience. However, elite monsters are not so easily found, and I must devise a plan to accelerate my leveling up. Eureka! An idea flashed in Chen Lang's mind, and he snapped his fingers in delight. As my subjects, when they slay monsters, I will receive a share of the experience. The key is that this source of experience will not be limited by level restrictions. When the villagers defeat monsters of Tier 3 or below, I will still gain experience. At that time, I can have them help me clear out the small fry. I will step in when facing a boss. This is the way to go. The more I explore, the more experienced I become. Chen Lang increasingly felt that the villagers on his island would not be a burden, but rather a significant asset in his rapid development. Thus, once the cooldown of the teleportation array ended, he called upon the elder villager Lu Ning and instructed him to gather some combat-capable villagers to accompany him to another island to engage in battle against monsters. Currently, the recruited Annie and Shur, along with several upper-tier villagers, had already formed a harmonious rapport with the native villagers of Lu's village. They were unwaveringly loyal to Chen Lang. Therefore, upon hearing his command to assemble for an expedition, nearly all capable villagers eagerly volunteered. Lu Ning's son, Lu Zhuang, raised his hand and declared, "My lord, I wish to join." Hunter Wang Dazhuang chimed in, "What prey do you intend to hunt? Leave it all to me." Berserker Ka echoed, "Me too." Thus, after careful selection, Chen Lang chose a total of 9 villagers to accompany him to the desert island to hunt monsters that, of course, he also brought along Xiao He, whom he had not taken on his previous trip. Additionally, the SS-level alchemist Shi approached Chen Lang, shyly requesting, "My lord, may I also accompany you? I am currently in need of a rare herb that grows in the desert for my alchemy." Chen Lang readily agreed to Shi's request, as she was undoubtedly an important figure on the island. While others were mining and farming, Shi had been diligently working in Chen Lang's sanctuary, the rock fortress's basement, utilizing a full set of alchemical equipment to concoct various potions. Initially, Chen Lang only possessed the formula for basic healing potions. However, since Shi took over the alchemical duties, his inventory of potions had become diverse and plentiful. New additions included fire-resistant potions, strength-enhancing potions, and growth-enhancing potions for crops, among many others. This was still limited by the scarcity of spiritual herbs on the island, preventing the procurement of more advanced materials. Otherwise, Shi could concoct a greater variety of potent potions. Yet even at this level, the benefits to Chen Lang and the entire island were immense that a single bottle of basic potion could boost strength by 10. Elevating a power attribute slightly over 100 to nearly 130 points. When combined with equipped damage, a single strike could seriously injure even enemies of levels 8 or 9. In summary, once the team was assembled, and the 1-hour cooldown of the signal teleportation array concluded, Chen Lang activated the teleportation array with the gathered team, inputting the energy crystals. Whoosh! The figures of the group were engulfed by light, reappearing atop the ancient teleportation array, half buried in yellow sand. Chen Lang hummed a tune, assigning the task of locating monsters to Hunter Wang Dazhuang. Hunters possess 3 main specialties. Firstly, they excel at ranged attacks, capable of crafting and upgrading ranged weapons such as bows and crossbows. Secondly, they can mark the weaknesses of prey, ensuring that successful hits inflict critical damage, which can be substantial, often severely wounding the target even if not fatal. And thirdly, they are adept at tracking. As long as prey has passed, even the faintest trace will be keenly detected by hunters, who can follow the clues left behind. Chen Lang had witnessed these skills when teaming up with the hunter Lu Rinjia to search for treasures. Now, he observed them again in Wang Dazhuang. After carefully examining the surroundings, Wang Dazhuang indeed made a discovery and promptly reported, "My lord, to the southwest, there appears to be a group of fierce beasts. Their numbers should be considerable, and we can expect a bountiful harvest." "Good." Chen Lang clapped his hands in approval, anticipating a significant influx of experience. However, Wang Dazhuang then shifted his tone, his expression serious. "But we are not the only ones eyeing that group of prey. I have also detected signs of another group, likely a local indigenous tribe, moving in that direction, that if we delay, they may reach the prey before us, upon hearing that someone else might claim the prey." Chen Lang could not accept it. "What are we waiting for? Let's pursue them now. Go." With a wave of his hand, Chen Lang led the team to swiftly traverse the desert, unwilling to fall behind. Chapter 78. Barbarian Tooth Beast, Stone People Tribe. The individuals Chen Lang selected were the elite of the villagers, with average attributes that stood out among their peers. Thus, even while trekking across the vast desert, their speed remained impressive. Under the guidance of Hunter Wang Dazhuang, the team drew ever closer to their quarry, now able to discern the chaotic footprints that had yet to be erased by the wind and sand. Just ahead, Chen Lang's spirits lifted, and he urged the team to quicken their pace. Finally, as they crested a dune, a verdant oasis came into view. Special location: Desert Oasis. Description: a bubbling spiritual spring surges from the ground, transforming into a gentle stream that nourishes the vegetation along its banks, forming a small oasis. This site serves as a gathering place for countless fierce beasts and monsters within a radius of several dozen to hundreds of miles. Creatures frequently come to drink and feed, replenishing their energy, and it may also be occupied by intelligent races, evolving into tribes, villages, and even small towns or cities. Chen Lang observed a group of creatures, roughly the size of bison, with coarse, sandy-colored skin and sharp tusks protruding from their jaws, drinking water by the stream's edge. My lord, it is a herd of barbarian tooth beasts. Hunter Wang Dezhuang was the first to identify the species. Chen Lang's interface displayed the details. Fierce beast, barbarian tooth beast, level 1 to 6, attributes, spirit 31, strength 62, speed 43, endurance 55, magic 10, skills, group trample, barbarian charge. A quick glance revealed that the herd consisted of approximately 20 to 30 beasts, with the weakest being newborn level 1 cubs and the strongest 3 adults at level 5. Overall, they were not difficult to handle, but capturing them all at once would require some strategy. Just as Chen Lang and the others pondered their approach, another unexpected group appeared. It was indeed the indigenous team from the desert island that Wang Dezhuang had previously tracked. However, they were not the anticipated human villagers, but rather a group of stone people. Race, stone people tribe. Description: humanoid beings composed entirely of rock, possessing limited intelligence, typically gathering in tribal forms, enhancing their strength by consuming various minerals, and occasionally hunting earth attribute fierce beasts and monsters to absorb their energy crystals. Supplement: the stone people are rigid in character, venerating the ancient rock god Carcius from legend. The simultaneous death of a large number of stone people triggers a sacrifice, merging to form a vassal under Carcius. Supplement: the stone people and goblins, due to their racial characteristics, are often captured and enslaved by other intelligent races, forced to work as miners dedicated to excavating various ore veins. The introduction of the stone people caught Chen Lang's attention. Deepening his understanding of this world, that it seems that the legends of the ancient era, when myriad races thrived, are not mere fabrications that, at least, one can still observe such a diverse array of races. However, regardless of their kind, none shall dare to snatch his prey. As he witnessed the towering stone people, composed entirely of rock, charging into the oasis to hunt the resting and drinking barbarian tooth beasts, Chen Lang decisively shouted, "Charge! All of you, charge! Forget about tactics. Take down those stone people and barbarian tooth beasts." With his command, the black wings of the black-scaled dragon armor unfurled. Chen Lang surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, wielding the cloud-embroidered wand. The moment he landed, he activated his intermediate skill, Frost Freeze. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, a thick layer of frost spread across a radius of 100 meters centered around Chen Lang. The oasis stream was instantly encased in ice. The roaring stone people and the panicked barbarian tooth beasts found themselves immobilized by the ice, unable to move. At that moment, the villagers followed closely behind Chen Lang, launching their assault against the barbarian tooth beasts and the stone people. With immense strength, Dada, possessing an S-class berserker talent, unleashed his ability, wielding dual axes with tremendous force that cleaved down upon an opposing fourth-tier stone people warrior. Relying on its rock-hard body, the warrior intended to withstand the blow, but it was reduced to mere fragments with a single strike, dead beyond recovery. Ding! Your subjects have slain a fourth-tier monster. Stone People 1. You have obtained a fourth-tier Rock Crystal 1. Experience points 40. Hunter King Wang Dezhuang knocked an arrow. The bow he held was no ordinary weapon. With Chen Lang's consent, he had crafted a fifth-tier enchanted longbow using the workbench and enchantment table, imbued with a third-tier splitting effect. Aiming at the head of a barbarian tooth beast, he triggered the hunter talent's weakness marking effect, releasing the string with a resounding twang. The arrow split into 3 mid-air, all striking the beast's head with pinpoint accuracy, triggering a critical hit. The beast's health bar was instantly depleted. Ding! Your subject have slain a third-tier ferocious beast. Barbarian Tooth Beast 1. You have obtained a third-tier Energy Crystal 1. Barbarian Tooth 2. Beast Skin 4. Beast Meat 9. Bones 7. Experience points 30. Not only Dada and Wang Dezhuang, but also the village elder's son, Lu Zhuang, and other villagers who followed suit, were now engaged in a bloodbath. The barbarian tooth beasts and stone people, however, found themselves immobilized and unable to evade or resist due to Chen Lang's frost freeze skill. In no time, casualties mounted. The system's kill notification echoed incessantly in Chen Lang's mind. The experience points he would normally have gained by personally slaying those third-tier and below monsters were now accumulating through his villagers as intermediaries, contributing to his leveling progress. As the Frost Freeze skill dissipated, the barbarian tooth beasts and stone people had suffered grievous losses, with only the 4th and 5th tier formidable individuals remaining. Finally, they had the opportunity to counterattack against Chen Lang and the villagers. However, they soon realized the sheer disparity in strength. Slowly, Chen Lang withdrew the Demon Slayer blade from his inventory. After a brief charge, the blade's innate skill, Demon Slay, activated. Whoosh! A deep purple blade of energy swept forth. In an instant, the remaining barbarian tooth beasts and stone people were annihilated without exception. Ding, ding, ding. This wave of slaughter netted him nearly 1,000 experience points. If he could maintain this momentum, he would quickly accumulate 6,400 experience points and ascend to the 7th tier. Chen Lang was quite satisfied with his gains. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the corpses of the stone people. The introduction had noted that when a large number of stone people perished simultaneously, their bodies would merge to form the minions of the legendary ancient god of rock. The minions of the ancient god were at least elite monsters, perhaps even boss level. Killing one would yield even greater rewards. Chen Lang could barely contain his anticipation. Before long, the scattered fragments of the stone people began to exhibit unusual signs. The minion of the ancient god was about to manifest. Chapter 79. Slaying the 10th tier boss, dropping the extraordinary yellow sand war soul sword. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, ancient and mysterious arrays of magic began to illuminate beneath the scattered stone fragments. As the arrays multiplied and grew in scale, they radiated a tawny glow. The stones, illuminated by this light, floated into the air, assembling like building blocks, guided by an unseen force. Ultimately, they formed a colossal rock statue without legs. Clad in rock armor, wielding a longbow and a long sword of the same material, exuding an imposing and authoritative presence. Monster, minion of the rock god Yellow Sand Guardian. Level, 10th tier. Attributes, Spirit 60. Strength 103, Speed 40, Endurance 98, Magic 88. Description, a member of the Yellow Sand Legion under the ancient god of rock, Carlxius. This guardian fell into silence after the ancient war, now summoned by a sacrificial array. Its lingering soul has attached itself to the body of its kin, vowing to avenge its fallen brethren. Skills, Power of Wind and Sand, Yellow Sand Arrow Array, Yellow Sand Sword Chi as the 10th tier boss. The Yellow Sand Guardian made its appearance. Everyone gasped in astonishment, a sense of panic sweeping through them. After all, among these villagers, the strongest was merely at the 6th tier. The gap between them and a 10th tier foe was akin to that between heaven and earth. They feared they could not possibly triumph over such a formidable adversary. Immediately, they urged Chen Lang, "My lord, that is a 10th tier monster. We must flee. We stand no chance in a direct confrontation." Wang Dazhuang, Dada, Lu Zhuang, and the others all implored Chen Lang to retreat and avoid a head-on clash. Chen Lang understood their concerns. However, with the Yellow Sand Guardian already summoned, it would not be so easy to escape. They would have to engage in battle. Regardless, moreover, he felt confident in his own strength. Slaying a 10th tier boss would surely yield bountiful rewards. With his mind made up, Chen Lang affectionately patted the head of the young girl. Sure beside him, and prepared to charge into battle. Seeing this, Sure hurriedly rummaged through her small bag, producing several vials of potions, and handed them to Chen Lang. "My lord, this is a strength potion. This is a healing potion. And this one is a speed potion. Please take them. They will surely aid you in battle." "All right," Chen Lang beamed, promptly consuming the strength and speed potions. Instantly, his strength and speed attributes surged by 10%. Lasting for 3 minutes, his 5-dimensional attributes temporarily rose to Spirit 109, Strength 120, Speed 120, Endurance 109, Magic 109. With his already impressive 6th-tier attributes further enhanced, even facing a 10th-tier boss, the ancient goddess minion. Chen Lang felt unfazed at that moment. The Yellow Sand Guardian charged forward, brandishing a bronze-colored yellow sand longsword nearly 10 meters in length. Its massive frame made Chen Lang feel as though he were battling a giant. With a thunderous crash, the yellow sand guardian swung its sword down, causing the earth to quake, the sand dunes to collapse, and the desert ground to split open, creating a deep fissure hundreds of meters long. Fortunately, Chen Lang soared into the air just in time, evading the crushing blow and immediately launched a counterattack. The Crimson Flame's sandstorm crossbow was switched into action, and the skill's sandstorm arrow rain was unleashed. Countless arrows shot forth, raining down from the sky. However, the yellow sand guardian had a similar skill. Drawing the rock longbow from its back, it knocked an arrow and activated the yellow sand arrow array, unleashing a barrage of arrows in response. In an instant, both sides unleashed a hail of arrows, clashing mid-air like an army of thousands. Most arrows collided and canceled each other out, failing to inflict harm on one another. Roar! Seeing its attack fail to yield any damage, the yellow sand guardian let out an earth-shattering roar, rallying the villagers. My lord, go for it. My lord, take down the opponent. My lord is mighty, amidst the villagers' encouragement. Chen Lang shifted his strategy, whistling for Little Black, who had been eager to join the fray. The dark-scaled dragon, born of the bloodline of the Black King, was on par with the legendary ancient deities in terms of status. Even as a newborn dragon, capable of rivaling 7th or even 8th tier beasts, A.S. Chen Lang's assistant, Little Black was more than qualified. Together, they formed a pincer attack, one distracting while the other launched a fierce assault. Gradually gaining the upper hand in battle, the yellow sand guardian struggled to defend against both fronts, slowly beginning to falter. It then unleashed its fury. Roar! Another deafening roar erupted as the power of wind and sand skill activated, releasing a pure energy shockwave, attempting to suppress both Chen Lang and Little Black. A contest of might. Who would fear whom? As the yellow sand guard prepared to engage in a contest of might, Chen Lang nearly succumbed to laughter. Although the demon dragon ring proved ineffective against such a formidable opponent, Little Black unleashed its true power on the spot. With a thunderous roar, the bloodline pressure emanating from the dark absolute black dragon was fully unleashed. A pure blood dragon, truly terrifying. In contrast, while the Yellow Sand Guard was indeed a favored servant of the ancient gods within the Yellow Sand Legion, it was merely an elite creature of the rank and file. Its prowess largely derived from its superior level in a contest of quality and quantity. It paled in comparison to Little Black, akin to striking a stone with an egg. Not only did it fail to suppress Chen Lang and Little Black, but it also found itself rebounding under the weight of Little Black's pressure, causing its momentum to wane significantly. A golden opportunity. Chen Lang's eyes sparkled with realization. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Seizing this moment, he unleashed all the lethal techniques at his disposal. The silver flowing sword energy raging across. The demon slayer sword, bloodletting demon slash. The crimson flame sandstorm crossbow, expanded lava strike arrow. Little Black followed suit with its signature moves, dark absolute dragon claw, great annihilation dragon breath, and others, all crashing down upon the yellow sand guard. The onslaught left the yellow sand guard riddled with cracks, shedding numerous rocky fragments, clearly reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Roar! Realizing it was at the end of its tether, the yellow sand guard prepared for a final desperate strike, activating the yellow sand sword energy skill once more, locking on at Chen Lang with unwavering determination. A gigantic sword light, 10 zhang in size, surged forth, radiating a murderous aura. Faced with this life-or-death blow from the yellow sand guard, Chen Lang found evasion impossible and could only brace himself. He crossed the silver flowing sword and the demon slayer sword defensively in front of him, while simultaneously retrieving the 5th-tier defensive armor. The Xianbing armor, which had been kept in reserve since his last opening of a treasure chest, fully activating the black-scaled dragon armor. Boom! Chen Lang was sent flying by the sword light, the silver flowing sword, the demon slayer sword, and the 5th-tier Xianbing armor were all rendered utterly useless by the sword energy. Even the chest area of the black-scaled dragon armor bore a deep sword mark, a consequence of the sword energy's potency being diminished by multiple layers of defense. Yet due to the hard, thorny enchantment, the rocky body disintegrated into fine yellow sand, scattering with the wind that has self-inflicted demise. Indeed. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 10th tier monster, Yellow Sand Guard 1. Earning 10th tier Energy Crystal 1, Yellow Sand Remnant Soul Sword 1, Soil Element Seed 1, and 100 experience points. Ding! First time defeating an enemy 3 tiers above you. Achieving the accomplishment, Tier Jumping Kill 3, gaining 1,000 experience points. The system notification chimed. After slaying the formidable foe, Chen Lang eagerly perused the spoils in his backpack. Equipment: Yellow Sand Remnant Soul Sword, grade, 10th tier. Description: a sword that harbors the remnants of the souls of the Yellow Sand Legion soldiers. Remaining razor-sharp despite the ravages of time. With 3 free opportunities for enhancement still unutilized, Chen Lang promptly consumed one. Ding! Super Enhancement successful. The Yellow Sand Remnant Soul Sword has been super enhanced to Yellow Sand Battle Soul Sword. Equipment: Yellow Sand Battle Soul Sword. Grade: mid-tier, extraordinary. Description: an extraordinary long sword forged from various rare earth elements, capable of sealing the souls of defeated monsters within its blade, transforming them into battle souls that can be summoned to aid in combat. Skill: Sandstorm 9 slash consecutively slashes out 9 large sandstorms, inflicting sustained, extensive area damage. Skill: Battle Soul Summon. The souls of defeated monsters are captured within the sword, devouring one another to form one or multiple battle souls, which can be materialized using yellow sand to assist the master in combat. A splendid sword. Running his fingers along the blade, Chen Lang could not help but praise the Yellow Sand Battle Soul Sword, which gleamed with a dark golden hue under the desert sunset. Concurrently, as he delved his consciousness into the sword, he discerned that the soul of the slain Yellow Sand Guard had diminished to 9th tier strength, but had been transformed into a battle soul, completely obedient to Chen Lang's command. With a flick of his sword, the Battle Soul Summon skill activated. Amidst the raging sandstorm, the Yellow Sand Guard was reshaped by the wind and sand, reappearing in the world. The enormous figure hovered in the air, bowing respectfully to Chen Lang. Chen Lang felt his mental energy depleting rapidly, estimating its sustenance at around 10 minutes. Clearly, the stronger the battle soul, the greater the mental attributes required from its master. Summoning a 9th tier battle soul with his 6th tier capabilities was already an extraordinary feat, akin to acquiring an additional ally. Moreover, the battle soul had the potential for continuous growth, perhaps even returning the Yellow Sand Guard to its peak condition in the future. Through this Yellow Sand Battle Soul Sword, Chen Lang also gleaned the higher level classification standard beyond 10th tier. Extraordinary. For survivors, ferocious beasts, monsters, etc., there were distinctions of lower, mid, and upper extraordinary levels. Equipment and items were similarly categorized in a lower, mid, and upper extraordinary grades. Chapter 80. Extraordinary Skill. Universal Slave Seal. Chen Lang then turned his gaze to his next acquisition. Item: Soil Element Seed. Grade: 10th tier. Description: an elemental seed infused with a trace of extraordinary power. Refining and absorbing it can awaken a soil-based skill. A skill akin to a skill book? Yet, the range of skills obtained is more precise than that of a random skill book. Let me see what skill I can awaken. Ignoring distractions, Chen Lang decided to observe the skill awakened before deciding whether to employ his super enhancement talent. He swallowed the yellow-brown crystal resembling amber, instantly feeling a warm sensation spreading from his stomach. Chen Lang sensed a newfound kinship with the earth beneath his feet. Ding! Refinement of Soil Element Seed complete. Congratulations on acquiring the advanced skill. Enslave Rock Seal. Skill: Enslave Rock Seal. Type: Combat Skill. Level: Advanced Skill. Description: consumes mental energy to condense an earth attribute soul mark, branding it upon the souls of other earth attribute beings, thereby enslaving them as servants. Supplement: the success rate of enslavement is influenced by the user's mental strength, as well as the strength and mental state of the target. The stronger the user, the more panic and fear the target feels, increasing the success rate. Supplement: successfully enslaved servants will unconditionally obey their master's commands. Supplement: the greater the number of enslaved servants, the heavier the mental burden on the user. Exceeding the threshold will result in backlash. 10th tier beings typically possess around 100 mental points, thus I can enslave at most one 10th tier servant or 3 9th tier servants. Fortunately, the Battle Soul summon skill from the Yellow Sand Battle Soul Sword does not interfere with the Enslave Rock Seal, allowing me to freely utilize both skills. After all, it is a 10th tier skill, and one that can turn others into my subordinates. Such skills are rare. After some contemplation, Chen Lang decided to consume another free enhancement opportunity. Ding! Super Enhancement successful. Enslave Rock Seal has been super enhanced to. Skill: Universal Slave Seal. Level: Lower Extraordinary. Description: Consumes mental energy to condense a universal soul mark, capable of enslaving all beings of various attributes, including metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, poison, and more. The remaining descriptions were largely similar, but the skill level transformed from 10th tier to lower extraordinary, signifying a significant qualitative change. What was once limited to Earth attribute beings could now effectively target nearly all life forms in existence. The value of this skill skyrocketed exponentially. One word: exhilarating. This skill is worth it. Chen Lang felt an immense satisfaction within. Shortly thereafter, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! First time acquiring extraordinary level equipment. Achieving the accomplishment: Extraordinary Equipment Master I, gaining 1,000 experience points. Ding! First time acquiring extraordinary level skills. Achieving the accomplishment: Extraordinary Skills Never Hurt I, gaining 1,000 experience points. Another long-awaited achievement notification appeared. Upon reaching a higher tier, the rewards evidently became more generous. The 2 accomplishments granted him a whopping 2,000 experience points. His experience progress surged significantly. With this newfound insight, Chen Lang conceived a new plan. The Stoneman hunting party he had just annihilated was merely a contingent dispatch from a single tribe. If he could locate this tribe and devise a way to bring the entire clan under his control, he would establish a foothold and influence in this desert archipelago. Resolute in his decision, armed with the universal slave seal skill, Chen Lang was finally able to put into practice ideas he had long contemplated but previously lacked the means to realize. He immediately instructed Wang Dazhuang, the hunter, to track the footprints of the stone men. Wang Dazhuang's tracking skills were top-notch. Even amid the devastation wreaked by the recent battles surrounding the oasis, he managed to discern a few elusive clues. Leading the party onward, after a considerable trek, they indeed located the tribe from which the stone men had emerged. "My lord, look, ahead lies the tribe of those stone men," he reported excitedly to Chen Lang, thrilled by his discovery that a tribe astonishingly built within a vast mine. Chen Lang gazed in the direction pointed by Wang Dazhuang. Indeed, he beheld a profound sandstone gorge, at the depths of which lay a shadowy cavern. Peering into the depths of the mine, he could discern numerous hewn rock chambers, where hundreds of stone beings resided. Occasionally, a sizable chunk of rock would be dislodged, both to expand their living space and in search of sustenance. The stone people were not of human lineage, but rather life forms resembling humans, thus exhibiting habits entirely distinct from those of the human race. These stone beings could satiate their hunger solely by consuming rock. Coarse iron, gold, diamonds, and mithril were considered a feast for them. It was a literal embodiment of eating earth to grow stronger. This also elucidated why many powerful races would capture these stone beings to employ them as laborers for mining. After all, one merely needed to supervise these stone beings as they consumed earth, while the minerals could be extracted and transported. Chen Lang had similar intentions. That it was evidently unrealistic to brand the entire tribe of stone beings with a slave mark. Therefore, he resolved to capture the king first. By seizing the tribe's leader, the entire tribe would inevitably heed my command. Without hesitation, Chen Lang activated the soul summoning skill of the Yellow Sand Battle Soul Sword. Amidst the howling winds and sands, the fiercely loyal Yellow Sand guards materialized, startling the entire Stone People tribe. Look! Is that the Yellow Sand guards? Are they truly the vassals of the ancient god of rock? Has Lord Carlxius manifested? Amid the gasps of astonishment, the stone beings in the mine surged forth in a frenzy. The 9th tier tribe leader, a tall and weathered old stone being, dashed forward, his excitement palpable upon sighting the Yellow Sand guards. believing it to be a divine manifestation. The moment was ripe. Observing the old leader's unstable mental state and heightened emotional fluctuations, Chen Lang, concealed behind a sand dune, decisively unleashed the universal slave seal skill. His mental energy swiftly drained as a soul mark shot forth from his forehead, swiftly embedding itself upon the old leader's brow. Due to its ethereal nature, the entire process was remarkably discreet, unnoticed by the other stone beings nearby. Ding! Slavery successful. Congratulations on acquiring a Tier 10 servant. Shijian, Stone People. 1. Slavery does not equate to slaying. There are no drops or experience rewards. It may seem somewhat lacking, yet it is indeed a guaranteed profit. Let us proceed to claim this tribe of Stone People. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned the villagers and Xiaohe to emerge from their concealment and boldly approach the Stone People tribe. The now enslaved old leader, Shijian, immediately addressed his kin with reverence. The divine envoy is conveying the counsel of Lord Carlxius. A noble guest from afar has arrived in our tribe, and by following this esteemed visitor, our tribe shall surely rise in strength. The Stone People, known for their robust physiques and simple minds, fervently worshipping the ancient god of rock, Carlxius, were swayed by the old leader's status, casting aside doubts as they followed Shijian to the entrance of the Sandstone Gorge to welcome Chen Lang and his entourage. Chapter 81. The treasures passed down through generations of the Stone People tribe. The Stone People, strictly speaking, are a rather insular race, generally leading solitary lives with minimal interaction with other races. However, the appearance of the yellow sand guards and the endorsement of the tribe's old leader, Shijian, led to a warm welcome for Chen Lang and his companions from afar. Naturally, if he were to reveal his identity at this juncture and forcefully annex the Stone People tribe, it would likely incite rebellion. Thus, Chen Lang casually bestowed super enhancements upon a few diminutive stone beings, seemingly newly awakened, significantly elevating their levels and potential. This display of prowess further convinced the stone beings that Chen Lang was indeed a noble guest appointed by the ancient god of rock. Carlxius, the enslaved old leader, Shijian, seized this opportunity to present several rare mineral treasures from the tribe's collection as offerings to Chen Lang. All of exceptional quality, ideal for forging equipment. Chen Lang graciously accepted the gifts, and the group settled in the spacious cavern of the old leader. After a brief exchange, Shijian signaled for the other tribe members to withdraw, leaving only himself and Chen Lang in private. Then, a slave mark glowed upon Shijian's forehead as he respectfully knelt on one knee. Master, it was inconvenient to speak in the presence of many. Now, please allow this old servant to pay his respects. Rise, Chen Lang gestured. Allowing Shijian to stand, he instructed, I shall not linger here for long. You must cultivate a sense of belonging among your tribe towards me in the coming days. It is essential that your kin voluntarily propose a merger. With your years of experience and control over the tribe, this should not be difficult, correct? The old leader, Shijian, promptly affirmed, Rest assured, Master, I shall not fail your expectations. Very well. Chen Lang nodded at the tea that moment. The old leader revealed a secret known only to successive tribe leaders. Master, I, the first leader of the Stone People tribe, discovered a mysterious mine several centuries ago, suspected to be a treasure from ancient times. Oh, a treasure. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Where is it? Elaborate for me. Thus, the old leader, Shijian, began to recount the tale, and with each detail, Chen Lang became increasingly convinced that it was indeed an undiscovered treasure. Generally, treasures are well concealed, typically only retrievable by those in possession of treasure maps. Guided by the system, it was unexpected for the indigenous Stone People tribe to stumble upon such good fortune. Moreover, from the old leader's description, the treasure appeared to be of considerable worth, likely a high-level treasure he had yet to encounter. This opportunity must not be overlooked, Chen Lang resolved, rising to his feet. We must not delay. Take me there at once. Yes, master. Shijian promptly set about making arrangements. Chen Lang also rallied his team, and under Shijian's guidance, they departed the Sandstone Gorge to continue their journey. After traversing the vast desert for a considerable distance, they arrived before a towering rocky peak. This is the place. Shijian indicated the weathered wall before them. Approaching, he discovered a hidden mechanism. With a click, a large section of the rock face recessed, sliding aside like a door to reveal a concealed, deep tunnel. The tunnel was lined at regular intervals with illuminating mineral stones, casting a dim yet navigable light within. There are traps within the tunnel. Master, please follow my lead and proceed with caution to avoid danger. As a tribe leader, Shi Jian was evidently not unfamiliar with this ancestral treasure site. Expertly guiding Chen Lang and the villagers past various traps and mechanisms. After winding through the serpentine rock tunnel for some time, they finally emerged into a spacious chamber akin to the size of a football field. Is this the treasure site? Chen Lang surveyed the surroundings. Shi Jian shook his head. Master, yes, but not entirely. This resembles more of an antechamber. Behind that grand door lies the actual treasure. However, opening the door requires a special token, which for centuries, the leaders of our tribe have been unable to locate. Let me see. Chen Lang approached and noticed a depression in the center of the massive stone door, which shimmered faintly. He struck it with his fist, only to have it halted by a shimmering barrier. Clearly, it was a protective mechanism for the treasure. Without the token, it could not be forcefully breached. Were they to return empty-handed? Chen Lang sighed deeply and accessed the system panel, noting that the area PK for zones 10086 and 10010 was now on a countdown. Initially, his zone, 10086, was at a disadvantage. However, with his comprehensive lead over competitors such as Yi Xiao, Lu Rinjia, Song Shuren, Lu Zhukai, Zheng Rou, and Gu Xiao, who were steadily gaining momentum, 10086 was gradually turning the tide and gaining the upper hand. The score had shifted to 3-2, with zone 10010 trailing by 1 point. This had dispelled the earlier smugness of the 10,010 survivors, who were now scrambling to catch up. Yet, it was apparent that overtaking would prove challenging at that moment. Chen Lang suddenly heard commotion. We've finally reached the end. After the perilous journey, especially through the traps of the tunnel. However, hard work does not betray the diligent. Guided by a treasure map, I have finally uncovered this ancient treasure. Are there others? Chen Lang immediately became alert. Accompanied by Shi Jian, the village elders, and Xiao He, they dispersed to conceal themselves in the surrounding hidden spots, cautiously peering out. Upon closer inspection, the identity of the uninvited guest truly took Chen Lang by surprise. It was none other than Yi Xiao, the top-ranked survivor in the 10010 region. Yi Xiao, along with 4 other highly ranked survivors from the same area, brandished a treasure map as they joyfully arrived here, their spirits soaring with excitement. This high-level treasure was indeed difficult to find, but I have succeeded. Our previous efforts, slaying countless monsters to obtain this key to the treasure, were not in vain. Once I acquire this treasure, our individual strength will surely elevate our island rank, propelling us to new heights. In no time, I will trample that Chen Lang beneath my feet. How dare he steal my thunder? Just wait until this regional PK concludes. I will relish the sight of you. Chen Lang in tears. Yi Xiao unabashedly revealed his inner thoughts, believing he and his teammates were the only ones present. The more he spoke, the more reckless he became. He then shifted the treasure map to his left hand, while his right hand retrieved the treasure key they had painstakingly acquired from elsewhere. Following the map's guidance, he was about to place it in the recess of the stone door to dispel the light barrier and seize the treasure for himself. How navi! At that moment, Chen Lang decisively took action. Raising his fiery crossbow, he unleashed a volley of molten arrows, whizzing towards Yi Xiao. The latter managed to dodge just in time, narrowly avoiding the ambush. But the treasure map and the key fell to the ground. Xiao He, concealed nearby, dashed out like a bolt of black lightning, snatching up both the treasure map and key, delivering them to Chen Lang's hands. Chen Lang, mounted on Xiao He and followed by Shi Jian, the elder of the Stone Clan, as well as other villagers like Wang Dazhuang, emerged from their hiding spots, surrounding Yi Xiao and his treasure-seeking team. Chapter 82. One Punch to Annihilate Yi Xiao. The regional PK concludes. Settlement time. Chen Lang? Is it really you? Due to the real name registration system for regional communications, with avatars showcasing actual identification photos, Yi Xiao found it hard to believe as he beheld Chen Lang, riding a dragon, leading a significant entourage, emerging majestically from the dimly lit mountain hollow. Oh. How did you get here? Do you have a treasure map too? Guess, Chen Lang replied, raising an eyebrow, deliberately withholding an explanation, relishing Yi Yunxiao's astonished and perplexed expression. At this moment, Yi Yunxiao realized that regardless of how Chen Lang had arrived here before him, the key to unlocking the treasure had been snatched away, and he was now surrounded by a considerable force. The situation had evidently deteriorated to the extreme. Just a moment ago, he had been basking in self-satisfaction, believing he could outpace Chen Lang and redeem himself, only to have the tables turned in an instant. This reversal was particularly unbearable for the proud Yi Yunxiao, whose gaze toward Chen Lang was now filled with murderous intent. Ding! Survivors from both regions have encountered each other. The system is broadcasting live. The system's notification echoed at that moment. Survivors from both the 10,086 and 10,010 regions were presented with a live broadcast of the unfolding events. Lu Rinjia, Chen Lang, and Yi Yunxiao? Ha! They have encountered each other. Zheng Ro, go, Chen Lang, take care of that guy. Su Liang, Yi Yunxiao, why did you have to provoke our Chen Lang? Looks like you've bitten off more than you can chew. Song Shuren, by the way, did you all notice? The villagers around Chen Lang are all at levels 3, 4, and 5, and wait, is that a 9th level stone being beside him? Lu Zhizai, are they all his subordinates? Not just friends, we just broke through to 5. How does he already have a 9th level follower? Yang Zhe, we are the underdogs here, but may I ask, what are these villagers? I've never seen them before. Fong Ting, those are only accessible to survivors of level 5 and above, summoned through villager recruitment certificates. They are generally below level 3, but Chen Lang seem to be elite villagers. So I envy him. Lu Yang, regardless of the outcome, this time Yi Yunxiao is doomed. The survivors in the 10086 region were mostly astonished by Chen Lang's formidable lineup. The real despair lay with the survivors of the 10010 region. It's over. Even our top-ranked Yi Yunxiao has been outpaced by Chen Lang this much. Are we going to be wiped out? No. If Yi Lang falls, our region is surely lost. The system's live broadcast allowed both Chen Lang and Yi Yunxiao to view the unfolding commentary. Chen Lang remained indifferent to the barrage of comments, while Yi Yunxiao grew increasingly agitated. His 4 teammates were beyond his control. Chen Lang, I'm coming for you. Yi Yunxiao charged forward, intent on confronting Chen Lang. To be fair, Yi Yunxiao was no weakling. With the awakened talent that doubled the critical strike of dropped items, he had accrued quite decent equipment from slaying monsters. 6th level armor, a 7th level spear, and a 7th level shield. This gear could withstand even 6th or 7th level monsters. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Chen Lang. Go. Deal with him, Chen Lang commanded. Eager to showcase their abilities, his battle pet Xiao He. The villagers and Shi Jian all sprang into action, ready to impress their master. Ultimately, it was the 9th level Shi Jian who took the lead, channeling his strength into a single punch, delivering a blow that shattered the very earth. With a resounding crack, Yi Yunxiao's equipment shattered into a heap, leaving him bloodied and broken. The Stone Clan's chief, Shi Jian, was genuinely surprised. He had expected someone so highly regarded by his master, Chen Lang, to be a formidable opponent, that he never anticipated that Yi Yunxiao would crumble so easily. I'm flying. I'm dead. Ding! Your servant Shi Jian has slain the 6th level survivor Yi Yunxiao. You have obtained all items from his backpack and gained 3,100 experience points. Ding! First kill of another survivor. Achievement unlocked. King of Winter's Eye, gaining 100 experience points. The system's notifications rang out. Killing a survivor not only granted all their backpack items, but also half of their accumulated experience points. This encounter yielded significant rewards for Chen Lang, particularly in experience. His progress bar, already over halfway full from a previous rampage on the desert island, surged forward with this hefty influx of experience. Ding! Experience points have reached the threshold for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade? Ding! Level up successful. Current survivor level 7. Gained 70 free attribute points. Chen Lang consumed a 7th level energy crystal, doubling his attribute points from 70 to 140. He focused on enhancing his mental and magical attributes to increase his enslavement capacity and skill effectiveness. Thus, his new 5-dimensional attributes stood as follows: mental, 149, strength, 129, speed, 129, endurance, 129, magic, 149. Now, even 10th level survivors would find themselves overshadowed by Chen Lang's attributes. Only adversaries of extraordinary caliber could pose a threat to him, as Yunxiao's body gradually disintegrated into data streams. The last flicker of hope for the 10010 region vanished into oblivion. Regional PK countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system's countdown concluded, marking the end of the regional PK and ushering in settlement time. Highest survivor level in both regions: 10086 region, level 7 10010 region, level 5. Highest island level in both regions: 10086 region, level 6 10010 region, level 5. Number of level 5 survivors in both regions: 10086 region, 71010 region. 3. Number of level 5 islands in both regions: 10086 region, 4 10,010 region. 2. Number of level 4 survivors and islands in both regions: 10086 region, 13 10010 region. 9. In every aspect of the 5 PK conditions, 10,086 region emerged victorious, while 10010 region faced utter defeat. The outcome of the regional PK was abundantly clear. The system promptly announced, "Ding, regional score, 5-0. Congratulations to 10,086 region for winning the reward." Distributing rewards. Reward: each member of the 10086 region receives a resource chest corresponding to their level. Reward: doubling of unexplored resources in the 10086 region, including but not limited to the quantities of adventure islands, rare materials, and ferocious monsters. In stark contrast, the survivors in the 10010 region heard the system announce the punishment for their defeat in the regional PK. The punishment was singular, yet blunt and direct. Punishment: doubling of all unexplored resources in the 10,010 region. Consequently, a strikingly contrasting scene unfolded in the 10086 region. Numerous survivors received treasure chests, witnessing the resources on the islands and seas multiply as if by magic, their joy evident as they beamed from ear to ear. Meanwhile, the survivors in the 10,010 region wore expressions of utter despair, their faces as grim as if they had lost their last hope. Chapter 83. Extraordinary Skill Book, Spirit Ancestor Tree, Sacred Radiance Nebulous Set. Many survivors in the 10010 region watched in dismay as the resources on their islands began to vanish at a visibly rapid pace. The once lush forests suddenly became sparse. The previously resource-rich caves swiftly turned barren, and a significant number of isolated adventure islands awaiting exploration gradually disappeared. The only silver lining was that the formidable and savage monsters had also halved in number. However, the reduction in monsters also meant that the experience points gained from slaying them would likewise be halved. The survivors in the 10010 region would find their leveling speed considerably slowed. In island survival, resources are paramount. With sufficient resources, even a low starting position can lead to rapid ascension. Yet if upon landing one finds nothing in their surroundings, even the most gifted individual would struggle to achieve anything. Should the 10,086 and 10,010 regions develop normally, the overall strength of the survivors would not differ significantly. However, with the outcome of the regional PK now established, the resources in 10086 have doubled, while those in 10010 have been halved. Thus, the 10,086 region now boasts 4 times the resources of the 10010 region. It can be said that henceforth, the survivors of the 10010 region will never catch up to those of the 10086 region. Ding! Regional PK, rewards distributed. Congratulations on receiving Tier 7 Treasure Chest 1. The system's notification echoed. A Tier 7 treasure chest inexplicably appeared in Chen Lang's backpack. With a mere thought, he chose to open it. Ding! Tier 7 Treasure Chest 1. Successfully opened. Acquired building. Thermal Energy Matrix 1. Description: Composed of several ordinary thermal nuclear towers interconnected with one another, it can heat the land within a 10-mile radius. Resisting the bitter cold. Supplement. When paired with a large thermal nuclear tower, it can enhance the strength of the thermal energy matrix, increasing its cold resistance limit. To his astonishment, it was the thermal energy matrix. What a fortunate coincidence. Chen Lang's spirits soared. He glanced at the chat channel and discerned that this wave of rewards was likely a unified benefit from the system. The vast majority of survivors, upon receiving their corresponding reward chests, found their prizes related to warmth and cold resistance, thus boosting the survival rates of the 10,086 region survivors in the upcoming disaster. Murmuring to himself, he shifted his gaze to the 4 survivors from the 10010 region who were teamed up with Yi and Xiao. Chen Lang had some recollection of these 4 individuals, as they were among the higher-ranked survivors in the 10010 region, which explained why Yi and Xiao had invited them to team up in search of this high-level treasure. However, these 2 men and 2 women had certainly experienced a dramatic fall from grace. Not only had they lost the regional PK, but now, due to Yi and Xiao's swift defeat, they had become prisoners. Chen Lang's mind conjured 2 choices: either eliminate them, or... After some contemplation, Chen Lang activated his extraordinary skill, the All-Spirits Slave Mark. Whoosh! 4 slave marks flew forth, embedding themselves into the foreheads of the 4 survivors, branding their very souls. This would not only compel them to instinctively obey commands while retaining their self-awareness, but also allow Chen Lang to detonate their souls at will with a mere thought. Ding! Slavery successful. Congratulations on acquiring a Tier 5 servant. Guan Xiao Xiao, Huang Yun, experience points 3,100. Ding! Slavery successful. Congratulations on acquiring Tier 4 servants. Wang Chong, Sun Sudong, experience points 1,500. The system's cold, mechanical voice resonated. Chen Lang now possessed 4 additional survivor servants. Guan Xiao Xiao and Wang Chong immediately bowed to Chen Lang, exclaiming, "Master!" Simultaneously, the islands they were bound to were severed from the 10010 region and transferred to the 10086 region. Now under Chen Lang's command, they merged with Chen Lang's new island number 2887. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 islands, each several kilometers in diameter, fused with island number 2887, expanding the overall area of the island by nearly a quarter. Most importantly, the resources of these 4 islands had been halved due to the PK defeat punishment in the 10010 region. But upon merging with island number 2887, they benefited from the resource doubling of the 10086 region. Thus, the net resource amount of the island remained unchanged. With the complex matters settled, it was time for the main event. Chen Lang produced the key to unlock the treasure door and approached, placing the key into the central groove of the stone door. Buzzing, the harsh sound of friction erupted as the stone door cracked open, sliding apart to reveal a vast mountain space before the onlookers. Right ahead lay the treasure chest. Chen Lang hurried forward to the luxurious treasure chest, measuring over 1 meter in length, with a height and width of half a meter. Item: high-level treasure chest. Grade: Tier 10. Description: a treasure chest lost since ancient times, containing unknown treasures. Upon opening, one may receive 1 or more random rewards. His heart raced and hands trembled with excitement. However, Chen Lang did not immediately choose to open the chest. That would be too wasteful. This time, he must supercharge it. Thus, he activated his talent ability. Ding! Would you like to consume a free opportunity to supercharge high-level treasure chest 1? Yes, Chen Lang nodded. Ding! Supercharge successful. High-level treasure chest has been supercharged to extraordinary treasure chest. Item: extraordinary treasure chest. Grade: low-grade extraordinary. Description: a treasure chest lost since ancient times, containing unknown treasures. Upon opening, one may receive 1 or more low-grade extraordinary random rewards. The treasure chest's rewards had ascended from Tier 10 to the extraordinary level. This enhancement was indeed a qualitative leap. Open. Without hesitation, Chen Lang lifted the lid of the treasure chest. Instantly, 3 brilliantly shining orbs of light soared from the chest, entering Chen Lang's spatial backpack. Ding! Extraordinary treasure chest 1. Successfully opened. Acquired item: low-grade extraordinary skill, book 1. Acquired resource, Spirit Ancestor Tree 1. Acquired item, Sacred Radiance Nebula Set Blueprint 1. 3 extraordinary prizes were securely in hand. Upon returning to the Stone Man tribe, Chen Lang exchanged a few words with the elder, Shi Jian, who understood immediately and promptly assigned dozens of strong stone men from the tribe to accompany Chen Lang to Island No. 2,887 for mining. With a large contingent in tow, Chen Lang sought out the ancient teleportation array, half buried in yellow sand. The cooldown period had long expired. Chen Lang, 84, JPG, skill categories, combat, survival, skill levels, beginner, intermediate, advanced, extraordinary. With this addition, I have now mastered a total of 3 skills. With a mere thought, Chen Lang made a selection. Consequently, he entered a state of enlightenment. Moments later, a notification chimed. Ding. Extraordinary skill, book learned. Congratulations, you have acquired the extraordinary grade inferior skill. Elemental Bomb. Skill, Elemental Bomb. Level, extraordinary grade inferior. Category, combat. Description, fuses various energy attributes into an unstable energy cluster akin to a bomb, resulting in explosive damage. Supplement. The skill's effectiveness is influenced by the caster's magical attributes. The higher the magical attribute value, the stronger the skill's effect. A purely offensive skill? Quite pleasing, indeed. Chen Lang immediately attempted to activate it. A swirling vortex of energy began to spiral within the palm of his right hand. Energy flowed continuously from within him, causing the vortex to expand, yet without undergoing a qualitative change. Could it be due to the insufficient variety of energy types? Chen Lang promptly summoned Xiao He and activated the Battle Spirit summoning skill of the Yellow Sand Battle Soul Sword, calling forth the Yellow Sand Guardian. Xiao He exhaled the Great Annihilation Dragon Breath. While the Yellow Sand Guardian infused its own energy into the vortex, the powers of annihilation and yellow sand were injected. The energy vortex in Chen Lang's palm finally grew significantly larger. Upon reaching its limit, it swiftly contracted, with the energy concentration surging, displaying a blend of pure white representing Chen Lang, dark red for Xiao He, and yellow-brown for the Yellow Sand Guardian, intertwining and shifting. Although Chen Lang's attributes were comparable to the 10th tier, the burden of activating an extraordinary grade skill was still considerable. Merely condensing the elemental bomb left him drenched in sweat. If he were to continue holding it, he risked detonating it upon himself. Thus, with a mighty shout, he hurled the elemental bomb into the sea. In the next instant, the seabed trembled violently, and a towering wave 10 meters high surged forth like a tsunami, sending a column of water soaring into the sky. Numerous fish were propelled into the air, including the ominous black shark that had once hunted Chen Lang during his voyage to Adventure Island 9527. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a 6th-tier ferocious beast. Blackfin blade-toothed shark 1, acquired. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain. The alerts of slaying echoed in succession. The residual shockwave of the elemental bomb swept across a large portion of the island, startling the villagers, stone men, and enslaved survivors like Huang Yun, who rushed to investigate. Upon discovering it was Chen Lang attempting to showcase his skill's power, they collectively gasped in awe. Lord, you are magnificent. Master, you are formidable. Turning his attention to another reward, he received, Ding, you have obtained an extraordinary grade blueprint for the first time, achieving the title, Extraordinary Blueprint Collector I. Experience points 1,000. Item, Holy Radiant Nebula Set Blueprint. Type, Production Blueprint can be used multiple times without disappearing. Grade, Extraordinary can grow. Description, gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Require materials, Starlight Stone 9, Radiant Gold Ingot 18, Glazed Ice Crystal 3, Mithril Ingot 21, 9 Heaven Star Spirit Dragon Scale 9, Tears of Holy Radiance. Goodness, these are all materials I've never even heard of. Indeed, extraordinary grade sets are not something just anyone can craft. These materials can either be found on more prosperous and powerful islands or will require enduring several disasters, enhancing overall survival capabilities to acquire upgraded rewards. Sometimes leveling up too quickly can be a burden. Others only need to worry about surviving the upcoming disasters, while I, the top boss of this region, have far more to consider. Chen Lang half-jokingly lamented. In any case, without other significant opportunities, gathering all the materials to create the Holy Radiant Nebula set would undoubtedly be a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor. Yet, it is undoubtedly worth the effort. After all, the Holy Radiant Nebula set is not just an entire set of extraordinary grade armor, but also includes a corresponding set of extraordinary grade weapons. From longswords to polearms, shields, and bows, it encompasses a comprehensive range of offensive and defensive capabilities, both ranged and melee. Most importantly, this set is a rare growth-type equipment. Its level is not fixed upon creation, but can continuously upgrade over time, always keeping pace with its owner's strength, eliminating the worry of obsolescence. This is truly remarkable. As is well known, the initial strength of growth-type equipment may vary, but in the later stages, they invariably become formidable. Chen Lang rubbed his hands in excitement. And no matter how challenging it may be, he was determined to craft the entire Holy Radiant Nebula set as soon as possible. Finally, Chen Lang turned his gaze to the last treasure of this extraordinary treasure chest, the Spirit Ancestor Tree. Resource: Spirit Ancestor Tree. Level: Extraordinary Grade Inferior. Description: In ancient times, many tribes, families, towns, and even nations would offer sacrifices to spirits in search of protection and prosperity. The forms of spirits varied. Some were ferocious beasts, others plants or artifacts. By providing offerings to the spirits, one would receive their blessings. Although it is a type of plant, the Spirit Ancestor Tree does not require cultivation in farmland like other crops. Thus, Chen Lang chose to plant it in the very center of the island. In an instant, a towering tree, reaching a height of 100 meters with a trunk several meters thick, burst forth from the ground. Its branches lush and leaves verdant, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Before the tree stood a sacrificial altar, born from its presence. By placing offerings on the altar, the spirit could partake in them. As the wind rustled, the leaves whispered, and the deep, steady voice of the Spirit Ancestor Tree reached Chen Lang's ears. The Spirit Ancestor Tree acknowledged the presence of its lord. Chapter 85. Leveling Up While Reclining. One word: bliss. The Spirit Ancestor Tree communicated with Chen Lang, the Lord. After a conversation, Chen Lang gleaned the tree's capabilities. It requires the consumption of entities imbued with spirituality, which encompasses the energies of heaven and earth, including but not limited to energy crystals, various rare treasures, and even the flesh and blood of monsters. Once enough spirituality is accumulated, it can bestow blessings upon all life within the territory, and the Lord can choose who receives the blessings. The Spirit Ancestor Tree will grant them a spirit seed that in times of dire need. Activating the spirit seed allows the blessed individual to significantly enhance their strength for a short duration by burning their life force, turning the tide in critical moments. This explosive state serves as a vital trump card in desperate situations. The abilities of the Spirit Ancestor Tree extend beyond this. A plant-type spirit. It can consume spirituality to cultivate the vast majority of plant-type heavenly materials and treasures. Whether for crafting healing potions requiring crimson flame flowers, green spirit grass fruits, or even dragon phoenix primordial fruits and soul infant fruits, in the future, one could not only obtain as much as needed, but have an abundant supply. All that is required is to provide sufficient offerings to the Spirit Ancestor Tree. In addition to providing spirit seeds and cultivating heavenly materials, the Spirit Ancestor Tree itself can also unleash a myriad of tree barriers, functioning similarly to energy crystal defense towers, yet far superior in strength. In summary, possessing the Spirit Ancestor Tree brings immense benefits, both to the island itself and to its inhabitants, including Chen Lang, the Lord. Even though it had just been relocated to Island 2887 and had yet to receive any offerings, it willingly consumed its own spirituality to actively bestow blessings upon everyone on the island, from Lord Chen Lang to Annie, Lu Ning, and the villagers, as well as Huang Yun, Guan Xiao, and the enslaved survivors, including Xiao He and the stone men mining in the caves. Each individual received a spirit seed mark on their chest. By activating this mark, they could enter an explosive state, catching their opponents off guard in life and death struggles. The island's inhabitants were filled with excitement upon receiving such benefits, repeatedly bowing in gratitude to the spirit ancestor tree and their lord. Chen Lang, we thank our Lord and the Spirit for their kindness. And, as survival gradually fell into a routine, time flew swiftly in the blink of an eye. 2 to 3 days had passed. It was now the 13th day of the collective island survival. During these past few days, the entire 10086 region was thriving and flourishing. First and foremost, Chen Lang had maintained a highly consistent daily schedule. Each morning, after brushing his teeth and washing his face, he would tidy himself up. Don't ask where his toiletries came from. Some were obtained from treasure chests, while others were exchanged with fellow survivors at the trading square for some trinkets he no longer needed. Even though he was on an island, he aimed to lead a life as refined as possible, that if a person cannot manage their daily life, it is unlikely they can handle significant matters effectively. To return to the main point, after freshening up, Chen Lang would grab his fishing rod and head to the large port's dock, where he would engage in his daily fishing routine. Thanks to the increased rarity of catches from the upgraded fishing rod and the enhanced yield attributes of the port structure, he had not encountered a single empty haul in days. Each time, he reeled in a perfect 5 treasure chests. After 3 days, he had accumulated at least 15 chests, which he opened all at once. The 5-tier, 6-tier, and even 7-tier treasure chests now yield rewards that have become somewhat tasteless to him. Only on rare occasions does he encounter commendable rewards, such as a 7-tier completed building, a city wall. Chen Lang executed a super enhancement, elevating the wall's tier to 9 in one swift motion. Its length increased significantly, and its sturdiness was greatly enhanced, seamlessly encasing the original perimeter of the city walls. This meticulous delineation transformed the island regions outside and inside the city into 3 distinct areas: the outer city, the inner city, and the main urban area. Lu family village is situated within the inner city, while the main urban area is exclusively ruled by Chen Lang. A substantial factor contributing to such detailed zoning is the island's expanded area, which has grown considerably. Over the past 3 days, Chen Lang has elevated the island from Tier 7 to Tier 8, resulting in several new islands materializing and merging with Island 2887, thereby augmenting the island's area, resources, and management complexity. Consequently, swarms of high-level ferocious beasts or monsters frequently launch assaults and disturbances. However, this also presents an excellent opportunity for leveling up. Chen Lang personally engaged in combat, but could not acquire all the experience points. Thus, he chose to recline on the lookout tower of the significantly expanded rock fortress. Commanding his subordinates, Huang Yun, Guan Xiao, the old village chief Lu Ning, and the hunter King de Zhuang, from afar as the island lord to intercept and eradicate the persistent beasts and monsters that plague their territory. Ding! Your subordinate Guan Xiao has slain 13 Tier 4 ferocious beasts. Purple-eyed demon wolves, you have gained. Experience points 520. Ding! Your citizen Lu Ning has slain 9 Tier 3 monsters. Skeleton archers, you have gained. Ding! Your battle pet Xiao He has slain a Tier 6 ferocious beast. The system notifications chimed incessantly. Chen Lang lay in a rocking chair crafted from his workbench, savoring the crispy yet tender meat of the ferocious beasts while sipping a health drink concocted from various rare materials by the ancestral spirit tree. Experience points flowed into his account unceasingly, and the leveling progress bar steadily advanced. He was leveling up while reclining. Pure bliss. Ding! Current experience points have met the requirements for leveling up. Would you like to level up? Ding! Level up successful. Current survivor level. Tier 9. Earned free attribute points 90. Ding! Super enhancement successful. 90 free attribute points have been enhanced to 270 free attribute points. The attribute points had doubled, leading to an astonishing total of 1,039 points. Mentality 228, Strength 198, Speed 170, Stamina 184, Magic 259. Ding! Total attribute value exceeding 1,000 points achieve the achievement. The Beauty of Strength, experience points 3,000. The system notification rang out. The Beauty of Strength? I find this achievement's title quite appealing. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow, his spirits soaring after the upgrade. Chapter 86, The Second Wave of Disaster. The arrival of the frigid apocalypse. Day 14 of survival on the island at IT was the last day before the impending natural disaster. All survivors were actively preparing. Thanks to their victory in the regional PK, the overall resources of the area had doubled, resulting in a significant acceleration in the development of numerous survivors in Region 10,086 compared to before. Currently on the regional leaderboard, aside from Chen Lang, who stood unassailable at the top with his Tier 9 level. The ranks from 2nd to 13th had also reached Tier 6 or even 7, with the average island level being Tier 6 or higher. The top-tier survivors thrived, and the mid-tier survivors had generally reached levels 4 to 5, equivalent to the top-tier status 6 or 7 days prior. Presently, the number of survivors lingering below Tier 3 in the entire 10086 region had dwindled remarkably. To be brutally honest, these individuals were almost certainly destined to be eliminated by the forthcoming frigid apocalypse. As darkness descended, the chat interface for regional communication buzzed with survivors discussing the imminent second natural disaster, their words laden with anxiety and trepidation. Zhao Xiaoyu. The second natural disaster is about to arrive. I barely survived the first one by sheer luck. I wonder if I could be so fortunate again this time. Du Zitong. I'm doing all right. My awakened ability is fire-based, so I can summon fire to combat the cold. I should be fine during this disaster. Wu Tao. I awakened as a B-class ice mage. While I can't provide warmth, I naturally thrive in cold environments. The colder it gets, the more potent my ice magic becomes. Meng Dashuan. You two have personal advantages. After winning the regional PK, the system rewarded me with a blueprint for a large furnace that I've been busy gathering materials and trading, and I finally managed to construct the large furnace, which can reach terrifying temperatures and smelt metals that I've killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Song Singa, alas, how is everyone so fortunate? I just broke through to Tier 4, my island is still Tier 3, and I don't even have a single heating device, that I'm likely doomed. Each individual faced their own circumstances. Some felt certain of their survival through the second natural disaster, while others sensed their impending doom. On Chen Lang's side, he too was not idle. The blueprint for the Starlit Radiance armor set encompassed an entire suite of equipment, from armor to weaponry, requiring an extravagant amount of resources. However, crafting a single piece of equipment, such as leg armor or arm guards, consumed relatively fewer materials, making it easier to gather the necessary components. Over the past few days, Chen Lang had not neglected the 3 super enhancement opportunities afforded by his super enhancement talent, applying them judiciously. For instance, he had previously obtained a high-level blacksmithing skill book from the remains of an ancient powerhouse buried on Adventure Island 9525, one of the many relics from that bygone era. Upon using it, Chen Lang mastered the advanced blacksmithing skill, enabling him to restore damaged equipment. Recently, he activated his talent ability to super enhance this skill, elevating it from advanced blacksmithing to extraordinary blacksmithing. With mastery of this skill, Chen Lang ascended to the status of an extraordinary blacksmith, also known as a master craftsman. Armed with the capabilities of a master craftsman, Chen Lang could decompose the entire blueprint into several components, promptly splitting the Starlit Radiance armor set blueprint into various sections, such as helmet blueprint, chest armor blueprint, leg armor blueprint, boots blueprint, arm guard blueprint, gauntlet blueprint, holy sword blueprint, longbow blueprint, and nebula arrow blueprint, among others. Each blueprint required different materials. Thanks to the island's upgraded level, the fishing rod's yield limit and drop rates had also increased. Now, Chen Lang could fish up Tier 10 resource chests that he was exceedingly fortunate to have extracted a crucial material for crafting the Starlit Radiance armor set from a Tier 10 chest. The scales of the 9-Spirit Dragon. The 9-Spirit Dragon is the juvenile form of the 9-Heaven Star Spirit Dragon, akin to the current state of Xiaohe. The scales of the adult 9-Heaven Star Spirit Dragon are among the materials required for crafting the Starlit Radiance armor. Therefore, upon acquiring this reward from the chest that day, Chen Lang decisively utilized one of his free enhancement opportunities to super enhance the 9-Spirit Dragon scales into 9-Heaven Star Spirit Dragon scales. Moreover, he had successfully gathered enough materials to craft a pair of gauntlets, aided by several ancestral treasures bestowed upon him by the old patriarch Shijian, whom he had taken as a servant upon leaving the desert island. Including several ingots of radiant gold and a piece of crystallized stone, he promptly placed the materials upon the split blueprint for the Starlit Radiance gauntlets, and a flash of light ensued. Ding! Crafting successful. Obtained equipment. Starlit Radiance gauntlets. Equipment. Starlit Radiance gauntlets. Tier. Extraordinary low tier. Description: gauntlets imbued with divine radiance and starlight power, capable of delivering powerful strikes or protecting bodily regions. Only extraordinary tier, or those with total attribute values exceeding 1,000, may utilize them without burden. Skill: Radiant Guardian. Releases the power of holy light to form a barrier against attacks. Skill: Stellar Fist. Concentrates starlight power into a punch with astonishing might. Supplement: this equipment possesses growth potential, absorbing holy light or starlight power to enhance its tier. Supplement: collecting the complete Starlit Radiance armor set activates set attributes, granting additional benefits. Chen Lang donned a resplendent golden gauntlets, which appeared neither cumbersome nor unwieldy, but rather exuded nobility and sanctity, imbued with an imposing presence. Most importantly, the Starlit Radiance gauntlets possessed both the power of holy light and starlight, two unique forces. Thus, Chen Lang's elemental bomb skill could now synergistically combine and amplify these two powers, significantly enhancing its lethality. He hoped the final boss of the second natural disaster would reach extraordinary tier, granting him the opportunity to showcase his might. Filled with anticipation, Chen Lang glanced at the countdown to the impending natural disaster and promptly summoned all the inhabitants of his island territory. He began to make the most of the remaining time to prepare for the oncoming disaster, such as donning weapons and armor, inspecting the large thermonuclear tower and the entire thermal energy matrix, and supplementing the fire crystals mined by the Stone Man from the fire crystal veins as backup fuel, among numerous other preparations. Time ticked away, second by second. Only 9 minutes and 36 seconds remain until the maritime disaster. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The system alert sounds. The second wave of disaster. The arrival of the frigid apocalypse. Chapter 87. Some individuals overestimate their capabilities while underestimating natural calamities. The countdown has concluded. The second survival catastrophe has arrived as scheduled. There remains a performance rating mechanism. Average, acceptable, good, excellent, stunning. The better one performs during the disaster, the more substantial the system rewards will be upon settlement. Last time, a stunning performance was achieved. This time, there can be no regression. One must firmly maintain the position of regional supremacy. Chen Lang is filled with confidence, for he now possesses a formidable foundation. A cold wave descends. Whoosh! A piercing cold wind sweeps through. The temperature begins to plummet rapidly. What was once a comfortable and pleasant climate suddenly drops below freezing, with dark clouds shrouding the sky and heavy snowflakes cascading down like goose feathers. At this moment, the entire Area 10086 seems to have been transported back to the Ice Age. All survivors find themselves instantly engulfed in an extreme icy abyss. It's too cold. I'm gonna freeze stiff. What kind of dreadful weather is this? The campfire 1T even ignite. How am I supposed to keep warm? Fortunately, I managed to procure the blueprint for insulated exterior walls, and after working overtime these past few days, I gathered enough materials to construct them and affix them to the outside of the shelter. Otherwise, my room would turn into a freezer in no time. It's still warm over by the high furnace. I am grateful for the system's gifts. Damn, the temperature drop correlates with strength. The stronger the individual, the harsher the chill. My fire affinity is suppressed by the frigid air, rendering it ineffective. Damn it. Within a brief moment, the survivors begin to exhibit signs of distress. Some overestimated their abilities, while others underestimated the calamity, succumbing to the extreme cold. The already dwindling number of survivors in Area 10086 has diminished even further. Only a few remain steadfast, unperturbed. For instance, at this moment on Island 2887, a group gathers together, gazing solemnly at the oncoming torrent of cold air. Should the cold wave reach the island, it would likely transform the entire land into a frozen wasteland in an instant. Activate the thermal energy matrix with a command from Chen Lang, Huang Yun, Guan Xiao, and others who have long awaited at the large thermal core tower and several other towers. Immediately activate these structures. Glug glug. Glug glug. The pipes writhe as the scalding magma from the open-air magma lake is rapidly extracted and injected into the reactor of the large thermal core tower. The entire thermal energy matrix operates at full power. In an instant, the new island 2887 feels as if it is situated within a scorching desert. The temperature escalates sharply, and the air is distorted from the heat. Whoosh! The cold wave hits the island. The frigid ocean currents, plummeting below -80 degrees, collide violently with the high-temperature air waves emitted from the thermal energy matrix. The island is instantly plunged into a realm of contrasting extremes. The clash of hot and cold air creates fierce turbulence, even spawning tornadoes that rise from the ground. These whirlwinds continuously lash against the thick and sturdy second city walls of the island. And that is not all, as the temperature continues to drop. The precipitation shifts from heavy snowflakes to massive hailstones. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy impacts raises clouds of dust. Increasingly larger hailstones, akin to a barrage of gunfire, plummet from the sky, with the largest stones comparable to small cars. Crashing down from thousands of meters above, the terrifying kinetic energy is reminiscent of meteors streaking across the sky, repeatedly striking Chen Lang's territory, creating exaggeratedly deep craters. The vibrations shake the very ground. My lord, if this continues, the environment will be devastated, the old village chief, looming, exclaims, his voice trembling with urgency. Fortunately, Chen Lang has long been prepared. Activate the Energy Crystal Defense Tower. During the first disaster, Chen Lang relied on the Energy Crystal Defense Tower to protect the core development area of the island. Ever since, he has been eager to benefit from it, especially after previously fishing and opening a chest that yielded a 6th-tier Energy Crystal Defense Tower. He immediately super enhanced it to the 8th tier. Now is the perfect time to utilize it. On the 12th day of survival on the island, Shi Jian, the leader of the Stone People tribe on the desert island, successfully reformed the internal atmosphere of the tribe and brought the entire Stone People tribe under Chen Lang's banner. Hundreds of robust stone people have been assigned to the natural caves, where they mine fire crystal or in spirit stone veins. Stone people are practically born mining machines. Even villagers wielding enchanted pickaxes cannot outpace them. In just a few days, they have excavated piles of various minerals, filling several large storage chests with gold, silver, copper, iron, fire crystals, energy crystals, and more to this moment. Chen Lang is liberally investing energy crystals into the Energy Crystal Defense Tower. Activating its protective barrier, a hazy glow radiates from the barrier, enveloping the core area of the island. The colossal hailstones, akin to a torrential downpour, relentlessly crash down, but no damage is inflicted. All are thwarted by the protective barrier. Inside the barrier, all remains calm and undisturbed. Time ticks away. The chilling effects of the cold wave have reached their limit. The tumultuous blue sea is now covered with an ice layer hundreds of meters thick. Alongside towering icebergs formed from the fallen hail, blanketed in pristine white snow until dawn, under the morning sun, the snow glistens brilliantly, and the ice surface gleams like a clear mirror, resembling a realm of ice and snow. An eerie silence envelopes the scene, yet on the 2887 island governed by Chen Lang, a starkly different picture unfolds, vibrant and thriving. Thanks to the thermal energy matrix and the Energy Crystal Defense Tower, the island remains unscathed by the cold wave, with only a patchy layer of ice and snow at the interface between the island and the ocean. Meanwhile, the true core areas of the island, namely the Lord's Shelter, farmlands, villages, mines, and pastures, remain entirely unaffected. Villagers continue their daily labors, and the stone people feast heartily in the mines, energetically digging. Chen Lang reclines leisurely in a lounge chair, listening to the continuous notifications from the system as experience points chime in successively. He appears content, yet he knows that this disaster is far from over. In fact, the frigid apocalypse is ongoing, potentially lasting until the next disaster 7 days hence, and overlapping with it. Buzz, 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 surrounding the island. The watchtower's trigger alarms point. One of Chen Lang's survivor servants, Sun Sudong, rushes over in a state of panic. Master, it's bad. A large group of unfamiliar ferocious beasts and monsters has suddenly appeared on the frozen sea, launching an assault on our island. Sun Sudong's awakened talent is similar to that of another survivor, Chen Lang. Known as boundary warning, he can delineate a safe zone by connecting several coordinate points in a line. Any unknown entity crossing this line triggers an alarm. Thus, Sun Sudong is primarily responsible for island vigilance and patrol duties. Upon discovering the monster invasion, he immediately rushes to report to Chen Lang. Meanwhile, the alarm from the watchtower has alerted others on the island, who realize they are under attack. Villagers with combat capability gather, awaiting Chen Lang's command to strike. Xiaohe, let us go take a look. Chen Lang beckons to Xiaohe, vaulting onto the dragon's back and soaring to the coastline, where ice and snow have spread. From a vantage point above, he indeed sees a large swarm of entirely new species of ferocious beasts and monsters emerging from the frozen sea, advancing toward the island. Clearly, they aim to replicate the scene of sea beast landing during the first storm disaster, not only on Chen Lang's Island 2887, but throughout the entirety of Area 10086. All surviving survivors are now besieged by a horde of icy monsters as part of the second wave of the disaster. Those who barely endured a night of plummeting temperatures must now drag their trembling bodies into battle against the ice monsters. Chapter 88, The Monster Swarm refreshes. The icy beast tide approaches. The arrival of the frigid disaster has drastically altered the original environmental conditions of the region, leading to the gradual disappearance of many formerly common monsters. The monster swarms have undergone a refresh, replaced by numerous ice-attribute ferocious beasts and monsters that are more attuned to the cold environment. These beasts coalesce in vast waves, roaring as they traverse the 1,000-mile icy sea, simultaneously launching assaults on the remaining 500 islands still occupied by survivors within Area 10,086. Hunters mark rapid-fire meteor shower. Luringia stands atop the walls of his island, unleashing a barrage of fire arrows from his 6-tier longbow, striking several snow-maned wolves that charge onto the island with precision, displaying significant critical damage. However, against the vast beast horde, it is merely a drop in the bucket that, my lord, our arrows are depleting too rapidly. At this rate, we will run out soon. A bloodied villager captain, drenched in sweat, shouts as he climbs the walls, rallying the villagers he has gathered at this moment. The village leader, with an anxious expression, rushed to Lu Rinjia's side to report a grim piece of news. Prepare for close combat, he commanded. If any monsters ascend the city wall, strike them down. Under no circumstances must our defensive line falter. Otherwise, if these ice attribute beasts breach the island's interior, our capacity for resistance will be utterly obliterated. Lu Rinjia's resolve was unwavering. The threat posed by the beast tide was directly correlated to the level of development of the survivors. The greater the personal strength of the survivors and the advancement of the island, the more fearsome beasts would be drawn to them that if they could not endure, it would spell the destruction of the island and the annihilation of its inhabitants. Conversely, should they withstand this onslaught, it would present a lucrative opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. This was the very essence of the matter. If one does not risk their life now, their life may be at stake in the future. A towering frost giant bear, reaching the pinnacle of level 6 and exuding an aura perilously close to level 7, roared as it charged towards the city wall with the intent of crashing through it. Observing this, Lu Rinjia quickly relayed a few instructions to the village leader to maintain the defense before leaping off the wall himself, charging headlong into battle against the formidable frost giant bear. Even Lu Rinjia, who ranked among the top 3 survivors, found himself struggling in the face of the beast tide. One can only imagine the dire predicaments faced by other survivors, Song Shuren, Gu Xiao, and others whose overall strength was comparable to Lu Rinjia's, managed to hold the line, though precariously. However, those ranked just below them, like Lu Zhizai, Zheng Ro, and Du Ziding, faced even graver situations. They not only had to fight personally, but also suffered casualties among the villagers they had recruited, further exacerbating their already limited combat strength. Zhang Xiang, relying on his environmental detection talent, had narrowly escaped peril multiple times, yet luck, however fortuitous, is finite. Some calamities cannot be evaded indefinitely. Zhang Xiang's development level remained stagnant in the lower middle tier. Lacking personal strength and without a substantial number of subjects to assist in combat, The defense he had painstakingly built crumbled under the assault of several level 5 beasts, collapsing as easily as a fragile sheet of paper. Once the defensive line fell, the occupation of the island was merely a matter of time. In a last desperate act before being consumed by the beasts, Zhang Xiang resorted to a futile measure. Unfolding a treasure map and teleporting to an unknown adventure island, temporarily evading disaster, it was over. He was trapped in a cycle of despair. Unable to devise a solution, Zhang Xiang found himself engulfed in hopelessness. Having barely survived the extreme cold that could freeze a person solid, he could not even endure until the next day, falling victim to the beast's onslaught. Following the cold wave, the number of survivors, which had once exceeded 500, plummeted further during this beast tide, dwindling to just over 300. It is worth noting that the region had initially boasted over 10,000 inhabitants. The severity of the situation is unmistakable. Survival on the island is a hell for the weak and a paradise for the strong, and Chen Lang is indisputably the strongest in the region. On Island 2887, monstrous torrents surge from all directions. Racing towards the outer city wall in a relentless assault, in an instant, they reach the foot of the wall, employing sharp fangs and claws, as well as an array of diverse skills, to attempt to breach it and annihilate all life on the island. My territory shall not be sullied by you vile beasts. All personnel, heed my command. Attack. Chen Lang's fierce gaze commanded authority. With a single order, all available forces on Island 2887 surged to the forefront of the defense. Taking their positions atop the towering walls, prepare to resist the overwhelming tide of monsters. Unlike other survivors, who faced dwindling numbers and strained supplies, Chen Lang's strategy was centered on sheer numbers and ample resources. First were the villagers from Lu family village, along with those Chen Lang had progressively recruited, and the few villagers under the command of his 4 servants, Han Chang, Sun Sudong, Huang Yun, and Guan Xiao combined, brought their numbers close to 100. Apart from a few elderly and infirm, the remaining able-bodied villagers boasted combat capabilities of at least level 4. Notably, elite villagers like Wang Dezhuang and Deda had even broken through to level 7, effortlessly overpowering all other survivors, save for Chen Lang. Not only were their levels high, but the villagers were also equipped with superior gear. Let's not forget that Chen Lang possessed an entire advanced process for crafting, forging, and ultimately enchanting equipment, complemented by his extraordinary skills as a master craftsman. In mere moments, he outfitted all villagers with enchanted armor and weapons, even imbuing their bows and arrows with enchantments. This combination resulted in a combat capacity that exceeded mere arithmetic. Even ordinary villagers could easily handle level 4 and 5 monsters, while those below level 3 were easily dispatched, posing no threat whatsoever. With the villagers proving formidable, it is crucial to note that Chen Lang's combat strength extended beyond just the villagers. The Stone People tribe, diligent miners by nature, were now prepared to face the beasts in battle without hesitation. Thanks to the efforts of the old chief, Shi Jian, Chen Lang had become the acknowledged chieftain of the entire Stone People tribe. His orders were regarded almost as divine mandates that a throng of experts from the Stone People tribe, all above level 6, with some even reaching levels 7 or 8, transformed into towering rock giants, charging into the ranks of the ice attribute beasts. Ding, 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 ding. The system's kill notifications chimed incessantly as various loot and experience points flowed in, rapidly propelling Chen Lang's experience bar from the early stages of level 9 to the mid and late stages. This progression brought him immense joy. Come forth, let the beast tide come even fiercer. Chapter 89, Extraordinary Level Boss, North Sea Giant Demon, Siren, Part 3, across the boundless icy expanse of the sea. Several majestic blue icebergs shattered explosively, revealing powerful figures emerging from within, all formidable creatures of level 9 and even 10, joining the fray of the beast tide to launch a ferocious assault on the island's defenses. The berserker Ida, intoxicated by the thrill of battle, spotted a frost giant bear of level 10, adorned with azure ice spikes on its back and forepaws. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, brandishing 2 axes, eager to test his strength against the tenacious beast. However, the frost giant bear paid Dada no mind. Rising to its full height, it inhaled deeply, unleashing a chilling roar that instantly froze Dada into an ice statue, sending him crashing back into the city wall. Only with great effort was he able to shatter the ice encasing him. The disparity in power was painfully evident. Yet Dada remained undeterred, intent on charging once more the frost giant bear. Again, stop. Go assist in defending the other side of the island. Chen Lang swiftly intervened, redirecting Dada to support the other defensive line while he himself prepared to confront the frost giant bear and gauge its true strength. Level 10 Beast, I hope you won't disappoint me. Chen Lang's gaze sharpened, his aura radiating power. As a level 9, his attributes far surpassed those of a typical level 10 being, exerting pressure that made the colossal creature take a half step back, as if realizing it was intimidated by this human. Enraged by its own embarrassment, the bear unleashed another frost-laden roar. The deafening cry could freeze all within 1,000 meters, causing a mass of ice spikes to erupt from the ground. Yet, Chen Lang did not flinch that he refrained from using the yellow sand war soul sword. Instead, he donned the extraordinary gloves he had created earlier, part of the Sacred Radiance Nebula, as the extraordinary gear materialized. An overwhelming aura enveloped him. Chen Lang, invigorated, focused his mind, and the surface of the Sacred Radiance Nebula gloves glimmered with divine light. Activating the skill, Sacred Radiance Guardian, he released the power of holy light, forming an invisible barrier before him. And no matter how frigid the frost giant bear's roar, it could not penetrate the sacred barrier, inflicting even the slightest harm upon Chen Lang. Finished? Then it is my turn to strike. Chen Lang chuckled with a hint of malice. In the next instant, the Sacred Radiance Nebula gloves activated another grand skill. Ethereal and dreamlike light flickered, reminiscent of a constellation ablaze with stars, the power of the cosmos surging through his grasp. With a shout, Chen Lang unleashed a straightforward yet devastating punch. Starfall Fist, the towering ice wall, which had risen to shield the bear, crumbled instantaneously, reduced to countless shards of ice. The condensed power of the cosmos surged forward, piercing through the frost giant bear's chest and radiating outward, creating a fan-shaped pattern of cracks across the ice behind it. The thick layer of ice on the sea, measuring 100 meters, trembled under the force of the blow. Faced with Chen Lang's full might, even the level 10 frost giant bear could not withstand the onslaught and was utterly vanquished. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 10 beast. Frost giant bear 1. Gained level 10 energy crystal 1. Experience points 100. With a single strike, he felled a level 10 beast, yet the formidable monsters continued to emerge in waves. Chen Lang promptly dashed towards the next battlefield, where 3 powerful creatures had appeared on the northern edge of the island. Before them stood a formidable snow-mane wolf king of the 10th tier, leading 2 9th-tier monsters, a frost giant bear of the same level, and a frost swordsman, also of the 9th tier. Chen Lang brandished the yellow sand battle soul sword and simultaneously blew a whistle. Little Black, who had recently broken through to the 7th tier, soared in from a distance and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the frost giant bear, quickly gaining the upper hand and suppressing it thoroughly. Then, Chen Lang swung the yellow sand battle soul sword, invoking the battle soul summoning skill. Amidst the howling winds and sands, the yellow sand guardian was summoned. Ultimately, the guardian, imbued with a trace of divinity, emerged victorious, its strength ascending from the 9th to the 10th tier. Upon being summoned, it manipulated the sands to coalesce into an exaggerated yellow sand greatsword, which it wielded to cleave the frost swordsman, forcing it to kneel, the icy surface beneath them cracking with a web of fissures. Clearly, the conclusion of the battle was merely a matter of moments. Meanwhile, Chen Lang focused on the snow-mane wolf king of the 10th tier, with a mastery of swordsmanship granted by his advanced passive skill. His swordplay was nothing short of transcendent. The gaze of the wolf king shifted from ferocity to timidity, eventually morphing into fear as it wagged its tail in submission, whimpering as if pleading for mercy. Chen Lang had effectively beaten the wolf into a state of servitude. Observing this, Chen Lang decided to change tactics and activated the Universal Slave Seal skill, embedding a soul seal deep within the Snowmane Wolf King's essence. completely subjugating it. Spirit, heal it, Chen Lang commanded. The ancestral tree of the spirit, located at the heart of the island, did not dare to delay. It quickly conjured a spirit seed to merge with the snowmane wolf king. The activation of the spirit seed released a surge of life force, akin to an extraordinary healing potion. In the blink of an eye, the battered snowmane wolf king was completely healed, rejuvenated to full strength. It instinctively shrank in size and began to wag its tail excitedly around Chen Lang's feet, resembling an exuberant husky. Chen Lang gave it a kick. Spare your life for now, as you may still be of use. Go, deal with those monsters. With a sharp command, the Wolf King's eyes instantly cleared. The massive, snow-white wolf, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, raised its head and howled. Then, it bounded forth with all its might. Charging into the tide of beasts, with its formidable 10th-tier prowess, it slaughtered those below the 10th tier with ease. Ding, your battle pet Little Black has slain a 9th-tier beast. Frost Giant Bear 1. You have acquired a 9th-tier Energy Crystal 1. Experience points, 90. Ding, your battle Soul Yellow Sand Guardian has slain a 9th-tier monster. Frost Swordsman 1. You have acquired. 2 system notifications echoed. Little Black and the Yellow Sand Guardian concluded their battles, annihilating the 2 9th-tier monsters, causing the Beast Tide's assault to gradually abate, just when it seemed that this wave of attacks would end. An unexpected and explosive finale emerged. A hauntingly beautiful lament resonated from an unknown source, echoing throughout the island, lulling villagers and stone folk alike into a deep slumber. Only Little Black, Jian, the Yellow Sand Guardian, the Snowmane Wolf King, and Chen Lang, either of noble blood or possessing great strength, were able to withstand the melancholic song's effects and remain awake. Then, Chen Lang beheld a thick ice layer before him, which suddenly split open, revealing a narrow, menacing fissure stretching hundreds to thousands of meters. From the icy depths emerged a stunning figure, resembling a mermaid with a human torso and a fish tail. Suspended in midair, looking down upon all with a terrifying aura that surpassed any 10th-tier being. Beast, North Sea Giant Demon Siren, level. Low-level extraordinary attributes. Spirit 629, Strength 654, Speed 577, Endurance 589, Magic 601. Sea God Path 15, Description, a legendary terrifying giant demon clan residing in the North Sea, possessing both mermaid and true form. Skills, Icy Lament, Ice Crystal Shield, Ice Spike Piercing. Mermaid's Tier, Frost Wave, Cold Domain, Ice Crystal Lock, Ice Sea Eternal Descent. Chen Lang braced himself against the overwhelming pressure, his eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with eagerness. North Sea Giant Demon? Siren? What of this extraordinary level boss? If it chooses not to emerge today, so be it. Come, let us battle. Chapter 90. Can the boss enter a second stage? Chen Lang proclaimed with bravado to AT that moment. The system in the 10086 area issued a public announcement. Ding. Survivor, Chen Lang vs. Extraordinary Boss, North Sea Giant Demon Siren, currently ongoing. Ding. Survivor, Chen Lang vs. Extraordinary Boss, North Sea Giant Demon. Ding. Survivor. This marked the second time the system initiated a full area broadcast following the first encounter of the two parties. Both occurrences ignited by Chen Lang. Instantly capturing the attention of numerous survivors, they divided their focus between battling the Beast Tide and this sudden boss battle broadcast. What is this, my friend? More tricks. Big shot Chen Lang is about to take on a boss again. Wait, what does an extraordinary level boss even mean? Is anything above 10th tier considered extraordinary? We have no idea when we can break through to the 10th tier. Big shot Chen Lang is already clashing with an extraordinary level boss. Are we really on the same day starting Island Survival? So that's the extraordinary level boss, North Sea Giant Demon. A mermaid. How beautiful. Brothers, I can really handle this. The sentiment is understandable, my friend. Look, the fight has begun. Faced with the extraordinary level boss, Chen Lang dared not exhibit any arrogance. He summoned all his powers. Calling upon Little Black of the 7th tier, the 10th tier Yellow Sand Guardian, and the 2 10th tier servants, the Snowmane Wolf King and the Elder of the Stonefolk tribe, Jian, representing his strongest forces, taking the initiative. He launched an attack against the siren hovering above. With a thunderous roar, Shi propelled himself skyward like a cannonball, his giant form aiming to strike the mermaid-like boss, the siren, from the sky. A full-force strike from a 10th-tier powerhouse could shatter an island with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Yet, the boss, the siren, remained utterly unmoved, even neglecting to deploy her defensive ice crystal shield skill. With a graceful wave of her exquisite, jade-like hand, the ice attribute energy rapidly converged, freezing into sharp, translucent ice spikes that hurtled toward Shi. Small attack skill. Ice spike piercing. Ah! Shi bellowed in fury, swinging his fist with all his might, but was overwhelmed in an instant upon colliding with the ice spikes, crashing onto the frozen surface. The stonefolk's iron-hard body bored deep cracks from the impact, clearly suffering a severe blow. Shi, the stonefolk, witnessing their revered leader falter before a single attack, saw their morale plummet. The SS-level alchemist, villager, Shi, hurriedly rushed forward from the rear lines. "My lord, I concocted a batch of advanced healing potions and other high-effect potions. Take them. You must win." As she thrust vials of potent potions into Chen Lang's arms, she rallied everyone with encouragement. Yet, other survivors observing the scene shook their heads in despair. There's no winning. The gap in strength is too vast. That 10th-tier stonefolk couldn't withstand a single blow and was gravely injured. Even 10th-tier beings become like ants before the extraordinary level. Alas, it seems even big-shot Chen Lang cannot overcome this second calamity. Are we doomed as well? What if the extraordinary level boss goes on a rampage? We would be utterly defenseless. Let's pray. May big-shot Chen Lang triumph. Can Chen Lang truly win? It seems highly unlikely. Clearly, even those like Lu Renjia and Lu Zhichai, who had previously interacted with Chen Lang, felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing the overwhelming power of the extraordinary level boss. Imagining themselves in Chen Lang's position and how they might turn the tide, they found themselves at a loss. Their spirits sinking as they resigned to the belief that defeat was inevitable, impossible to win. "I refuse to accept that," Chen Lang, while able to see the live broadcast and the comment from other survivors, maintained a mindset far removed from their pessimism. He helped the gravely wounded Shi to his feet, administering a vial of the advanced healing potion freshly crafted by Shishai. In an instant, Shi's severe injuries were healed, and he regained his vitality. "Let us unleash our full potential. Charge together," Chen Lang roared. The next moment, he little black, Shi and the Snowmane Wolf King ignited the spirit seeds bestowed upon them by the ancestral tree. Entering a state of explosive growth, their life force surged, dramatically enhancing their combat capabilities. Not only that, but the substantial batch of potions gifted by Shi was distributed among them, further amplifying their attributes to unprecedented heights. Together with the Yellow Sand Guardian summoned in its battle soul form, the 5 formidable forces simultaneously launched a siege against the siren, teaming up to take down the boss, the Yellow Sand Arrow Formation. The Yellow Sand Guards drew forth their longbows, stringing arrows with precision, unleashing a torrent of hundreds, if not thousands, of yellow sand arrows that rained down like a deluge. The level 7 Shao Wei, bolstered by the racial advantage of the dark absolute black dragon, exhibited strength rivaling that of a level 10, and at this moment unleashed a deep crimson breath of annihilation. The Snowmane Wolf King and Shi, both of similar strength, summoned their ultimate techniques. The Snowmane Wolf King howled to the heavens, conjuring ice and snow into a legion of ice wolves, leading the pack into a fierce charge. Shi struck the ground with a mighty fist, causing massive boulders to erupt from the island surface, reshaping into a rocky armor that adorned his form. This enhanced his attack and defense, making him impervious to easy breaches. Last, with the storm of arrows, the blazing arrows of volcanic fury, the sweeping sword energy, and the bloodletting demon-slaying strikes, all previously successful maneuvers, were unleashed in rapid succession as if they consumed no energy at all. Then, the Yellow Sand Battle Soul Sword was grasped firmly in hand. Infused with vibrant energy, it suddenly expanded to a 100-meter scale, its broad and sharp blade descending from the sky like a celestial cleaver. Such a concentrated assault would make even an extraordinary boss hesitate to endure it. In her mermaid form, the siren hastily summoned a defensive skill, the Ice Crystal Shield. A sphere of ice enveloped her entirely, shielding her from all directions. With a thunderous roar, the aftermath gradually subsided. Under this relentless onslaught, the surface of the siren's ice crystal shield was riddled with cracks, and the mermaid herself teetered on the brink of collapse. Just one final blow was needed. Break for me. Chen Lang would not grant the boss a moment's respite. Clad in the Holy Radiance Nebula gauntlets, the black dragon wings behind his black scale dragon armor flared open, launching him skyward like an arrow released from its bow. The power of the stars coalesced. Skill activated, Starry Heavy Fist. Chen Lang's fist struck the cracked ice crystal shield of the siren with tremendous force. Crack, 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 crack. Boom! Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the shield shattered into fragments under the impact of his fist. Yet, Chen Lang's fist retained its momentum. Infused with the profound power of the stars, it slammed heavily into the siren's chest. Did we win? Shi Jian and the other residents were so tense they forgot to breathe. The multitude of survivors watching the scene held their breath in anticipation. Did we win? Chen Lang actually possesses extraordinary great equipment, and 2 pieces at that. He has pulled out all the stops. Surely victory is assured. I can't even imagine how we could lose. Wait, look at Chen Lang's expression. It hasn't changed at all. Shouldn't he be overjoyed after defeating a boss? Could it be? In an instant, everyone gasped in shock. Chen Lang was unwavering, as the barrage of comments suggested. If he truly vanquished the boss, he would not remain so composed. His vigilance stemmed from the absence of the system's kill notification. If he had not heard it, then the boss was certainly not dead. That IT was either fleeing or preparing a more formidable attack. As expected from the shattered ice, a vortex several hundred meters in diameter erupted, seemingly leading to the depths of the ocean, threatening to swallow all in its path. That a colossal beast, robust and towering, covered in tentacles and standing 100 meters tall, burst forth from the icy whirlpool. It was none other than the boss, the siren. However, it had transformed from its mermaid form into a horrifying monstrosity that would drive anyone to madness. The survivors watching the broadcast were thrown into chaos. Wait, what? Chapter 91. Slaying the North Sea Giant. Upon witnessing the boss's transformation, the other survivors, who had just begun to relax, were once again filled with dread for Chen Lang. Dude, at a time like this, your focus is still so bizarre. No kidding. Let us hope Chen Lang has a trump card left. Roar. An enraged roar emanated from the depths of the second form of the North Sea Giant, representing its true power. Previously, it had viewed Chen Lang and the others as mere ants to be crushed at will. Now, having been nearly bested, it had no choice but to reveal its second form. The humiliation of being overpowered by the weak filled the North Sea Giant with rage and resentment, which it needed to vent. Thus, it unleashed its skill, Ice Sea Chant, unlike the hypnotic song of the mermaid in its first form. The true form of the North Sea Giant emitted a bizarre and indescribable noise that invaded the eardrums, directly assaulting the minds of those present. Even Chen Lang, with the highest mental attributes, felt dizzy and disoriented. No, I must stabilize my mind. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to clarity, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Finally, the pain snapped him back to awareness. However, Xiao Wei, Shi Jian, and the Snowmane Wolf King struggled to break free from its influence. That if this continued, they would likely fall under the North Sea Giant spell. Thus, Chen Lang activated the skill of the Holy Radiance Nebula Gauntlets, Holy Radiance Guardian. The power of holy light radiated, enveloping not only Chen Lang, but also Xiao Wei and other high-tier fighters, shielding them from the North Sea Giant's bewitching sound. They regrouped and launched a counterattack against the North Sea Giant. Roar! The North Sea Giant did not expect Chen Lang to possess such a countermeasure, causing its bewitchment to fail. Yet, it did not relent. The North Sea Giant unleashed a new skill, summoning countless ice spikes that materialized from thin air, each nearly 10 meters long. filling the entire sea and sky. With a sweeping motion of its arms, its claws and thousands of ice spikes descended, bombarding the holy radiance shield conjured by Chen Lang. Chen Lang's energy rapidly dwindled. Fortunately, he had a potion concocted by Shur. He quickly uncorked a bottle of high-grade mana restoration potion and drank as the potion coursed through him. A steady stream of energy surged from his abdomen, revitalizing his limbs and allowing him to persist. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for a considerable time. Realizing that such attacks could not breach Chen Lang's defenses, the North Sea giant shifted its strategy. It plunged its massive form into the icy sea, maneuvering beneath the ice where Chen Lang and the others stood, and then surged upward, breaking through the 100-meter thick ice, unleashing a freezing tidal wave. Caught off guard, Chen Lang and his companions were thrown into the frigid water. Logically, even the coldest ocean water posed no threat to a level 10 powerhouse like Chen Lang. However, the North Sea Giant's frostwave skill imbued the icy water with debilitating effects, including rigidity, slowing, and frostbite, coupled with the gradual, freezing damage from the frost crystal lock skill. The moment they hit the icy sea, Chen Lang and the others began to suffer continuous damage. The spirit seed provided by the spirit ancestor tree was also nearing the end of its explosive state. If they did not defeat the North Sea Giant before it ended, they would be doomed. Consequently, Chen Lang spread the black dragon wings of his black-scale dragon armor. Xiaowei flapped his wings in the icy sea, attempting to rise, but the debilitating effects held him back to make matters worse. The North Sea Giant seized this opportunity to strike again, unleashing another massive skill: Eternal Descent of the Ice Sea. The Ice Sea vortex, seemingly leading to the underworld, reappeared as the North Sea Giant opened its cavernous maw in the depths, devouring the surrounding water to create a whirlpool aimed at swallowing Chen Lang and his companions whole. Think you can kill me? Not so easily. Chen Lang gritted his teeth, finally unleashing his trump card. An energy vortex began to coalesce in his palm. Xiaowei, Shijian, and the others recognized Chen Lang's intent and channeled their energies into him. The Snowmane Wolf King, although unaware of the specifics, followed suit. Thus, various elemental energies began to converge in Chen Lang's palm. His own energy, the holy light and star power from the Holy Radiance Nebula Gauntlets. The wind and sand power of Yellow Sand Guards, the rocky might of Shijian, the annihilation power from Xiaowei's Dragon Breath, and the ice elemental power of the Snowmane Wolf King. All these energies merged and crystallized into an unstable, colorful point of light in his palm. The dangerous fluctuations radiated outward. This was Chen Lang's current most powerful extraordinary skill, Elemental Bomb. As the grand skill completed its incantation, Chen Lang wasted no time and willingly allowed himself to be consumed by the deep-sea whirlpool. Entering the belly of the North Sea Giant, the spectators were left in stunned silence. Has Chen Lang lost his mind? What is he doing? Is he trying to trade blows with a grand skill? Chen Lang is aiming for a mutual destruction with the boss. Chen Lang must be thinking, haha, even if I die, you won't survive either, Just as Chen Lang was engulfed by the North Sea Giant, the deep-sea whirlpool vanished. Moments later, a thunderous explosion erupted from the ocean floor. The waves for miles around were thrown into chaos, the currents swirling wildly as the mighty North Sea Giant vanished without a trace. A figure soared from the tumultuous sea, cutting through the towering waves. It is none other than Chen Lang. Clearly, in that final clash of devastating moves, it was Chen Lang who emerged victorious. The system's kill notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a lower-tier extraordinary beast. Beihai Giant Demon Siren 1. Rewards received. Water Attribute Extraordinary Essence 3. Universal Extraordinary Essence 1. Experience points 10,000. Equipment acquired. A complete set of deep-sea ballad armor, including full protective gear and weapon. Item obtained. Fragment of the Sea God Trial Token, 1/5. Materials acquired. Mermaid's Tier 1, Giant's Blood 1, Glazed Ice Crystal Stone 9. Ding! First time slaying of an extraordinary level boss. Achievement unlocked. Extraordinary Transcendence Eye. Experience points 10,000. Announcing in all regions. Chapter 92. clearing the novice village ahead of schedule. Third update. The regional announcement popped up. The survivors of Area 10086, upon witnessing the system's announcement, were utterly astounded by Chen Lang's feat of defeating an extraordinary level boss beyond his level. They had not anticipated such prowess. Can the catastrophe challenge really be concluded early? So, it turns out that defeating the final boss allows for an early settlement. Why wasn't that mentioned earlier? Keep boasting upstairs. Your last message was a plea for help, and now you can slay bosses? So, surviving 2 catastrophes means one can clear the novice village. After the novice village concludes, will a regional competition commence? What does that mean? Is it an upgraded version of regional PK? Uncertain, but the competition will undoubtedly be fiercer. Chen Lang has fully capitalized on this initial advantage. I'm feeling envious. Chen Lang himself was somewhat taken aback. For instance, there exists an invisible barrier that separates different regions, rendering survivors in those areas akin to crickets kept in separate cages. No matter how fiercely they fight within their confines, they cannot escape to other regions. Unless, like when Chen Lang encountered Yun Xiao, who was transported by a treasure map on Adventure Island, but such occurrences are exceedingly rare. More akin to random events devoid of statistical significance. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Lang accessed his survivor panel. Indeed, he discovered a new functional section, Regional Competition. Upon clicking in, a list of regions appeared, neatly arranged akin to selecting a server in an online game, stretching from the initial area 00001 to the final area 999999, totaling 999,000 regions. With but a thought, Chen Lang could select a region and establish a spatial portal. Connecting his island with a corresponding area, he could then dispatch troops or personally venture forth to conquer and occupy islands within that region, regardless of whether those islands had existing masters. The occupied islands would merge with his current island, specifically the 2,887th island he was bound to, akin to piecing together fragments of a puzzle. The more islands one occupies, the larger the assembled area, and consequently, the greater the resources and accelerated development. Conversely, individuals from other regions could also utilize spatial portals to directly assault Chen Lang's island. He could opt to sever the portal, limiting himself to selecting another region for competition. In summary, considering the ancient legends of the Shattered Wilderness, Chen Lang surmised the system's intent behind such arrangements. It became evident that this was the ultimate objective of universal island survival. Survivors and extraordinary beings are not the terminus. The true destination is to become a transcendent being. Chen Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement as the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations on your stunning performance during the second extreme cold apocalypse. Ranking first, reward. Stunning treasure, chest 1. Chen Lang activated his innate ability. Ding! Would you like to consume one free opportunity to super enhance stunning treasure chest 1? Ding! Super enhancement successful. Stunning treasure chest has been enhanced to super stunning treasure chest. Upon completion of the enhancement, the quality of the chest and its internal rewards underwent a qualitative leap. Without hesitation, he thought, open the chest. Ding! Super stunning treasure chest 1 successfully opened. Obtain building. Growth type citizen, self-selection, job change station 1. Obtain materials. Extraordinary lower tier resource, selection box 10. The rewards were limited to 3 items. Yet each was exceedingly useful. Firstly, the citizen job change station, a remarkable extraordinary level growth building. As the name suggests, it allows the inhabitants within the territory to change jobs, whether by enhancing their current profession or transitioning to other types of higher-level professions. For instance, a C-level planter could evolve into a B-level SSS-level planter, with the potential for advancement dependent upon luck. Alternatively, an A-level hunter could freely select a desired profession to transition into, such as an A-level blacksmith or A-level alchemist, maintaining their professional level. This way, citizens at various levels could elevate their vocational standings, and those mismatched with their roles could opt for more preferable professions, enabling the Lord to swiftly assemble an elite team to conquer and vie for other regions. The second reward, the Extraordinary Resource Selection Box, consists of 10 units. Upon opening, one can freely choose 10 units of extraordinary lower-tier treasures. Chen Lang unhesitatingly opened them all, selecting materials needed for crafting the Holy Radiance Nebula set. Ding acquired Holy Radiance Tear 1, glazed ice crystal stone 3, glimmering secret silver ingot 3. Thus, he gathered enough materials to manufacture one piece of equipment from the Holy Radiance Nebula set. Chen Lang retrieved the meticulously prepared blueprint. A radiant light of synthesis enveloped him, causing the blueprint to vanish, and a longbow embossed with starry patterns of golden light suddenly came into view. Ding! Manufacturing successful. Acquired equipment. Holy Radiance Nebula Bow 1. Equipment. Holy Radiance Nebula Bow. Grade. Extraordinary lower tier. Description. A longbow infused with divine brilliance and stellar power, drawing the bowstring channel's light to shoot arrows of the stars, enabling long-range attacks. Only extraordinary beings, or those with attribute totals exceeding 1,000, can wield it without burden. Skill. Penetrating star arrow, charged to unleash a single, highly penetrating arrow of stellar energy. Skill. Holy Light Baptism, charged to release a multitude of light arrows with tracking effects, causing extensive area damage, particularly effective against dark and evil attributes. Supplement. This equipment possesses growth potential, absorbing divine light or stellar power to enhance equipment level. Current growth progress. 0. Supplement. Collecting the complete Holy Radiance Nebula set activates set attributes, granting additional benefits, not unlocked. While both equipment pieces of the set, the Holy Radiance Nebula Bow and the gauntlets, shared similar descriptions, their applications diverged. The gauntlets were primarily for defense and close combat, while the longbow specialized in engaging distant foes. With the Holy Radiance Nebula Bow, the blazing Sandhunter crossbow could finally take a back seat. Murmuring to himself, Chen Lang then glanced at his upgrade progress bar. This wave of ice attribute beast tide, coupled with the slaying of an extraordinary level boss and the completion of several challenging achievements, resulted in a substantial influx of experience points. The experience bar overflowed dramatically. Ding! Current experience points have reached upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? Ding! Upgrade successful. Current survivor level, 10th tier, gain free attribute points 100. Ding! Super Enhancement successful. 100 free attribute points have been enhanced to 200 free attribute points. Ascending from a 9th to the 10th tier was merely the beginning. Chen Lang's experience bar remained in an overflow state. The upgrade notification chimed once more. Ding! Current experience points have reached. Now, having attained the status of a 10th tier survivor, the next elevation would lead to the extraordinary realm, a splendid new world. Chen Lang could not afford to hesitate for even a moment, for that would be a disservice to himself. He nodded decisively. Upgrade. I shall ascend to the extraordinary realm now. Chapter 93. Ascending to extraordinary. Attributes doubled. Talent evolved. All laws unified. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Lang felt that this transition from the 10th tier to the extraordinary level was a stark contrast to previous upgrades. The leap from an ordinary person to a first-tier survivor was a qualitative transformation. The journey from the 1st to the 10th tier merely involved deepening and broadening a foundational understanding, accumulating quantitative changes. Now, that accumulation had finally reached a new qualitative milestone. Chen Lang sensed a continuous surge of energy emanating from the depths of his being, progressively refining and compressing into a higher form of new energy, reintegrating into his limbs and bones. Throughout this process, every cell in his body seemed to emit cries of both agony and ecstasy. He had ascended to a new level of existence. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations on becoming lower tier extraordinary being. All 5-dimensional attributes have doubled. The system's notification echoed, and Chen Lang's 5-dimensional attributes surged dramatically. At the 10th tier, his attributes were Spirit 288, Strength 258, Speed 230, Endurance 244, Magic 319. After the promotion to the extraordinary level, all attributes have doubled, resulting in a mental strength of 576, physical power of 516, speed of 460, stamina of 488, and magical ability of 638. The total attribute value surpasses 2,000. No wonder that extraordinary Beihai giant demon is so difficult to slay. Just this total attribute value exceeding 2,000 is sufficient to intimidate any ordinary Tier 10 survivor. Chen Lang could not help but exclaim that it is important to note that his attribute values have never adhered to common logic. Each time he levels up, he activates his talent, significantly enhancing his attributes, causing the newly acquired points to easily double or triple. The values he possessed at Tier 10 were already at a level unmatched by any other Tier 10 survivor, not to mention the subsequent doubling of attributes after his promotion to Extraordinary. Chen Lang's current total attribute value can only be described as terrifying, undeniably invincible among his peers, and there is more to it. The Extraordinary level represents an elevation in the hierarchy of life. Similarly, the talents of survivors also fall within this category, thereby undergoing evolution as well. Talent effect, evolution. Survivor talent. Super enhancement. Type, auxiliary, level. Unique. 10 free enhancement opportunities reset daily at midnight. Additional enhancements can be made without limit by consuming energy crystals or extraordinary essence. Super enhancement guarantees a minimum increase of 2 tiers for any entity, with a probability of a direct increase of 3 tiers or even higher. The same entity cannot be enhanced repeatedly. Current enhancement opportunities, 10. The number of free uses without any additional consumption has increased from 3 to 10, a qualitative change. The range of super enhancement has shifted from a tier to a tier increase, beginning at the second tier with no upper limit. Another qualitative transformation. Chen Lang was overjoyed that he was eager to test the potency of his upgraded talent. Then, the opportunity arose, after his promotion to Extraordinary. Each Extraordinary survivor awakens a unique Extraordinary path, a necessary journey from the Extraordinary level to higher tiers, even vying for the legendary Transcendent position. Much like the survivor talents, the Extraordinary paths awakened by each individual upon reaching the Extraordinary level differ greatly. Some may awaken the path of flame control, absorbing the extraordinary essence of fire attributes, gradually becoming the master of flames. Others may awaken the path of slaughter, rampaging through the world to create death, thereby enhancing their own strength and level. What extraordinary path will I awaken? Chen Lang felt a surge of anticipation. Ding! Congratulations on awakening the extraordinary path. Elemental fusion. Path description. You can absorb the extraordinary essence of elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and poison, and manifest the corresponding elemental powers, wielding extraordinary equipment associated with those elements. Just as the system's notification sounded, one of the rewards dropped from slaying the Beihai giant demon. 3 of the water attribute extraordinary essence and 1 of the universal extraordinary essence had already been integrated into the extraordinary path. Extraordinary path. Elemental fusion. 4. The progress bar of the path reached 4. Upon reaching 100, one can break through from the lower extraordinary to the middle extraordinary level, and so forth. The extraordinary essence is to extraordinary beings what experience is to survivors. Merely absorbing elemental powers sounds promising, yet other forces such as holy light, stellar power, and annihilation power cannot be absorbed, indicating some shortcomings. Either do nothing or do it to the utmost. If others were to awaken the elemental fusion path, they would likely be overjoyed. However, in Chen Lang's eyes, it still fell short of his expectations. Ding! Would you like to consume 1 free opportunity to super enhance? Extraordinary path elemental fusion? Yes, Chen Lang nodded. Thus, ding! Super enhancement successful. Extraordinary path elemental fusion has been super enhanced to extraordinary path. All laws return to 1. Elemental fusion, all laws return to 1. Just the name alone indicates that the latter is undoubtedly more imposing. A closer examination of the path description reveals even more. All extraordinary powers in the world can be contained within you. Controlled by you. You are the source where myriad laws converge. From previously being limited to merging elemental powers, it has now expanded to encompass any extraordinary power, significantly broadening its scope. Chen Lang was immensely satisfied with this enhancement. He immediately attempted to wield the extraordinary path. The holy light power from the Holy Radiance Nebulous set, the stellar power, the annihilation power from the dark absolute black dragon, the earth elemental power from the stone man, the ice elemental power from the snow-maned wolf king. Various powers from the entire island were absorbed and contained by Chen Lang. However, many sources of elemental power had not yet reached the extraordinary level, resulting in slightly lower intensity, but that was not an issue. Chen Lang could simply convert them using his own extraordinary power. Annihilation power. With a mighty shout, the annihilation power from the dark absolute black dragon surged in Chen Lang's hands, its intensity even surpassing that of its original source, to the point of distorting space itself. If released, no being below the extraordinary level would emerge unscathed. Even a Tier 10 survivor would either perish or be gravely injured. Thanks to the supreme control offered by the all laws return to one path, Chen Lang could finally don the entire deep-sea song set dropped from slaying the Beihai giant demon. Previously, he could not wear it, as the entire set required the user to possess mastery over water attribute extraordinary essence. Thus, with a mere thought, the entire set of deep blue and silver armor, embodying both noble elegance and the mysterious aura of the deep sea, adorned his form, replacing the black-scale dragon armor that had accompanied him for so long. In addition to the armor, the deep-sea song set included a deep-sea staff and a bracelet. Chen Lang was not a mage, but due to the all laws return to one path, he would inevitably master an increasing array of extraordinary powers. Thus, he still required a staff to aid him in better controlling and utilizing the ever-growing extraordinary forces. The speed and efficacy of unleashing extraordinary skills would also improve as a result. The other piece of equipment, or rather accessory, was a bracelet called the Abyss Bracelet. It primarily serves two major purposes. Chapter 94, Regional Conquest, begins with Area 12138. It can serve as both a weapon for offense and a tool for survival and development. Firstly, regarding its weapon aspect, the Abyss Bracelet can be worn on the wrist and, when encountering an enemy, can be thrown and enlarged to strike them, exerting a suppressive effect on water attribute foes. Its utility is manifested through the fact that the Abyss Bracelet contains a small world within. Not particularly large, roughly the size of a Tier 3 or 4 island, allowing for cultivation and habitation within, or it can simply function as a storage accessory akin to a spatial ring. The Abyss Bracelet, like the entire deep-sea armor, requires mastery over water attribute extraordinary essence to be utilized. Finally, Chen Lang retrieved a fragment of the Sea God Trial Token, also dropped from slaying the Beihai giant demon. Item: Fragment of the Sea God Token. Grade: Low Extraordinary. Current collection progress: 1-5. The Sea God Trial. If obtained by a survivor who awakens the water attribute extraordinary path, they would likely revel for 3 days and nights. However, I am not unable to use it. After all, I currently possess water attribute extraordinary essence. Chen Lang stored the token fragment. To elevate the all laws return to one path to a higher tier. It is not necessarily required to absorb a full 10,000 types of extraordinary powers. However, any absorbed extraordinary power must have its essence filled to 100. It's a matter of either not touching it or going all the way. Chen Lang has already absorbed the water attribute extraordinary essence. Thus, the Sea God Trial could serve as a shortcut to expedite his leveling process. Energy crystals can also be refined into extraordinary essence, but the yield is too low. Thousands of Tier 10 energy crystals would not yield even one of extraordinary essence, making the accumulation route impractical. It seems that to level up quickly, I must explore other areas. Rapidly increasing strength can sometimes be a burden, and the resources in the new player village of Area 10086 are no longer sufficient for Chen Lang to continue his development. He must venture into the new map to strive for more. Thus, Chen Lang opened the Regional Conquest panel and began selecting the area for his expedition. Each area has its unique circumstances, but the regional list lacks detailed annotations. The selection is entirely random. It could lead to a new player village or inadvertently into a monster den. Of course, given Chen Lang's strength, he could be considered a monster among survivors, frighteningly powerful. Therefore, the latter scenario is unlikely. Most areas should not pose significant challenges for him. This one will do. Area 12138. After confirming the first area to conquer, the system kicked into action. Ding, creating a spatial portal connecting to Area 12138. Ding, creation successful. Area 10086, Island 2887, is now connected to Area 12138, Island 6431. The system notification rang out as Chen Lang, viewing from the Lord's perspective, saw a section of space on the southern side of his island suddenly begin to distort. And the distortion expanded, growing from a point to a plane, until it stabilized at a diameter of several feet. It resembled a mirror reflecting the scenery of another space. This the spatial portal? Chen Lang curiously approached the portal. Through it, he could indeed see another island, though its distance was uncertain. This was Island 6431 in Zone 12138. A location randomly selected by the spatial portal. It was a crucial place for Chen Lang to establish his foothold in Zone 12138. This area was also suffering from natural disasters, albeit of a different nature. While the second disaster in Zone 10086 was an extreme cold apocalypse, here in Zone 12138, the situation was starkly different. There was a volcanic eruption. Lava flowed freely, toxic gases permeated the air, and fierce flames engulfed the landscape, casting a dark pall over the sky. The local monsters primarily exhibited fire and earth attributes. Intriguing, Chen Lang thought with a faint smile as he stepped through the portal. After a brief sensation akin to riding an elevator, he arrived on the island. The scorching air hit him like a wave, and several creatures resembling a blend of slimes and standing pools of molten rock set their sights on the suddenly appeared Chen Lang, roaring as they charged at him. Chen Lang didn't even bother to glance at these magma monsters. With an air of nonchalance, he strolled forward, a subtle yet terrifying aura of the extraordinary emanating from him, which instantly suppressed the magma monsters, causing them to tremble in fear, wishing they could solidify into stone. Oh, now you realize fear. It's too late, he remarked coolly, with a flourish of his yellow sand battle soul sword. The system's notification chimed. Ding, congratulations on slaying 7 fourth-stage magma monsters. Obtaining the remnants of the magma monsters were absorbed by the sword, which then swiftly devoured them, slightly enhancing the strength of the yellow sand guardian soul, which seemed to hum in satisfaction at the taste of the remnants. This moment, the sole survivor on Island 6431, a fellow named Su Lei with yellow hair, had reached a personal and island level of 5th stage. Demonstrating considerable strength, his awakened talent allowed him to summon various plants and trees, transforming them into botanical soldiers. He was valiantly resisting the onslaught of the volcanic disaster and beast tide. However, his botanical soldiers were inherently fearful of fire, resulting in a devastating battle with their defenses crumbling. Su Lei's recruited villagers stood protectively around him, but the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, and after prolonged combat, they too bore numerous wounds. Lord, we can't hold on much longer. There are too many monsters. The second line of defense has been breached. The panicked voices echoed in Su Lei's ears. Overexerting his talent to summon plant beings had left his complexion pale, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Was it truly the end? Not necessarily. A strange yet authoritative voice resonated. Chen Lang slowly approached the ashen-faced Su Lei's astonishment, the monsters that had seemed insurmountable, multiplying with each passing moment, fled in terror at the sight of this unfamiliar figure. So powerful. Su Lei had never witnessed such a scene. He stood frozen, momentarily believing Chen Lang to be a hidden powerhouse of the region. "Oh, are you?" Su Lei inquired. "Me. I am Chen Lang, hailing from Zone 10086. I have completed the beginner village ahead of time and have come to conquer your Zone 12138. Chen Lang replied with a light laugh, unabashedly stating his intentions. "What?" Su Lei exclaimed in shock, his pupils dilating. Just then, the system announcement for Zone 12138 suddenly refreshed. Chapter 95. Choose one. Live or die combatants. Zone 10086 Chen Lang versus Zone 12138 all survivors. Invader Chen Lang must continuously conquer islands within Zone 12138. That each successful capture will yield system rewards. Note, the death, escape, or surrender of the Lord will be considered as the loss of the island. The system's notification echoed in the minds of both Chen Lang and the survivors of Zone 12138, akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil pond, instantly stirring up a tempest. The communication interface of Zone 12138 erupted in chaos. Panic ensued among the inhabitants. What? Survivors from another zone are invading our territory. Chen Lang from Zone 10086. Who is this formidable character that has reached the extraordinary level? Our region's top player. Meng Chao has only just reached 10th stage. How did Chen Lang manage to break through to extraordinary level? Is he cheating? This is bad. A being of such caliber is coming to seize our territory. Can we even fight back? Or should we just surrender? Surrendering means becoming someone else's dog. Losing all freedom. It's better to die. Exactly. No matter how strong Chen Lang is, he is just one person. I, Meng Chao, refuse to believe that we cannot handle him when united. With Meng Chao's backing, we're sure to prevail. Indeed, Meng Chao, you led us to victory against Zone 9765 last time. We stand with you. We unite. The survivors of Zone 12138 collectively opposed Chen Lang's invasion, determined to resist to the end. Chen Lang observed their confidence with keen interest, deciding to interject. Is that so? Then you best resist fervently. Do not disappoint me. After uttering those words, Chen Lang felt an unsettling shift in his demeanor. Why did it feel as if he had become the villain? In the eyes of the survivors of Zone 12138, the taunting Chen Lang had undoubtedly assumed the role of the primary antagonist, rallying all under the banner of Meng Chao, united against him in a fierce opposition. However, those accustomed to online confrontations knew that bravado in the digital realm did not equate to actual strength. The survivors of Zone 12138 made a great deal of noise in the communication channel. But should Chen Lang truly advance with his army, most would falter within mere moments, likely succumbing to his forces with a single push. This would be nothing short of a slaughter. Chen Lang had no intention of dirtying his hands. He planned to let Xiao He, Shi Jian, and the old village chief Lu Ning handle the conquest of other islands. His focus was primarily on the expansive adventure islands within each zone. Returning to the matter at hand, Su Lei had processed the system announcement and recognized that Chen Lang's earlier words were no jest. He genuinely intended to conquer all islands within Zone 12138, aiming to become the lord of the entire region. Faced with such a formidable adversary on his very doorstep, Su Lei found himself uncertain whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate, managing to muster a smile that resembled more of a grimace. Chen Lang noted Su Lei's reaction and, with an imposing presence, raised two fingers, slowly articulating. Su Lei, I believe. You now have two choices. You can either attempt to resist me and face immediate annihilation, thus allowing me to claim this island 6431, or you can willingly submit to me, integrating this island into my dominion. Choose, to live or to die. Regardless of his decision, Chen Lang was determined to seize the island. Su Lei's fate was inconsequential, but Su Lei realized that Chen Lang cared for the island. Not for him as an individual, he was reluctant to relinquish sovereignty over the island, yet he feared death even more. Thus, he chose to submit, bowing his head. I choose to surrender. Ding! Congratulations on subduing 5th stage survivor Su Lei, gaining 1550 experience points, converted into 0.155 of universal extraordinary essence. The system notification rang out. Changes appeared on Chen Lang's territory panel as a new map representing Zone 12138 was unveiled, with most areas still shrouded in darkness, save for a small section in the northwest corner that had lit up, Island 6431, which he had just conquered. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the lordship of Island 6431 in Zone 12138. System reward issued. Random reward chest X1. Ding! Total islands conquered exceeds 3, achieving the accomplishment, Pioneer 2. Gaining 1 of Universal Extraordinary Essence. The Universal Extraordinary Essence could be transformed into any type of Extraordinary Essence. Chen Lang activated his talent ability. Ding! Would you like to consume a free opportunity to Super Enhance Random Reward Chest X1? Ding! Super Enhancement successful. The Random Reward Chest has been Super Enhanced to Random Reward Chest. The name seemed unchanged, but the upper limit of the random reward range had elevated from 10 stage to the extraordinary upper grade. The sudden enhancement of Chen Lang's value transformed him from a dispensable entity into a coveted prize. Open. Ding. Random reward chest 1. Successfully opened. Acquired item, beacon blueprint 1. Type, production blueprint can be used multiple times without disappearing. Grade, inferior extraordinary. Description, gather the required materials and place them on the blueprint to automatically synthesize the finished product. Required materials, deep earth rock, lapis lazuli block, energy crystal, void stone. To his astonishment, it was a blueprint for crafting beacons. The reward from the chest made Chen Lang's eyes gleam. It is worth noting that on Island 2887, there exists a beacon teleportation array. Previously, due to the extensive damage to the beacons from the ancient era, only a few remained intact, limiting the teleportation sites to a solitary desert island. However, the situation has now changed. By crafting a beacon and placing it, it can be detected by the teleportation array. Any location previously visited can be quickly accessed henceforth. Regarding the materials required for constructing the beacon, Chen Lang assessed his inventory. Thanks to the island's promotion to the 8th tier, which led to the first enhancement of the extraordinary grade natural cave, he had a relatively stable source of many rare extraordinary materials at that moment. He had just received a batch of extraordinary grade materials from the Stone Man tribe, which they had recently excavated. After counting, he realized he could craft 3 teleportation beacons. He waved his hand decisively. Ding! Manufacturing successful. Obtained building. Teleportation beacon 3. In future conquests of new islands, he would simply plant a teleportation beacon. However, to safeguard his own territory first, Chen Lang intended to quell the impending disaster of the volcanic beast tide on Island 6431. Exercising his lordly authority, he contacted the village chief, Wang Dazhuang, instructing him to lead a team of capable villagers through the spatial portal to Island 6431 to eradicate the fire and earth attribute monsters on that island. He aimed to transform this island into a solid foothold and headquarters for the conquest of the entire 12,138 region. Chapter 96. Strike while the iron is hot. Continue expanding. Third update. Lord, we have arrived, a hearty and robust voice boomed. Hunter Wang de Wang, accompanied by 9 fully armed villagers, stepped through the spatial gate and respectfully bowed before Chen Lang. Chen Lang nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Su Lei, who had already submitted himself, recognized Wang Dezhuang and his companions as the villagers of Chen Lang's territory. He gasped in astonishment, realizing that despite being the lord of an island, he was outclassed in strength, equipment, and other aspects by these villagers. Their enchanted mithril armor made him drool. The villagers from Island 6431, witnessing the spirited demeanor of Wang Dezhuang and his group, sighed in envy, regretting that it was not them who had been summoned by Chen Lang. Their loyalty to Su Lei diminished significantly as they reflected that with Su Lei having surrendered to Chen Lang, they could also consider themselves under his command. With a shift in perspective, their spirits lifted considerably. Chen Lang observed their reactions and realized they were profoundly impressed. This was as it should be. As a superior, one must wield authority to earn the genuine respect and diligence of subordinates. Wang Dazhuang, lead your team to completely eradicate the volcanic beast tide on this island. This is your first battle after your villager's advancement. Do not let me down, understood? Chen Lang instructed. Wang Dazhuang and the 9 elite villagers stood solemnly. They had recently ascended the villagers' promotion platform, awakening and advancing their talents. Wang Dazhuang opted to enhance his talent level, raising his hunter talent from A grade to S grade, with the potential for further advancement to SSS grade in the future. The remaining 9 elite villagers were also carefully selected, with 7 possessing combat talents for frontline engagement, and the other 2 serving in supportive roles, responsible for healing the wounded and logistical tasks. Wang Dazhuang acted as the captain, while the other 9 formed a team. These teams would eventually combine into a mid-level unit, and then a larger battalion, ultimately becoming the army that would serve Chen Lang in various regional conquests. Currently, to demonstrate their value and not disappoint their nurturing lord, Wang Dazhuang and his companions displayed great determination. They launched an overwhelming assault, inflicting heavy casualties on the volcanic beast horde. Wang Dazhuang had already reached the 8th tier, while the other team members ranged from the 6th to 7th tiers, and the attacking volcanic beasts were mostly 5th-tier peak flame hounds, alongside numerous 1st and 2nd-tier beasts. The disparity in levels and strength was so vast that sheer numbers could not compensate. Consequently, even though the beast horde numbered in the hundreds or thousands, upon engaging with Wang Dazhuang's team, they suffered catastrophic losses. Ding! Your villager Wang Dazhuang has slain a 5th-tier flame hound 1. Ding! Your villager Baol has slain a 3rd-tier magma monster 1. Ding! Your villager. The system's notifications of kills rang out incessantly. Within a short period, the once formidable volcanic beast horde that nearly overran Su Lei's defenses was utterly annihilated by Wang Dazhuang and the villagers, leaving Su Lei and his companions in disbelief. They had anticipated Wang Dazhuang's strength, but never imagined it would be to such an extent. Reflecting on this, they realized that despite Wang Dazhuang's prowess, he was still merely a villager under Chen Lang's command. The strength of villagers has always been inferior to that of their lords. Therefore, considering Chen Lang's extraordinary level, surpassing even the 10th tier, his strength must be unfathomable. Su Lei found it impossible to conceive, only able to utter a phrase. Terrifying indeed. Report, my lord. The volcanic beast horde on region 6431 has been completely exterminated. Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction and commended. Well done. He then rewarded Wang Dazhuang and the others with the spoils of battle. Items below the extraordinary level were of little use to Chen Lang, but for Wang Dazhuang and the villagers, as well as all those yet to reach the extraordinary tier, they would eventually find utility. For instance, Wang Dazhuang was particularly enamored with the evil spirit flame seeds dropped by the slain flame hound. Regional conquest resembles a domino effect, gradually progressing from one island to the next. Capturing one island unlocks the coordinates of the nearby islands that at this moment. For islands surrounding Island 6431 appeared on Chen Lang's regional conquest map. 2 adventurous islands, Island 7840 and Island 1426, along with 2 islands bound to survivors, Island 7219 and Island 5699. Chen Lang decided to seize the momentum and issued new orders to Wang Dazhuang's team. Wang Dazhuang, you shall lead the expedition, sail to this location, and conquer Island 7840 for me. Understood, my lord. Wang Dazhuang promptly accepted the order. After a brief preparation and ensuring everything was in order, he concentrated, drawing forth several wooden ships from his spatial ring. Each ship could accommodate 2 people, totaling 5 oak boats, which they set out to sea. He gazed down at the compass, continuously confirming their direction as they advanced toward Island 7840. As for Su Lei, Chen Lang had plans for him as well. From now on, this island will serve as my primary base for further expansion. I intend to undertake significant renovations here. Shortly, I will send villagers with awakened architect talents to design the island structures and other arrangements. You must be prepared to coordinate and cooperate fully. Do you understand? Yes, absolutely. I promise to cooperate fully. Su Lei nodded repeatedly, determined not to show any sign of negligence that might provoke Chen Lang. Subsequently, Chen Lang departed from Island 6431. Though his destination was not the 2 islands-bound survivors, but rather an unclaimed adventure island guarded by a lord. Chapter 97. Clinging to power is not shameful. 4th update. Though he had shed the black scale dragon armor and the short-lived wings of the black dragon, an extraordinary grade powerhouse could traverse the air with ease, and indeed his speed surpassed that of flight. Thus, Chen Lang swiftly arrived above Adventure Island 1426. This was a rather vast island, comparable in scale to the 7th-tier islands under the command of typical survivors. The Lord of Island 1426 was certainly no ordinary individual. Given the size of the island, with extraordinary mental prowess, he could manifest his spirit energy into a tangible form, akin to a radar, detecting the surrounding environment. With a sweep of his mental energy, Chen Lang quickly located the lair of the Lord of Island 1426. Having discerned the true identity of the island's lord, it is revealed to be a formidable 7th-tier fire attribute beast. The Blazing Lion King. The Blazing Lion King reigns over a pride of lions, undeniably the most powerful entity on the entire island, should any other survivors from Area 12138 venture onto the island. Even after a fierce battle, they might not gain any advantage against the blazing Lion King, and would indeed be fortunate if they managed to escape with their lives. The challenge of fully conquering the island is exceedingly high. However, the situation is entirely different for Chen Lang. He strides through the void with ethereal grace, descending step by step until he arrives at the lair of the blazing Lion King, sensing the impending threat. The blazing Lion King roars in fury, rallying its entire pride to confront Chen Lang. Yet, with merely a cold snort, Chen Lang unleashes the overwhelming pressure characteristic of an extraordinary being, instantly subduing the blazing Lion King and its pride. Then, the extraordinary skill spirit servitude seal is activated. A binding spirit seal penetrates the mind of the blazing Lion King, forever imprinted deep within its soul. Chen Lang effortlessly enslaves this notorious island lord. Ding! Congratulations on enslaving the island lord, blazing Lion King, becoming the new lord of Adventure Island 1426. System reward granted. Random reward chest 1. Since the evolution surge, the opportunities for free enhancement have significantly increased. Chen Lang seizes the moment to proceed with an enhancement. Subsequently, he opens the reward chest. Ding! Random reward chest 1 successfully opened. Reward acquired. 1 universal extraordinary source. Not bad. This is equivalent to defeating a low-tier extraordinary boss. Chen Lang shrugs nonchalantly. He then employs the authority of the Lord. The Lord's authority can, to some extent, be regarded as a type of extraordinary power belonging to the system, partially delegated to island lords, which includes every survivor. This grants each survivor a game-like perspective, allowing them to survey various information within their territory. Upon reaching the extraordinary tier, the permissions associated with the Lord's authority expand, granting the power to merge and integrate the islands they have conquered. This moment, Island 1426 drifts upon the endless ocean under Chen Lang's command, akin to a message in a bottle, gradually making its way towards the location of Island 6431. On Island 6431, Sule is currently engaged in discussions with architect villagers, arranged by Chen Lang, deliberating how to transform the entire island into a strategic base for future expeditions into Area 12138. He is perspiring profusely, breathless from the exertion. Finally managing a moment's respite to admire the ocean view, Sule suddenly spots a sparsely vegetated island teeming with beasts, slicing through the waves as it drifts closer. It appears as though a celestial body is on a collision course with his own. Holy smokes, Sule exclaims. ISNT that the Adventure Island 1426 right next to me. I visited it once. And that 7th tier blazing Lion King nearly scared me to death. Why is it coming over here today? Sule's face is a canvas of astonishment. Just as he is about to contact Chen Lang through the private chat interface to inform him of this monumental event, he notices, wide-eyed, that a figure stands over Island 1426, unmistakably Chen Lang. He promptly switches to the regional map, and indeed sees that Chen Lang has already acquired 2 islands that capture 2 islands so swiftly. Even Meng Chao, the region's top survivor, would find it challenging. It seems that choosing to ally with Chen Lang was a wise decision. After all, it's not disgraceful to cling to a strong ally. He chuckles to himself, feeling fortunate that he had chosen to submit earlier rather than being swiftly eliminated, but instead became one of Chen Lang's subordinates. As Chen Lang embarks on his campaign into Area 12138. Sule, as one of the first recruits, is sure to reap the benefits. Supporting a formidable ally is indeed advantageous. With a heartfelt sentiment, Sule is all the more determined to maintain his role as a loyal subordinate. He immediately shouts in celebration for Chen Lang. Boss, you're incredible. Congratulations on conquering another island. Boom! A thunderous crash resonates as Island 1426, under Chen Lang's control, docks with Island 6431, merging into a new, larger island. Though it retains the name of Island 6431, the area and resources of Island 1426 are comparatively greater, promising even more development potential. Roar! The 7th tier blazing Lion King emits a low growl. voluntarily lowering itself, then rises slowly, bearing Chen Lang upon its back. Has even the seventh-tier blazing Lion King been tamed as a mount? Su Lei and the villagers under his command are once again astounded, their eyes wide with envy. After claiming the first Adventure Island, Chen Lang swiftly set sail once more, heading towards Adventure Island 7840. He continues with his rapid conquest strategy, disregarding any search for treasures, as all resources on the island will belong to him once he defeats the Island Lord and assumes control. However, the Island Lord of 7840, the 6th-tier Dragonhorn Forest Python, proves to be exceedingly obstinate, refusing to submit even under the weight of Chen Lang's pressure. In that case, Chen Lang will not show any mercy. Initially, he had contemplated sparing the creature's life, but since it insists on resisting, he will grant it a swift end. With that, the yellow sand battle soul sword appears in his hand. In a flash, he dispatches the Island Lord with a single strike. The remnants of the Dragonhorn Forest Python soul are ensnared within the yellow sand battle soul sword, destined to become a snack for the yellow sand guardian battle soul, crunchy and spicy. Ding! Congratulations on enslaving the Island Lord, Dragonhorn Forest Python, becoming the new Lord of Adventure Island 7840. System reward granted. Random reward chest 1. Once again, he opts to enhance before opening the chest. Ding! Random reward chest 1, successfully opened. Reward acquired. Low-tier extraordinary forging table 1. A low-tier extraordinary forging table. Now he can upgrade or manufacture extraordinary grade equipment. Not bad. Chen Lang stows away the reward and merges Island 7840 with Island 6431, expanding his territory into a larger stronghold. He decides to relocate more villagers from Island 2887 to this new base, as Area 10086 is already relatively stable. The focus of Chen Lang's future campaigns will be Area 12138 and other uncharted territories. The elder villager, Lu Ning, will liaise with Su Lei while Chen Lang departs once more, heading towards Island 7219 to check on the progress of Wang Dazhuang and his team's conquest. Chapter 98. Watching the fire from across the river ultimately leads to being burned. 5th update. Island 7219. A site that has developed to the 6th tier, ranks solidly among the top 10 in Area 12138. The survivor bound to this island, named Xiang Rui, possesses the A-class talent of the Holy Light Knight, enabling him to summon Holy Light steeds, don Holy Light armor, and wield a Holy Light Knight's sword, making him nearly unmatched among his peers. He has also transformed 12 villagers into Holy Light Knights, forming a formidable Holy Light Knight corps. With such a knightly order, the security of the island is exceedingly assured, even against the volcanic beast tide disaster that has left many survivors in Area 12138 helpless, which failed to breach the defenses of Xiang Rui's Holy Light Knight corps, earning him outstanding praise and abundant rewards. Yet at present, Xiang Rui finds himself facing a formidable foe. I know. These villagers are no ordinary folk. They might very well be the forces of the invader Chen Lang mentioned by the system. I never expected the invader to be so close to me. It is clear they have their sights set on my island. Beside him, a knight transformed from a Holy Light villager cautiously inquires, "My lord, should we surrender?" "Surrender." Xiang Rui's voice rises sharply, clearly displeased with his subordinate's words. "The word surrender does not exist in my vocabulary. They are merely a group of villagers, not Chen Lang himself. Charge with me. Drive away these intruders who seek to claim our island. Kill." With a mighty shout, Xiang Rui leads the remaining knights of the Holy Light Knight Corps, mounted on their pure white steeds, charging fiercely towards the landing squad of Wang Dazhuang. Good. Wang Dazhuang remains undaunted. He had just taken down 2 Holy Light Knights with a single arrow. Even if the remaining foes come at him together, he is absolutely confident in his ability to prevail. "Charge with me. For our Lord, let us seize this island." Wang Dazhuang shouts as he leads his team in a battle against the Holy Light Knight Corps. The numbers are evenly matched, but the coordinated efforts of Xiang Rui's Holy Light Knights allow them to execute various combination techniques. Holy Light Blessing temporarily enhances all attributes by 1/10. Holy Light Protection temporarily reduces damage by 1/3. Holy Light Punishment. In a brief span, the inflicted damage surged by 50%. With the enhancement of these skills, the Holy Light Knights seemed to grow ever bolder in battle. However, Wang Dazhuang's squad was no pushover. Merely possessing a level advantage was sufficient to keep them in an invincible position. Not to mention, the talents awakened by the entire squad were by no means inferior to Xiang Rui's Holy Light Knight talent. Some even surpassed it. Wang Dazhuang activated his hunter talent, discerning the vulnerabilities within the Holy Light Knight's formation at a glance. Drawing his bow, he unleashed a flurry of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the arrows flew forth, successfully disrupting the movements of the Holy Light Knights and isolating Xiang Rui from their ranks. The prey was successfully driven away, and the hunt was on. A triumphant smile spread across Wang Dazhuang's face as he gripped his hunting knife, aiming a fierce slash at Xiang Rui. Holy Protection, Shield. Xiang Rui urgently activated his defensive skills, hoping to withstand Wang Dazhuang's strike. Yet, even with the skill mitigating 1/3 of the damage, the remaining impact was enough to leave him gravely wounded. Ah! Xiang Rui screamed as he plummeted from his pristine steed, a gaping wound cleaving through his holy light armor, the narrow blade piercing deep enough to reveal bone. Without a second thought, he turned and fled, disregarding his earlier threats. "My lord. Ah, how dare you harm our lord? I will fight you to the end. My lord, run." Injured, Xiang Rui's remaining Holy Light Knights were incensed, resorting to a life-for-a-life strategy against Wang Dazhuang and his team. "Hold him off while I pursue." Wang Dazhuang commanded his subordinates before charging after Xiang Rui, determined to slay him and fulfill Chen Lang's directive to seize the entire island. Damn it, glancing back, Wang Dazhuang relentlessly pursued, unyielding. The searing pain from his chest wound, bleeding profusely, prompted Xiang Rui to curse aloud as he gazed towards the vast ocean to the southeast. Beyond the waves lay Island 5699, home to a survivor named Ji Yinsheng, whose awakened talent was vision transmission, allowing items within her sight to swap places. Upon her arrival, Ji Yinsheng had used this talent to teleport to Xiang Rui's island. The two, newly acquainted, established a cooperative relationship for survival. Ji Yinsheng helped Xiang Rui break through to the 6th tier, while he assisted her island in advancing to the 5th tier. They had agreed that regardless of which side faced peril, the other would extend a helping hand. Yet this time, Xiang Rui was still waiting for Ji Yinsheng's reinforcements, infuriated, bombarding her with frantic messages, almost cursing her ancestors. All these messages were received by Ji Yinsheng, who was currently focused on observing the unfolding battle on Island 7840, witnessing her ally Xiang Rui being relentlessly pursued by Wang Dazhuang, rendered helpless. Initially, Ji Yinsheng contemplated intervening, but as the conflict escalated, she found herself torn to refrain from aiding Xiang Rui would indeed violate their initial agreement, severing their alliance. Yet, if she intervened against their foes, she feared the potential loss of life. After all, although she commanded 2 villages, which had randomly emerged during the island's expansion, her villagers were generally of low talent and limited strength. Confronting such formidable adversaries would undoubtedly result in catastrophic casualties. Forget it, Ji Yinsheng ultimately decided, opting to observe from a distance. Xiang Rui is struggling to survive. I shall remain uninvolved to preserve my own safety. Once they come for me, I will simply surrender and switch sides. This way, I can maximize my benefits. Yes, I am truly astute. Ji Yinsheng believed her rationale sound, ignoring Xiang Rui's desperate pleas in the private chat, which only fueled desire. "How dare you, Ji Yinsheng? You were so enthusiastic during our collaboration. Now you betray our agreement? Fine, you can come or go as you please. I alone can lead my followers to a successful counterattack." A counterattack? Haha, I nearly laughed my teeth out. Wang Dazhuang, on Xiang Rui's tail, found the notion of a counterattack utterly ridiculous that moment. The Holy Light Knights who had been stalling for Xiang Rui were also defeated by Wang Dazhuang's squad. Several Holy Light Knights perished, while the remaining stragglers staggered to join Xiang Rui, only to find themselves encircled by Wang Dazhuang and his villagers. "I will ask you one last time on behalf of my lord. Will you surrender or die? Choose one." Realizing defeat was inevitable, Xiang Rui's defiance only intensified. "To hell with you. Fine." There was no need for further negotiation. Wang Dazhuang recognized that Xiang Rui was resolute in his determination to face annihilation, unlike Su Lei, who would submit without hesitation. Thus, there was no reason to prolong the confrontation. Once he eliminated Xiang Rui, the island would automatically be claimed by Lord Chen Lang. Without hesitation, Wang Dazhuang's blade descended. "Ding! Your subordinate Wang Dazhuang has slain the 6th-tier survivor Xiang Rui. You have acquired all personal items and 0.6 of universal extraordinary essence. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the lordship of Area 12138. Island 7840. System rewards issued. Random reward chest 1. Ding! Super Enhancement successful. Ding! Random reward chest 1. Opening successful. Reward obtained. 10th tier energy crystal defense tower 1. 3 out of the 4 islands. 1426, 7840, and 7219 had already been claimed, and Wang Dazhuang was not about to let the last one slip away. Chen Lang appeared on the scene, merging islands 7219 and 6431, further expanding the territory before leading Wang Dazhuang's squad straight to island 5699. At this moment, Ji Yinchang thought she had narrowly escaped disaster, only to see a group of figures emerging on her island. Chen Lang and his villagers. Paralyzed with fear, she dropped to her knees, wishing to surrender. However, Chen Lang shook his head. He had been observing the entire battlefield from above the island. After Xiang Rui's plea for help from Ji Yinchang fell flat, Chen Lang had discerned her true nature, one who only approached when useful and cast aside when not. Such a character was even less desirable than Su Lei, the opportunist. Though Ji Yinchang possessed an appealing exterior, she did not meet Chen Lang's standards for subordinates. Thus, he struck decisively, unleashing the might of an extraordinary-level powerhouse, reducing Ji Yinchang, who had ultimately brought calamity upon herself by remaining a bystander, to a mere puddle of blood, dead beyond revival. In a short span, he had claimed 4 islands. Who could rival such efficiency? Chen Lang reveled in his triumph. But as the saying goes, joy for some means sorrow for others. The survivors of Area 12138, witnessing Chen Lang's rapid territorial expansion, were gripped by a sense of impending doom. The communication channels erupted once more. Chapter 99, is it still too late to pledge allegiance? 6431, 7840, 7219. How long has it been? Not even a day, right? 5 islands have vanished. Damn it, if this pace continues. In a few days, Chen Lang will have taken half of our islands in Area 12138. We can't win, it's simply impossible. Meng Chao, great one, think of a way. Meng Chao, who was regarded with high hopes by the survivors of Area 12138, found himself in a quandary. Initially, he had stepped forward to unite the people, rallying a common front against Chen Lang, believing that by joining forces, they could contend with him, or at the very least, achieve a stalemate, thus reaping both fame and fortune. However, it was now evident that Chen Lang's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even if he managed to unite everyone in Area 12138, they would likely still fall short, facing a relentless push from Chen Lang. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no need to fear a lack of firewood. It was clear that Area 12138 was no longer tenable. He had to find a way out. Meng Chao began contemplating an escape route. His personal level had reached the 10th tier, and his island had also advanced to the 10th tier with several tribes, including humans and orcs, bowing to him in submission. He was undoubtedly the strongest below the extraordinary level. Despite several waves of 10th tier monsters launching beast tides, they had failed to breach his defenses. Meng Chao was not in a hurry, wanting to grind for more experience. But time was no longer on his side, that he immediately mobilized his forces, drawing out the impending volcanic beast tide disaster he faced, the final boss of this level, a lava giant at the pinnacle of the 10th tier. After a fierce battle, he managed to defeat the boss with great difficulty. The system notification echoed in his mind, announcing the success of his advance. Hundreds of survivors in Area 12138 learned of Meng Chao's triumph in clearing the level and began mentioning him in the communication interface, viewing him as their hope for a comeback. shouting the slogan, Meng Chao, lead us in a battle once more. This implies urging Meng Chao to open the spatial portal to the Area 10086, enabling them to launch a counterattack against Chen Lang's domain, executing a strategy of territorial exchange. However, Meng Chao is not a fool. You want me to charge in a battle alongside you? Are you hoping for me and Chen Lang to clash, while you opportunistically take advantage of the ensuing chaos? Chen Lang, despite being on foreign ground, has already rendered Area 12138 powerless. If I were to assault a stronghold, it would merely serve to deliver a meal to Chen Lang. And thus, I absolutely cannot venture into Area 10086. I must seek a more vulnerable target. Meng Chao harbors his own calculations. His gaze shifts to the area list, landing on the relatively familiar Area 9765. Previously, Areas 12138 and 9765 had been matched in a PK, with 12,138 narrowly emerging victorious, leaving 9,765 diminished in resources. That a single misstep leads to a cascade of failures. The survivors in Area 9765 are surely weaker than those in Area 12,138. The fall of 12,138 is inconsequential. As long as I can conquer Area 9765, I will still have a foothold to continue my development and make a resurgence. Haha. Area 9765, I regret to inform you that your misfortune is the cause of your downfall. With a sinister smile, Meng Chao connects his first spatial portal to Area 9765 and immediately leads his loyal army towards it, planning to emulate Chen Lang with a rapid and overwhelming assault to seize the entirety of Area 9765. He intends to completely abandon Area 12,138 and those survivors who had rallied to his side, leaving them bewildered. Your Majesty, why do you surrender when we are prepared to fight to the death? After a moment of shock, they come to terms with the reality. Damn, even the formidable Meng Chao has turned to invade other areas. Is he truly fearful of Chen Lang? If the top survivor has defected, what are we still standing firm for? He has defected. Indeed, if Chen Lang comes here, I would also surrender. Better to survive than to perish. Having a life is better than not. Chen Lang. Great one. Is it too late for me to pledge my loyalty now? With Meng Chao's unexpected assistance, Chen Lang's expansion efficiency skyrocketed. Within 2 or 3 days, over 100 survivors, along with their territories, voluntarily submitted to him. The main base, Island 6431, has expanded significantly, its diameter surpassing 100 kilometers, stretching out indefinitely and now resembling a small landmass. The territory has exceeded 10 levels, transforming from an island into a city. And Chen Lang has the opportunity to name this first-tier city built on Island 6431. He names it Triumph City. Each time a new island is occupied, the system rewards him with random loot. Chen Lang has opened a variety of rewards from treasure chests, utilizing everything applicable. Extraordinary buildings rise up, such as a palace-like Lord's Mansion and towering Guardian Spires, creating a veritable spectacle. The population of his territory has burgeoned, comprised of various races, including numerous human survivors, indigenous villagers, as well as orc tribes of bull-headed, horse-faced, and lizard-like beings. The total population has exceeded 10,000. A larger population equates to greater power, while a territory with fewer inhabitants may not necessarily be weak. A populous one is certainly strong. Territorial expansion resembles a cascade of dominoes. Once it begins, it becomes difficult to halt, and the scale grows like a rolling snowball. More and more island locations have been revealed on the regional map, many of which are unbound adventure islands. Chen Lang delegates the conquest of any island with a lord level of 10 or below to Wang Dazhuang and Luning. Only when faced with superlative lords on massive islands does Chen Lang personally intervene. One such island, with a diameter exceeding 50 kilometers, hosts an active volcano spewing lava, teeming with monsters and abundant in fire, earth, and poison attributes, securing it would undoubtedly enhance the overall strength of his territory. However, such an island also harbors a formidable lord, the leader of Island 0843, a low-tier extraordinary fire dragon beast, the two-headed fire dragon king. Upon their first arrival, Wang Dazhuang's team drew the attention of the fire dragon king. who dispatched his two 10-tier beast lieutenants, the Scarlet Cheetah and the Flame Tyrannosaurus, to encircle Wang Dazhuang's group with a tide of beasts. My lord, we have failed to fulfill your command. Please punish us. Wang Dazhuang kneels in apology. The adversary is simply too powerful to prevent a repeat of such a tragedy. I must enhance my strength. As for the two-headed fire dragon king, it matters not. I will take action. Chapter 100. The two-headed fire dragon king lowered its noble head. Matters not. I will take action. Chen Lang waved his hand, rising from the Lord's throne and exiting the fortress hall. Having been leveling up frantically over the past few days, the dark absolute black king dragon, Xiaohe, has now reached 10-tier status and descended from a towering extraordinary light tower, prostrating at Chen Lang's feet and offering his back for riding, with a powerful beat of its wings. The massive dragon body of over 10 meters ascended slowly, accelerating rapidly, carrying Chen Lang straight towards Island 0843. They're headed to confront the two-headed fire dragon king. Among powerful beings, there exists a mutual perception. Thus, while Chen Lang rides his dragon across the vast ocean, the distant two-headed fire dragon king on Island 0843 senses Chen Lang's presence and realizes that a formidable foe approaches. It roars angrily and soars from its volcanic lair, unleashing a thunderous dragon roar that reverberates through the air, summoning all monsters and beasts on the island to form a massive tide, preparing for battle against the imminent arrival of Chen Lang. Soon, Chen Lang and Xiaohe come face to face with the two-headed fire dragon king. Human, your subordinates have repeatedly provoked me, and now you come seeking me out. You truly believe I am easy to bully? The intelligence of extraordinary beasts has reached a considerable level. The two-headed fire dragon king speaks with both heads simultaneously, addressing Chen Lang and the dark absolute black king dragon beneath him. The dark absolute black king dragon? A lineage descending from the ancient legend of the Black Dragon Emperor? I never expected to encounter one in reality. Yet you, a high bloodline dragon, would deign to serve a human as a mount. This greatly disappoints me. Today I shall cleanse the dragon kin's door, with no common ground for discussion. As the two-headed fire dragon king prepares to strike, Chen Lang decisively takes the initiative, frostbind, grasping the low-tier extraordinary staff of the abyssal sea. He channels the extraordinary pathway of all laws converging into one, imbuing it with the water attribute's extraordinary essence. Chen Lang initiates with an ice control skill, while frostbind is merely a mid-tier skill. Its effectiveness is greatly enhanced under the multitude of added conditions. Nearing the realm of extraordinary techniques, in an instant, vast expanses of frost spread from Chen Lang, enveloping the surroundings in a wintry landscape. Seeking death, the two-headed fire dragon king roars, both dragon heads opening wide to unleash torrents of searing flames, causing the air to heat rapidly. The icy realm created by Chen Lang swiftly melts under the fiery onslaught. Seeing the advantage tilting in its favor, the two-headed fire dragon king bellows an order for the beast tide to attack. Roar! Roar! The two 10-tier beasts, the Scarlet Cheetah and the Flame Tyrannosaurus, along with a multitude of fire and earth attribute monsters, charge towards Chen Lang. In response, Xiaohe releases his dragon's might, single-handedly intimidating the entire beast horde. Gathering his energy, he unleashes a devastating dragon breath, instantly annihilating a large number of beasts and monsters. Even the 10-tier Scarlet Cheetah struggles to approach due to the overwhelming pressure. Yet the 10-tier Flame Tyrannosaurus, being of dragon lineage, is less affected by the intimidation and lunges at Xiaohe with its gaping maw. Unfazed, Xiaohe retracts his wings, his scales shimmering with a dull, dark luster, significantly enhancing his defense. Simultaneously, he employs the dark absolute dragon claw skill, extending his claws, which sharpen to a deadly edge, engaging in close-quarters combat with the Flame Tyrannosaurus. Xiaohe, being one of the most elite bloodlines among dragons, has reached 10-tier status, signifying a near-adult dark absolute black king dragon. His power is formidable and only grows stronger with each battle. Initially, the Flame Tyrannosaurus can hold its ground against Xiaohe, but gradually it falls under Xiaohe's dominance. Even when the Scarlet Cheetah, leading several 9-tier and 8-tier beasts, joins the fray. Xiao still manages to turn the tide, inflicting severe wounds upon his foes. On Chen Lang's side, clad in the armor of the deep sea, the flames unleashed by the two-headed fire dragon king pose little threat to him. Instead, donning the celestial radiance star cloud gauntlets, he channels the power of starlight into a mighty punch. In the early days, when Chen Lang was still at the 9th tier, he utilized this technique to severely wound the mermaid form of the North Sea giant demon, the Siren, forcing it to transform into its second form. Now, Chen Lang has undoubtedly become a bona fide transcendent, fully capable of unleashing the complete potential of the Holy Radiance Nebula set with a single punch. The stars dazzled. The two heads of the twin-headed fire dragon king were struck, leaving it dazed, even breaking one of its dragon horns. Crimson dragon blood streamed down from the broken horn. The twin-headed fire dragon king's eyes blazed with fury. Unable to contain its wrath any longer, T charged up for a powerful attack, flames roaring around it, transforming into a veritable fire dragon king in the literal sense, with a mighty flap of its wings. It accelerated violently, shooting through the sky like a rocket, directly colliding with Chen Lang, attempting to eliminate him in a near-suicidal explosion. Is it merely a game of self-destruction? Who cannot play at that? Chen Lang snorted coldly, immediately activating the skill Elemental Bomb. His transcendent power, the water attribute transcendent energy, and the annihilation power of Little Black fused into a single entity, forming an extremely unstable tricolor orb of light, which Chen Lang clasped in his palm and then slapped onto the face of the twin-headed fire dragon king. In the next moment, the elemental bomb in Chen Lang's hand and the twin-headed fire dragon king both exploded in the sky. Boom! The clouds were torn apart. The thunderous sound echoed for miles. Both figures were enveloped in black smoke, plummeting from the heights. However, while Chen Lang quickly stabilized his form, brushing off the dust from his deep-sea armor with no significant harm, the twin-headed fire dragon king crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater deeply embedded in the earth, covered in wounds, barely able to draw breath. It was evident that in this clash of powerful attacks, Chen Lang emerged triumphant. Chen Lang ascended to the top of the twin-headed fire dragon king's head and placed a foot upon it. From this elevated position, he spoke with a tone of judgment. I grant you a chance to choose. Submit or perish. The dragon clan, or rather, the ferocious beasts and monsters, have always revered strength. After this battle, the twin-headed fire dragon king thoroughly recognized that Chen Lang's power surpassed its own. A wise individual acknowledges the times. The twin-headed fire dragon king lowered its noble head, its hoarse voice resonating. This king, no, the little dragon is willing to submit. My master, a wise choice indeed. The response of the twin-headed fire dragon king pleased Chen Lang. He immediately activated the transcendent skill, Spirit Slave Seal. Ding! Congratulations on enslaving the Island Lord, twin-headed fire dragon king, becoming the new Lord of Adventure, Island 0843. Ding! Random reward chest 1, successfully opened. Reward obtained, Dragon's Nest, Building 1. A dragon's nest? Upon seeing the reward from the random chest, Chen Lang felt a surge of excitement. It appeared to be a special building related to the Dragon Clan. He promptly opened the details panel for a closer inspection. Chapter 101. Dragon's Nest. Dragon Blood Legion. Bestow upon you a fortune. Building. Dragon's Nest damaged. Grade. Low-grade transcendent growth potential. Description. A fragment of the Dragon Clan's lair from ancient times, destroyed but still containing incredible transcendent properties, capable of bestowing a trace of dragon blood upon various creatures. If ample resources are invested, it can even nurture genuine pure blood dragons. Supplement. This building possesses growth potential by collecting more remnants of dragon nests or rare resources. It can be repaired, enhancing the building's grade and the potential for dragon cultivation. Good heavens! This reward is extraordinary. Upon comprehending the description of the dragon's nest, Chen Lang couldn't help but gasp in amazement. It could bestow dragon blood upon other beings, enhancing their current abilities and growth potential, and could even nurture powerful pure blood dragons. This was essentially an inexhaustible armaments factory, Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Lang found a vacant plot within his territory and placed the dragon's nest upon it. Boom! After a resounding noise, the dust settled, towering like a mountain. It extended deep underground, resembling a 9-layer maze with a complex internal structure, containing resting nests for dragons and breeding caverns for hatching dragon eggs. At a glance, the only words that could describe the dragon's nest were noble and imposing. And this was merely a fragment of the true dragon's nest from the ancient era, shattered and left behind. One could hardly imagine how grand and magnificent the complete dragon's nest would have been in its prime. The emergence of such a spectacle immediately attracted the attention of many residents on Island 6431. Su Lei, the old village chief Looming, and Guan Xiao, among others, all curiously and astonishedly rushed over, their eyes wide with shock upon seeing the dragon's nest. Yet the most astonished and excited were Little Black and the twin-headed fire dragon king, both of whom belonged to the dragon clan. Master, could it be the sacred ground of my dragon clan from ancient times, the dragon's nest? The two heads of the twin-headed fire dragon king eagerly craned their necks to observe. Little Black also sensed the call of its bloodline. For them, the dragon's nest was immensely beneficial. Do you know the dragon's nest? Chen Lang inquired. The twin-headed fire dragon king nodded vigorously, its massive twin-headed form transformed into a robust figure draped in a crimson cloak. With bronze skin and exaggerated muscle lines, that IT excitedly explained to Chen Lang in two distinct tones, as if switching personalities. My lord, it is as such, though the little dragon has only been born for a few hundred years and has not experienced the ancient era. Every dragon, to some extent, awakens some ancestral memories. When we broke through to the transcendent level, I awakened memories related to the dragon's nest. This dragon's nest before us happens to correspond vaguely to the appearance in my memories. Hence, we are so excited. The figure, possessing two distinct personalities, was the twin-headed fire dragon king transformed into human form. Upon reaching the transcendent level, its life tier elevated, allowing ferocious beasts to alter their physical forms. Consequently, the majority of transcendent ferocious beasts could transform into human forms. This was partly due to the prosperity and strength of the human race in this world. However, according to older legends, the human form is actually a cultivation state that is closer to the principles of the universe. Maintaining this form allows for a better comprehension of the laws, leading to swifter cultivation. After listening to the twin-headed fire dragon king's explanation, Chen Lang nodded in understanding. He entrusted the management of the dragon's nest to the twin-headed fire dragon king, instructing it to swiftly utilize the dragon's nest to transform a batch of troops with dragon bloodline, preferably nurturing more pure-blood dragons. Yes, my lord, the little dragon will not disappoint you. The twin-headed fire dragon king eagerly accepted this task. And indeed, it did not let Chen Lang down. Days later, when Chen Lang returned to assess the results, he beheld a legion exceeding 100 members, each possessing strength above the 7th tier and at least a trace of dragon bloodline, marching in perfect unison from the dragon's nest. This dragon blood legion primarily consisted of villagers from combat-oriented professions, who, after undergoing talent enhancement at the resident job transfer platform, already possessed formidable strength. Now, each had fused with a drop of dragon blood, granting them a significant boost in power. The most notable enhancement was the emergence of dragon horns and dragon scales on their bodies, entering a half-dragon form that balanced offense and defense. Initially an A-grade berserker, Chen Lang had super enhanced them to S-grade, and after promotion at the resident job transfer platform, they reached SS grade. Now, they had adopted a half-dragon berserker form, making them exceedingly formidable. The 10th tier, even the 10th tier Stone Clan chief, Shi Jian, who excelled in strength and defense, would find himself somewhat apprehensive in a confrontation. Undoubtedly, a fierce warrior in Chen Lang's ranks. The Dragon Blood Legion was led by Dad. If the entire army were to charge, they would be capable of flattening any force lacking a transcendent powerhouse. But that was not all. The twin-headed fire dragon king enthusiastically invited Zhang Yang into the interior of the dragon's nest. Little Black was also within the dragon's nest. To be precise, Little Black was curled up in a cavern rich with energy. Having also ascended to the 10th tier, it was currently seizing the opportunity provided by the dragon's nest to hasten its breakthrough to the transcendent level. It would not be long before Chen Lang would gain another transcendent general under his command. However, Little Black was not the only result the twin-headed fire dragon king wished to showcase to Chen Lang. What it truly wanted to display were the dragon eggs, each nestled in the breeding cavern, surrounded by small mountains of energy crystals, being meticulously cared for, awaiting hatching. The twin-headed fire dragon king proudly declared, "My lord, there are a total of 6 dragon eggs, all discovered within the dragon's nest. Though countless ages have passed, these dragon eggs have been well protected by the dragon's nest, entering a dormant state. Thus, even from ancient times to the present, the dragon eggs have not lost their vitality. As long as there is sufficient energy, the young dragons within can still hatch normally. And these dragon eggs, without exception, were transcendent-level dragon eggs. Once hatched, as long as they do not meet an untimely demise, they would all undoubtedly reach the transcendent level in adulthood, dragon eggs that could potentially attain the transcendent level." Chen Lang's gaze swept over the dragon eggs, carefully tended by the twin-headed fire dragon king. This meant that in the near future, he would gain 6 pure-blood dragons of immense potential under his command. Well done. Subordinates who are efficient in their tasks deserve to be rewarded by their superiors in a timely manner. This encourages those below to strive with even greater zeal, creating a virtuous cycle. One cannot expect a horse to run without offering it fodder. Management is indeed an art. Chen Lang, with a decisive gesture, activated the innate abilities of the two-headed fire dragon king, bestowing upon it a profound enhancement. What follows is a transformation, I grant you. Prepare to receive it. Chapter 102. The Dragon King becomes the Dragon Emperor. The regional competition for supremacy has officially commenced. Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, the two-headed fire dragon king was filled with anticipation. Chen Lang's abilities were unlike any it had ever witnessed. Anything that fell into his hands experienced a remarkable elevation in quality and potential. Now, it too would receive the boon bestowed by its master, Chen Lang. It was brimming with excitement, readying itself. The two-headed fire dragon king soon sensed that its bloodline, once merely mediocre among dragons, was rapidly ascending in purity. The pressure contained within its lineage grew increasingly formidable, subtly equaling or even surpassing that of the dark absolute black dragon, Xiaohe, who was currently in seclusion attempting a breakthrough. With a fierce roar, the power of its bloodline continued to expand. The two-headed fire dragon king soared out of the dragon nest, spiraling above the skies of Kaishan City on Island 6431. Its wings thrumming powerfully, stirring the heavens into a tempest that ignited a colossal fire tornado. Its form grew even larger and more imposing, as the extraordinary fire attribute power it exuded became ever more pure. Ding, Super Enhancement successful. The two-headed fire dragon king has been super enhanced to two-headed fire dragon emperor. The transition from dragon king to dragon emperor may appear to be a mere difference of a word, yet it signifies a chasm of distinction. Previously, the low-tier extraordinary status was the pinnacle of the two-headed fire dragon king's existence. Without a significant opportunity, it would have likely perished without ever breaching the threshold of mid-tier extraordinary. However, with the elevation of its bloodline, its potential soared alongside it. The two-headed fire dragon emperor felt the constraints of low-tier extraordinary dissipate, recognizing that it would not be long before it could break through to mid-tier extraordinary. With future opportunities to ascend to high-tier extraordinary and even loftier realms, experiencing this transformative rebirth, having endured a beating from its master Chen Lang and becoming his second mount, the two-headed fire dragon emperor was now more devoted and grateful than ever. It descended from the sky, landing heavily, its knees striking the ground and fracturing it into a web of fine cracks, as it performed a profound bow to Chen Lang. Overflowing with gratitude, days passed, and the initial 2 calamities had concluded. Among the 40 billion survivors who had traversed into this realm, only a little over 100,000 had persevered to this point, advancing into the fiercely competitive regional supremacy battles. The communication channels had also been updated, introducing a world channel that allowed all survivors within the regions to speak a limited number of times, with higher levels granting more opportunities. Additionally, the comprehensive ranking of all survivors was finally revealed, ranking the over 100,000 individuals based on their personal and territorial levels. Chen Lang retained his position at the top, though this time his lead was not as vast as in previous instances, which was to be expected. After all, those who had survived to this point were no ordinary individuals. Both luck and strength were essential. One could not thrive on either alone. Chen Lang took note of the other 9 individuals in the top 10 rankings. Second place, Bai Yun Tao. Third place, Ji Xiaoying. Seventh place, Su Qianqian. Eighth place, Ding Hong. Ninth place, Wu Lingyun. 10th place, Han Yizhou. These 10 individuals, as gathered from the information on the World Channel, were predominantly of SS or SSS rank, or possessed unique innate talents like Chen Lang. For instance, Han Yizhou, in 10th place, was noted to have awakened the defensive unique talent, Invincible Counter, which allowed him to absorb damage and enhance his attributes significantly. He could even bestow this counter ability onto others or objects. Consequently, Han Yizhou was not only invulnerable himself, but also had dominion over a territory fortified against threats. Once, 3 extraordinary beasts had attempted to breach his defenses. Yet they had failed, with Han Yizhou retaliating and slaying one of them in the process, thus securing his fame. Originating from Region 65798, he was currently assaulting Region 99823, quickly conquering one island after another with a steadfast strategy. With the 10th-ranked individual displaying such rapid advancement, the others from 9th to 2nd place were surely progressing at an even more astonishing pace. Although Chen Lang held the top position, any moment of complacency could see him surpassed by others. Thus, he remained steadfast in his efforts, accelerating his conquest of the islands in Region 12138, while also diligently managing the operations in his foundational territory of Island 2887 in Region 10086, unlike the survivors in Region 12138 who viewed him as an invader and harbored strong resistance. In Region 10086, Chen Lang was universally acknowledged as the leader, enjoying widespread acclaim and support. Consequently, when he expressed his intention to expand his territory, he faced no opposition. In fact, the majority of those struggling to survive, lacking the strength to compete at the top, actively sought to ally with Chen Lang, especially individuals like Meng Daxuan, with whom he had previously established rapport. In summary, within a few days, Region 10086 had been largely unified under Chen Lang's leadership. The myriad islands had coalesced into a landmass spanning hundreds of miles, rich in resources and diverse in geography. Populated by a multitude of species, several cities have been established, with the largest, the main city, situated at the core of Island 2887, where Chen Lang had initially cultivated and developed his domain. Additionally, 9 satellite cities surrounded the main city, governed by Chen Lang's loyal subordinates and newly allied survivors of exceptional capability. Everything flourished, yet not all individuals chose to cling to Chen Lang's coattails, opting instead to carve out their own territories. Among them were several from Region 10086, including Lu Rinjia, Song Shuren, Gu Xiao, and Lu Zhizai. For these individuals, Chen Lang did not impose his dominance, generously allowing them to retain their territories within Region 10086, enabling them to use these strongholds as bases from which to conquer other regions. Chen Lang's magnanimous gesture deeply touched Lu Rinjia and the others, leading them to pledge that they would never oppose him and wish to form an alliance. Notably, among those venturing out to conquer, Gu Xiao set his sights on Region 10010, which had previously been defeated by Region 10086, hoping to seize an easy victory. His progress was indeed swift, making him the second most successful survivor in Region 10086. Aside from Chen Lang, in any other region, Gu Xiao would have shown brilliantly. Yet with Chen Lang holding the top rank, no matter how impressive Gu Xiao's achievements were, he struggled to surpass his illustrious counterpart. In Region 12138, Meng Qiao's circumstances had taken a turn for the worst. He had initially believed that targeting the previously defeated Region 9765 would be akin to preying on the weak. However, he was taken aback to find that even with half the resources, formidable contenders had emerged to challenge him. Now, Meng Qiao found himself ensnared in a stalemate. To attack might not guarantee victory, but failing to engage would mean ceding his islands in Region 12138 to Chen Lang, who had already claimed them as part of the newly formed landmass 6431, leaving him with no retreat. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Meng Qiao swore, Damn it. I refuse to believe I can't conquer this defeated foe in Region 9765. Relay my orders. Full military engagement, just as his forces had assembled and prepared to set sail. A sudden tempest engulfed the skies above his island. Temperatures plummeted, and heavy snow began to fall, freezing the surrounding seas into thick ice, and a horde of ice attribute monsters emerged from the icy expanse. Surging towards Meng Chao in a catastrophic wave, the extreme cold calamity had descended. What misfortune! This was truly the worst luck imaginable. However, this did not imply that the tests posed by the calamities for the survivors would vanish. On the contrary, the challenges would only escalate. Such unforeseen disasters further tested the survivors' adaptability and the robustness of their territories in responding to such formidable threats. Meanwhile, Chen Lang frequently encountered calamities as well. Given that he now held dominion over the vast territories of regions 10086 and 12138, with each boasting large islands, the frequency and intensity of calamities occurring were considerably higher than for the average survivor. Fortunately, given the current level of development in Chen Lang's territory, the vast majority of natural disasters do not necessitate his direct intervention. His subordinates are more than capable of effectively managing the response to such calamities. However, should a disaster prove overwhelmingly formidable, and his subordinates find themselves at a loss, Chen Lang is prepared to take matters into his own hands. For instance, he has recently received alarming news of a sudden lightning strike in the southern region of Triumph City, suspected to be a ninefold thundercloud disaster. The villagers in that area are no match for it and have implored their lord, Chen Lang, for assistance. Without hesitation, Chen Lang stands up and declares, "It matters not. I shall handle it." Chapter 103. Aiming to tackle a tough challenge. In Zone 12138, the shimmer of the teleportation array fades, revealing Chen Lang beneath the beacon column within Triumph City. Su Lei appears anxious, having evidently awaited his arrival for some time. Immediately upon seeing Chen Lang, he rushes forward, exclaiming, "My lord, it is dire. A natural disaster has suddenly descended upon Qinghe village, and its intensity is exceptionally high. Not only I, but even the 10th tier elder Shi Jian could not withstand the onslaught of the thunder tribulation and has been injured. We can only beseech you for aid." Su Lei breathlessly relays the situation. Listening intently, Chen Lang begins to piece together the details. Qinghe village was incorporated into the territory during the expansion process alongside a certain island that it is a moderate size, with its strongest inhabitant possessing 6th-tier strength. Theoretically, the intensity of the disaster they face should not exceed 7th-tier levels. Yet, due to the significantly advanced development of Island 6431, the initial difficulty of the disaster has been raised considerably. If such a ninefold thunder disaster were to strike a place like Triumph City, fortified by numerous crystalline defense towers, it would pose little threat. However, for Qinghe village, it is undoubtedly a catastrophic calamity that it is entirely reasonable for Su Lei and his companions to struggle against it. Indeed, this disaster has exceeded your capacity for response. There is no blame to be placed upon you, Chen Lang reassures. Allowing Su Lei to breathe a sigh of relief, the sense of excitement begins to build, as it has been a long time since they have witnessed their lord in action. Swiftly, Chen Lang and Su Lei soar towards Qinghe village, where they find Shi Jian, having arrived first, valiantly resisting the onslaught of thunder. Yet, the power of the lightning continues to escalate, with recent strikes surpassing the threshold of 10th tier might, brushing against the realm of the extraordinary. Despite being a formidable 10th tier stone man, Shi Jian's resilience wanes under such ferocious thunder. With a heart-wrenching scream, he is struck, his body charred and fissured by the lightning, plummeting from the sky like a smoking meteorite. Chen Lang swiftly catches Shi Jian, gently placing him on the ground, and tosses him a vial of high-grade healing potion crafted by the alchemist Shi to tend to his wounds. Filled with regret, Shi Jian laments, "My lord, I am but an incompetent servant." Chen Lang waves his hand dismissively, simply stating, "Then hurry and strive to break through to the extraordinary." With that, he ascends into the sky, shooting towards the ominous thunderclouds like an arrow. Boom! Crack! A strike of extraordinary lightning descends. Chen Lang's deep blue armor activates its passive defense, enveloping him in a water wave barrier that mitigates much of the lightning damage. Simultaneously, he initiates his path of all methods returning to one, intending to harness the thunderous calamity to refine his own extraordinary power, thereby augmenting his source of extraordinary energy. His subordinates, including Shijian, are astonished at Chen Lang's audacity to not only withstand the thunder that even extraordinary beings would shy away from, but to also seek to refine it. As Shijian's injuries are largely healed by the potion, he watches in awe, much like Su Lei, as Chen Lang boldly confronts the tribulation. The villagers of Qinghe village, witnessing their lord's defiance against the thunder, are profoundly moved, their admiration for him soaring as their loyalty skyrockets, erupting into cheers of encouragement. In the heavens above, thunder crashes. Boom! Boom! Another bolt of lightning strikes, its power continually escalating. Even the low-grade, deep-sea armor struggles against the onslaught, its durability rapidly depleting, with cracks and damage appearing on its surface. Fortunately, Chen Lang is making swift progress. The path of all methods returning to one proves to be quite formidable, capturing and assimilating the extraordinary thunderous energy into his being. Success! Chen Lang's eyes gleam with triumph as he radiates with arcs of lightning. He has successfully acquired a brand new extraordinary power. With his objective achieved, the necessity for this thunderous calamity to persist has vanished. With a disdainful snort, Chen Lang activates his elemental bomb skill, combining water, lightning, fire from the two-headed dragon emperor, the power of extinction from Xiaohe, and his own extraordinary energy into a chaotic orb of light, which he hurls into the heart of the thunder cloud. Boom! With a snap of his fingers, the elemental bomb detonates, unleashing terrifying power that obliterates the dark thunderclouds, leaving no trace behind. What would typically require careful navigation by ordinary extraordinary beings is effortlessly dispelled by Chen Lang. Cheers erupt from within Qinghe village, ascending to the heavens as the subjects sing praises for their lord. In Zone 10086, aside from Lurinjia and a few others, the islands belonging to other survivors have largely been annexed by Chen Lang. Only a handful of expansive islands, guarded by formidable existences suspected to possess extraordinary prowess, remain outside his grasp, yet they're already on his agenda for future annexation. Progress in Zone 12138 is even smoother. Chen Lang has already conquered over half of the islands, with Island 6431 reaching unprecedented scales that Su Lei, the original survivor bound to Island 6431, could scarcely have dreamed that his island would flourish to such heights. Although he has transitioned from being the sole island master to one of many subordinates under Chen Lang, he embraces the notion that it is better to be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. Serving a superior is far more pleasant than toiling alone, perpetually teetering on the brink of peril. Chen Lang is well aware of Su Lei's sentiments and chooses to overlook them, as long as the assigned duties are performed satisfactorily. He is disinclined to delve into the minutiae of their affairs. Present, all survivors are embroiled in the regional competition, with spatial portals being established at an unprecedented pace. Chen Lang, having surpassed the halfway mark in conquering Zone 12138, has gained the authority to open a second spatial portal. Let me see which area is most suitable for my next endeavor, he muses, perusing the regional directory. Unlike the survivors who must randomly select portals and face unpredictable outcomes, Chen Lang and other survivors who have completed the novice village possess the privilege of choosing their target regions, allowing them to avoid arduous challenges and focus on easier conquests. This confers a significant advantage over others. However, this time, Chen Lang has no intention of taking the easy path. Instead, he aims to tackle a formidable challenge. Chapter 104. The relentless pursuit yields unexpected rewards. This notion stems from Chen Lang's assessment of his own strength. With dominion over 2 regions and a cadre of extraordinary and numerous 10th-tier warriors under his command, conquering a zone like 12,138 presents no challenge. Within mere days, it could be secured. Yet, such haste, while expedient, yields scant rewards due to the low difficulty of the region, with minimal extraordinary adversaries to provide experience. Chen Lang seeks to amass greater resources and these are abundant in the mightiest territories. Thus, he resolves to seize wealth from the affluent. After scouring the world channel for discussions, he identifies Zone 3872 as a particularly challenging conquest, rife with formidable foes and abundant resources, while the difficulty is indeed high. Fortune favors the bold, that, if he can prevail, the rewards would sustain him in elation for days on end. Without further hesitation, Chen Lang confirms his choice with the system. This is it, with a familiar distortion of space. Yet another portal materializes on Island 2887, connecting to Zone 3872, passing through the spatial portal. Chen Lang finds himself on an adventure island characterized by a tropical rainforest climate. He promptly sets down a beacon for teleportation. Summoning the elder villager Looming, he leads a contingent of villagers endowed with survival talents, flanked by a few with combat abilities, to establish a foothold on the rainforest island, where they begin transporting supplies and gathering materials to construct buildings and establish a camp, preparing it to serve as their future base for conquering the entirety of Zone 3872. However, before that can occur, they must first vanquish the island's Lord Monster and bring the island under their banner. This task is well within their capabilities. Chen Lang unleashed his extraordinary mental prowess, and with a mere probe, he quickly located the lord of this rainforest island, a 7th-tier green-spotted leopard. This majestic creature, a top predator of the rainforest, considered all the island's inhabitants its prey. However, to its surprise, today it was lazily consuming its catch in a cave. Suddenly, a group of individuals intruded upon its island territory. Possessing formidable strength, the green-spotted leopard, terrified, dared not leave its lair, believing that hiding would keep it undetected. Yet it was effortlessly discovered by Chen Lang. Under Chen Lang's overwhelming pressure, the 7th-tier leopard could hardly exhibit any ferocity. Instantly transforming into a timid dark green-patterned cat, incessantly trying to curry favor with Chen Lang, fearing for its life. Without hesitation, Chen Lang activated the universal slave seal skill, branding the leopard with the mark of servitude. Ding! Congratulations on subjugating the island lord, green-spotted leopard, becoming the new lord of adventure, island number 2778. System reward granted. Random reward chest 1. Yet another random reward chest was in his possession. Chen Lang had long since lost count of how many he had opened. The contents varied greatly, with some being incredibly useful, like the dragon's nest, while others were tasteless and regrettably discarded, ultimately relying on luck. Ding! Super Enhancement successful. With plenty of free attempts available, Chen Lang routinely performed an enhancement. Then he opened it. Ding! Random reward chest 1. Opening successful. Acquire material. Holy patterned gold 1. A square ingot, adorned with mysterious patterns and radiating brilliant golden light, appeared in his backpack, causing Chen Lang's eyes to sparkle with delight. Could it truly be this? His excitement stemmed from the fact that this holy pattern gold was one of the essential materials for crafting the Radiant Nebula set. More specifically, it was needed for the main melee weapon of the Radiant Nebula set, the Radiant Nebula gun. Chen Lang had gradually gathered nearly all the other materials for the Radiant Nebula gun through opening chests and having his subjects mine, leaving only this last piece of holy pattern gold. Initially troubled about where to find it, he never expected that it would come to him so effortlessly. Without further ado, Chen Lang took out the blueprints for the Radiant Nebula gun, placing the holy pattern gold and other required materials upon it. After a flash of light, a luxurious spear, approximately a yard in length, shimmering in platinum and surrounded by stellar brilliance, emerged in his backpack, exuding a sharpness that blended nobility with an underlying aura of lethal intent. Ding! Manufacture successful. Acquired equipment. Radiant Nebula Gun 1. Equipment. Radiant Nebula Gun. Grade. Low extraordinary. Growth potential. Description. A sharp spear forged by melding the powers of holy light and stellar energy with various rare metals and celestial treasures. An unstoppable force. Skill. Radiant Demon Slayer. Concentrates holy light energy, firing it in a ray from the spear tip, inflicting linear piercing damage. Skill. Stellar Multitude. Utilizes stellar energy to replicate the spear, creating hundreds, even thousands of spears that bombard the enemy with massive area damage. Supplement 1. This equipment has growth potential. It can absorb holy light or stellar energy to enhance its level. Supplement 2. Collecting all parts of the Radiant Nebula set will activate set bonuses, granting additional benefits. Grasping the Radiant Nebula gun, Chen Lang couldn't help but admire its craftsmanship, praising it profusely. As the saying goes, possessing a formidable weapon ignites the spirit of slaughter. To test the performance of the Radiant Nebula gun and to satisfy his desire for battle, Chen Lang launched assaults on several islands, emerging victorious each time. News of Chen Lang's invasions quickly spread through the system announcements in Region 3872, catching many survivalists aiming for expansion off guard. We were doing just fine in other regions, and our home was stolen. Consequently, to curb Chen Lang's expansion, the survivalists in Region 3872 hastily diverted some of their forces to bolster their defenses, fearing that their bound islands might fall to Chen Lang, jeopardizing their stable rear. Chen Lang, however, paid them no mind. His expansion strategy had always been straightforward and brutal. Those willing to surrender and submit would be treated favorably, as long as they obeyed, ensuring a life of comfort. But for those who were obstinate and unyielding, he would show no mercy. Dragon Blood Legion, deploy. At Chen Lang's command, the Dragon Blood Legion cultivated in the Dragon's Nest, led by the SS-tier half-dragon berserker Dada, set sail for battle. The average strength of the survivalists in Region 3872 was indeed high, with everyone at Tier 7 or above, and a significant number reaching Tier 10, brushing against the threshold of the extraordinary, with some even having truly broken through to that level. Yet, as the Dragon Blood Legion set forth, the islands of Region 3872 fell one after another to Chen Lang's unstoppable advance, expanding his territory at an alarming pace just as in the previous two regions. Nevertheless, Chen Lang remained grounded, fully aware that the indigenous forces of this world should not be underestimated. Many survivalists had encountered the indigenous forces during their territorial expansions, and conflicts had erupted. Most of them found themselves at a disadvantage against these native powers, suffering heavy losses among their ranks, with some even losing their territories. Now, the seemingly invincible Dragon Blood Legion encountered the indigenous forces of the Sadat family, who boasted an entire large city on Adventure Island number 4736, Chapter 105. Dragon Blood Legion versus Sadat Family Guard. Beneath the towering walls of a city, two distinctly opposing yet fiercely aggressive armies stood in a tense standoff. The Dragon Blood Legion led by Dada, and the Sadat family guards occupying the city. Who are these country bumpkins daring to intrude upon the territory of our Sadat family? Are they seeking death? The leader of the Sadat family guard, a 10th tier, golden-haired giant clad in ornate armor, bellowed that in truth, as the regional conflict escalated, more and more indigenous forces had, to varying degrees, come into contact with or learned about the survivalists. One side represented the deeply rooted old guard, while the other was a rising star that had emerged suddenly. Both held great obsession over their territories, making retreat impossible. One side would inevitably fall, submit, or vanish entirely. Dada, known for his impulsive nature, had become even more short-tempered after integrating a strand of dragon blood during his training in the Dragon's Nest. Seeking death? I see that you're the one courting death. Today, this city shall belong to the Dragon Blood Legion. Whether you like it or not, you will yield. The Sadat family guard was equally enraged. Arrogant. We are the elite of the Sadat family. The Dragon Blood Legion scoffed. Elite? We thrive on battling elites. In the next moment, Dada led the Dragon Blood Legion in a full-scale assault. The Sadat family guard, shouting in response, utilized the advantage of the city walls to resist the Dragon Blood Legion's onslaught. An intense siege battle erupted. Roars filled the air as the Dragon Blood Legion activated their half-dragon forms right from the start. Over 100 meticulously selected elite warriors saw their power surge to new heights. As the leader of a legion, Dada, entered his half-dragon state. He became an unstoppable force, akin to a rampaging dragon, crashing violently against the city gates. Boom! The impact sent tremors through the ground. In the heart of the city stood a defensive tower powered by 10th-tier energy crystals. As the battle erupted, a protective barrier enveloped the city. Yet even this seemingly impregnable defense quaked violently under Dada's assault, rippling the protective shield. What? On the walls, the Sadat family guard was taken aback, especially the guard leader, who also stood at 10th tier. Impossible. Even I am powerless. How could this fellow possess such immense strength? The leader gasped, initially believing that the battle would see the Sadat family secure victory, but the ferocity of the Dragon Blood Legion now instilled a sense of foreboding within him. He cursed, "Oh, who can tell me where these fools, attacking like crazy groundhogs, have sprung from? Release arrows, fire, set up formations. We must not let them breach our defenses." On the walls, the Sadat family guard, once brimming with confidence and sure of victory, now found themselves in a state of panic, while Dada's Dragon Blood Legion grew ever more emboldened. The dual-bladed axes Dada originally wielded could no longer keep pace with his formidable strength. Thus, he commissioned the city's blacksmiths to forge him a pair of luxurious axes of 10th-tier quality, named Breaking Mountains and Severing Rivers. The axe blades were larger, thicker, and heavier, imbued with effects such as armor penetration and bleeding. In this moment, the SS-tier berserker Dada, in his half-dragon form, brandished these axes, channeling all his might. With a resounding shout, "Break through for me!" Dada swung his double axes down with tremendous force. The defensive barrier of the city, under the relentless assault of the Dragon Blood Legion, was on the brink of collapse. This axe strike from Dada was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Crack! Crack! The barrier, which had withstood the onslaught of a rank 10 beast horde, could not endure even the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. It was violently shattered. The towering energy crystal defense tower in the central square of the city also suffered a backlash. Erupting in a thunderous explosion, the city had lost its greatest line of defense. The formidable city walls, soaring several dozen meters high, were indeed imposing, but to the Dragon Blood Legion, they were merely slightly elevated barriers that could be easily vaulted over with a powerful leap. The guard of the Sadat family boasted an average strength above rank 6, with some elite members reaching ranks 8, 9, and even the rank 10 level of their leader. Such a guard unit possessed sufficient combat prowess to easily overpower many factions. However, upon engaging the Dragon Blood Legion in close combat, they found themselves drastically outmatched. Dada, with the innate talent of a berserker, grew fiercer with each battle, spiraling into a frenzy from which he could not halt. The leader of the guard, who had awakened an impressive talent as an A-class swordsman, wielded his longsword with unparalleled mastery. Even ordinary rank 10s were no match for him. Yet, observing the overall situation, it became painfully clear that every member of the Dragon Blood Legion, being half-dragon, was capable of overpowering their opponents from the Sadat guards. This scene left the other factions on Island 4736 in disbelief. Indeed, the most powerful faction on Island 4736 was the Sadat family. However, due to the vast expanse of the island, measuring over 300 kilometers in diameter, it resembled a colossal maritime behemoth, scattered with smaller tribes, villages, mercenary groups, and merchant associations in its remote areas. Typically, these minor factions had no choice but to submit to the oppressive might of the Sadat family, whose limited perspective led them to believe that the Sadat family was the most formidable power in the world. They dared not rebel, timidly obeying the reasonable and unreasonable demands of the Sadat family. Yet now, the emergence of the Dragon Blood Legion had caused these observant factions to realize that the Sadat family was not invincible. At the very least, those family guards who usually held themselves in high regard did not seem truly unbeatable. An external force could render them unable to lift their heads in defeat. This revelation ignited hope among factions that had long harbored resentment towards the oppression of the Sadat family. Regardless of whether the Dragon Slayers would transform into dragons themselves, they yearned for the opportunity to slay the malevolent dragon that was the Sadat family. However, factions with a deeper understanding of the Sadat family shook their heads, stating, "The family guard is merely the most visible armed force of the Sadat family. The true strength of the Sadat family lies within its 3 extraordinary powerhouses. If they intervene, the Dragon Blood Legion will surely suffer." As expected, when the defensive barrier was shattered, the city gates breached, and the guards suffered heavy casualties. The leader of the guard was gravely injured by Dada. As the city faced imminent defeat, the golden-haired, muscular leader staggered to his feet, his expression twisted with rage. Intruders, do you think victory is assured? Let me tell you, the depth of the Sadat family far exceeds your imagination. With a fierce roar, the guard leader retrieved a uniquely shaped token from his spatial ring and crushed it. A chilling, extraordinary power was activated, shooting skyward like a signal, reverberating through the clouds. Who dares to infringe upon the territory of the Sadat family? A voice resonated with terrifying authority. A figure clad in black robes descended from the skies, casting a shadow over the battlefield. Upon seeing the newcomer, the guard leader's expression brightened, and he danced with joy. It's Elder Baron. Elder Baron has arrived. Even if your Dragon Blood Legion is invincible below the extraordinary level, before a true extraordinary powerhouse, you are but ants. Elder Baron, please take action and annihilate these audacious intruders who dare challenge the dignity of the Sadat family. Chapter 106. The confrontation of the extraordinary Dragon Emperor versus Baron. Do you think you stand a chance? Baron Sadat, awakened to the path of darkness, one of the 3 publicly acknowledged extraordinary elders of the Sadat family. With his summoning to this city, the tide of battle underwent a dramatic shift. The scales of victory beginning to tilt once more. The heavily wounded family guards were elated, believing that help had finally arrived to punish their assailants. Meanwhile, the other factions, still observing, began to lament the fate of the Dragon Blood Legion. Baron, it is he. This old fellow has not made a move in over a decade. The last time he acted, he flattened a town that defied his orders along with over 1,000 townsfolk. Only when the city was on the verge of collapse did they summon this old man. Alas, with Baron's arrival, the Dragon Blood Legion is surely doomed. Above the city, Baron exuded a dark aura that dimmed the very essence of the surrounding world. From his elevated position, he gazed down upon Dida and the members of the Dragon Blood Legion, his eyes shadowy as he coldly inquired, "Who are you, and under which outsider do you serve? Where is your stronghold? Speak, and I may grant you a swift end." Baron's oppressive presence was palpable. Yet, even in the face of such a formidable foe, the Dragon Blood Legion remained undaunted. Their leader, Dada, braving the weight of Baron's aura, spat defiantly, Old man, I will not divulge anything. Come and fight me." With that, Dada leaped in the air, his axes rupture and river break, igniting with a radiant power capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas. He unleashed his full strength. "Overestimating yourself," Baron scoffed, extending an ancient, wrinkled hand from beneath his loose black robe. Billowing black mist surged from his palm, coalescing into a massive obsidian hand that descended with overwhelming force to collide with Dada. Bang! Dada was pinned to the ground beneath the dark hand. However, he was not completely subdued, still striving to lift the oppressive force. The sheer strength displayed caused even Baron to take notice, silently acknowledging, "What immense power!" He then increased his force. Boom! Dust clouds billowed, and the earth cracked. Ultimately, Dada, despite his rank 10 strength, could not bridge the exaggerated chasm of power that separated him from an extraordinary being, especially one as seasoned as Baron, who had remained at the lower extraordinary level for many years. Pinned to the ground, battered and bloodied, Dada reverted from his half-dragon form. Yet in Baron's calculations, he believed that this intensified strike would be sufficient to crush an ordinary rank 10 opponent. Yet, this fellow merely sustained grievous wounds, which could easily be remedied with a bottle of high-grade healing potion. Such formidable strength and vigorous vitality darkened Baron's expression further. No matter what, these individuals must not be allowed to escape. Even their orchestrator must be eliminated, or the Sadat family will face dire consequences. Seeing Dada gravely wounded, the members of the Dragon Blood Legion were immediately incensed. They supported Dada, administering an SS-grade healing potion crafted by the alchemist Shur, and encircled him protectively while brandishing their weapons, ready to confront the extraordinary Baron. "Commander, how dare you harm our leader? I will fight you to the death." At this moment, however, Dada raised a hand. The reason Chen Lang had initially chosen Dada as the leader of the Dragon Blood Legion was not solely due to his immense strength. It was also because Dada possessed a nuanced understanding of situations. Though he fought recklessly, he was always aware of the circumstances at hand. His earlier confrontation with Baron had been a calculated risk, knowing that even in defeat, his life would not be lost. However, if the other members of the Dragonblood Legion faced Baron, their safety could not be guaranteed. As the elite of Chen Lang's forces, Dada understood that as their leader and a trusted confidant of Chen Lang, he could not allow unnecessary casualties to befall the Dragonblood Legion. Moreover, with an extraordinary powerhouse from the Sadat family present, did the Dragonblood Legion not have an extraordinary ally of their own? With that, Dada, emulating the earlier actions of the Sadat family guard leader, retrieved a blazing red dragon scale from his spatial ring. Crack! The dragon scale shattered, unleashing a potent draconic pressure. Moments later, a resounding dragon roar echoed as the twin-headed fire dragon emperor soared through the skies like a flaming meteor, arriving at the battlefield. Upon arrival, he immediately bolstered the Dragonblood Legion. Who dares to bully the Dragonblood Legion? Come, do you dare to exchange blows with this emperor? The twin-headed fire dragon emperor transformed into a muscular man with red hair, red eyes, and bronze skin, clad in a crimson coat. As his voice echoed, a sea of flames erupted behind him, rapidly igniting the surrounding atmosphere, overpowering Baron's dark aura. The situation escalated once more. This time, Dada and others were invigorated, while the members of the Sadat family from Bahrain found themselves in an awkward predicament, particularly the captain of the guard, who had crushed the token and summoned Elder Bahrain for assistance. Before Elder Bahrain's arrival, we were already at a disadvantage. Yet, even after he came, we remained suppressed by the Dragonblood Legion. Thus, one might wonder if Elder Bahrain's arrival was in vain. Bahrain Sadat himself held a deep-seated apprehension towards the two-headed fire dragon emperor. Being of the same inferior extraordinary rank, he could sense that the strength of the two-headed fire dragon emperor subtly surpassed his own. Moreover, his path of shadow extraordinary was restrained by the fire attribute extraordinary power of the two-headed fire dragon emperor. Should a confrontation ensue, it would surely become even more chaotic. The aged face beneath the black robe twisted with shadows, revealing his reluctance to engage in actual combat. Instead, he resorted to threats. Even if you belong to the dragon race, angering the Sadat family will exact a price. A price? Just based on you? The two-headed fire dragon emperor couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. With a mere gesture, a roaring flame coalesced into a colossal dragon claw. Lunging towards Bahrain, Bahrain felt as if he were facing an imminent threat. He promptly activated his skill, Shadow Lance. The power of shadows condensed into a formidable, elongated spear, clashing with a fiery dragon claw. The sound of a thunderous explosion echoed as the Shadow Lance shattered beneath the dragon claw, which, although dimmed, still retained considerable might. It forcefully repelled Bahrain, causing him to stagger backward several steps in midair, nearly leading to his fall. The disparity between strengths was unmistakably revealed in that single exchange. Cursed be it, Bahrain felt the surge of blood and energy within him. The two-headed fire dragon emperor stepped forward, demanding, "What? Do you wish to continue fighting? If you do not wish to meet your demise, this emperor is prepared to accompany you to the end." No. Bahrain was filled with indignation. Yet after realizing he had been at a disadvantage in their earlier clash, he discerned the vast gap in strength between himself and the two-headed fire dragon emperor. He was simply no match that a city can be reclaimed, but if this elder were to fall here, the entire Sadat family would suffer greatly. Weighing the two harms, he hesitated for a moment before turning to lead his family's guards in a hasty retreat, leaving behind a harsh remark. "Repayment? Just based on you?" The two-headed fire dragon emperor dismissed Bahrain's threat with utter disdain. He immediately led the Dragonblood Legion to occupy the city, changing its banner and establishing a teleportation beacon, signifying that this city had been irrevocably incorporated into Chen Lang's domain. Chapter 107. The connection between the Sadat family and the Church of Holy Light. Third update. Having successfully seized the first territory on Island 4736, which also happened to be the stronghold of the island's most prominent family, this battle was nothing short of a resounding victory. Chen Lang personally arrived through the teleportation array to commend the two-headed fire dragon emperor and the Dragonblood Legion, and began inspecting the city. Having already gathered preliminary information about the city, the two-headed fire dragon emperor, walking alongside Chen Lang, provided a detailed report. Master, this city is named Blurvao City, derived from a nearby Azure River. It is of medium size, with a population of approximately 3,000, and boasts a relatively prosperous economy and other favorable conditions, making it one of the more thriving cities under the Sadat family. Chen Lang was already aware of the Sadat family's reputation and had learned about the expulsion of the Sadat family's extraordinary elder by the two-headed fire dragon emperor. However, the more intricate details remained unclear. Thus, he inquired, what is the scale of the Sadat family? Are there truly only 3 extraordinary-level experts? The two-headed fire dragon emperor pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, my lord. The Sadat family can be regarded as the most formidable behemoth on Island 4736. The family governs 9 cities of varying sizes, with a territory exceeding 100 miles in radius. Even if all other factions on the island were to unite, they would still be no match for the Sadat family. It can be said that by subduing the Sadat family, one could claim the entirety of Island 4736. Chen Lang nodded in acknowledgement and then posed a more critical question. What are the island's lord? Is he also a member of the Sadat family? Every island is governed by a lord, who may be a monster, a ferocious beast, or any other race. Island 4736 is no exception. The lord would be the first to sense any changes on the island, such as the occupation of a city by outsiders or the temporary defeat of the Sadat family, events that could significantly impact the island's dynamics. Logically, the island's lord would be informed immediately and would respond, either by contacting Chen Lang or by supporting the Sadat family against the invaders. However, up to this point, there had been no sign of any action from the island's lord, and he had never even appeared. There was undoubtedly something amiss. After capturing the city, the two-headed fire dragon emperor had gathered a wealth of intelligence, including information regarding the island's lord. He relayed his findings to Chen Lang. Master, according to the information gathered by Little Dragon, there's indeed a lord on Island 4736, and he's a member of the Sadat family. More specifically, he is an extraordinary elder of the Sadat family, who single-handedly established the family's presence on this island. The Sadat elder has quite an impressive background. He seems to be a devout follower of the Church of Holy Light, having received support from them in his youth, and has maintained a close relationship with the Church ever since. However, in recent centuries, the Sadat elder has rarely shown himself, and rumors suggest he is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to a higher extraordinary level before his lifespan expires, thereby elevating the Sadat family to greater heights. Master, if this elder were to emerge from seclusion, we might encounter some troubles. Chen Lang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, an inferior perfected extraordinary being is certainly stronger than many newly initiated inferior extraordinary beings. However, it is not a cause for concern. With my current strength, I can hold my own even against a genuine intermediate extraordinary. Should the Sadat family's elder emerge, I shall personally deal with him and send him directly to his grave. Subsequently, Chen Lang shifted the conversation to the other force mentioned earlier by the two-headed fire dragon emperor, the Church of Holy Light. The two-headed fire dragon emperor promptly began to elaborate. The Church of Holy Light, as we understand it, is a powerful sect among humans that venerates the god of holy light. Established in ancient times, it has persisted to this day, maintaining a considerable scale with a vast number of followers. The Church of Holy Light exhibits a strong exclusivity. To be precise, any being that does not worship the god of holy light is considered a heretic, while they may manage to coexist peacefully most days. Should anyone offend the Church of Holy Light, they would face a frenzied and relentless retaliation. 2 centuries ago, a kingdom was obliterated because its king worshipped the ancient god of shadow, leading the Church of Holy Light to deem it heretical, dispatching several high-ranking extraordinary bishops to annihilate the kingdom, resulting in countless casualties. The Sadat family's elder is a follower of the Church of Holy Light, although he is not a formal member. Should the Sadat family be eradicated, it would likely draw the attention of the Church of Holy Light. I fear the situation may become quite unfavorable for us. Chen Lang shook his head. Therefore, regardless of the Church of Holy Light's involvement, the Sadat family must be extinguished. Moreover, you mentioned that the Church of Holy Light venerates the god of holy light, so it is certain they will gather abundant holy light power. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the completed Holy Radiance Nebulous set, including the gauntlets, bow, and spear, into view. Each night, he had taken these three pieces of equipment out under the starlit sky to absorb the minuscule stellar energy contained within the faint starlight. The growth rate of the completed set was slow, and at this pace, it would be unclear how long it would take to advance to intermediate extraordinary level. This Holy Radiance Nebula set precisely required the absorption of holy light power for its growth and enhancement. I do not fear the approach of the Church of Holy Light. Rather, I dread their indifference, Chen Lang murmured to himself, then resolved to take proactive measures, instead of launching an assault on one city after another. He would directly attack the main city of the Sadat family. Once the Sadat family was annihilated and the main city captured, all territories under their control would automatically fall under his dominion. This was the most efficient solution. Thus, Chen Lang immediately began to gather his forces. At this moment, several good tidings arrived. The dragon's nest reported that the little black dragon, which had been coiled in its cave in seclusion to accumulate strength, had finally broken through to the extraordinary level, becoming an adult, dark, absolute black dragon. It was now truly beginning to exhibit the majesty befitting a dragon king, with a body exceeding 100 meters and wings that could obscure the sky. Its form was the pure embodiment of a Western dragon, exuding an immense aura. Master, the little black dragon could now articulate human speech and transform into human form, perhaps due to its constant companionship with Chen Lang. The little black dragon's human form bore a striking resemblance to Chen Lang in both physique and appearance. Chen Lang scrutinized the figure of Xiao He, now transformed into a humanoid form clad in black attire. He patted Xiao He's shoulder and remarked, "The name Xiao He seems rather incongruous with your current appearance. Let it be regarded as a nickname. You were raised under my wing. Henceforth you shall bear my surname as well. Chen. Let your name be Chen Mo.at once." Xiao He, or rather Chen Mo, erupted in jubilant excitement, expressing gratitude for Chen Lang's bestowed name. The black dragon Chen Mo, the dual-headed fire dragon emperor, alongside the yellow sand guardian spirit from the yellow sand soul sword, constituted a formidable triad of extraordinary power under Chen Lang's command. The army promptly set forth towards the stronghold of the Sadat family, intent on obliterating them and seizing the entire island. 4736. Chapter 108. Capturing the thief by first capturing the king. While Chen Lang prepared for the imminent conflict, the Sadat family found themselves enveloped in a cloud of despondency within the opulent family council hall. Adorned lavishly, only 3 high-backed chairs were occupied by Elder Balin, alongside 2 other exceptional elders, Raymond and the family head, Rosen. "Have we gathered all the intelligence?" inquired Rosen, the family head, breaking the silence. Nearby, Elder Raymond nodded affirmatively, gesturing for the projection array at the round table to activate. The various pieces of intelligence collected through the family's channels were displayed before them. Elder Raymond elaborated, "Recently, numerous individuals claiming to be survivors have emerged inexplicably, aggressively expanding their territories within our region. Most of these have little strength to fear, yet a few are notably formidable. The Dragon Blood Legion, which recently assaulted and occupied one of our cities, is an elite force under a survivor named Chen Lang. It is said that Chen Lang ranks first among this batch of survivors." Raymond continued his discourse, detailing the challenges posed by this high-difficulty region, which had led many survivors to failure. Some had even been captured and subjected to severe interrogation by the island's indigenous forces, resulting in a leakage of numerous pieces of intelligence, which Raymond had meticulously gathered and reported to Rosen. With each revelation, Rosen's brow furrowed deeper, resting his elbows on the table, hands clasped, lost in contemplation. On the side, Balin, having been rebuffed by the dual-headed fire dragon emperor, was still simmering with rage, unable to swallow his indignation. He slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Let us 3 strike together. Surely, the 3 of us can handle one outsider." Raymond hesitated, cautioning, "Better safe than sorry." However, family head Rosen concurred with Balin's proposition, stating, "Balin is correct. Our Sadat family has ruled this island for generations. We have painstakingly established an unassailable reputation. Should we retreat today, the other factions on the island will undoubtedly follow suit and rebel. If the Church of Light arrives and discovers that we, the Sadat family, cannot even manage the situation, It would leave a detrimental impression, potentially diminishing future support for our family. We cannot allow the church to perceive us as lacking in value. If we are abandoned, our long envious enemies from other islands will surely return. Thus, the Sadut patriarch Rosen hastily exited the Grand Hall, brandishing the family head's token, ready to exercise his authority to summon the family's elite forces and mobilize the army to restore the family's former glory. Yet, just as Rosen began to deploy his forces, a blaring alarm erupted from the sentry towers surrounding the main city. The extraordinary protective towers within the city automatically activated, and a defensive barrier descended like a celestial dome, entering a state of emergency readiness. This sudden turn of events sent the Sadut family into a state of panic. What is happening? Why has the main city suddenly gone into battle readiness? Rosen barked, demanding answers at a family guard, flustered and breathless, rushed in from the city walls, stammering, "A terrible situation. My lord, 2 elders. A great army has suddenly besieged the outer city. We are surrounded." "What?" echoed Rosen, Balin, and Raymond in disbelief. Unable to fathom the gravity of the news, an army is attacking. The main city is besieged. Who possesses such audacity to challenge the Sadut family? Have they lost their senses? Let us go. The 3 exchanged glances and soared into the air. Surveying the scene outside the city, they beheld a formidable force exceeding 10,000, gathering ominously in the wasteland beyond the city, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Among them, a segment of troops appeared exceptionally elite, radiating a palpable bloodlust. Balin recognized the force at once, exclaiming, "It is the Dragon Blood Legion, the very army under Chen Lang." Just as he spoke, 3 figures ascended into the air. It was indeed Chen Lang, Xiaohei Chanmo, and the dual-headed fire dragon emperor. Upon spotting Balin, the dual-headed fire dragon emperor scoffed derisively. "You!" Balin, clad in black robes, bristled with fury, eager to retaliate, but soon realized that regardless of whether he engaged in verbal sparring or physical confrontation, he was outmatched by the dual-headed fire dragon emperor. Rendered momentarily speechless, he was further unnerved as Rosen, the family head, keenly observed the situation. Despite it being their first encounter, he immediately recognized Chen Lang, chillingly stating, "Chen Lang, is it? Yet today, you seem rather overconfident. What, do you truly believe that with your meager forces, you can breach the deeply entrenched stronghold of the Sadut family?" Chen Lang smiled faintly. How would one know without attempting? With that, he seemed disinterested in further discourse with the Sadut family. The conflict was now irreconcilable. It was time to engage. Onward! Chen Lang commanded with a sweeping gesture. The Dragon Blood Legion, as the vanguard elite, led an army of 10,000 gifted fighters toward the assault on the Sadut family stronghold. Of course, the stronghold was fortified with extraordinary protective towers, akin to a formidable shell, which needed to be shattered before they could breach it. Thus, Chen Lang's 2 extraordinary powers, Xiaohei Chunmo and the dual-headed fire dragon emperor, immediately took action. Dark Absolute Dragon Claw, Dragon Flame Explosion. The 2 dragons unleashed their assault simultaneously, dark crimson claw marks and blazing red flames crashing against the defense barrier formed by the extraordinary protective towers. Boom, boom! The extraordinary onslaught caused the defensive barrier to tremble violently, eliciting widened pupils from Rosen and the other 2 within the barrier. The protective barrier was indeed robust, yet it seemed incapable of enduring for long. Should these 2 dragons continue their relentless assault, the barrier would inevitably shatter. At that point, the situation would surely turn against them. We must act. We cannot allow the defensive barrier to be breached. Rosen, Balin, and Raymond, the 3 apparent extraordinary powers of the Sadut family, exchanged resolute glances and charged forth from the defensive barrier. Seeing this, Xiaohei Chanmo and the dual-headed fire dragon emperor shifted their targets, engaging in battle with Rosen and his companions. Capture the thief by first capturing the king. After all, if they could neutralize the 3 of them, even if the defensive barrier remained intact, the Sadut family would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Chapter 109. Chen Lang versus the ancestor of the Sadut family. A top-tier battle erupted between the extraordinary beings. The dual-headed fire dragon emperor, still in humanoid form, targeted Balin, whom he had previously found easy to handle. "Ha ha, Balin, We didn't finish our last encounter. Let's continue it now. However, Balin dared not engage the dual-headed fire dragon emperor directly. Unwilling to linger for even a moment, he transformed into a swirling mass of black mist and darted to the other side. Addressing Rosen and Raymond, "You handle this fire dragon. I shall confront the other." He then set his sights on Xiaohe Chunmo, having discerned that while the dual-headed fire dragon emperor was firmly established in the extraordinary realm, Xiaohe Chunmo seemed to have only recently ascended to this level. "While I may not defeat a tough opponent, surely I can handle a soft target." Balin chuckled sinisterly. A swirling cloud of black mist coalesced into a long-handled scythe, seemingly capable of cleaving through space itself, sweeping toward Xiaohe Chunmo. Xiaohe Chunmo regarded the attack with disdain, remaining in his humanoid form that a dim light flickered across his body, revealing dark dragon scales as if he donned a suit of dragon scale armor. Clang! He withstood Balin's misty scythe with ease and retaliated with a swift motion, sending deep crimson claw marks flying, causing Balin to feel a sense of dread. Impossible! How can one so newly ascended possess such strength? Xiaohe Chunmo retorted, "Could it be that you're simply too weak for an old relic? Is this truly your level?" Silence. Balin, incensed by Xiaohe's taunt, found himself flustered. Meanwhile, the dual-headed fire dragon emperor faced off against both Rosen and Raymond simultaneously. Rosen awakened the extraordinary path of metal, while Raymond harnessed the power of thunder. Their synergy was remarkable as they simultaneously unleashed their extraordinary forces that a massive mithril staff entwined with lightning surged towards the two-headed fire dragon emperor. The dragon crossed its arms in defense, yet was still sent flying by the combined assault of Rosen and Raymond. Feeling a surge of confidence, the duo exhaled in relief, preparing to move to aid Baron. However, a thunderous roar erupted, significantly amplifying the aura compared to before. Clearly, the two-headed fire dragon emperor had not exerted its full strength until now. "Damn it! Here it comes again!" Rosen and Raymond gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with resolve as they initiated their combined technique once more. Yet this time, the two-headed fire dragon emperor effortlessly seized the mithril lightning staff that descended from the heavens, even exhaling flames that scorched the staff into a cascade of molten silver. Raymond conjured a mass of thunderclouds, from which bolts of lightning rained down, while the two-headed fire dragon emperor ignited a sea of flames, soaring skyward and dispersing the thunderclouds. It stood resolutely, holding the advantage against the two. With a resounding crash, Rosen, Raymond, and Baron found themselves thrown together. Xiaohong, Chunmo, and the two-headed fire dragon emperor flanked them, both manifesting their draconic forms, exuding an overwhelming pressure that encircled the trio. At this moment, Chen Lang also made his move, his aim set on safeguarding the defensive canopy of the main city. The Yellow Sand Remnant sword appeared in his grasp, accompanied by the summoning of the Yellow Sand Guardian battle spirit. Upon witnessing the extraordinary power of the Yellow Sand Guardian, the expressions of Rosen and his companions paled further. They had assumed that the number of extraordinary figures on Chen Lang's side was equal to their own. Yet they had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable opponent. As Chen Lang prepared to strike the defensive canopy, the trio found themselves firmly obstructed by Xiaohong and the two-headed fire dragon emperor. Unable to intervene, the two-headed fire dragon emperor cackled with glee. "Ha! Master, shatter that defensive barrier. Let these fools witness your might." In an instant, Chen Lang's demeanor shifted to that of a villain, but fortunately, he remained unfazed by how his enemies perceived him. All he desired was victory. Infusing extraordinary power into the Yellow Sand Remnant sword, he summoned the Yellow Sand Guardian battle spirit, which wielded a colossal sword forged from swirling sands. "Break for me!" With a fierce shout, Chen Lang and the Yellow Sand Guardian simultaneously struck down their swords. The two beams of yellow sand sword light cleaved mercilessly into the defensive canopy. Already weakened by the assaults of Xiaohong, Chunmo, and the two-headed fire dragon emperor, the defensive barrier finally succumbed, shattering beneath the intersecting strikes of the swords. The Dragon Blood Legion, leading an army of 10,000, surged forth without hindrance, leaping onto the city walls to engage in fierce combat with the guards of the Sadat family. Dada, Wang Dazhuang, and others grew increasingly emboldened in battle, soon gaining the upper hand. If this momentum continued, it would merely be a matter of time before Chen Lang breached the main city of the Sadat family. Yet, Chen Lang did not celebrate prematurely at the prospect of imminent victory, for he was acutely aware that the Lord of Island 4736, the ancient ancestor of the Sadat family, had yet to reveal himself. Only by compelling that old wretch to emerge could the true decisive battle commence. As the situation reached a critical juncture, he thought, "I trust you won't remain hidden any longer." Chen Lang pressed forward, and indeed, as he predicted, the reclusive ancestor of the Sadat family, witnessing the incompetence of his three descendants and the impending doom of the family, finally emerged from seclusion. Boom! A sacred radiance burst forth from deep within the Sadat family estate, a powerful aura radiating outward. An aged, stooped figure materialized above the main city, exuding an overwhelming presence that surpassed that of Rosen and his companions. Approaching the realm of mid-tier extraordinary, Mofiat Sadat, Rosen and his companions displayed expressions of astonishment. Mofiat surveyed the war-torn city and regarded Rosen and his allies with a heavy sigh. "You three have truly propelled the family to new heights. In my brief absence, you nearly allowed outsiders to annihilate our lineage." The ancestor's reprimand left Rosen and his companions, though extraordinary beings themselves, silent and contrite, lowering their heads in acknowledgement. They hastily shifted the blame onto Chen Lang. "Ancestor, it is him. It is all his doing. Had it not been for this intruder named Chen Lang launching a sudden assault, our Sadat family would not be in such dire straits. Ancestor, please take action and eliminate this man." Mofiat nodded, stepping forth until he stood before Chen Lang, scrutinizing him with a discerning gaze before shaking his head. "Young man, you are indeed formidable, but in my presence, you are still lacking. Should you choose to surrender now and lay down your arms, I guarantee you a chance at life as a servant of the Sadat family. Otherwise, you shall face certain death." Upon hearing Mofiat's threat, Chen Lang chuckled. "I do not favor making choices for myself. I prefer to present others with options that I return your two propositions without alteration. Submit or die." Mofiat scoffed coldly. "It seems you have chosen to disregard my offer." Chen Lang shrugged. "The age-old tactic of leveraging experience against me will not succeed." He then gestured to Xiaohong, instructing him, along with Chen Mo, the two-headed fire dragon emperor, and the yellow sand guardian, to subdue Rosen and the others. Meanwhile, Chen Lang engaged Mofiat in a fierce battle. The sacred radiant star gun, freshly acquired, was gripped firmly in his hand, and he concentrated the power of holy light, directing its brilliance toward the ancestor of the Sadat family, Mofiat.